Chapter 51. After the continuous rain, when Zheng rarely went to the forest, he was busy making lime to process bamboo and doing various work, which took nearly 2 months. Now is the 132nd day of survival on the deserted island. When Zheng will not go to the forest this time as he did before, but will go to places he has not been to for exploration. Even if he can't find various resources that can be used, it would be good to find the wild boar's nest. The cave has been sealed and protected. The crops in the farmland are thriving, and there is a lot of food in the pig pen. Even if he goes back a few days later, the 2 wild boars will be hungry for 2 days at most. Everything is fine. And looking at the clouds in the sky, the weather in the next few days will not be too bad. When Zheng packed a simple baggage, brought weapons and food and fresh water for 2 days. In fact, he doesn't need to bring so much. There will be no shortage of these in the forest. So far, he doesn't know how big the area of this deserted island is. Today, he will take Tianquan with him to try to find the end of this deserted island. The golden sunlight fell, covering the forest with a layer of light yellow gauze. There was still a faint mist in the distance, making the whole forest look like a dream. Walking briskly in the forest grew naturally without human intervention, and the ruggedness was naturally wild. It was a little difficult for ordinary people to walk, but it did not hinder when Zheng. The breeze blew, bringing a little coolness, which did not make people feel cold, but very comfortable. In the forest, you can hear the sound of leaves dancing, the chirping of various insects, and the flapping of birds' wings. But the only annoying thing among these is the buzzing of various mosquitoes. The quiet forest has always been an excellent living environment for mosquitoes. The itching caused by mosquito bites has always been unbearable. Not long after entering the forest, many mosquitoes came to Zheng. Zheng used to try to wrap his whole body every time he came, until he later found a useful mosquito-repellent plant. He lowered his head and searched everywhere in the forest. After not coming for a long time, the growth stage of many plants has changed. Flowers bloom in fall, and fruits wither. Zheng did not see the white flowers with a little lavender, so he could only search more carefully for those sturdy shrubs. Small dark green round leaves with small serrations on the edges of the leaves. But there are no beautiful flowers, and the rest are perfectly matched with memories. Zheng walked over and smelled the unique fragrance of this plant as soon as he bent down, and the annoying mosquitoes ran away. Pick the leaves of this plant, squeeze them with a little force, and light green juice will flow out, and the fragrance will spread more strongly into the air. Zheng discovered that there were no mosquitoes around this plant, and thus discovered that its fragrance had the effect of repelling mosquitoes. Apply the green juice on the exposed skin, and pick some and put them in a bamboo tube. This shrub also has developed roots and is difficult to transplant. All Zheng can do is pick some for future use. Fortunately, there are not many trees outside the cave, which does not attract mosquitoes. Without mosquito bites, the rest of the journey is particularly pleasant. The forest is also Tuan's home ground. After arriving in the forest, he began to move freely. Occasionally he disappeared, but soon he would return to Zheng. In the past, Zheng was worried about whether Tianquan would be attacked by a python, but now he can worry about pythons. Zheng walked forward alone, and Tianquan would fly back by himself when he was far away, and the flying speed was often much faster than the double recommendation. Zheng first walked to the mud pit, where there were several traps set by Zheng a long time ago. He hadn't seen them for a long time, and when he came over, he saw that all the traps were destroyed by wild boars, and there was nothing to gain. Not taking this matter to heart, Zheng followed the footprints of the wild boar to the east. The fog in the forest had disappeared, and more animals became active in the forest. Zheng bypassed several spider kings, used branches to push away the leaves with caterpillars lying on them, and crossed an ant's nest. He came to another kind of forest composed of trees. This kind of tree is more sturdy, and there are many vines hanging from it. Zheng even thought of the scene in Tarzan, where he swung on the vines, and he was eager to play. After pulling the vines, he found that they were not very strong and probably could not support his weight. So he gave up the idea with regret. The broad leaves blocked the sunlight. There were thick rotting leaves under the trees. The soil under the leaves must be very fertile. As the only farmer on the deserted island, Zheng first came up with this idea. The most common growth in this kind of arbor forest is fungi of various colors, as well as colorful crawling lizards. Zheng ignored these, and hurriedly wanted to run out of the range of this arbor forest, until he saw the resin secreted from the bark. Natural resin is secreted by plants, which can soften and melt when heated, and has many uses. For Wenjung, the biggest use should be as an adhesive, which can be used in some work. Then, there is no need to leave in a hurry. Wenjung took out the bamboo knife and bamboo tube, slowed down his pace, and slowly collected in this forest. After collecting a lot of natural resin, Wenjung spent several hours to walk out of the range of this arbor forest. The trees adjacent to it were relatively sparse. After walking for about dozens of minutes, Wenjung distinguished the sound of rushing water among various chaotic sounds. Since there are mud pits in the mountains and forests, there will be no shortage of freshwater resources, and it is not surprising to have a river or stream. Wenjung thought that there was no shortage of fresh water after he came to the island, so he didn't come to look for it specifically. Speaking of strengthening the quality of the whole body, including hearing, it made Wenjung endure a period of torture. It's okay to work hard during the day. In the dark at night, the ears can clearly hear all kinds of small sounds around, making it difficult to sleep. Unable to fall asleep for a long time. But there was nothing to do in the dark. The only thing Wenjung could do was think. After the experience of insomnia, Wenjung arranged hard work for himself in the next few days. When he was exhausted, he could fall asleep by lying on the bed and closing his eyes. He could not hear those annoying sounds at all. It took several days to relieve this situation. Wenjung got used to his current hearing and could fall asleep peacefully without consuming his physical strength. The improvement of hearing is also a great help. Wenjung followed the sound through the woods. The disadvantage of good hearing is that the sound he heard is very close, but it seems a bit far away when walking. Wenjung felt that he was walking downhill. He simulated a rough map in his mind. The terrain was rising from the beach to the forest. The location where he heard the sound of water should be the depression of this mountain. After walking for more than 10 minutes again, I could smell the moist air. Through the gaps between the trees, I could see the cheerful water flowing down from afar, moistening the surrounding land. This is a shallow stream, with lush grass on both sides and sparkling water. The sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, shining on the water, like sprinkling fine gold powder into it. Tuan had already stopped on a gravel in the stream, tasting the taste of the stream. Wenjung was a step slower. He could clearly see some small creatures living in the stream when he stood in front of the stream. The stream spread from afar to here and ended here. Wenjung sat on the shore to rest for a while. It was already afternoon, and he was not very hungry. After Tuan finished drinking water, he continued to set off to find the source of the stream, continuing eastward along the stream. This sparse forest has reached the end, replaced by dense weeds and various herbs. Various small animals also appeared by the stream. Many of them were unfamiliar to Wenjung, and he had no idea what they were for. But some were just within his knowledge and could be eaten. The green leaves surrounded the bright red fruits, and the ovoid aggregate fruit was particularly familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the wild strawberry with extremely strong growth ability. There was a large patch growing next to it. Some of the fruits were red, and some were still green. There were often snakes in the wild strawberry bushes. Wenjung looked around and listened to all directions. But before he could make any move, he saw Tuan flying out from behind him and swooping down directly. The sharp bird claws broke through the snake's skin and pierced into the flesh, and the sharp bird beak pecked at the same time. The little snake struggled for only a few minutes, and the other snakes in the bushes did not dare to provoke this enemy that they could not defeat, and took the opportunity to quietly slip away while their kind struggled. Tuan flew to Wenjung with a black snake in his claws. This black snake was not a tree python, but a long and thin one. Not enough for Wenjung and Tuan to have lunch. Wenjung checked that it was not a poisonous snake, so he gave Tuan a task. Tuan, catch another one. This one is not enough for the two of us. As the body evolved, the appetite also became larger, especially Tuan, who could eat as much as Wenjung at each meal. I really don't know how his small stomach can hold so much food. Tuan made a loud cry and flew out to hunt with great interest, while Wenjung waited carefully to avoid the water droplets splashed by the frogs jumping in the stream. He found a suitable position carefully and lit a fire. Before he could finish dealing with the black snake, Tuan flew back with the prey. Both snakes were cleaned, especially the internal organs and subcutaneous tissues with many parasites, and all were buried in the small pit dug out and burned, and the snake meat was fully roasted on the fire. The bamboo basket contained all the seasonings that Wenjung had. Salty sea salt, sour fruit, and sweet fruit. In the process of grilling the snake meat, Wenjung carefully combined these 3 seasonings. Although his stomach was full, his tongue was not satisfied. I have been on the deserted island for so long, and I have these seasonings for meals every day, especially today's grilled snake meat. If there are chili peppers, peppercorns, pepper, and cumin, how good will it taste? Wenjung especially missed the taste of these seasonings. This time he came to explore the mountains and forests. In addition to understanding the terrain of this island, he just wanted to see if he could find other seasonings. After dinner, the sky was already full of sunset glow, and night was about to fall. Wenjung had to find a place to spend the night. This was his first time to spend the night in the mountains and forests. A tree was a good choice. What he needed to worry about was the tree python that could climb trees. Wenjung chose a big tree with thick enough branches. After checking all the trees with Tuan, he set traps around the tree before climbing up, hanging the bamboo basket on another branch. Wenjung took out the sleeping bag from the bamboo basket and placed Tuan's newly woven bird's nest. Wenjung was afraid that he would fall down if he turned over in the middle of the night. So he tied the sleeping bag with a rope. If there was any danger, he could get out of the sleeping bag immediately, and it would not hinder his actions at all. After a hard day's running, the harvest was several bamboo tubes of resin and wild strawberries. Wenjung looked up at the moonlight in the sky, hoping that tomorrow's journey would be smoother. If he found new seasonings as he wished, it would be great. The next morning, Wenjung woke up to the sound of birds. When he opened his eyes in confusion, he saw Tuan on the branch above, frantically attacking a strange bird. The strange bird dodged and made a gentle cry, which was a courtship song. Wenjung was completely awake and sat up to watch the fun against the tree trunk. Wenjung could not identify the gender of the strange bird, and could only judge from a human perspective that its feathers were not gorgeous, and its appearance was not good. You should know that it is usually the male bird that actively courts the female bird, in order to get the attention of the female bird. The male bird is often more beautiful than the female bird. Whether this strange bird is a male bird that breaks through gender, or a female bird that breaks through habits, it proves that Tuan is extremely charming. The strange bird was defeated and flew away under Tuan's attack. Tuan flew back and saw Wenjung watching the show. He was a little angry and pecked Wenjung's arm a few times, seeing that there was not even a red spot on his arm. Wenjung knew how powerful Tuan's bird beak was. While thanking Tuan for his mercy, he found smoked meat jerky from the bamboo basket, stuffed one into Tuan's mouth, and put one in his own mouth. This smoked bamboo red jerky tastes not as good as fresh ones, and needs to be chewed slowly with teeth. Sitting on the tree trunk, eating breakfast while watching the scenery in the mountains and forests. The mountains and forests were completely shrouded in fog in the early morning. After sitting on the tree trunk for a while, the clothes felt wet. There was a lot of dew condensed on the leaves of the trees, and Wenjung collected a lot of it for washing. Today, we continued to walk along the stream. The soil on the shore was soft, and the shoes we wore were stained with too much mud, making it difficult to walk. When the sun was high, Wenjung saw a kind of yellow-green fruit in the sparse woods not far away. What is it? Pineapple. Wenjung ran over excitedly. There were rosette-shaped leaves, oval fruits, and narrow and long leaves on top. There were small thorns on the outside of the pineapple, and the leaves on the top also had piercing serrations. But this is a very common fruit. Wenjung couldn't wait to find a pineapple with a yellow color, and a light green color, and a strong fruity fragrance, and picked it up. He wrapped his hands with the leaves to grab the pineapple leaves, and took the axe to peel off the thick skin, revealing the yellow flesh inside. Juice kept dripping, and the rich fruity fragrance burst in the air, making people salivate. Wenjung spread clean leaves on the surrounding stones, and cut the pineapple into small pieces. The unique aroma of pineapple evokes memories of the taste, and the sour and sweet taste makes people salivate immediately. In fact, Wenjung didn't like the taste of pineapple very much before, but he hadn't eaten it for a long time. Now, he misses the taste very much after seeing it. Tuan has been pecking happily, but Wenjung can't just eat it like that. When eating pineapple in daily life, pineapple is soaked in salt water. This is because pineapple contains a special enzyme that can cause allergies in some people, and salt water can destroy this enzyme. Wenjung has no memory of this body, just in case there is a problem. He still added some sea salt to the bamboo tube filled with water and soaked the pineapple in it. After a difficult waiting time, Wenjun picked up a piece and bit it directly. The taste was very crisp. A lot of juice burst out again after the teeth touched it. The juice fully stimulated the taste buds and hit every part of the mouth. It was really sour. But after the sourness, there was still a sweet aftertaste, which was completely different from the taste of sour and sweet fruits. There were not many pineapples growing around. And except for the one I just ate, most of them were yellow-green and not yet ripe. Wenjun carefully selected 2 from them, removed the bottom and the top, and put them in a bamboo basket. The discovery of pineapples made Wenjun feel better. Even if he didn't get anything until noon, his mood was not so bad. In the afternoon, Wenjun made a new discovery. A little far away from the stream, there was a tree with dark gray bark, many branches, small but dense leaves, and spherical green fruits in the middle of the leaves. Looking up to observe this tree, especially the green fruit on it, is the kind of tree Wenjun knows. Chapter 52. This is a tree distributed in tropical and subtropical areas. Wenjun had seen it in a documentary. The name of this tree is the stone chestnut tree, and it also has another name, the candle fruit tree. These 2 names can express the characteristics of this tree. The fruit of this plant is covered with fluff on the outside, a bit like a small round kiwi. The fruit is also a drupe, a bit like a walnut, with a very thin exocarp, but an extremely hard endocarp. The kernel inside is poisonous when eaten fresh, but it will have a peanut flavor after baking. Because the shell of this fruit is very hard, people used to have to use stones to break it open if they wanted to get the kernel inside. So it was named stone chestnut. In the documentary that Wenjun saw, some birds would smash this fruit on stones when they wanted to eat it, using tools like humans. The leaves of this tree have medicinal value. Mashing fresh leaves and applying them to wounds can stop bleeding. In addition, the fruit of the stone chestnut is more valuable than the leaves. The stone chestnut fruit is not only edible, but also has industrial value. The fruit is rich in oil, although the oil it contains is not suitable for consumption. It can be used to make paint, soap and candles. Wenjun was extremely excited when he thought that he would have candles soon. Every night, the only light he could use was moonlight and flames. When he returned, he would try to make candles with stone chestnuts. Wenjun had considered what could be used as a light source. Oil lamps could be used, but he would rather eat the little lard that was refined. He didn't expect to find a candle fruit tree today. After looking at the stream that had not yet found its end, Wenjun continued to move forward, preparing to pick more on the way back. There were many ripe and fallen chestnut fruits on the ground. Wenjun picked up a few before leaving, studying them carefully as he walked, until it got dark. There was no other harvest. Wenjun found a big tree again to spend the second night. It was the 3rd day. I hope I can get what I want today. Sleeping on the tree is far less comfortable than in a cave. It was a good enjoyment to walk along the stream. The stream was clear and transparent. There were a lot of mossy stones at the bottom of the stream. Occasionally, you could see small fish swimming in it, and a few small crabs would run out of the cracks in the rocks. The wild grass was green. The wild flowers were fragrant, and you could see bees busy collecting honey. It was a lively scene. Wenjun went from west to east to find the source of the stream. The terrain along the whole journey was relatively flat, but overall, the terrain was higher as he walked. When the sun was high, Wenjun saw a species that made him ecstatic, which was also the plant he had been thinking about. The oval red fruit in front of him was about the size of a pea, and looked completely different from the long, pointed peppers we usually eat. But this color and smell made people think of peppers. Wenjun picked one and crushed it gently with his fingernails. The pungent smell hit Wenjun's sense of smell violently, making him sneeze twice, and his eyes were irritated with tears. This is definitely a pepper. Even though it was irritating, Wenjun looked at the red fruit in his hand as if it were a treasure, and threw it into his mouth to taste it. Just after 0.01 seconds, Wenjun regretted this action. Oh my god! This pepper is a bit too spicy. Just such a small fruit. The spiciness spread from the tip of the tongue to the root of the tongue, and then into the throat. Wenjun felt that his entire mouth was not his own, and even his throat seemed to be on fire, ready to spit out a stream of flames at any time. Even his nose and eyes couldn't stand it. Not to mention his tongue that hadn't eaten chili for a long time. Compared with the millet peppers he eats every day, this wild chili is several times spicier. He hurriedly spit out the remaining chili in his mouth. And when Zheng searched for fresh water in the bamboo basket with red eyes, Tuan Tuan next to him didn't know what happened, and he was anxious around Wen Zheng. Wen Zheng could only rinse his mouth to reduce the spiciness in his mouth. But the full bamboo tube of water was used up, and the spiciness still remained in his mouth. Tuan Tuan, who couldn't wait for a response, finally couldn't help it, although he didn't know what happened. He saw that Wen Zheng became like this after eating chili, and his little head didn't know what he was thinking. So he flew over and pecked at chili. A terrible cry rang out in the air. Wen Zheng, who was busy rinsing his mouth, did not notice Tuan Tuan's movements, and had no chance to stop him. He looked over anxiously after hearing the cry, thinking that Tuan Tuan had been attacked. Then he saw Tuan Tuan dived and put his mouth into the stream. Can't birds feel spicy? The question just appeared in Wen Zheng's mind, and he realized that Tuan Tuan was not an ordinary bird. The black box even made Tuan Tuan's taste evolve. After tossing for a long time, Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan both sat on the grass. Tuan Tuan was fine, but his feathers were a little messy. But Wen Zheng's mouth was red and almost swollen from the spiciness. Who could imagine that a small pepper would have such power? Tuan Tuan's little eyes were full of fear of the devil pepper. And Wen Zheng got up shortly after resting and picked the peppers into the bamboo tube, causing Tuan Tuan to scream in fear. It's okay. We won't eat these fruits directly. We can make chili sauce or chili powder and add a little bit of it occasionally for seasoning. The dishes will taste especially good, Wen Zheng said as he picked them. In fact, after the spicy taste wore off, Wen Zheng felt quite refreshed. But his body couldn't stand it, considering that eating too much spicy food can cause physical discomfort such as getting angry. Wen Zheng didn't have the idea of eating too many chili peppers. Just as he and Tuan Tuan said, they can be kept after processing and eaten slowly. Tuan Tuan's eyes were full of doubts about Wen Zheng's statement. In the end, his trust in Wen Zheng prevailed, but he was determined to stay away from the chili peppers. After picking many chili peppers and putting them in a dry plastic bottle, Wen Zheng looked at the chili seedlings reluctantly and looked up at the hillside in front of him. Wen Zheng hesitated between the two choices of continuing to move forward or returning. The not-so-low hillside in front blocked his sight. Wen Zheng estimated the distance from here to the hillside and decided to go to the top of the hillside to have a look. If he couldn't see the end at the top of the hillside, he would return the same way. After making the decision, Wen Zheng moved much faster and continued to move forward. When he reached the hillside, he successfully found the source of the stream. There was a stone wall in the mountain that was blocked by trees, so Wen Zheng couldn't see it clearly. There was a gurgling stream in the gaps of the stone walls, which flowed down to the ground. There was a small pool on the ground, and it slowly flowed to the low-lying areas according to the terrain, forming a stream over time. The source of the stream was found, but since he was at the foot of the hillside, Wen Zheng had to climb up to see the scenery ahead. It has been 2.5 days. Even if the speed of walking in the mountains and forests is relatively slow, it should reach the other end of the deserted island. The result was as Wen Zheng expected. He climbed up the hillside and climbed up the tree with great effort. Looking down from a high place was a very familiar scene. The forest turned into grassland. The grassland turned into beach, and the beach connected to the sea. He finally saw the other side of the deserted island. He did not go over, but returned from the original route on the hillside. The excitement at the beginning disappeared, replaced by full of melancholy. Wen Zheng just looked carefully at the beach at this end. There were no traces of human activities in all places, including the 3-day road. He could even infer a conclusion: this is an isolated island, and he is the first human to set foot on this deserted island. There are no other humans, but there is Tuan Tuan by his side. Wen Zheng looked at Tuan Tuan flying in the sky and set off on the journey home. A few pepper seedlings must be transplanted back, and the stone chestnut fruit and stone chestnut leaves must also be picked. 2 pineapples must be taken back to eat. The pepper seedlings are easy to deal with. They can be easily dug out with branches, but you must be careful not to break them. Otherwise you will feel the attack of the pungent smell. Pineapples are easier to pick, but they take up a lot of space in the bamboo basket. The stone chestnut trees are very tall, usually more than 10 meters high, and some are even as high as 20 meters. Wen Zheng climbed up carefully and cut down the branches with fruits with an axe. Tuan Tuan understood that Wen Zheng wanted these fruits, so he helped him obediently, aiming his beak at the fruit stem and pecking hard. The fruit stem was very soft and fell directly to the ground after being pecked. These things almost filled the bamboo basket. Fortunately, Wen Zhang's physical fitness has been strengthened, and it is effortless to walk with these things on his back. When we went back, we followed the original route, so the speed was much faster. It took 2 days to see the familiar mountains and forests. After 5 days away, Wen Zhang finally returned to the cave. It was a feeling of going home. The farmland was green, and the rice stood on the land slenderly, dancing gracefully in the wind. The growth of barley was slower, and the green leaves stood upright, with a style that was not inferior to rice. When Zhang heard the hungry grunts of the 2 little wild boars from a long distance away, he didn't even have time to rest, and he had to prepare food for the 2 wild boars. When the pig pen was cleaned, the sunset was already in the sky. A few slightly wilted pepper seedlings were planted in a bamboo basket filled with soil, and the pepper fruits were placed outside to dry. The 2 pineapples would go bad if they were not eaten, so they were solved tonight. The stone chestnut fruits were put away first, and studied slowly in a few days. After lighting the earthen stove, Wen Zhang took 2 pineapples, and thought of a kind of food, pineapple rice. It happened that there was still some bamboo rice left. Pineapple rice is a delicacy made with pineapple and rice. First, steam the bamboo rice in the shell. After washing the pineapple, cut off a small piece of the top as a lid. Take out the flesh inside, and cut it into small cubes, and soak it in salt water. During this time, Wen Zhang lay on the bed, and didn't want to move at all. After going out for so many days, what he missed most was this bed. Tuan Tuan went to find the black box as soon as he came back. He not only thought about himself, but also remembered to push the box to Wen Zhang, and then lie on it. When the rice was steamed, Wen Zhang's consumed physical strength was completely restored. Turn the steamed bamboo rice over and let it cool. Then add the dug pineapple meat and pineapple juice, and add some sweet fruit juice. Stir evenly, and put it into the pineapple shell. Then cover it with the peeled shell. Fix it with bamboo sticks, and steam it again. When the lid was opened, the colors of the bamboo rice and pineapple meat complemented each other, which made people feel happy. Not to mention the fragrance of the 2 flavors mixed together. Use a bamboo spoon to scoop a mouthful, and put it into your mouth. The first thing you taste is the refreshing fragrance of the pineapple. The sour taste blends into the soft and glutinous bamboo rice, making you not want to swallow it. The sweetness of the sweet fruit just neutralizes the sourness of the pineapple. Several simple ingredients are put together, and the sour, sweet, and refreshing taste completely conquers the taste buds. The 2 pineapple rices were eaten clean by Wen Zhang and Tuan Tuan. Only the empty shell of the pineapple was left on the table, like a cute pineapple bowl, but it was a pity that it went bad after a few days. After eating the pineapple rice, Wen Zhang had a good rest for a night. The next day, he remembered that his original purpose of going to the mountains was to catch wild boars. He wanted to eat pork and lard, and he also needed pig skin to make clothes. Thinking of this, Wen Zhang went out again with a bamboo basket on his back. This time, his goal was very clear, which was to catch a wild boar and eat meat. Wen Zhang and Tuan Tuan soldiers searched in 2 groups. When Wen Zhang was still trying to identify the footprints, Tuan Tuan flew over and circled in front of him, then flew back to the place. Wen Zhang understood that Tuan Tuan had found a wild boar, so he quickly followed with his weapon, and heard the sound of the wild boar digging the ground from a distance, carefully pulling apart the bushes. Wen Zhang saw that several wild boars of different sizes were gathered together. At the edge of the team was a large adult female wild boar, which was very suitable for attack. At the front of the long branch was tied very tempting food, which was prepared by Wen Zhang according to the taste of the wild boar he raised. Sure enough, the female wild boar stopped and left the team when she smelled the fragrance of the food. When it lowered its head to taste the delicious food, it didn't know that danger had already approached. Wen Zhang, whose physical fitness had improved, easily killed the wild boar. After getting away from the wild boar herd, he buried the wild boar's internal organs, pig head and pig trotters in the soil in the forest, and returned to the cave with pork and pig skin. This time, when dealing with these wild boar meats, what Wen Zhang always thought about was grilled pork skewers, which must be added with chili peppers. Most of the pork was cut and placed on the smoker for smoking. When Zhang took a few pieces of meat, he carefully selected into the cave. The bamboo was cut into sharp bamboo sticks, and the meat was cleaned and cut into small slices or pieces. There was no starch. The wild taro was ground into powder, added with sea salt for marinating, and then strung with bamboo sticks. During the marinating process, lard was boiled out. Wenjung brushed another layer of oil on the skewers without any regrets, and put them on the fire for charcoal grilling. The dry firewood used for this barbecue was the type with the least smoke that Wenjung had found in these days. In the light smoke, Wenjung was concentrating on observing the color changes of the grilled skewers, the grease dripping, and the light red meat skewers being grilled until the surface was slightly browned. There were two kinds of these meat skewers. One was streaky pork skewers, and the other was pork tenderloin skewers, all of which were brushed with the devil pepper paste that had been ground long ago. After looking at the final product and smelling the fragrant aroma in the air, Wenjung nodded, obviously very satisfied with the results this time. Tuan, who was attracted by the aroma of the grilled skewers, stayed beside Wenjung obediently, looking at the grilled skewers that were dyed red after being brushed with pepper juice. And some of them did not dare to try it. The hot taste left a deep shadow on him. But he had never tasted this kind of food before, which made him curious and eager to try it. When Wenjung caught the first wild boar, he picked up Tuan, who had escaped from the wild boar's mouth and was still an egg at that time. Looking at Tuan's current appearance, Wenjung couldn't help but sigh that time flies. He took out a portion of both skewers and placed them in front of Tuan. In the past, the food prepared for Tuan was not seasoned. But after Tuan evolved, he became curious about Wenjung's food. At first, he tried to eat a little and did not find any adverse reactions. Instead, Tuan liked it very much. Later, Tuan and Wenjung ate the same food. Tuan had been drooling because of the fragrance. He was still hesitating when he saw Wenjung had already started eating. His curiosity overwhelmed his fear, and he pecked at it fiercely with his beak. Wenjung didn't care about Tuan's psychological activities. He focused all his attention on the tempting skewers. Skewers are delicious when they are hot. He raised a skewer to his mouth and smelled the rich fragrance before he tasted it. Take a bite and chew gently. The skewers taste good with a little salt. Then add the chili that he has been thinking about. The taste makes him unable to stop. Whether it is the streaky pork skewers or the pork tenderloin skewers, when you put them in your mouth, you will first taste the spiciness of the devil pepper. You will find that the taste is different after chewing. When the teeth touch the streaky pork, you will first feel the crispy burnt pork. Roll the whole piece of streaky pork into your mouth. The fat and lean taste makes your mouth full of oil. The pork tenderloin is cut into small pieces. The outside is the same scorched fragrance. The meat inside is firmly protected by the outside. And the taste is tender and smooth, no matter which kind of meat skewers. The spiciness of the devil pepper and the freshness of the sea salt are always present, which fully stimulates the taste buds and makes a variety of flavors churn in your mouth. The skewers at his hand were disappearing quickly. Wenjung couldn't control his mouth, even if he was gasping for air due to the spiciness. He had to continue eating until all the skewers were eaten up. Looking at the empty bamboo sticks in his hand, Wenjung turned his head silently and found with regret that Tuan was almost finished. The spicy taste is so hot that you can't stop eating it. But once you stop, you will feel even spicier. So spicy that it makes you doubt life. The hot feeling from lips to throat made Wenjung give up the idea of grilling dozens more skewers. He silently took out the boiled water that had been prepared long ago and poured it into his stomach. The consequences of eating spicy food were felt the next day. Wenjung stopped eating spicy food and walked to the pool where bamboo was soaked with a pale face. It would take a few days. After thinking about the next steps, Wenjung rested for a day and built an earth stove outside the cave with stones and mud from the seaside. He also made a large steamer with bamboo. The bamboo in the puddle was finally soaked, and all were pulled to the seaside to wash away impurities and faded coarse shells. After the bamboo is killed, the texture becomes much softer, and the softened green skin can be peeled off with a bamboo knife. It is easy to break the bamboo when you first start. After destroying several bamboos in a row, Wenjung finally grasped the strength and cut out white fibers with one cut. The next step is to turn these white fibers into pulp. Wenjung spent a lot of time on this step, which is the result of his enhanced strength. When all the bamboos turned into white pulp, Wenjung breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to steam them with lime. The firewood never stopped. After boiling for several days, Wenjung continued to soak the steamed bamboo pulp in the puddle. Stir the bamboo pulp evenly. Drain the water and clean it. Turn the bamboo pulp into bamboo paper in water, and then dry it with fire. On the 169th day of surviving on the deserted island, looking at the freshly baked and somewhat bad bamboo paper. Wenjung decided not to make paper again. The whole process is too troublesome. So use these papers sparingly. However, with bamboo paper, the quality of life has indeed improved a lot. The days returned to normal again. That night, Wenjung got into the shark skin sleeping bag, skillfully blocked the outside sounds, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how big a surprise was waiting for him tonight. As the night fell, the bright moonlight illuminated the sea and the beach. Groups of creatures suddenly appeared on the calm sea, slowly stepping onto the empty beach. To Anchuan, don't always peck at the same place. If you peck there again, you will leave a mark. Wenjung, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Tuanchuan. He muttered in his mouth, but his ears were listening to the movement from outside. It was not just one sound, but many similar sounds mixed together. After hearing these sounds, Wenjung naturally simulated a picture in his mind, with countless black shadows walking on the beach, and even digging the sand. Seeing that Wenjung did not move, Tuan wanted to fly out anxiously, and push the bamboo curtain outward, and the whole bird rushed out. He wanted to see what was outside. Wenjung did not listen, picked up the axe next to him, and hurriedly opened the curtain and walked out. He did not even need to use his ears to distinguish the location of the sound. Tuan flew in the sky to lead the way, and Wenjung walked slowly on the ground. With the help of the moonlight, the scene on the beach was unobstructed. This was an extremely shocking scene, and also a great surprise. Chapter 53. Groups of animals slowly crawled out of the sea. They were like big, round black stones that could be moved. They carried round shells on their backs and crawled slowly on the sand with their limbs, leaving long traces on the sand. These were turtles crawling from the sea to the shore. The place where they crawled ashore was a little far from the cave. The beach over there was very wide, so if they crawled a little further, they would not be submerged by the tide. These turtles that crawled ashore were very large. The largest one was definitely more than 1 meter long. I don't know how old it is now. These turtle eggs are of different sizes, and the colors of their back shells are also different. What is the same is the slow movement and the purpose of going ashore. Turtles usually go ashore to lay eggs. The temperature in the sea is relatively low and cannot reach the temperature required for the hatching of turtle eggs. Moreover, turtles are terrestrial animals. Although they often move on the sea surface, they have no gills and cannot breathe underwater. Although adult turtles can survive underwater for several hours, if the turtle eggs are laid in the water, the newly born baby turtles will be unable to breathe and drown in the water. So every time it is time to lay eggs, sea turtles will crawl onto the shore in groups and lay eggs on the beach. Tuan, who ran out first, flew back and landed on a tree in the distance, quietly watching the scene of laying eggs. Wenjung also watched from a distance. Sea turtles are timid by nature, and laying eggs is easily frightened. They often lay eggs on beaches where few people go. If they hear noises or too bright light sources, they will give up laying eggs and return to the sea. However, they don't know that humans have already set foot on this beach. The moonlight tonight was very bright, allowing Wenjung to see the scene clearly. There were dozens of turtles, and many were rushing over on the sea. The first few had found a suitable position. They were trying hard to dig in the sand pit, and slowly sank into it. Only the gravel thrown out of the sand pit could be seen. They didn't know that there were people watching silently around them. Each turtle dug a suitable sand pit, and buried its whole body in the pit. Every time it laid an egg, it would dig sand to cover it. Wenjung sat on a stone and watched patiently. He had seen the scene of turtles laying eggs on TV before, but he didn't expect to see the live version here. He was a little excited. After coming to the Infinite Disaster survival game, I really had an experience that I couldn't imagine before. Compared with the ordinary life before, it was really extra exciting. Everyone has an adventurous spirit and curiosity about new things. If Infinite Disaster survival was really an ordinary game, and even if you die, you can reload the game, Wenjung would be willing to participate. However, it is not, and he has no ability to choose. Tuan stayed in Wenjung's arms. He had no feelings about the scene of sea turtles laying eggs. It was no different from seabirds laying eggs. What kept him waiting here was curiosity. While waiting for the sea turtles to lay eggs, Wenjung looked up at the unfamiliar starry sky above. Wenjung did not find any familiar constellations above, so he had not yet determined the approximate location of the island. But he could see the sun and moon rising normally every day. The weather tonight is very good. The moonlight and starlight are very bright. Turtles understand the weather better than humans, and they usually choose high temperature and relatively sunny seasons to lay eggs. High temperature is the condition for the hatching of turtle eggs, and sunny weather is to avoid rain erosion. The shell of turtle eggs is very thin, and water flow is likely to penetrate from the eggshell into the egg, thus affecting the growth of turtles. Time slowly came to the early morning, and some turtles had finished laying eggs, slowly crawled out of the sand pit, and then used their front flippers to move the sand dug out of the sand pit, fill the sand pit, and hide the turtle eggs in the sand. Laying eggs consumes most of their energy. After filling the sand pit, these turtles stay on the beach to rest. If someone wants to catch them, this is the best time. Tuan Tuan was not interested in the scene of turtles laying eggs, and suddenly became energetic when he saw the scene. After the taste evolved, Tuan Tuan tasted all kinds of delicious food and had more pursuit of delicious food. This kind of animal that he had never seen before must be tasted well. It was this curiosity about food that Tuan Tuan didn't even say hello to Wenjung, and rushed out like an arrow. Wenjung didn't have time to react, and saw Tuan Tuan's beak and claws growing rapidly under the moonlight, and there was a bending range, with a kind of cold metal feeling. Just when Wenjung was full of shock, Tuan Tuan had already arrived in front of the target turtle. The turtle sensed the danger, but unlike the land tortoises, they could not retract their limbs and necks into the shell. Tuan Tuan's claws had already inserted into the turtle's neck. In Wending's shocked eyes, Tuan Tuan lifted up the turtle that weighed several hundred kilograms, flapped his wings to fly over a rock, and threw the turtle directly down. Wenjung was overwhelmed by a series of events. He was still wondering when Tuan Tuan had so much strength. Then he saw Tuan Tuan flying in the sky seemed to have no strength left, and the whole bird fell directly to the ground. At this time, all strength was thrown behind his mind, worrying that he had the upper hand. Wenjung ran over at his fastest speed. When he got close, he knelt on the beach with his legs and picked up the bird lying on the ground with trembling hands. Tuan Tuan lay in Wenjing's hands, moved weakly, and made a short cry, which made Wenjung feel relieved. He sat on the beach without any strength, holding Tuan Tuan in his arms. Wenjing's voice was a little trembling. "I was so scared. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Were you hurt by the turtle? Did you get hurt when you fell on the beach?" He asked a series of concerned questions, not expecting Tuan Tuan to answer. Wenjung checked Tuan Tuan from head to toe, making sure that there was no injury on his body. Then he calmed down and noticed the smell of blood in the air. 1 meter away was the turtle that Tuan Tuan had targeted. It was no longer breathing. Recalling the scenes that had just happened, Wenjung pinched Tuan Tuan's head. The bird's beak was still the same as usual. When he turned his body in another direction, the two claws did not change either, but there was still some turtle blood on them. But Wenjung could clearly recall the process of the bird's beak and claws changing, and it was like a moving picture playing repeatedly in his mind. When he thought of the huge strength that could lift a turtle weighing hundreds of kilograms, Wenjung asked Tuan Tuan seriously, "Did your little universe explode just now?" The only answer he got was Tuan Tuan's blank eyes. After the Saint Seiya explodes his Cosmo and defeats his opponent, he will return to normal. Tuan Tuan cannot beat the Saint Seiya, and this is the weak period after the explosion. Wenjung looked at Tuan Tuan, who was barely able to stand up after resting for dozens of minutes, and defined the changes in Tuan Tuan, even though he had experienced it himself and listened to Wenjing's guess. Tuan Tuan still had only a vague understanding of his ability. Now he felt very hungry and wanted to eat the turtle right now, but he didn't have much strength. So Tuan Tuan could only use his cry and wings to remind Wenjung to pick up the turtle on the ground. Wenjung touched Tuan Tuan's stomach and saw his urgent need for food. Under the ability of the Cosmo explosion, he added a note that it would cause energy consumption and require food to replenish. Dropping the closely protected food from the air onto the stone is a common method used by birds, which is something that turtles may never imagine. Even if they weigh hundreds of kilograms, they cannot escape this fate. This unfortunate turtle was in a very miserable state. Its entire abdomen was smashed on the stone. The shell below was broken, but the shell on its back was intact. When Wenjung heard the noise outside, he took out an axe just in case, and now it came in handy. The turtle was simply cut up, and the internal organs were also buried underground. The broken shell on the abdomen was thrown on the spot, and the weight of the whole turtle was at least reduced by half. Turning the shell upside down and putting the cut meat inside, Wenjung untied a rope from his waist and pulled the shell forward, holding the heavy Tuan Tuan in his left hand and pulling the turtle shell with his right hand. Wenjung had not gone far when Tuan Tuan cried again. "This turtle is enough for us to eat for several days. Do you still want to eat turtle eggs?" Wenjung was a little amused. He had fallen into a weak period in order to catch a turtle. But before he could eat the turtle meat, he was thinking about the turtle eggs. Wenjung didn't want to admit that Tuanchuan's love of eating was not cultivated by him. Just when Wenjung was observing the suddenly weak Tuanchuan, the other turtles had slowly crawled back to the sea from the beach and soon disappeared from the sea surface, leaving only the turtle eggs buried under the sand. Even if he caught a turtle, Tuanchuan didn't want to miss the turtle eggs. When Wenjing walked to a sand pit where eggs were laid, Tuanchuan shouted to remind him. His body was still held by Wenjing's arms, but his head stretched down to see the situation on the ground. There was no way to refuse Tuanchuan's request. The beach was very flat, and the sand pits were buried by turtles. However, they buried the sand pits, but did not cover up the traces of their walking. The group of turtles had just left, and the egg-laying site had not been destroyed. The beach was full of long turtle footprints. It was obvious that the end of the footprints was the sand pit where the eggs were laid. Wenjung loosened the rope holding the carapace, walked to the sand pit and squatted down, using his hands to push away the sand covering it. Tuanchuan jumped down from Wenjing's arms, but he had no strength to dig the pit himself. So all he could do was to urge Wenjing's actions. In a sand pit was the egg laid by a turtle. Even though Wenjung had some knowledge of turtle egg laying, he had already been mentally prepared. However, when he saw the scene in the sand pit, he couldn't help being shocked, and Tuanchuan even screamed in surprise. His eyes were dazed. There were so many turtle eggs in the sand pit, so densely packed together that you couldn't count them just by looking. After Tuanchuan had the experience of being courted, he curiously observed the lifestyles of other birds when he flew out to fight, and also saw bird eggs that had not yet hatched. However, birds only have a few eggs in a nest, which can't compare with the scene of sea turtle eggs. Each nest of sea turtle eggs usually has more than 100, a few dozen, and more than 200. In stark contrast to the number of eggs laid is the pitiful survival rate of sea turtle eggs. Wenjung remembers that the survival rate of sea turtle eggs is about a few hundredths, or even 1,000. Unlike birds, adult birds will take good care of them after laying eggs, while sea turtles will return to the sea after laying eggs, leaving the eggs to hatch naturally on the beach. They may encounter natural disasters such as cloudy and rainy days and natural high tides, and may also encounter predation by birds. Whenever the little turtles hatch from the cave and slowly crawl from the beach into the sea, it is a carnival for the birds and a disaster for the little turtles. The beach becomes a dining table for the birds. It may also be the extremely low survival rate that allows the turtles to lay more than 100 eggs each time, thus ensuring that the little turtles can survive. This is also a kind of natural selection. Thinking of the extremely low survival rate of turtles, and looking at the countless turtle eggs in the sand pit, Wenjung took one from it. Turtle eggs are white, and about the size of ping-pong balls. It is hard to imagine that these small turtle eggs can grow into such a huge turtle in the future. The outside is not hard like eggs, but soft and elastic. I just don't know how it tastes. Under the urging of Tuanchuan, Wenjing took out more than a dozen turtle eggs from the sand pit and put them in the back shell. Before leaving, he reburied the sand pit with sand, hoping that the remaining turtle eggs in it could successfully hatch. When he returned to the cave with a heavy harvest, the sky was already dim, and a night had passed quietly. Although he had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, he was awakened by Tuanchuan because of the noise made by the turtle. Wenjung was now full of energy. He put Tuanchuan on the black box, hoping to help him recover as soon as possible, and then added clean water and food to 2 coconut shells respectively, and placed them in front of Tuanchuan, so that he could fill his stomach first. Just like parents who take care of their sick children, they arrange the children first, and then do other things. He looked at the turtle meat and turtle eggs. It must take a long time for the meat to be cooked. First, fill the shell pot with water, put the turtle eggs in it, and cover the bamboo pot. Wenjung was worried about how to cook the turtle meat. In his world, turtles are protected animals. At that time, he had seen a documentary on turtle laying eggs on TV. But there was no way to eat turtle meat and turtle eggs in it, so Wenjung could only figure it out by himself. Continuously sliding in the sea water, the meat on the 4 legs has been fully exercised. Wenjung can feel the firmness of the meat when cutting it. Dig up the soil under the smoker, and the 4 legs will be processed by a simple oven. Then, there is the meat on the body. Although the turtle is big, the internal organs occupy the vast majority of it. And there is not much meat left. Pick out the most tender piece from it. And when Zheng washes it with water and marinates it, no matter what kind of meat it is, it will definitely taste good if it is strung into skewers and added with more seasonings. After the turtle meat is strung together and roasted on the fire, when Zheng returns to the cave and looks at the boiling shell pot, the mist rushes out from the gap, and the turtle eggs cooked in it are floating up. Tuanchuan can't wait any longer. And when he sees Wen Zheng coming in, he urges him. Wen Zheng was also very curious about the taste of turtle eggs. He took out a pair of long bamboo chopsticks and put the cooked turtle eggs into a bamboo tube filled with cold water. When the turtle eggs were no longer so hot, Wen Zheng took out all the cooled turtle eggs. Tuan ate some food and drank some water, regained a lot of strength, and trotted over impatiently, aiming his beak at the turtle eggs and pecking at them. Wen Zheng immediately smelled the fishy smell coming from the turtle eggs. He looked at Tuan, and the bird's beak went directly into the hole he had pecked, eating with relish. The fishy smell was a bit strong, but it should taste good, Wen Zheng thought as he watched Tuan happily eating. He picked up a turtle egg and knocked it on the edge of the bamboo tube a few times. And immediately the egg white and yolk that had not yet solidified flowed out. It's not cooked yet. Wen Zheng couldn't believe it. So he peeled the eggshell completely and looked inside to make sure it was not cooked yet. Wen Zheng took a bite after glancing at Tuan, who was already eating the second one. He could not accept the sticky taste, which was fishy and salty. He spit out the little bit in his mouth and rinsed his mouth with water until the feeling disappeared. He left the uncooked eggs to Tuan, and there were still 4 raw turtle eggs that were not cooked. He had to figure out how to eat turtle eggs. Eggs can be fried, boiled, scrambled, or steamed. He tried them one by one. But before that, he had to go and see the turtle skewers roasted on the fire. He filled the shell pot for boiling eggs with water and put the first raw turtle egg in it. He wanted to see how long it would take to solidify. He slowly turned the turtle skewers over the fire and brushed them with lard and chili powder. The peppers that were picked and left outside could not withstand the hot sun for a few days and dried up. Wen Zheng ground them into pepper powder. Tuan ate all the unsolidified turtle eggs. He had enough strength to fly down from the cave and ran to Wen Zheng. He stared at the barbecue skewers intently. Wen Zheng picked him up with his hands and rubbed the soft hair on his head. As the roasting time got longer, the fragrance began to appear in the air. When it was finally ready to eat, Wen Zheng quickly divided it into 2 portions. Considering that turtles are animals living in the ocean, Wen Zheng did not add salt. Now that he ate it, it was salty. This taste was better than he imagined. Unlike turtle eggs, the fishy smell in turtle meat is very light and is suppressed by the seasoning. The taste of turtle meat is completely different from wild boar meat. It is more like firm beef and has a very good taste. The creatures in the ocean taste particularly delicious, which makes Wen Zheng regret not catching 2 more. The skewers were quickly eaten up, but Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan were still not full, as Tuanchuan was still crying for more food. Wen Zheng pointed to the bottom of the smoking rack, where 4 turtle legs were still stewing in the soil. There was still a lot of time before the stewing was done. So Wen Zheng remembered the turtle eggs that he had not yet figured out, and took Tuanchuan back to the cave. The first one continued to be cooked, and one of the remaining 3 eggs was steamed into egg custard. Compared with scrambled eggs, fried eggs use less oil. Try frying them first. If it doesn't work, you can only scramble them. Find a bamboo bowl and crack one of the turtle eggs. The raw fishy smell is more serious. Use chopsticks to stir it quickly and evenly. Wen Zheng added some sea salt to it and continued to mix it. Then add some water to it and put it in the shell of the boiled egg to start steaming. Then take out another shell pot and heat it on the fire. Tuanchuan, who was standing next to him, finally couldn't help his curiosity and touched the raw turtle eggs that had not been cracked next to him. With just a light touch, one of them rolled on the stove. Tuan ran to stop it, but the more anxious he was, the more trouble he made, and the faster he rolled. And with a plop, he fell into the burning fire in the stove. Wen Zheng, who was watching this scene quietly, couldn't help but laugh, and got a wrong look from Tuan. Chapter 54. Finally, there was only 1 turtle egg left, and Wen Zheng put it in a shell pan with only a little lard and fried it. Perhaps because too little oil was added, or perhaps because there was too little liquid in 1 turtle egg. The egg liquid all stuck to the inside of the shell pan. and it still solidified very slowly. After waiting for a long time, when Zheng gave up on this fried egg, he opened the lid of the steamed egg and gently touched the bamboo tube floating in the water. The egg liquid inside continued to shake, but it also failed to solidify. After taking away Tuan Tuan, who wanted to try it, Wenjing walked out of the cave disappointed and resentful, and pulled out the 4 legs that were buried and stewed in the soil, apart from the leaves that wrapped it. Wenjing used a knife to cut the skin of the turtle meat, and then ate the tender turtle meat inside. The moisture was completely locked in the meat. Compared with roasted ones, stewed ones were more tender, and there was no effort at all when biting. There was no seasoning added either, and the meat itself was a little salty. Wenjing felt unsatisfied after a few bites, so he simply dipped it in chili powder. For thick turtle legs, even if they tasted very good, Wenjing's stomach was full after eating half. Tuan Tuan ate a whole one, and Wenjing could only feel ashamed of Tuan Tuan's increasing appetite. If Tuan Tuan hadn't learned to hunt by himself, and had flown back from the mountains with snakes, bamboo rats, etc. every now and then, Wenjing really wouldn't be able to support him, drinking mint water and resting for a while. The turtle meat was particularly satisfying, but Wenjing was worried about the failure of making turtle eggs. Just like Tuan Tuan's eye contact, at this moment they didn't need any words or actions. They just understood each other's meaning, and then went to the beach to dig some turtle eggs back. Wenjing wanted to find a way to cook them, but Tianquan hadn't eaten enough. Each turtle can lay hundreds of eggs, and thinking of this made Wenjing feel less guilty. He took a few eggs from each sand pit, and when he took all the sand pits, he would have hundreds of turtle eggs. After taking them out of the sand pits, Wenjing did not forget to smooth all the sand pits again. Putting down the bamboo basket containing turtle eggs, Wenjing went directly to the earthen stove. The steamed egg custard had not yet solidified. Without any hope, Wenjing took out the boiled turtle eggs inside, and after cracking them open, there was still sticky egg liquid inside. It had been boiled for several hours, and it was still like this. Wenjing could only accept the fact that the turtle eggs were not cooked. Then the newly brought back turtle eggs had only one way to go, which was to fry them. For so long on the deserted island, Wenjing used boiling, roasting, and stewing to cook. Although he knew that stir-frying was delicious, he had never done it because he didn't have sturdy kitchen utensils. The shell pot used had actually been replaced several times, but it could not withstand the long-term burning and cracks appeared. The unsolidified turtle eggs were not wasted, and all were placed in front of Tianquan, who ate them happily. Wenjing was completely against the turtle eggs. Even if he might scrap another shell pot, he would try it. Before frying the eggs, add more firewood to the earthen stove. He held the dry firewood in his hand, and when he was about to put it in, he noticed that it was almost full. Wenjing needed to clean the earthen stove first. Use a bamboo pole to reach into the earthen stove and sweep out the ash produced by the burning of the grass and wood inside. In fact, there are more wood that has not been completely burned. Wenjing was covered in dirt by the ash, but he still tried to stretch his arm inside, and then a round object rolled out. The small black ball was very familiar in size. Wenjing picked it up from the ground and knocked it gently on the earth stove, making a crisp sound of an eggshell cracking. Wenjing gently peeled off the cracked turtle eggshell, and the egg liquid inside finally solidified under the burning of the fire. After peeling off the entire turtle eggshell, there was very little egg white in the turtle egg. Almost all of it was egg yolk, so the turtle egg after peeling the eggshell was yellow. But some parts of the burnt turtle eggshell were stained black. Put the peeled turtle egg in water to wash it, and Wenjing divided it into 2 halves, gave one half to Tuan Tuan, and fed the other half to his mouth. Sure enough, the fishy smell disappeared after the egg liquid solidified, and the taste was much better, with a slight salty taste, because most of it was egg yolk. It was a little dry. If it was pickled like salted duck eggs, it might taste better. Turtle eggs are only the size of a ping-pong ball. After being cut in half, they are about the same size as quail eggs. Wenjing was not able to taste them carefully, but now there is no shortage of turtle eggs, and he also knows how to cook them. Whether it is boiled or steamed, it cannot solidify because the temperature is not high enough. It may be because the eggshell is almost full of yolk. The temperature is high enough to solidify it by baking it in the fire. Putting a dozen turtle eggs in the fire outside the cave where smoked turtle meat is smoked. Wenjing looked at Tuan Tuan with a complicated expression. He studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to cook turtle eggs. Unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan stumbled upon it. In addition to some dry firewood, there are also a lot of dry grass and dry leaves burning in the earthen stove. The turtle egg that fell into the fire just happened to avoid the branches and turned into a solid state under the blazing fire. You're a little too lucky. Luck is really hard to explain. When I was in college, there was a classmate who was very lucky, especially in the game. She easily won the SSR. Many classmates asked her for help. Wen Zheng herself has never been a lucky person, but now she is a bird with extremely good luck. Tuanchuan didn't understand what Wen Zheng said, but she could see that he was a little depressed. So she took the initiative to move over and rub Wen Zheng's cheek with the soft fur on her head. Wen Zheng looked at Tuanchuan with tenderness, hugged him, and sat at the entrance of the cave. On the surface, he was enjoying the scenery outside, but in fact, he secretly opened the system panel again. Turtle eggs and turtle meat, as a fresh ingredient, are unanimously loved by Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan. Not only can they be made into barbecue and roasted eggs, but they are also very good when stewed together. When stewing the soup, adding a little sour fruit into it not only removes the unpleasant fishy smell, but also makes the seafood delicious. During this period, Tuan Tuan's explosive state never appeared again, and Wen Zheng was reluctant to let him go. After the last explosion, it took Tuan Tuan 3 days of rest before he recovered to his normal state. Wen Zheng carefully observed Tuan Tuan's condition after that, fearing that there would be other serious sequelae. Tuan Tuan, however, was not at all concerned, and after recovering, he went everywhere to find birds to fight. Tuan Tuan had no new wounds on his body these days, but he still came back with trophies, which meant that he had beaten all the birds on the island and had no rivals. When Tuan Tuan was fighting everywhere, Wen Zheng was not idle either. It was easy to have wild thoughts when he did nothing, especially on a deserted island with no entertainment. The work Wen Zheng arranged for himself was the biggest entertainment. When he wakes up every morning, he feeds the 2 wild boars first, then makes breakfast, and after breakfast, he cleans the newly grown weeds in the farmland, which takes him 2 hours. He cooks and eats at noon and at night, but he has to clean the pigsty at night. The rest of the day is Wen Ding's work time. It has been hot in recent days, so he only lights a big fire when cooking, and burns small pieces of wood to keep the fire. In the cave at night, stone chestnuts replace burning dry firewood as a new light source. There is a very convenient way to use stone chestnuts. Tie the stone chestnuts into a string with a rope, all close together. Because the stone chestnuts have a very high oil content, they can burn when they are ignited. When the previous fruit is about to burn out, the second fruit next to it starts to burn. The stone chestnuts tied into a string are particularly beautiful when they are burning, especially when hung on the rock wall, which can be used for lighting and is also a beautiful decoration. Wen Zheng calculated that on average, each stone chestnut can burn for 15 minutes, and 4 stone chestnuts strung together can burn for an hour, which saves more raw materials than firewood. This method is very simple. Just like a torch, the flame is not stable enough. It can provide lighting but hurts the eyes. After stringing the stone chestnuts, Wen Zheng began to think of ways to make candles. The first thing is to grind out the oil contained in the stone chestnuts. The kernel in the stone chestnut contains the most oil. Wen Zheng first found a sharp stone to smash the inner shell of the stone chestnut, and later found that Tuan Tuan's sharp beak could peck it open. So before every meal, Wen Zheng was busy cooking, and Tuan Tuan pecked at the stone chestnut shell with grievance. After pecking a gap, it was much easier for Wen Zheng to open it with a stone. This kind of work is fun at first, but you will get bored after a while. Wen Zheng has the patience to slowly open these chestnuts, but Tuan Tuan doesn't have this patience. He looks around after pecking a few, and then runs to Wen Zheng to rub against him to see what delicious food he made today. Occasionally, he will ask for a few bites to taste in advance. Just like a child who doesn't like to do homework. It will be done soon. Tuan Tuan, go peck a few more chestnuts. Wen Zheng fed Tuan Tuan a mouthful of dried meat, and asked him to go over and continue working. This kind of dried meat is the turtle dried meat that Wen Zheng has just made. It tastes good, and has a different taste from smoked meat. Tuan Tuan just ate one and heard Wen Zheng asking him to work. He immediately felt that the meat in his mouth was not delicious, and walked to the edge of the stove in small steps. Even though his whole body was covered with gorgeous feathers, Wen Zheng could still see the feeling of despair in Tuan Tuan. He thought it was funny, and Tuan Tuan was too cute. After making lunch that day, Wen Zheng did not continue to peel the chestnuts. Instead, under Tuanchuan's curious eyes, he took the peeled chestnuts to the stove, put them in the shells, and started to stir-fry. Wenjung remembered that there were trace amounts of toxins in raw chestnuts. Although some birds would eat raw chestnuts directly, he still told Tuanchuan that raw chestnut kernels could not be eaten just in case it would be harmful to Tuanchuan's body. In fact, when Wenjung was not paying attention, Tuanchuan secretly ate raw chestnut kernels. When he pecked at them, they were full of grease and tasted very bad. Tuanchuan immediately disliked them. Now seeing Wenjung stir-frying these nuts, Tuanchuan was curious for a while, but didn't take it seriously. Stir-frying at high temperature can eliminate trace toxins in the stone chestnut fruit. Soon, oil will be secreted from the stone chestnut kernel, and the air will gradually have a fragrance similar to that of fried peanuts. The fragrance is so fragrant that it attracts Tuan, who is not interested. Watching Wenjung stir-frying, it is like watching a magic. Why does food become delicious in this way? Not knowing how much it should be fried before it can be eaten. Wenjung adheres to the idea that even if it is fried, it must not be fried. He keeps turning it until the stone chestnut kernel is fried into a burnt yellow color, and a faint burnt fragrance appears in the air before it is officially out of the pot. Put it in a bamboo bowl. Tuan pecked it first without fear of being burned, but Wenjung picked one up and blew it before putting it in his mouth. Delicious. It tastes a bit like the combination of fried peanuts and walnuts. The degree of scorching even makes the taste better. It is full of fragrance when chewing. Tuan ate it without even raising his head. Wenjung's goal was successfully achieved. He fell in love with the taste of the fried stone chestnut fruit. Tuan worked much harder than before. Although he would peck and play for a while, his overall efficiency was 3 times that of before. What Wenjung had to do was to take out a small portion of the peeled nuts every day and fry them for Tuanchuan as a snack. Tuanchuan ate far less than the extra peeled portion, and Wenjung initially thought it was a good deal, and soon peeled a lot of chestnut kernels. Taking out the tools he used to make bamboo rice, Wenjung squeezed out the oil from the nuts by beating them. The oil was carefully collected, but it did not solidify for a long time in the cave, which made Wenjung worried. Almost all families now use electric lights, and candles are only used in special circumstances, such as when there is a power outage in a school, and students still need to light candles to continue studying. The structure of a candle is very simple, just wax and wick, so Wenjung thought it was very simple to make candles. But then, he was stumped. The oil did not solidify for a long time. Was it because something was added to it? Or was it because the temperature here was too high? Put the bamboo tube filled with oil in cold water, but there was still no sign of solidification. Wenjung looked at the oil helplessly, but unfortunately, he could not think of a solution. If this road is different, then try another one. If candles cannot be made, making oil lamps will always be okay. After looking through the materials in the cave, Wenjung took out the cans he had picked up from the marine garbage. The cans were strong and fire-resistant. After cutting off the upper layer, only half of the bottom was left. Whether it is an oil lamp or a candle, a wick is needed. Most of the wicks used in modern times are cotton threads. In addition to cotton threads, the wicks used by ancient people have various materials. There is a plant called rush, and the dried stem pith can be used as a wick. There are also bundles of hemp straw. In fact, most plant fibers can be used, but it's just a matter of convenience. The principle of burning candles and oil lamps is to burn the outer oil through the wick in the middle. As long as the wick inside can burn, it will be fine. Wenjung found some easily burnt plant fibers, twisted them into a long bundle as the wick, put one end in the can, and then poured oil into it, holding a thin burning branch. Wenjung held his breath and carefully lit the wick. Seeing a small flame appear above the wick, he slowly moved the branch away. The wick continued to burn, and the oil lamp was successfully made. When Wenjung was making the oil lamp, Tuan had been watching quietly not far away. Feeling Wenjung's excitement, he flapped his wings and flew over. The flapping of wings caused the air in the cave to flow, and a small breeze swept over the oil lamp that had just been lit. After burning for only a dozen seconds, the oil lamp went out. Seeing that the small flame disappeared, Tuanchuan had not yet associated his actions with the disappearance of the flame. His intuition made him turn around and fly back. While waiting for Wenjung to look over, Tuanchuan pecked at the food in front of him as if nothing had happened. As if he knew nothing. Wenjung smiled lightly. Tuanchuan's strength has not only increased these days, but his IQ has also increased. Seeing him playing tricks like this, Wenjung couldn't get angry at all. And he couldn't blame him for this. This kind of simple oil lamp is easy to extinguish. It's quite good that it can burn for the first time. How to solve the problem of extinguishing when encountering wind is his next job. The oil lamp needs a windproof cover, in order not to affect the lighting function of the candle. This cover must be transparent. There are many transparent plastic mineral water bottles in the cave, which can be used just right. Some of the mineral water bottles were different in thickness, and it was difficult to dig out a large enough bottle from the inside and cut off the thin part on the top. Relight the candle wick, and cover it with a wide plastic bottle, just enough to block the wind outside. Although the oil lamp can only illuminate a small area, it is enough to satisfy Wenjung, which is better than nothing. Moreover, these plastic mineral water bottles are not only colorless, but some plastic bottles of beverages have colors themselves, and covering them will change the color of the light. After playing with the oil lamp for a while, Wenjung discovered a new problem. The grease is not solidified. If the position of the lamp is moved, the wick inside will also tilt left and right. Once he almost burned the plastic bottle. He had to fix the position of the wick. After thinking carefully, Wenjung took a bamboo piece and started to whittle it, grinding it into a size that could just fit in the can. Then he drilled a small hole in the middle of the round bamboo piece and let the wick pass through the hole, just enough to fix the position of the wick. The trouble was that when the wick burned below the bamboo piece, Wenjung needed to open the plastic bottle cover and move the wick inside. While Wenjung was tossing the stone chestnut fruit, the turtle eggs under the beach grew quietly, and the oil lamp was finally successfully made. And the little turtles began to crawl out of the beach one by one. On the way to the ocean, most of them became delicacies for seabirds. Wenjung saw this cruel scene with his own eyes, but did not stop it. Tuanchuan had the ability to drive all these birds away. But if all these little turtles survived, the huge number would destroy the surrounding food chain and cause more serious consequences. Chapter 55. The sun was shining brightly, scattering golden sunshine enthusiastically. The blue waves were surging, and the cool waves were rolling happily. Wenjung stood in front of the farmland with a serious face, wearing a sun hat on his head, smearing sunscreen mud on his body, gently bending down, holding the rice stalks in one hand and holding the sickle in the other. The full rice ears were heavy, bending the rice stalks, and the dew that had not yet evaporated stayed on them, reflecting the sparkling light. The mature rice was closely arranged in the farmland. The sea breeze blew, blowing this golden ocean and blowing waves. This was the 203rd day of survival on the deserted island. The rice planted was ripe, and Wenjung set about preparing for the harvest. The climate of the island is always warm, suitable for the growth of rice and barley. Wenjung did not sow all the seeds for the first time when planting. He waited until those seeds sprouted and grew, and then he felt relieved to replant the remaining seeds. The growing period of rice is about 3 months. Wenjung had just harvested bamboo rice at that time, thinking that he could eat it sparingly until the rice was harvested. However, the maturity date of rice was more than 10 days later than expected. Bamboo rice was eaten 2 weeks ago, and bamboo rice is far less important than rice in people's hearts. After the rice ears, Wenjung would talk about rice every day and recall the taste of white rice. Now it is finally time to harvest. Looking back on the past few months of planting rice, as the only farmer on the deserted island, Wenjung has always paid attention to the problems in the farmland and spent a lot of time. The seeds of rice and wheat were obtained from the drift bottle. Obviously, the ones that can be put into the drift bottle and given to Robinson are high-quality grains that are artificially selected. These rice grains have excellent resistance, and this artificially selected plant is sweeter than naturally grown wheats. At first, Wenjung had never considered the problem of wild animals stealing food. The most common animals in the area where he lived were various seabirds and marine life. In addition to the 2 wild boars raised at home, there were occasionally a few snakes visiting. Soon after these rice and wheat seedlings grew out, they were like food with a wonderful aroma, attracting animals that loved to eat to visit. Every now and then, the fertilizer water fermented in the pigsty was used to irrigate the farmland, and weeds were pulled in the farmland every day. When the number of insects in the farmland increased, Wenjung discovered it at the first time. The farmland is surrounded by grasslands, where various insects grow wantonly. When they find that the rice and wheat seedlings taste sweeter, they rush to the farmland and gather together to taste the delicious food of Pyeongchang. How to deal with insect pests. After seeing various insects lying on the leaves of rice and wheat seedlings, Wen Zheng first thought of a good helper for catching pests frogs. This is knowledge he has learned from elementary school textbooks. But where are the frogs nearby? There are several frogs in the forest. But the appearance, especially the color, is very different from ordinary frogs. Frogs are not good. So the birds that like to eat insects are birds. Wen Zheng set his sights on Tuan Tuan. Wen Zheng divided the birds on the deserted island into two categories. One category flies to the sea every morning and returns to the deserted island to rest at night. This category likes to eat all kinds of seafood. Every time the tide recedes, these seabirds are definitely indispensable on the beach. Another category is the birds in the forest. This kind of birds is relatively small and usually forages in the forest. Both types of birds rarely stay on the grass connected to the beach, especially after Tuanchuan became a violent and fighting Tuanchuan. Even if they want to eat plants with insects on the grass, they will stay far away from the cave, for fear of being caught by Tuanchuan and beaten up by him. So the rampant insects are also the reason why Tuanchuan scares away other birds. So the task of dealing with insect pests must of course be given to Tuanchuan. At that time, Tuanchuan was entrusted with this arduous task by Wen Zheng. And the whole bird felt bad. He didn't eat insects for several months. Wen Zheng's cooking was so delicious that he would never think of Nami's food that had not been processed and had not been seasoned. Facing Tuanchuan's strong protest, Wen Zheng first sighed at Tuanchuan's diet. There are very few birds that don't like to eat insects. The black box has evolved Tuanchuan's taste, which is closer to that of humans. If it continues to evolve like this, will Tuanchuan become a human one day? Just like the legendary monster? Just as Wen Zheng was frowning and thinking, Tuanchuan couldn't help it. He saw the insects in the farmland and thought that he would eat them all. So he flew to Wen Zheng and wanted to act like a spoiled child. Then was knocked on the head by Wen Zheng twice. I asked you to deal with these pests, not to do it yourself. Aren't you the king of birds? Call more birds to eat, and it will be done soon. Yes, Tuanchuan suddenly realized, stretched his neck back and forth to make a nod, and flew out excitedly. After a few seconds, he turned into a small black shadow, and the speed of flying was getting faster and faster. Wen Zheng didn't have time to say other words of advice. Dozens of minutes passed, and there were countless flapping sounds in the distance, as well as the chirping of various birds. Birds of various sizes, colors, and species flew over in an overwhelming manner. The scene was particularly shocking. It's just that Tuanchuan's gray-blue feathers are far from the legendary phoenix. Otherwise it's just like the legendary birds paying homage to the phoenix. Wen Zheng once again had a deep understanding of Tuanchuan's status among the birds on the deserted island. Tuanchuan flew in the front and made a proud cry under Wen Zheng's head. In the past, he only knew how to fight with these birds. This time, there were so many obedient birds following behind him. Tuanchuan felt inexplicably proud. Even if the word powerful didn't exist in his mind, it didn't prevent him from thinking that this feeling was really great. Wen Zheng covered his forehead with a headache. He let Tuanchuan fly out without telling him. And this was the result in the end. When fighting, Tuanchuan never challenged small birds. He was more familiar with larger birds. The group that flew over now was specially selected by Tuanchuan. They were all large birds. They flew densely together, completely covering the top of the rice field, and even blocking the sunlight. Tuanchuan, I asked you to call these birds to come and peck insects, not to fight. Looking around at these birds, the beaks that can eat clams can probably peck the delicate rice seedlings directly, not to mention their size. If they land on these seedlings, they might crush and trample them. Wen Zheng waved his hand and told Tuanchuan not to let these birds start working. When Tuanchuan flew down in confusion, he broke down the reasons and explained them to Tuanchuan. Although he didn't understand much, Tuanchuan still obediently let these big birds go back. He ran to the forest again and called some small birds to come over. Birds prefer to eat grown rice and barley, and are not very interested in rice and wheat seedlings. Under Tuanchuan's wise guidance, these birds controlled their strength, neither hurting the seedlings nor solving the problem of pests. After solving the pests, there were no major problems, and Wen Zheng's life was unusually comfortable. When the turtles came to lay eggs, the problem came again. This time because of the climate. The turtles came ashore to lay eggs, which foreshadowed the following climate. Sure enough, in the next half a month, the weather was extremely sunny and hot, without any rain. Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan did not lack water to drink, but they were worried about the crops in the farmland. Barley was still growing leaves, and it had a strong ability to withstand drought. So it thrived in the farmland. However, the rice had begun to ear, and the rice was gradually turning from green to golden. But small wheat ears grew on its head, with to and around. None of the birds dared to come to eat. So when Zheng was worried that the lack of water would hinder the growth of rice. By the time the hatched turtles had entered the sea, the rice in the paddy field had grown for more than 3 months, but had not yet matured. The weather was still very dry, and the ground in the farmland was cracked. At this time, water shortage would seriously affect the yield of rice. So when Zheng found all the plastic bags and bottles in the cave, during the day, he put the plastic bags and plastic bottles together and placed them on the sea surface to purify the seawater. At night, he put the plastic bags on the leaves and the plastic bottles under other trees, using ropes to drain and collect dew. In addition to these methods of collecting fresh water, Wenjing also worked hard to transport fresh water back and forth in the mountains and forests, and specially made buckets for carrying water for this purpose. The right wood was selected and cut into boards of the right size. The resin found in the forest was heated and melted to become a good adhesive. The iron wire found in the garbage dump was used to tighten the barrels, because the iron wire was not enough. Wenjing also used some bamboo strips for reinforcement. The stream was too far away, and there were wild boars in the mud pit. Wenjing found a place with very moist soil and dug a big pit. The groundwater would gradually surge up from it, just enough for Wenjing to run back and forth twice a day. This kind of day of carrying water to irrigate the fields did not last too long. The dry and hot climate without rain had lasted for many days. Tuan and Wenjing had a premonition that a heavy rain would come soon. If these rice grains were ruined by heavy rain before they could be eaten, it would make Wenjing crazy. In the past, there were no convenient tools for harvesting crops and no accurate weather forecasts. Every time the rice matured, it was a very busy time for farmers. Not only adults, but also children were in a hurry. In places where rice is grown, the most feared thing is the sudden heavy rain. After the rice matures, the stalks will become softer. If there is a strong typhoon or heavy rain, the mature rice will be blown down. After the rice falls, it will be much more difficult to harvest, and the rice on top will fall into the water. If it soaks in the water for a long time, it is likely to germinate. Wenjing was getting more and more flustered. He waited anxiously for a few days. When he saw that the rice was finally ripe, even if the sun was particularly hot, Wenjing had to harvest it under the scorching sun. The rice grains were full, and it gave people enough motivation to look at them. Wenjing held the light bamboo knife in his hand, and recalled the way his family cut rice when he was a child. They cut from early morning to dusk, and they didn't even cook much. They could fill their stomachs with some water and some dried meat. Tuan went to the field to help. His sharp beak was very sharp, and he could easily peck the stems off. However, he had no hands, so the pecked stems fell to the ground, and the rice grains on them fell to the ground, which made harvesting more difficult. Because there were not many seeds, the harvested rice grains were not too much either. After stopping Tuan from making trouble, Wenjing was busy for a day before he finished harvesting all the rice. In order to save time, Wenjing only cut the rice ears, put them in a bamboo basket, and took them home to thresh them slowly. Then he stayed up all night again and picked up all the rice that fell on the ground. After moving all the rice back to the cave, Wenjing slept for 2 or 3 hours, and then got up to harvest the remaining rice stalks in the farmland. All of them were piled in the bamboo pavilion outside the cave to dry. Fortunately, a bamboo pavilion was built at that time. Otherwise, there would be no space for things. 2 days after the rice harvest, the sun was still so strong, which was a good time to dry the rice grains. Wenjing took out the bamboo mat he slept on, cleaned it, and spread it on the beach, then put the rice on it to dry. The newly harvested rice contains a lot of water, and drying it can extend the storage time. During the days of drying, Wenjing did not dare to leave too far, so he had to look after it, turn the rice over from time to time, and put it away in time when the sun was too strong. Wenjing always paid attention to the weather conditions. On the afternoon of the second day of drying the rice, the weather suddenly changed. He quickly but calmly took the rice back to the cave. A few minutes after arriving at the cave, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the dense raindrops were connected into one piece. And there was a sound of rustling in my ears. If it was 2 days later, Wenjing would have either given up on the rice or harvested it in the heavy rain, and he might have gotten sick again because of the rain. Fortunately, He made it in time. When he harvested bamboo rice, Wenjung got a stone mortar for pounding rice. While it was raining outside, Wenjung stayed in the cave and started pounding rice. The husk of the pounded rice is the rice bran, and the rice grains inside are the rice we often eat. This kind of rice is a slender brown rice. The yield is not small, but I don't know how it tastes. Looking at the pounded white slender rice grains, Wenjung's mouth never fell. After harvesting rice, Wenjung once again lived a happy life with staple food. When the temperature on the island was not too low, it was a suitable time to grow rice. After resting for a few days, Wenjung asked the little wild boars in the pig pen to go out again. There were still a lot of rice stems and leaves left in the ground, which just attracted the wild boars to dig up the ground again. Select the large and full rice from the newly harvested rice, and plant them in the farmland as seeds. The original drift bottle was found in the cave. Wenjung still remembers the extreme excitement when he saw the seeds in the drift bottle. So he found a lot of plastic bottles and plastic bags in the cave, and used plastic bags and ropes to protect some rice that could be used as seeds and put them into plastic bottles. Wenjung got 3 drift bottles with rice in total, and took out the bamboo paper he made, used a burnt wooden stick as a charcoal pencil, and wrote a few words on it. These few short sentences are his feelings during the days of survival on the deserted island. Maybe one day, this drift bottle will reach the hands of someone who needs it. When the weather was right, Wenjung carefully observed the flow direction of the sea water and threw the drifting bottles into the sea. Having spent half a year on the deserted island, life was completely on track. The remaining days were not long, and there was still barley to be harvested. So Wenjung was not stingy with rice. Breakfast was all white rice porridge made from rice. After being soaked in clean water, the rice absorbed a lot of water, and then it was stewed on the fire with clean water. The hard rice became soft, and all the nutrients in it flowed into the water. When the pot was gurgling with hot steam, the rice porridge was almost cooked. The boiled rice porridge was particularly soft and rotten, with steaming white mist, and it had a sparkling glow in the sun. The extremely light white rice porridge, paired with pickled salted turtle eggs, tasted simply too wonderful. Pickling turtle eggs was a sudden idea for Wenjung. At that time, he got a lot of turtle eggs from the beach. Seeing that they were almost all egg yolks, Wenjung remembered the wonderful taste of pickled duck egg yolks, and he immediately wanted to try it. The simplest way to pickle salted duck eggs is to put them in a container and add salty brine. And Grandpa uses wood ash when pickling salted duck eggs every year. There shouldn't be many people who pickle sea turtle eggs, so Wenjung experimented according to the method of pickling salted duck eggs. Bring back some fine yellow mud from the beach. Mix it with wood ash, water, and salt to make mud. Wenjung didn't add too much salt. After all, the yellow mud dug from the beach itself contained salty seawater. Every time Grandpa pickled salted duck eggs, Wenjung would help, and was very clear about the steps. First, roll the turtle eggs in the stirred mud, then roll them in the ash, and finally put them in a sealed container. Usually, the container for pickling salted duck eggs is a pottery jar. In fact, it is not so particular. Just seal the processed eggs and keep them away from the air. That is, metal products that react with salt cannot be used. Even plastic bags can be used as containers for pickled eggs. Wenjung uses a thick bamboo tube. After putting the processed turtle eggs in it, he seals the entire bamboo tube with yellow mud. After the yellow mud is completely dry, the bamboo tube is perfectly isolated from the outside world and then placed in a cool corner of the cave, which can block both air and sunlight. Turtle eggs are always different from salted duck eggs. Wenjung often worries about whether the production will fail. When the rice is finally ready after the rice is harvested, Wenjung takes out the bamboo tube sealed with yellow mud, knocks it open gently, and takes out the salted turtle eggs wrapped in black ash from it. After washing, put 2 salted turtle eggs in water to stew. Wenjung waited long enough, took them out of the water, and cut them gently with a bamboo knife. The eyes were bright golden yellow, and a little bit of beautiful red was revealed. The pickled turtle eggs had a wonderful chemical reaction, and the egg yolk inside was all solidified. After stewing and cutting, you can clearly smell the tempting salty and fragrant aroma. The egg white is a thin layer, and the egg yolk looks similar to the duck egg yolk, with the same delicate texture. But no oil can flow out when poked with chopsticks. Half was placed in front of Tuan Tuan, and half was left for himself. He picked up the solidified egg yolk with bamboo chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. The sandy taste was transmitted from the tip of the tongue to the brain. It was salty and delicate, and it had a taste that was not inferior to the duck egg yolk. After cooking all the salted turtle eggs in a bamboo tube, Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan sat face to face on both sides of the bamboo table. In front of them was a bowl of white rice porridge with 6 cooked salted turtle eggs in the middle. Rice porridge and salted duck eggs are a perfect match. Without salted duck eggs, salted turtle eggs are also a good match. Wen Zheng took the salted turtle egg, gently knocked a small hole, peeled off the small eggshell, put the chopsticks inside and stirred quickly, and then poured the stirred turtle egg into the white porridge. This is how Wen Zheng eats salted duck eggs. When I was a child, every time I ate salted duck eggs, I liked to eat the duck egg yolk inside, but I didn't like to eat the duck egg white that was too salty outside. In this way, the egg white also became very delicious when mixed together and poured into the porridge, and the egg white was broken into a small hole, and it could be used to make other things. In fact, this method is not needed for salted turtle eggs, because there is not much egg white in the turtle eggs that needs to be stirred. When I was a child, I always wondered why salted duck eggs couldn't be all egg yolk. Now I can finally get my wish and eat salted eggs that are almost all egg yolk. The salty and fragrant salted turtle eggs and the light white porridge blend together. The taste is just right. Just eating a bowl of this. Don't mention how satisfied you are. Looking at the round turtle egg shells the size of a ping pong ball. There is only a small hole on it. After Wen Zheng washed these turtle egg shells, the turtle egg shells kept rolling on the bracelet and couldn't be fixed. Wen Zheng took out the resin, heated and melted it, and stuck the turtle egg shells on the table, poured stone chestnut oil into it, and then put in the rubbed wicks. After lighting it, it became a beautiful eggshell lamp. Cover it with a transparent plastic bottle cap, which is more beautiful than the oil lamp made of cans. After harvesting these rice grains, Wen Zheng tried every means to make all kinds of delicious food. Bamboo tube rice, egg fried rice, stewed rice, rice paste, popcorn, rice cake, rice noodles, etc. Some were successful, but more failed. As long as it is not harmful to the body or particularly unpalatable, Wen Zheng will also fill his stomach with failed works. The days passed leisurely. The rice in the cave was slowly decreasing, while the barley in the farmland was maturing, and the rice seedlings from the second planting were growing very tall. Wen Zheng thought that such days would last until the end of the year, but he encountered a new accident, which even restored his original memory. Chapter 56. Having lived on the deserted island for more than half a year, Wen Zheng has become accustomed to life here. Like those ancient people, he works from sunrise to sunset and rests from sunset to sunrise. Every day, he studies how to make his life better and how to make delicious food with limited materials. After coming to this world, Wen Zheng saw the task given by the system, which required him to survive on the deserted island for a year. The novice world is to survive on the sea for 7 days according to the task requirements. And then the rescue personnel will come. This time the task requires survival for a year. So naturally, surviving for a year is equated with someone coming to rescue after a year. In fact, Wen Zheng is not a person who just sits there and waits for death. However, he has no memory of his original body, and he has not even figured out his location, and he does not recognize any of the stars in the sky at night. He has been here for so long, and has never seen the shadow of an airplane in the sky. It stands to reason that the original body was stranded on the deserted island due to an air crash, and there should be a flight route near the deserted island, even though there was no sign of rescue that could be discovered by the outside world. Wen Zheng also considered whether the rescue team would become suspicious after a year, and did not find any information about his attempt to ask for help on the island. So Wen Zheng used stones to form a huge SOS distress signal on the gravel mountain where the cave was located to minimize possible trouble. In fact, Wen Zheng had many questions that he wanted to know the answers to, such as what disaster had happened to the world, what was going on with this black box, and the fact that there was no marine garbage on this deserted island. Was it really intercepted by the system? And why couldn't many trees grow on such a large piece of land in front of the cave? Wen Zheng squatted on the grass outside the cave, and was full of doubts about the saplings planted on the ground. They were all as high as his arms, but the leaves were gradually withering. Not long after moving to the cave, Wen Zheng began to wonder about the situation of this grassland full of grass, but without any trees. There is no shortage of birds on this island. Sometimes there are strong winds when it rains heavily, and even typhoons pass by here, which can bring seeds of various plants to this grassland. Perhaps some plants may not be suitable for this kind of saline alkali land. But is it possible that all plants are not suitable? Wenjung once picked up a few sprouted coconuts in the coconut forest and buried them in this grassland. However, the typhoon that followed blew away these coconuts that had not yet taken root. After the typhoon, Wenjung planted a few more. At that time, Wenjung didn't care about the growth of coconut seedlings. He occasionally passed by there and left an impression in his mind that the coconut seedlings grew well. But after a few months, Wenjung passed there again and found that the coconut seedlings had withered. Maybe coconuts don't like this kind of soil. This was Wenning's thought at the time. So he found seeds of various plants in the forest and planted them. Some plants sprouted, some did not. Some of the sprouts grew very well, and some leaves were a little yellow, which looked really unsuitable for the soil. But in the end, the herbs and a few shrubs survived successfully. But the seedlings that had grown for several months began to wither silently. Wenjung couldn't even live in peace without understanding why these trees died. Seeing that the herbs were growing very well, the insects in the bushes were alive and kicking without any mutation, and that he and Tuan Tuan didn't feel any discomfort, Wenjung didn't think about the worst possibility. Later, Wenjung suddenly thought that in his own world, he had heard of islands with only grass but no trees. That was because the islands only had a thin layer of soil, and there were hard rocks under the soil. The roots of those trees could not penetrate deep into the ground to absorb water, so no trees grew. If you want to know whether this is the reason for this piece of grass, just dig down and see. Tuan Tuan went to play again, leaving only the left-behind old man Wenjung in the cave. Wenjung had just cut some branches on the mountain yesterday to supplement dry firewood, and he didn't want to go out today. He found a shovel made of ironwood and ordinary wood in the cave and came to the grass, following the roots of the withered plants. The soil was slowly dug out and piled next to it. It didn't feel like it took long to dig, and the shovel in his hand went down and hit something hard. Wenjung moved the shovel. Judging from the hardness, it was probably as he thought, that there was rock under the thin layer of soil. Wenjung sighed after looking at the newly dug pit that hit the rock less than 1 meter deep, and then looked at the several reservoirs at least 1 meter deep dug at the entrance of the cave. Although there may be rocks under the soil layer, the thickness of the soil layer distributed in each place is different, and the soil in front of the cave should be thicker. If there are rocks under this grassland where trees cannot grow, the possibility of connecting the rocks and the gravel mountain is too great. I don't know what kind of geological changes have formed the current terrain. Nature is so wonderful. Although the shovel has hit the hard rock, it has not yet opened the soil layer to see clearly what kind of rock is underneath. Wenjung was originally idle and had nothing to do. Just as the shovel was about to continue digging, he heard the footsteps of animals running not far away. That sound. Is it a wild boar? How did a wild boar run down from the mountain? Wenjung didn't care about the pit and the rocks. He dropped the shovel in his hand and ran towards the cave. Wild boars have always been hated by farmers. Not only will they be attacked and injured when they encounter wild boars, but they will also run down from the mountain and destroy the fields. If the wild boars have enough food and can find food, they generally won't run down from the mountain. So Wenjung has never worried that the wild boars will run here. But some things just happen. Wenjung gritted his teeth and ran to the cave to get his weapons. His ears had already caught the movement outside. It wasn't just one wild boar that ran down from the mountain, but all the wild boars that he often dealt with ran down. Wenjung felt black in front of his eyes. He could deal with one wild boar. With his evolved physical fitness, he could barely resist 3 wild boars. But a group of them came directly, and there was also a ferocious wild boar king in it. Tuanchuan was not at home yet. This battle was not easy to fight. No. It's not wise to fight this group of wild boars with an axe. Wenjung tried to calm himself down and think about what he could use to deal with them. There were so many wild boars that he couldn't beat them. So the only way was to scare them away. The wild boars were getting closer and closer to the farmland. Wenjung felt particularly distressed when he thought about the barley and green rice that were about to be harvested and would soon be eaten by the wild boars. He was looking for ways to deal with the wild boars in his mind. Wild boars were not something he was not afraid of. Wenjung looked in the cave, quickly dealt with him, and ran out of the cave in a hurry. As soon as I ran out of the cave, I saw that the wild boars had already reached the farmland. These wild boars were used to eating grass seeds, snake meat, bird eggs, etc. in the mountains and forests. When they suddenly saw unfamiliar plants, they just tasted them casually and fell in love with the sweet rice seedlings and wheat seedlings. The largest wild boar leader, even the whole pig, ran into the barley field, pressed a piece of barley that was about to mature under his body, and began to chew happily. This scene made Wenjing very angry, and he ran towards the farmland with his things. The barley field and the rice field are next to each other, and the barley field is in front, protecting the rice field inside. Wenjing hurriedly ran to the edge of the rice field. There was a distance of 2 farmlands, and the smell of barley and rice seedlings blocked it. The wild boars had not yet discovered Wenjing's arrival. Seeing that the wild boars were still running around in the farmland, Wenjing raised the long bamboo pole in his hand and waved it forward. This bamboo pole is usually used to get dry firewood from the storage cave. It is long enough. Now Wenjing puts a shark skin sleeping bag on the front end, like a unique scarecrow, and is waved in the air by Wenjing. This group of wild boars, who only live in the mountains, have never seen sharks. They were immediately frightened by this large animal floating in the sky and ran away from the farmland. However, this is not enough. At the beginning, it was still frightening enough. After running not far, the wild boar leader slowed down and even wanted to attack the shark bamboo pole. Wenjing smiled slightly, pulled a rope on the bamboo pole, and the things hidden in the shark sleeping bag fell down, making a crackling sound. The wild boar leader jumped up in fear and ran away quickly. This was not enough. Wenjing took out various pieces of wood from the bamboo basket behind him and aimed them at the cans that had just fallen on the ground. Every time the wood hit the cans, it would make a crisp sound, scaring the wild boars to run farther and farther. At this moment, Tuan Tuan flew back from the forest and happened to meet the wild boars. Tuan Tuan obviously didn't understand why the wild boars were running wildly, so he flew over the heads of the wild boars, and soon looked at Wenjing, who was standing at the edge of the field. Looking at Wenjing, and then seeing the obviously damaged barley field, Tuan Tuan instantly became furious. Wenjing didn't have time to stop him again, and Tuan Tuan fell into a state of small universe explosion again, flying towards the wild boars. Feeling the threat from behind, an adult female wild boar ran the slowest and became Tuan Tuan's target. The claws and fangs launched a fierce attack on the wild boar. The female wild boar tried to fight back, but unfortunately it suffered the same fate as the turtle. Tuan Tuan lifted her up and flew her to the top of the boulder, and then released her claws and let it fall. The wild boar hit the boulder and made a more violent sound. The rest of the wild boars didn't care about the safety of their companions and fled in panic. Wenjing had a bad premonition when he saw Tuan Tuan turn back. He drove the wild boar away and didn't rush to take revenge. Who knew that Tuan Tuan didn't even have time to hear him? Running from the farmland. This time Tuan Tuan's burst lasted a little longer. After throwing the wild boar down, he didn't get away, but flew towards Wenjing, looking at Tuan Tuan in the sky in a burst state. This is no longer an ordinary bird, but more like those mysterious animals recorded in legends. However, the shock did not last long. Tuan Tuan's elongated beak and claws gradually retracted. Wenjing secretly cried out that it was not good. On the basis of his already extremely fast running speed, he accelerated again and rushed to Tuan Tuan's position. He almost fell to the ground. Wenjing supported the ground with his right hand and hugged Tuan Tuan, who fell from the sky with his left hand. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his head. It was just a little bit short, but fortunately he caught up. Wenjing sat on a stone with his buttocks, lowered his head to check Tuan Tuan's situation, and was terrified. The place where Tuan Tuan caught the wild boar happened to be a gravel mountain full of stones. There were large and small stones on the ground. If Wenjing did not catch him, Tuan Tuan was more likely to fall on the stones than on the ground. Wenjing could not imagine the consequences. Looking at the weak Tuan Tuan, Wenjing's face became serious. The last time Tuan Tuan exploded was when he caught a turtle on the beach. At that time, he fell on the soft sand. This was the first time Wenjing saw Tuan Tuan explode, and he actually ignored this point. Although he had no strength at all, Tuan Tuan thought that he had hunted a wild boar again and avenged Demai at home. So he made a weak cry, hoping to get Wenjing's praise. However, in the end, he was criticized by Wenjing, and Tuan Tuan felt very wronged. Alas, Wenjing sighed again. Facing his teaching, the aggrieved Tuan Tuan buried his head in the feathers, clearly refusing to listen to Wenjing's words. and was just a sulky child. After touching Tuanchuan's head, Wenjung did not rush. After pulling the wild boar's body to the seaside and cleaning it up, he took the weak Tuanchuan back to the cave to rest. Putting the wild boar meat aside, Wenjung thought about Tuanchuan, who was still weak. So he prepared food for him to replenish his energy. Then he thought that Tuanchuan suddenly exploded for this family, and he was no longer angry. What's more, Wenjung was not angry. He made whatever Tuanchuan wanted to eat. Watching Tuanchuan eating heartily, Wenjung ate 2 bites to fill his stomach, and then thought about countermeasures while dealing with the pork. When Tuanchuan was full and regained his usual lively appearance, Wenjung hugged Tuanchuan to his knees, and his expression did not dare to be too serious. He used a gentle tone and talked to Tuanchuan like chatting at ordinary times. First, let's give a compliment. Wenjung fed Tuanchuan a mouthful of dried meat and said, "Today, Tuanchuan drove away the wild boars that destroyed the farmland and caught a wild boar back. It's really amazing." Tuanchuan proudly puffed up his chest. "You know to throw the wild boar onto the rocks, so that the wild boar will fall from the sky and be crushed to death on the hard rocks. Tuanchuan is really smart." Tuanchuan made a proud cry. Then Wenjung changed the subject and continued, "But if Tuanchuan also fell from the sky onto the rocks, would he be injured by the rocks like the wild boar?" Tuanchuan, who was waiting for Wenjung's praise, froze as a bird, looked up at Wenjung, and flapped his wings unhappily. "Okay, I know Tuanchuan has wings and can fly, but you have no strength after catching the wild boar, and you can't flap your wings, right?" Wenjung touched Tuanchuan's wings. Tuanchuan certainly couldn't think so much. He did what he wanted to do. And after hearing Wenjung's words, the whole bird was stunned. Seeing that Tuanchuan finally listened, Wenjung patiently gave Tuanchuan a serious safety education, focusing on protecting his own safety, which made Tuanchuan dejected. This day was spent in safety education. When it started to get light, Wenjung did not go back to the cave to sleep, because Tuanchuan was in a weak state. He put Tuanchuan in the bamboo basket on his back and made busy preparations. Night fell, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground. On the small road next to the gravel mountain, several fire piles were placed in the middle of the road, blocking the road. Wenjung sat on a stone not far from the fire, and his ears were searching for sounds around him. Amid the sound of the burning flames and the sound of the wind, there was suddenly a familiar sound of footsteps. Wenjung put the bamboo basket in front of him, and when he saw the figure appearing in the distance through the firelight, he threw out the fresh bamboo tubes in the bamboo basket. Bamboo tubes were thrown into the fires one after another, just when the wild boar stopped because of the fire. The sealed bamboo tubes were burned by the flames, making crackling explosions. In the quiet night, it was particularly loud, and scared the wild boars away again. Wild boars are creatures that remember grudges. If they are scared away during the day, they are likely to sneak over at night. After being scared once, the wild boars will not come over again tonight. Wenjung extinguished the fire, carried Tuanchuan back, and had a good sleep. When Tuanchuan is over the weak period, it will be time for Wenjung to settle accounts with him. Chapter 57. Since arriving on the island, Wenjung has killed a total of 5 wild boars. 2 of the sows were kept outside the cave, and the other 3 became their food, including the one that was killed by a group of wild boars that suddenly ran over. In fact, Wenjung never thought of killing all the wild boars on the island. After all, this group of wild boars is a link in the island's ecological chain. Last time Wenjung explored the island, although there are still many places he has not been to, he only saw traces of the activities of this group of wild boars in the places he has been to. A large part of the food of this group of wild boars is snakes on the island. If the wild boars are killed quickly, the snakes will have no main natural enemies and may proliferate on the island in large numbers, seriously affecting the ecological chain of this island. The island is isolated from the world, and the original ecosystem is relatively simple and very unstable. The disappearance of wild boars is likely to trigger a series of butterfly effects, which will have a bad impact on the island. On this island, Wenjung is the outsider. He didn't want to affect too much, but this group of wild boars came to his door and destroyed what Wenjung had planted. After being scared away during the day, they came to attack again at night. Even if they were scared away again by Wenjung, who had expected it, they could come a second time, so there was no guarantee that they would not come a third time. Wenjung and Tuanchuan were not afraid of wild boars, but they were worried that wild boars would destroy farmland and the buildings that had been built with great difficulty. If they came at night, it would be really hard to guard against. In order to try not to affect the ecological chain on the island and solve the potential danger of wild boars, Wen Zheng has been thinking about countermeasures these days. He has to think of a way to solve the problem once and for all. He can't be vigilant every night. 1 or 2 wild boars are easier to deal with. But a group of wild boars attacked crazily. Wen Zheng didn't think he could hold it. Tuan Tuan's outburst almost hurt him this time. Wen Zheng was scared and didn't plan to let Tuan Tuan take action. Wen Zheng sat in the cave, holding an axe in his hand and carefully whittling a piece of ironwood. Wild boars are very large, and male wild boars have long fangs. In the case of not being able to fly, the effect of long-range attacks will obviously be better. Bows and arrows come in handy at this time. The bow has been made long ago. But if you want to deal with wild boars, you need better arrows. After whittling the ironwood into the shape of an arrow and sharpening the front end, Wen Zheng touched it with his hand and felt that the strength was not enough. So he took out the remaining sharp teeth from the bamboo rack. Wen Zheng was free some time ago, so he made a weapon with sharp teeth. Sharp teeth are not as thick and long as wild boar tusks, but small irregular triangles with very sharp tops. Wen Zheng had seen pictures of sharp-toothed weapons on the internet. Recalling what he had seen online, he studied the characteristics of these teeth and started to make them himself. Sharp teeth are very sharp, but not indestructible. The top is sharp and hard, but the lower part is relatively thin. Wen Zheng remembered that in what he saw at the time, the ancient sea dwellers used broken snail shells to drill holes on them, while Wen Zheng used wire to drill holes on them. After the sharp teeth were drilled with holes, he selected a suitable piece of wood and drilled 2 rows of holes on both sides. Finally, he tied the sharp teeth and the wood together with a tough rope, and wrapped the rope around the bottom of the wood to form a handle, successfully obtaining a sharp-toothed sword. After the sharp-toothed sword was made, Wen Zheng used the snake caught by Tuan Tuan to experiment. The attack effect was obviously good, but there were no enemies, so the sharp-toothed sword was put aside. Now facing the wild boars, Wen Zheng, who had no metal weapons, thought of sharp teeth again. There were a lot of sharp teeth, and there were still a lot left after making a sharp-toothed sword. Wen Zheng took them out and installed them on the tip of the ironwood arrow in the same way. It took 3 days to make the weapon. During this period, the wild boars ran over again, and it was in the middle of the night. The sound was captured by Tuan Tuan in advance and scared them away with the old method. Only a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. This group of wild boars really asked for their own death and insisted that Wen Zheng attack them. On the day when the weapon was finally made, the island ushered in a rainstorm again. Wen Zheng seized this excellent opportunity. After the rain stopped, he took the prepared weapons and took Tuan Tuan into the forest. It had just rained heavily, and the air in the forest was humid, filled with the fragrance of plants after the rain, which calmed Wen Zheng's nervous mood. He ran directly to the location of the mud pit. When he was almost there, Wen Zheng slowed down his pace, walked over carefully, and pushed aside the bushes that blocked his view. The wild boars were not here. It was noon when wild boars rarely moved. Wen Zheng had plenty of time. He walked around the mud pit several times and finally chose a big tree with lush branches and leaves not far from the mud pit and climbed up. The trunk of this tree was very thick, and the branches were also thick enough to withstand Wen Zheng's weight. Staying on it had a very wide view, and not only the mud pit, but also the movements within a radius of dozens of meters could be seen clearly. Wen Zheng took out the freshly picked mosquito-repellent leaves from the bamboo basket behind him and smeared the juice of this plant all over his body, not only to prevent mosquito bites, but also to confuse the wild boar's sense of smell. Occasionally chatting with Tuan Tuan in his arms, Wen Zheng sat on the tree and waited patiently. The sun moved slowly in the sky and sank a little bit to the west. There was a rustling sound from the bushes in the distance. Wen Zheng was startled, adjusted his position on the tree, and entered a state of alert. Due to the trampling of wild boars and chickens for years, the plants in this area are not particularly lush, and they have been trampled out into a path. Wen Zheng looked down from above and saw that the group of wild boars were happily playing and chasing each other, occasionally stopping to dig the ground everywhere to look for food. There were a total of 6 wild boars, the largest of which was the wild boar leader with huge fangs and a body length of nearly 2 meters. The remaining 3 were adult female wild boars, and 2 young wild boars from the same batch as those raised at home. One of the young wild boars had relatively short tusks and was a male. Wild boars have thick skin and flesh, and it is difficult to cause damage if they are protected by yellow mud armor. So we must seize the opportunity of rainy days. Just as Wenjung expected, after the heavy rain, the thick yellow mud armor on the wild boars was washed away by half, which can reduce the wild boars' defense a little, which is better than full defense. Seeing that the wild boars were getting closer and closer to the tree where Wenjung was, Wenjung held a bow made of ironwood in his hand, pulled out an arrow from the bamboo basket behind him, aimed at the most powerful wild boar leader in the group of wild boars, and pulled the bowstring to the full moon. The wild boar leader happened to raise his head. Wenjung quickly adjusted the angle, loosened his hand, and the arrow attacked the target. The arrows were equipped with white tail feathers, which made the flight trajectory of the arrows more accurate. The arrowheads were equipped with sharp teeth, which made the arrows sharper. The arrows were shot out with a sound of breaking through the air, and accurately shot into one of the eyes of the wild boar leader. The intense pain made the wild boar leader scream miserably, which resounded throughout the forest. The remaining eye showed a fierce light, and looked in the direction of the arrow, but failed to see Wenjung hiding in the tree. The whole wild boar went crazy, and its 4 hooves trampled the surrounding land crazily, attacking everything around indiscriminately. The other wild boars that were originally following the wild boar leader were frightened by the howling of the wild boar leader. They screamed twice in confusion, and only realized the seriousness of the problem after the wild boar leader went crazy. Arrows flew down from the trees one after another, but none of them hit the bodies of the other wild boars. At most, they brushed past their bodies and touched the yellow mud left on their bodies, because they felt the attack but did not feel the pain. The remaining wild boars did not go crazy like the wild boar leader, but fled in all directions. Wenjung, who stayed in the tree, relaxed a lot. Wild boars are extremely powerful animals. If several wild boars go crazy collectively, they will cause crazy destruction to the surroundings. The arrows shot later were all calculated by Wenjung. This time his target was the most dangerous wild boar leader, to scare away the other wild boars, and then slowly defeat them later. The arrow shot continuously made a sound of cutting through the air, which made the wild boar leader aware of it, and rushed towards the direction where Wenjung was. Wenjung shot a few arrows again, but unfortunately, he could not aim at the eyes of the constantly moving wild boar leader. The remaining arrows hit its body. Although they broke through the thick skin, they did not cause much damage. Instead, it completely lost its mind. Soon, the long fangs directly inserted into the tree where Wenjung was. The tusk was stuck in the tree, which was unknown how many years old. The wild boar leader tried to pull out the tusk and attack again, but Wenjung fell from the sky, pulled a rope tied to the branch, and landed safely on the wild boar. The axe in his hand had already chopped down on the neck. Boom! The wild boar just pulled out its tusk at this time, and the head shook, causing Wenjung's attack to shift position. Although the neck was cut by the axe and a deep wound, the body was still struggling frantically. He had already prepared for it not to be so smooth. Wenjung put the noose around the wild boar's neck with one hand, pulled it with his right hand to stabilize his body, and raised his left hand again to attack. If it went well, the wild boar could be solved in a few seconds. But an accident happened. A ray of light appeared in the sky, shining in Wenjung's eyes, and Wenjung looked up reflexively. It was a white light that appeared above the island. Although it did not form a net, this very similar white light evoked the memory of the original body. All movement stopped. Wenjung's body froze, and if you look closely, you can see the blue veins on his forehead. The wild boar was still struggling, trying to throw Wenjung off. Wenjung kept looking up at the sky, enduring the severe pain in his head, and wanted to see the white light clearly. The white light gradually pressed towards the island, and then suddenly stopped in the air, as if it was blocked by something. The white light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared into the air, as if it had never appeared. Wenjung felt dizzy, and his hands holding the rope and his legs holding the wild boar relaxed their strength. The wild boar jumped suddenly, causing Wenjung to fall off the wild boar. Danger! The remaining consciousness gave a warning, and the nerves in his brain were tense. Wenjung used the last of his strength to control his body. He rolled on the ground for several rounds, and then hit the tree trunk before stopping. He lay on his back under the tree, although Tuan Tuan was also brought here to catch the wild boar this time. Before coming, Wenjung repeatedly told Tuan Tuan not to explode casually. Wenjung was confident in his plan. Tuan Tuan was originally watching the battle below nervously on the tree. Wen Zheng was always in the upper hand, and did not participate in the battle. Who would have thought that something unexpected happened in the sky? Just when he looked up, the battle between Wen Zheng and the wild boar changed. Tuan Tuan cried out, and saw the wild boar leader rushing towards Wen Zheng, who fell to the ground. Panic quickly occupied his brain, and the anxious Tuan Tuan's body quickly changed and flew towards the wild boar. But his action was still a step slow. Wen Zheng was lying on the ground. The strange vision in the sky he had just seen kept emerging in his mind. And at the same time, the memories of his original body kept pouring out. His head was splitting, and countless memories tore his nerves. He felt dizzy, and everything in front of him had double images. And Wen Zheng lost all his strength. In a trance, he heard Tuan Tuan's screams, and knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He wanted to move his body, but couldn't even make a fist. The crazy wild boar leader rushed over with blood all over his neck, and the intact eye turned blood red. He disdained Tuan Tuan, who attacked from behind, and all his hatred was focused on Wen Zheng. His head touched the ground, and his long fangs moved along the ground. And then when he reached Wen Zheng's position, his head rushed forward. At the same time, Tuan Tuan, who had exploded, caught up with him, and put his two sharp claws on the wound on the wild boar's neck, and pulled it hard. Blood spurted out fiercely, and blood beads burst around, dyeing Tuan Tuan's feathers red and watering the plants on the ground. The wild boar leader, who was struggling to death, finally lost his life. The remaining eyeballs lost their luster, and he fell to the ground powerlessly, shaking up a lot of soil. When the wild boar leader fell to the ground, the fangs that had been inserted into Wen Zheng's right leg moved their positions, and this time they completely broke through Wen Zheng's flesh and blood, piercing Wen Zheng's right leg. The fangs were freed from Wen Zheng's flesh and blood, and were completely dyed red by the blood. The blood gushed out, dyeing the ground under him red. Tuan Tuan flew around Wen Zheng anxiously, making sad cries in his mouth. But he could do nothing. Wen Zheng, who was lying under the tree, coughed twice and said weakly, "Tuan Tuan, take me out of the forest. It doesn't matter if you hurt me. Don't worry. I'll be fine. It is necessary to leave the forest quickly. The smell of blood will attract animals in the forest. By then, he, who is injured and weak, and Tuan Tuan, who is exhausted after the explosion, will have no ability to resist at all." The pain of his legs being pierced by the wild boar's tusks stimulated Wen Zheng's brain, allowing him to break free from the complicated memories and regain some rationality. His eyes were black for a while, and Wen Zheng bit the tip of his tongue to keep himself awake. He couldn't faint now. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered, and it was also the first time he felt such severe pain. Blood was constantly flowing out of his right leg, and the smell of blood in the air made people even more dizzy. Finding that Tuan Tuan was still hesitant about his words and didn't dare to claw, Wen Zheng could only use his limited strength to say again, "Tuan Tuan, be obedient." If he didn't take action, Tuan Tuan's outbreak period would end. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Tuan Tuan obeyed Wen Zheng's words, but he didn't want to hurt Wen Zheng. He retracted his sharp claws, then grabbed Wen Zheng's belt and flapped his wings to take Wen Zheng out of the forest. Tuan Tuan felt that the strength in his body was rapidly decreasing, and he used his fastest speed to fly straight to the beach. Wen Zheng was cold under Tuan Tuan's claws, and his legs were still bleeding, and blood was dripping from the air. He reluctantly opened the system panel and bought a bottle of medicine with points in the shopping cart that had been added long ago. The next second, the medicine appeared in his hand. Not daring to use too much strength, fearing that the pigskin jacket on his body would not be able to withstand his weight and break, Wen Zheng carefully moved his right hand, opened the bottle of medicine, and poured it into the wound on his right leg. The blue medicine, like the sky and the sea, turned into a thin film after touching the wound on his right leg. Only half of the medicine was poured out, and the injured right leg was completely wrapped up. The blood that had just emerged slowly returned to the body, and new flesh began to grow on the wound. The unclean things in the wound were sucked out and attached to the blue film. It had been erupting for a long time and was about to break. Looking at the beach that was still some distance away, Tuan Tuan let out a long cry. Dozens of seabirds flew out from all over the island, pressed under Wen Zheng's body, and carried Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan to continue flying forward. With only a little strength left, he came to the soft beach without stones. Tuanchuan finally felt relieved and left the explosive state. The birds supporting them flew away instantly, causing Wenjing and Tuanchuan to fall down together. Even though the wound had been treated with medicine, the medicine could not replenish blood. He had a severe headache due to severe blood loss. Tuanchuan also exhausted his physical strength and fell on him. Wenjing finally couldn't hold on and fainted, lying on the golden beach. Wenjing's right hand holding the medicine loosened weakly, and the medicine bottle fell on the beach. The remaining medicine inside flowed out from the uncapped bottle mouth and soon disappeared in the sand. Chapter 58. The wide golden beach was full of fine sand. The sun had disappeared, and the moon was hanging in the sky. The thin gauze woven by the cold moonlight covered the beach. The small animals hiding under the beach ran out. One by one, the crabs were rampant on the beach. Some did not take a detour when they encountered obstacles, but climbed up directly. Wenjing, who fainted, was dreaming. He was very clear in his dream. He looked at this dream from the perspective of an observer, and was also looking at the memories of his original body. He finally knew what disaster this world had encountered, which was really beyond his expectations. Who could have thought that it would be such a disaster? Even though many people had imagined it, and many people had said it casually, most people felt that if this world encountered a disaster that affected the whole world one day, it would most likely be caused by human actions. However, this world is so unlucky that it is the outside forces that caused humans and even all creatures to suffer a catastrophe. The original body's name is also Wenjing. He was born in a coastal city. He is about to turn 30. He is not married or had children. He has no close relatives. But he is worried about being urged to get married. His life experience is very simple, and it is somewhat similar to Wenjing's own experience. Both of his parents were police officers, but they died in the line of duty when he was young. The original body was raised by his grandparents. While he was in college, his grandparents died of illness one after another. He was raised by his grandparents since he was a child. He is not particularly close to his grandparents, and he is relatively distant from other relatives on his grandparents' side because of some unpleasant issues. After graduating from college, the original body did not become a policeman like his parents, but chose to join the army. The original body would occasionally call grandpa and grandma and send something, and there was nothing else to miss. So most of his mind was on training. The original body joined the special forces with excellent performance. The relationship between their team was very good, and they would perform some special tasks to serve the country. The memories of the past 20 years passed by like pressing the fast-forward button, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the most recent year. The first scene that appeared in the dream, played at normal speed, was the scene of meteors crossing the sky. On an ordinary night, this planet called Water Blue Star had a sudden and completely unpredicted meteor shower. While ordinary people were busy eating melons and making wishes, relevant departments were studying this special meteor shower and found that these meteors were not completely consumed in the atmosphere, and countless meteorites fell in various places. The original body of China is the main place where these meteors land. Many pits were smashed by the meteors falling from the sky. There are gray stones in the pits, which are considered to be meteorites, and talked about. After discovering these meteorites falling in various places, the police in various places began to take action to collect these meteorites. However, after falling on the ground, some meteorites were picked up by local residents, and for various reasons, some people still hid the meteorites and did not hand them in. After these meteorites fell on the Blue Water Planet, many countries on the Blue Water Planet could not hold back, because these meteorites, they mainly fell in the territories of several countries that China was extremely active in. Other countries wanted these meteorites for research. At the beginning, it was not clearly stated, but later some countries publicly stated it. Since then, people all over the world have been discussing the news about meteorites and secretly guessing what magical things these meteorites have. There is not much information about meteorites, and some information is not accessible to the original body. Until one day, he and his teammates were called to the office and received a task assigned by their superiors. They all changed into ordinary clothes and left the barracks. The content of this mission is related to meteorites. Someone got a meteorite that was not handed over to the country, and it was also related to some special forces. The meteorite must be handed over to the other party. The original body's mission is to stop their transaction and get the meteorite from them, but try to act secretly, since the action is related to meteorites. Some of the information must be handed over to the team where the original body is. Even so, they still know very little, all of which are related to the mission. But with just a little information, it can be seen that this meteorite is not simple. No wonder so many countries want to steal it openly. After discovering these special meteorites, the country collected most of them for research. And the information they saw was the most basic research results. The original meteorite is gray and irregularly round, which is what most people have seen. But that is just the appearance. If you cut the meteorite, you will find that the gray stone on the outside is just a protective shell, and there is something hidden inside. In the photos given in the information, those meteorites are square black stones, which are the same type as the black box that made Tuan Tuan evolve and improved Wen Jing's physical fitness in all aspects. But the size may be different. It is because of the square shape that Wen Jing thought it was a black box at first glance, even though he did not find any gaps to open the box. Now it seems that it may be a square black stone, or there may be something inside the black stone. Wen Jing continued to look down. At that time, the original body and teammates did not know what the black object in the meteorite was used for. But think about it. The meteorite that fell from the sky. After cutting the surface, there is something inside, and it is the kind of square after cutting. Just thinking about it, you know that this is not right. Curious or curious, no one will ask about these secrets. The superiors gave them these materials because they were afraid that they would not recognize the mission items, and they trusted them. So they gave them this task. The trading place chosen by the group of people was in a busy mall. The original body and teammates assigned the tasks, and Wen Jing was responsible for observing the surrounding environment in advance. They considered various situations, but the final development was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Just as Wen Jing was surveying around the mall, disaster suddenly befell the planet. The next scene was one of the memory fragments that Wen Jing recovered after getting the black box. Compared with the meteorite that was unknown, it was a real disaster. The originally bustling streets suddenly became quiet after a large net of white light appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up to observe the white light. Those were not ordinary rays of light. Each ray of light was like a sharp thread, and anything touched by the white light was easily cut like a fragile tofu. A ray of light fell, and the shopping mall not far away was suddenly cut in half and collapsed to both sides. The white light did not stop after cutting the shopping mall, but continued to cut the ground under its feet. This was just a ray of white light. The giant net just seen was composed of countless white lights. And where did the other white lights go? Whether they had the same power? No one cared to think about it, and no one dared to think about it. The earth was cut by the white light, and cracks appeared. The cut gap gradually became larger, and the ground shook violently, just when everyone around was fleeing in a hurry. The original body, as a soldier, first thought of saving people. He ran against the flow of people to the location of the mall. When he ran closer, even the original body could not accept the tragic scene. That was the largest mall nearby, and there were still many people shopping inside when the accident happened. They stayed in the mall and did not see the white light falling from the sky right above their heads, and were unaware of the coming of danger. Some people happened to stand where the white light fell, and these people and the mall also died under the white light. The remaining people in the mall all collapsed after seeing this scene, and they hurriedly wanted to run out, and this panic caused a stampede. If there were emergency plans such as earthquakes and fires, everyone could still control their emotions and obey orders. But what they encountered was this kind of situation that they had never expected. Seeing those living people around them lose their lives and seeing the blood spurting out, no one could hold back the panic in their hearts, and even the managers of the mall hurried out. The original body and several teammates who were also around were relatively calm. They didn't care about the mission. They snatched the loudspeakers from some staff members and directed the people around to leave in an orderly manner to minimize casualties caused by panic. When almost everyone in the mall had evacuated, the original body continued to help those who were injured and couldn't leave. After helping a girl who was injured by trampling to rest, the original body came to the crack in the mall. The crack cut by the white light was gradually expanding, and there were small cracks next to it. Looking down from the side, you can see the bottomless darkness. The original body suppressed the panic in his heart, turned around and saw a dead person who encountered the white light next to him. It was a cleaner with a hat. Now the whole person fell to the ground. The hat fell off his head, and the face revealed was the target person of the original body and his teammates this time. It was this person who got the meteorite and wanted to hand over the meteorite to a certain force. Unexpectedly, he came here to work as a cleaner a few days in advance. So the target item must be nearby. The original body found the target item, this time in the garbage truck that was pushed by the target mission. It was a black box with a gray shell that had been cut open. Exactly the same as what Wen Zheng found in the rock wall. The mission was successfully completed. The original body and his teammates met in the mall. But they were all worried. Their worries were not unreasonable. The mobile phone had no signal. And there was a power outage. Even the radio waves had problems. They had no way to contact their superiors for the time being. Compared with the meteorite, the white light caused chaos in the whole world. And no one even knew the origin of the white light. The huge net of white light covered the whole world. And countless white lights cut the planet. The earth cracked. The icebergs melted. And the sea water poured in. The land of the entire planet became isolated islands, drifting in the vast ocean. The cutting happened in that short period of time. But the crustal movement was completed within a week. During this week, the original body and his teammates were trapped in the city where the mission was carried out. They didn't know what was happening in other places. But they only knew that the city was cut into an irregular quadrilateral by 4 white lights. The rescue of other people delayed time. When the original body and his teammates wanted to leave from other places, the cracks were so big that people couldn't cross them. And the land where they were located lacked a lot of necessary infrastructure. During the week of being trapped, the original body and his teammates were attacked by the force that wanted the meteorite. The force found that they had taken the meteorite, and the two sides launched a fierce struggle. Originally, the original body and his teammates thought that they would leave quickly after completing the mission. But the disaster trapped them here. Faced with such a disaster, the group still wanted to get the meteorite. The importance of this meteorite goes without saying. The original body and teammates tried their best to protect the black box. However, in the first few days, for some unknown reason, the enemy always found their location. Because of such a disaster, the connection with the outside world was completely cut off. The isolated island was completely in chaos. Countless people fell into despair, and various struggles broke out. The original body and his teammates could only rely on themselves. Although the enemy did not gain any benefits every time they confronted the enemy. The original body and his teammates were also injured. And the original body was the least injured among them. When the situation became more and more complicated, they finally contacted the troops. From the leader, they learned that the meteorite had special energy fluctuations, and that force should have a detector. If there is no corresponding shielding device, the meteorite can be buried in the rocks, which can almost completely shield the energy fluctuations. And the superiors asked the original body and his teammates to wait patiently, and soon a plane would come to pick them up and leave here. The original body and his teammates took advantage of the meteorite's ability to emit energy fluctuations and launched a counterattack against the enemy with his teammates. From the enemy in the dark, and we in the light, to the enemy in the light, and we in the dark. The original body and his teammates wiped out the enemy before the plane arrived. The rescue plane arrived, which was a passenger plane that could accommodate many people. And it was going to take the people in this area away together. In this way, the meteorite could no longer be hidden in the pile of stones. So the original body took it and mixed with his teammates in the crowd and boarded the plane to leave. But the matter was not over yet. When the plane was flying over the sea, a white light appeared again in the distant sky. Even if the pilot tried his best to avoid it, he still couldn't avoid it. Moreover, this time the light did not have the effect of cutting, but directly bombed half of the plane. When the white light appeared in the sky, the original body and others hurriedly prepared the plane seat cushion and life rope. The original body also tied the fire axe to the plane seat cushion. When the white light came and the plane was blown up, the original body lost consciousness. When the original body woke up again, he found himself floating on the sea on the plane seat cushion. He did not see the wreckage of the plane, nor did he see other people. He only saw an island not far away. Now there is no mainland. The seawater has inexplicably surged out, and all the land has become islands of various sizes. Even though there is no trace of human activity on the periphery, the original body still approaches the reef beach and cautiously places the meteorite in his hand in a reef cave that can shield energy fluctuations. After placing the meteorite, the original body climbed up the island from the reef beach. But it was just as Wen Zheng had guessed at the beginning. After being exhausted physically and mentally for many days, drifting on the sea without eating, and then climbing up the reef beach with great effort, The original body fell down without standing firmly, and the back of the head hit the stone when rolling. This collision not only made the original body lose his memory, but also made the original body lose his life. Next, Wenjung came to this world to replace him. Just like watching a movie. After watching the original body's memory, Wenjung woke up from the fainting, feeling a little heavy. There are many questions that have been solved, and there are more puzzles, although it is not his own experience. Looking at the memories of the original body, the mood is not good. How did the world become like this? After lying quietly for a long time, Wenjung felt a little cold and itchy in his legs. Lying on the sofa and being blown by the cold wind, it is easy to catch a cold. Wenjung dared not get sick again. After sorting out his emotions, he opened his eyes and sat up from the beach. Wenjung first hugged Tuan Tuan, who was lying on his chest and had also fainted but not yet awake. Under the moonlight, he could see that the itching was caused by the small crabs climbing on his body. Wenjung picked them up with his hands and put them aside, thinking of the injury before he fainted. Wenjung lowered his head and looked at his right leg, and his face suddenly became weird. The area injured by the wild boar has become intact, and I should be happy. But that area looks white and tender, not to mention compared with the left leg. Even compared with the rest of the right leg, it doesn't look like the meat on the same leg. Forget it. Just tan it again. Wenjung stretched out his hand and pinched his right leg. The newly grown skin was really delicate. Then he pinched the black ball on the skin with his hand. It was the blue film that absorbed the dirt that entered the wound after the treatment, and gathered it together. There was no need to worry about the infection of the wound. After having points, Wenjung carefully browsed the goods in the store and added the things that might be used to the shopping cart. In an emergency, you only need to pay points. And this time he used it. This medicine for treating external injuries is a bit expensive, costing a full 500 points. But the effect is still good, and half a bottle was used to cure the leg injury, and the remaining half a bottle can be used later. Wait, where is the remaining half bottle of healing potion? Looking at his empty hands, Wenjung, who was confused by his original memory, hurriedly looked around. When he saw the empty potion bottle on the right side of his body, his heart ached. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was equivalent to 250 points going down the drain. Wenjung looked at the bottle with great pain. Why didn't he cover the bottle when he fainted? He was an idiot, looking at the bottle with heartache for a long time. But his mood was not so heavy anymore. Wenjung stood up holding Tuan Tuan and walked towards the cave with deep and shallow steps. On the way back, Wenjung opened the system panel and looked at the newly completed hidden tasks before he passed out. Hidden task finding the lost memory has been completed, and the reward points are 200 points. Hidden task exploring the copy disaster phase 1 has been completed, and the reward points are 300 points. Hidden task help phase 1 has been completed, and the reward points are 500 points. Seeing this series of instructions for completing hidden tasks, Wenjung was stunned. Hidden task 1 is no problem. The lost memories are all found back, and the points are a little more than the last time I recall the memory fragments. Exploring the truth of the copy disaster is no problem either, and it is still a phase task, which means that there will be more points in the future, which is good. But the last one? What is helping? Don't you even explain it clearly? What did he do? Chapter 59. On the 285th day of surviving on a deserted island, Wenjung finally learned about the disaster facing the world and the situation he was facing. The system panel that was opened showed Wenjung's current information. Player, Wenjung. Points, 1000. Location, surviving on a deserted island. Players are welcome to go to the system store to purchase goods. The 600 points from completing the hidden task last time were used to buy marine garbage and healing potions, but half of the healing potion was lost. However, looking at the newly obtained 1000 points, Wenjung's sad mood was still comforted. He didn't even see the scene of turning 0, but saw that 1000 points was a huge sum of money. It was the last hidden task that was completed that made people feel a little inexplicable. Wenjung carefully recalled what happened before he fell into a coma from beginning to end, without missing any details. The notification of completing the hidden task said that these were points for helping. But what was this? And how did he help? And he actually got 500 points. The prerequisite for completing this hidden mission is that there is someone or something that he can help. If it is something, it is fine. If it is a person, does it mean that there is someone hiding nearby on this island? As for the help, Could it be the half-tube of healing potion? His consciousness was not very clear before he fell into a coma. What if he closed the bottle cap of the healing potion, and then someone hiding in the dark opened it and used it? Thinking about it, Wenjung felt a chill on his back. What kind of existence was it that he and Tuan Tuan did not discover? He shook his head gently and denied this guess. Maybe this hidden task eliminated the hidden dangers in the future? Maybe it was because he and Tuanchuan eliminated the wild boar leader. Maybe in the future, the wild boar leader would hurt someone or something. Now that they eliminated it in advance, the future things would not happen. So it was considered helpful. Wenjung kept thinking about this matter until he returned to the cave. He put the sleeping Tuanchuan in the bird's nest and lit the fire in the earth stove. The warmth began to spread from the earth stove to the surroundings. And Wenjung sneezed violently. What is the coolness coming from behind? It's obvious that I'm going to catch a cold. Thinking of the last cold that lasted for several days, Wenjung no longer thought about the hidden task. Anyway, the points were all in hand, and there would always be answers in the future. The most important thing now is his own body. Wenjung now felt that his brain was a mess, and he didn't know how to find the thread that could be untied. He simply stopped thinking about it and ran to the earth stove to get busy. Both shell pots were placed on the earthen stove. Wenjing walked to the bamboo rack to select ingredients. In fact, he didn't want to eat anything too greasy now, but his tired body needed food. And Tuan Tuan, who was in a coma, needed energy replenishment even more. Light the fire outside the cave. Take out a few thick bamboos from the bamboo pavilion. Chop them all into bamboo tubes and break a small hole. Put the clean rice and water in them together. Put different things in different bamboo tubes, such as smoked wild boar meat, smoked bamboo rat meat, smoked fish, dried bamboo shoots, etc. And add different seasonings. After adding, put them all on the fire and keep turning them. Bake for about 20 minutes. The bamboo rice was baked, and the water in the shell was already bubbling. Wenjing added thin bamboo shoots, red smoked pork, round taro balls, sea salt and sour juice to one of them, and finally added a handful of red chili powder. When the water boiled again, he put 2 mint leaves as garnish. The spicy taste hit the nose before eating. Tuan Tuan, who was sleeping, was tempted to wake up by the fragrance. He felt relieved when he saw Wenjung standing in front of the stove. He opened his mouth and made a weak cry, which was discovered by Wenjung, who had been paying attention to him. Wenjung hurried over and touched Tuan Tuan's feathers, fed Tuan Tuan some water first, and was about to hold him to eat, when he saw Tuan Tuan, who had just recovered a little strength, struggling to avoid his hands and pecking Wenjing's pants with his mouth. The pigskin clothes on his body had several holes, and there were stains of dirt, blood and gravel on them. Wenjung changed his clothes after returning. He was wearing the long coat and trousers, and the trousers covered the wounds on his legs. After understanding the meaning of Tuan Tuan's action, Wenjung didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. His heart was soft and messy. He sat next to Tuan Tuan, lifted up his trouser legs to let Tuan Tuan see clearly, and whispered to comfort him, "Look, nothing happened. When have I ever lied to you?" Tuan Tuan's little eyes stared at Wenjing's smooth right leg, and it took a long time to confirm that it was true. As soon as the worry subsided, the whole bird's body slid into the bird's nest again, barely making 2 calls. I know that I made Tuan Tuan worried this time, and there will definitely not be a next time. If there are wild boars coming in the future, I will set a trap to kill them, and I will never go on the field myself. Wenjung raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he gently picked up Tuanchuan and kept apologizing. Just now, Wenjung suddenly felt a sense of fear, which was not his own emotion, but Tuanchuan's. Usually, Wenjung could also guess what Tuanchuan meant from his chirping, but the feeling was a little different. In the past, he relied on experience to make judgments, but now he felt it himself, as if he had a special connection with Tuanchuan. Maybe this injury made Tuanchuan too worried. And then he burst out with new abilities? The target was Tuanchuan, whom he had raised since childhood. Wenjung felt that this vague connection was not a bad thing. At least he was very happy now. Putting Tuanchuan in the usual dining position, Wenjung went out to get the bamboo tube rice baked outside and put it in front of Tuanchuan one by one. The green bamboo tube, white rice, dark red bacon, yellow bamboo shoots. The colors alone can make people's appetite rise. Tuan Tuan was already extremely hungry, but when the food was in front of him, He had no strength to move, and made two sad sounds towards Wenjing. The sequelae, this time, were much more serious than before, and Wenjing's eyebrows were full of worry. The previous 2 times he was exhausted, but he could still eat by himself. This time he was in a coma for a long time, and didn't even have the strength to eat. The feeding service that hadn't been seen for a long time appeared again. Wenjing didn't care about himself, and took a small bamboo stick to feed Tuan Tuan. After feeding dozens of mouthfuls, Tuan Tuan's strength recovered a little, and he urged Wenjing to eat quickly. Wenjing smiled, and touched Tuan Tuan's head. After eating a bamboo tube of rice, he brought down the hot soup on the earthen stove. The red piece could feel spicy just by looking at it. The cave was particularly warm, due to the firewood, so I didn't dare let the weak Tianquan drink such a spicy soup. All the soup from the big shell went into Wenjing's stomach. His mouth was red from the spiciness, and his throat was also very hot. But he got the result he wanted. After drinking the soup, he was sweating all over. Wenjing simply washed the shell, threw the bamboo tube into the fire, and took advantage of the heat to prepare for bed with Tianquan. Tianquan's nest was next to Wenjing's head. Wenjing took the black box and looked at it again, and still put it aside. The next day, the two of them woke up until noon. Wenjing sat up from the sleeping bag and felt the physical condition first. He didn't feel dizzy, had no fever, no nasal congestion, and no cough. Eating chili last night really helped. After a night's rest, Tianquan had not recovered to normal, so he lay on the black box to recover, while Wenjing walked to the table with bamboo paper and charcoal pencils, sat down and fell into deep thought. Wenjing had hardly used pen and paper since he came to the island. At first, there was no paper, and then he was reluctant to use bamboo paper for writing. This time, he wanted to rely on pen and paper to sort out his thoughts. After a good night's sleep, Wenjing's mind began to function normally. He wrote down the doubts about the island one by one on paper. First, the disaster facing this world. Wenjing solemnly wrote the word alien on the paper. Yes, the disaster facing the blue water planet was an alien attack. After the disaster, the original body and his teammates were busy avoiding the pursuit of that force, and they were still concerned about the origin of the white light that caused all this. Those were completely beyond the technological level of the blue water planet. The residents of that area made up countless statements in the chaos. The most common one was the theory of divine punishment and destruction of the world, followed by the theory of alien attack. In the following week, no UFOs appeared in the sky, and the local residents believed more and more in the theory of divine punishment, and various sects were established by people with ulterior motives. Wenjing and his team finally contacted their superiors and got a hint that it was indeed an attack launched by alien technology. But the rest was not revealed. Wenjing scratched his head. Even though he knew that aliens were the source of the disaster, he seemed to have nothing to do. Now he has to worry about whether those aliens, who may still be paying attention to the Earth, will pose a threat to his safety. Picking up the black box, Wenjing wrote the word meteorite on the paper. It all started with that strange meteor shower. Were these meteorites with black boxes hidden inside sent by those aliens? Or were they what the aliens were looking for? The special energy fluctuations of the meteorites guided those aliens. Wenjing encountered white light 3 times in total. The first time was a giant white light net attacking the world. The second time was an exploding white light attacking an airplane. And the third time was when dealing with the wild boar king. It suddenly appeared over the island, and then seemed to be blocked by something, stagnating in the air and gradually disappearing, without causing any consequences, as if it was an illusion created by Wenjing himself. The white light that symbolizes alien attack still appears after such a long time, which just shows that those aliens are still paying attention to the blue water planet. The 2 subsequent white light attacks were small scale. Was it accidental or intentional? He sighed and put the black box on the table, and continued to write the word island on the paper. Now Wenjing is most curious about this island. This magical island. There were hundreds of passengers on the rescue plane that the original body was on, but he was the only one who came to this island and found no trace of anyone. This kind of island has a complete food chain. Wenjing has explored the entire island and can be sure that this is a naturally existing island that has not been attacked by white light. It is possible that this island is located in the gap of the white giant net. But how to explain the slowly disappearing white light yesterday? There are also those disappeared marine garbage. Wenjing used to think that the system deliberately intercepted it to cheat his points. But now that he found that this island is not ordinary, he naturally has to question this point. Alien. Meteorite. Island. Wenjung wrote the last two words on the paper again. Help. What is the last hidden task hinting at? Wenjung felt that he was just one line away from stringing these beads together. Rubbing his swollen and painful temples, Wenjung stood up and stood at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the sky. The blue sky was safe, and there was no haze. In September of the 3067th year of the star calendar, the notorious Scarlet Corsairs took on a secret order, but unfortunately failed to complete it. In order to get a generous commission, they followed the clues to a primary star system. However, before they could take any action, the first Star Legion came after them and surrounded them. So, this beautiful blue planet did not receive their mercy, but became their star matter, and launched an attack as a warning. The Scarlet Corsairs and the first Star Legion were in a stalemate in front of this planet, and this planet, including the lives of all creatures on it, was in their hands. After recovering his memory, Wenjung found that the world was more complicated than he had imagined. No matter what he did, he felt anxious, and even made mistakes in his daily work. He almost pulled out the barley seedlings when he went to the farmland to weed, almost overturned the pot when he was cooking, and almost put his hand into the wild boar's mouth when he was feeding it. Wenjung felt that he couldn't go on like this. Looking at Tuanchuan, who didn't understand these things at all and was carefree, Wenjung forced himself to clear his messy thoughts in his mind, thinking about the wild boar corpse still in the forest, and prepared to go up the mountain. Tuanchuan, your body hasn't recovered yet, so just wait for me at home. Okay, I'll go up the mountain. After Wenjung finished talking to Tuanchuan, he carried the bamboo basket. Tuanchuan was very angry when he heard what Wenjung said. He was anxious and worried. He ran out of the bird's nest and pecked at Wenjung's leg. Hey, why is Tuanchuan angry? Wenjung squatted down and explained to Tuanchuan. We killed the wild boar leader, so we have to drag the wild boar meat back. If we leave it there for 2 days, it will be inedible. Tuanchuan still didn't want Wenjung to go out. There was no concealed worry in his voice, and his claws grabbed and pressed Wenjung's shoes. Wenjung had no choice but to give up going up the mountain and move around the cave every day. The farthest he went was to pick up some seafood on the beach. It happened that the barley outside the cave was harvested. Wenjung wanted to wait and harvest it, but since Tuanchuan didn't let him go out, he could start harvesting it, so he didn't have to worry about the barley being ruined by wild boars. The weather was very good these days, so there was no need to rush like harvesting rice. Wenjung harvested the barley slowly, and spent more time every day making all kinds of delicious food to let the weak Tuanchuan recuperate. For some reason, Wenjung occasionally felt something was wrong these days, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He didn't see anything unusual, didn't hear any unusual sounds, and didn't even feel Tuanchuan. Wenjung checked the area around the cave and didn't find anything special. Even the wild boars didn't come over. They might have been scared by the loss of their leader. Wenjung could only attribute this feeling to his own nervousness. After 5 days of harvesting barley and storing the dried barley in the cave, Wenjung took Tuanchuan, who had recovered, up the mountain. The high temperature in recent days was just as Wenjung expected. The body of the wild boar leader had rotted and stank. The stench could be smelled from a distance, and there was the buzzing of flies flying around. Wenjung took a look from a distance and didn't go over. After wandering around the forest for a few times, he found the wild boars, and found that the wild boars had changed their usual routes after losing their leader. But the rest were still the same as before, and all the wild boars were alive and kicking. There were no special traces found in the forest. Wenjung laughed at himself for being too sensitive and picked some sweet fruits to return to the cave. He fed a sweet fruit to Tuanchuan and then stuffed one into his own mouth. The father and son went home happily and discussed what to eat today. Tuanchuan, how about we eat rice skin today? Wenjung asked while touching his chin. Tuanchuan, who was flying beside him, actively expressed his opinion. I want to eat barley. The barley has not been shelled yet. How about we make barley tea today? This does not need to be shelled, Wenjung said. The weather has been too hot recently. Barley tea is for drinking. If you want to eat, just eat the cool rice skin. It is spicy and refreshing. It is delicious. The temperature has been a bit high recently. Wenjung goes out in the early morning and evening every day to harvest barley. In this kind of weather, he wants to eat something cool. So the summer frequent visitor cold noodles appeared in his mind. But cold noodles are made of wheat flour. Wenjung doesn't know if barley flour can be used to make cold noodles. Then he thought of rice noodles, which he can make. Tuan's little head thought about it. He hasn't eaten cold noodles yet. After hearing Wenjing's description, it tastes good. He immediately abandoned barley and nodded in agreement with the idea of eating cold noodles. As long as it is food that he has never eaten, Tuan wants to try it. Anyway, Wenjing's food must be very delicious. Wenjung started to get busy after returning to the cave. The process of making rice noodles was learned from Grandpa Gu next door. Grandpa Wen often plays at Grandpa Gu's house. Every time Wenjung comes back from school, if there is no one at home, he will go to Grandpa Gu's house to find him. 8 out of 10 times, he can find out where Grandpa Wen is. 5 out of 8 times, Grandpa Wen is playing at Grandpa Gu's house. Thanks to the good relationship between the two families, Grandpa Wen and Wenjung were able to taste Grandpa Gu's superb cooking skills. Every time they ate, they would often listen to Grandpa Gu telling them how he made these dishes. Not to mention, it was very delicious to listen to them. It was because of the meals he had at Grandpa Gu's house that Wenjung, although he had not formally learned cooking skills from Grandpa Gu and had not even entered the kitchen a few times, was very familiar with many cooking methods, which enabled him to show his skills on the deserted island. Soak the cleaned rice in clean water until it can be easily crushed by hand. However, with Wenjing's current hand strength, this method is not suitable for use. But the rice was soaked last night, so it is definitely okay to eat today. Speaking of which, Wenjung had already thought about what to eat last night, and even soaked the rice. As a result, he asked Tuan what he wanted to eat today, just to tease him. After soaking, you can grind the rice into rice paste. When it comes to grinding rice into rice paste, Grandpa Gu always uses a food processor. And when he tells the story, he always says that the best is to use a stone mill. Wenjung did not make a stone mill, but relied on his own strength to grind it little by little with a stone mortar. It took Wenjung several hours to grind the rice into rice paste, and Tuan was anxious. After the white rice is ground into white and sticky rice paste, the remaining steps will be much easier. Simply filter out the larger particles, and then add an appropriate amount of salt and starch to it. The starch is made from wild taro. Put the evenly stirred rice paste into a pot and steam it, and you can get a white and smooth rice skin. Looking at the rice wrappers that I worked so hard to make for half a day, I felt a sense of accomplishment in my heart. I have to thank Grandpa Xiaogu for this. The finished rice wrappers were placed on the water with a bamboo plate to cool down. Wenjung used the hot pot that steamed the rice wrappers to stir-fry barley. Whether it is rice or wheat, they are basically made after being husked. But the barley tea that Wenjung is making now is stir-fried directly with the husk. In the hot shell pot, the barley was gradually fried into a brown color, with a unique grain aroma. The fried barley tea can be preserved for a long time. Before eating, you can get a strong and fragrant barley tea by brewing it with boiling hot water. After brewing several bamboo tubes of barley tea directly, and putting them aside to cool slowly, Wenjung took out the rice wrappers and cut them into long strips. Added the sauce made of sour fruit, chili pepper, and sea salt, and added some fried stone chestnut kernels, and stirred them evenly to make cold rice wrappers. The cold rice noodles served with fragrant barley tea looked very simple, but it was really troublesome to make. However, Wenjung felt that it took enough time to enjoy the fragrance in the air. Just as Wenjung and Tuan were about to start eating, they heard a special sound outside, which was the sound of something coming out of the water. Wenjung and Tuan acted at the same time. Tuan flew out first, and Wenjung followed closely behind with an axe. When he saw what was happening outside, Wenjung was stunned, but Tuan sped up with his eyes shining. Tuan, stop! Just when Tuan's claws were about to touch, Wenjung finally came to his senses and shouted to stop Tuan from attacking. His voice was so urgent and high that it was a little broken. Even though he wanted to attack, Tuan listened to Wenjing's words, stopped his actions, fell to the ground and circled around the puddle. The accident happened to the pit that Wenjung dug on the grass. After discovering that there were stones underneath, he encountered a wild boar attack, so Wenjung did not have time to cover the pit. After dealing with the wild boar leader, Wenjung was busy harvesting barley when he found that there was a lot of groundwater in the pit. He simply treated it as a water storage cave and left it there without taking care of it. Now, a little guest appeared in the pit. Wenjung looked at the guest in the puddle. His black hair looked particularly smooth, and he had big watery black eyes. His face was completely oriental, very delicate. His skin was pink and tender, and his face had a little baby fat, which made people want to pinch it. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt on his upper body, and his lower body was buried in the water. Just looking at his upper body, he looked like a good-looking little boy, who looked about 6 years old. However, what made Wenjung stunned was not seeing humans, but the lower body of the little boy. Now the little boy was looking at Tuanchuan with a frown on his face. Tuanchuan suddenly took a step forward. The little boy was anxious and swung his tail, hitting the water surface with a snapping sound and splashing water. As a result, his action not only scared Tuanchuan away, but also made Tuanchuan's eyes more enthusiastic. The action just now made Wenjung see the blue tail with his own eyes. Yes, the tail. The guest who appeared in the puddle was a little mermaid with a blue tail. It was the same blue as the sea water in the shallow sea, with crystal clear water droplets on it. Under the sunlight, the whole tail was shining, a kind of beauty that could not be described in words. However, the wound on the tail destroyed this beauty. On this blue tail, there was a long wound that almost ran through the entire tail, which made people feel distressed. Tuanchuan, don't scare this little guest. Come back quickly. Wenjung put down the axe in his hand and asked Tuanchuan to come back quickly. After looking at the little mermaid reluctantly, Tuan still listened to Wenjung's words and flew back. Although Wenjung put down his axe, he suppressed the surprise that came out when he saw the mermaid, but secretly raised his vigilance and was worried that Tuan would fall into a trap. He was relieved until Tuan returned to his side. If it was a mythological world, then the little mermaid might be a mermaid in the west or a mermaid in the east, or it might be other monsters that can change. But this mission is in a technological world, in a world where aliens exist. So the possibility that the little mermaid is an alien is greater. And the aliens are the murderers who attacked the blue water star. Although this little mermaid doesn't look like a bad guy, Tuan's safety is the most important thing. Just in case, Tuan should be kept away from him. Seeing that terrible bird was called away by Wenjung, the little mermaid breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wenjung with gratitude. This bird absorbed the energy in the crystal, and it was not something that the injured little mermaid could beat. The little mermaid tried to open his mouth, opened and closed his mouth twice, and finally made a sound, and smiled at Wenjung. Thank you. Being looked at by the trusting eyes of the little mermaid, Wenjung felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. He was still doubting him. And then he heard the voice of the little mermaid. As expected of a mermaid, the voice was pleasant to the ears, and just the 2 short words of thank you made people feel much more relaxed instantly. Can you speak Chinese? Wenjung raised his voice and asked a nonsense question, looking at the little mermaid in front of him. The more he looked, the more he felt that some places gave him a familiar feeling. But the appearance was not familiar. Wenjung took a look and moved his sight to the clothes hanging outside the bamboo pavilion. Then, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he looked so familiar. The black shirt the boy was wearing was a smaller version of himself. Even the holes on it were exactly the same. You say, I learn. The little mermaid spoke a little slowly, like a child who had just learned to speak. After waking up, the little mermaid kept paying attention to the relationship between Wenjung and Tuanchuan. There was no one to communicate with. Wenjung had to talk to Tuanchuan every day no matter what happened. And sometimes, he would talk to himself. The little mermaid had a very good learning ability and a high talent in language. Just by listening to Wenjung speak, she slowly understood the meaning of what Wenjung said, and imitated this pronunciation, and communicated with Wenjung smoothly. Wenjung understood that this little mermaid learned Chinese by listening to him speak. Thinking about the inexplicable feeling these days, Wenjung knew that it was not his illusion, but that this little mermaid was observing him at some time. The little mermaid said again, I won't hurt you. I want medicine to heal the wound. The little mermaid pointed to the wound on her tail. At this time, Wenjung heard the mechanical sound of the system again. Congratulations to player Wenjung for obtaining the hidden task, Help Phase 2. Do you accept it? Well, now all the clues are connected. It turned out that he helped this little mermaid, and the way he helped was just as he denied the guess. That is, the half bottle of healing potion helped. What's your name? Wenjung asked, casually accepting the task. The little mermaid said 3 special notes. Wenjung tried to repeat the 3 notes, but found that he couldn't say them at all. Now he knew why the system used code names to represent them. Pointing at himself, Wenjung introduced himself. I am Wenjung. I will call you the Little Mermaid from now on. Then the Little Mermaid pointed at the cave. After obtaining his consent, Wenjung picked up the Little Mermaid from the puddle and walked towards the cave. Tuanchuan, who was standing next to him, was shocked to see the scene. Wenjung's arms had always been his, and he was about to peck at the Little Mermaid. Wenjung quickly blocked Tuanchuan's attack. Just as he was about to explain to Tuanchuan, Tuanchuan couldn't accept it and flew out suddenly. Tuanchuan. Wenjung was so anxious that he wanted to chase after her, but he was holding the Little Mermaid in his arms, and before he ran a few steps, he could no longer see Tuanchuan. Looking at the Little Mermaid taken out of the water, Wenjung felt like a heartless man, but he still had to take the Little Mermaid back. After making sure that the Little Mermaid could leave the water temporarily, Wenjung put 2 stools together and put the Little Mermaid on them. Can I eat it? Seeing the rice noodles on the table, the Little Mermaid's eyes lit up and her tail swung slightly. But it's a bit spicy. You may not be able to bear it. Looking at the red chili powder, Wenjung hesitated. These days, he and Tuanchuan have gradually gotten used to this spiciness. But can the Little Mermaid who eats it for the first time accept it? And can a mermaid eat chili? Or it's injured? The Little Mermaid, who has never eaten food like chili, shook her tail. She was a little afraid of chili oil in her heart, but she was more curious. These days, the Little Mermaid will save a little more of her limited energy to watch Wenjung's usual actions. At first, he wanted to see who helped him, but he happened to see Wenjung and Tuan eating. The food he had never seen before made the Little Mermaid drool. In the days that followed, the Little Mermaid kept watching the daily life of Wenjung and Tuan, because the translator he carried was damaged. The Little Mermaid could only rely on this to learn the language that Wenjung said, so that he could communicate better without misunderstandings. But in the end, he fell in love with the food made by Wenjung, and wanted to try all the food. Today's rice skin completely made the Little Mermaid unable to hide anymore. He felt that he had learned the language almost well, so he took the initiative to show up, and made a little noise for Wenjung to find. Now that the food has arrived in front of her, the Little Mermaid did not hesitate at all. Wenjung looked at the Little Mermaid's resolute expression, nodded helplessly, put his cold skin on the Little Mermaid's table, and couldn't help but tell her again, take a small bite first. If you can't stand it, spit it out quickly. I can make other food for you. The Little Mermaid nodded excitedly, and thanked Wenjung again in a soft voice. Thank you. You are a good person. Wenjung didn't expect that he was given a good person card. After thinking about it carefully, when he went down the mountain today, thinking that the remaining wild boars didn't come again, Wenjung decided to give up hunting those wild boars. And then sighed to himself, I am such a good person. These rice skins have been stirred, and the white rice skins are covered with red pepper powder. The collision of red and white gives a very stimulating visual enjoyment. The sour juice is poured into it, so that in addition to the taste of pepper, there is also a sour smell in the air, which makes people salivate. The Little Mermaid couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She had been watching others eat these days, and now it was finally her turn. All the practice she had done for so long finally came in handy. So the Little Mermaid happily took the plate of rice skin, grabbed the chopsticks on the table with her right hand, and picked them up with interest, imitating Wenjung's movements. Then the smooth rice skin slid down from the 2 bamboo chopsticks, and the juice on the rice skin splashed out, and a lot of it splashed onto the Little Mermaid's body. The Little Mermaid didn't care about getting his clothes dirty at all. He had already opened his mouth, and he could still let the food slip away openly. This was a shame. The chubby little hand on the left, which also had some baby fat, moved the position of the 2 chopsticks in the right hand to make sure that the action was exactly the same as Wenjung's. The 2 chopsticks collided with each other, making a crisp sound. This time, the Little Mermaid was not so confident when he stretched out the chopsticks again. He clamped the 2 pairs of chopsticks tightly. Last time, the rice skin was at least at the edge of his mouth, but this time it was only half the distance last time. The rice skin clamped by the chopsticks suddenly broke, and the lower end fell on the plate, while the upper end fell on the ground. The Little Mermaid's eyes turned red instantly, and he looked at the chopsticks in his hand with a pursed mouth. It was all the problem of these chopsticks. Wenjung looked at him pitifully looking at the food, and couldn't help but touch his head. His hair was particularly soft and smooth, and he rubbed it twice because it felt so good, just like he usually touched Tuan. This action made the Little Mermaid's attempt to try again stagnate. and a tangled expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect Wen Zheng to touch his hair, but Wen Zheng helped him, and the rice skin hadn't been eaten yet. If he refused, would Wen Zheng stop giving him food? Just when the little mermaid was tangled for a while, and didn't refuse Wen Zheng's touch, Wen Zheng suddenly realized that he shouldn't do this. And unknowingly, all his vigilance against the little mermaid disappeared. Wen Zheng quickly let go of his hand, and then felt the head of his hand unconsciously chased up and rubbed it. Wen Zheng was surprised, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little mermaid was really cute. The little mermaid's face was red, and he hurriedly grabbed the chopsticks and pretended to concentrate on picking up the rice skin, as if nothing had happened just now. Anyway, I don't feel comfortable at all when my hair was rubbed just now. It's all because the food is so delicious. Wen Zheng saw that the little mermaid looked exactly like Tuanchuan now. Maybe their mental age is about the same, so the way they deal with some things is also similar. Thinking of Tuanchuan, and looking at the little mermaid who is obviously a child, Wen Zheng smiled and picked up the chopsticks next to him, picked up a small piece of rice skin, and fed it to the little mermaid's mouth. With the help of Wen Zheng, the little mermaid finally ate the first bite of rice skin. The hot taste spread in the mouth like a fire. And then the sour taste. The sour taste is not as overbearing as fire, but more like a naughty elf, playing hide and seek with people in the mouth. After experiencing the impact of the two tastes, the little mermaid's teeth bit off the rice skin. The mermaid's teeth are sharper, and the white rice skin is softer than expected. It doesn't have a strong taste, only the light sweetness of the rice itself, which just neutralizes the strongly stimulated mouth and lets the mouth rest for a while. There is also a hint of sea salt. Mermaids, who like to live in the waters of the Blue Star, are particularly satisfied with the taste of the sea. After finishing the first bite, the little mermaid wanted to eat another bite with shining eyes. And then just as she stretched out her little hand, she noticed that Wen Ding's hand was gone. Without Wen Ding's help, she couldn't eat the rice skin, and couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Wen Zheng. Wen Zheng almost couldn't help but continue to pick up the rice skin and feed it to the little mermaid's mouth. He said to the little mermaid seriously, "Do you feel okay after eating a bite? Do you feel uncomfortable in your body?" "No. It's so delicious. I want to eat more." The little mermaid shook her head. Her tone was obviously excited, and she even spoke a lot of mermaid language at the end. It was like listening to a foreign song. It was nice to listen to, but I couldn't understand the meaning. However, even if I didn't understand the meaning, I could still hear the emotions expressed. Seeing that the little mermaid was indeed not reluctant at all, Wen Zheng picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a piece of rice skin, and fed it to the little mermaid. After eating 2 bites, he heard the little mermaid take a small breath, and Wen Zheng picked up the barley tea that had been cooled next to him, inserted a straw made of thin bamboo branches into it, and put it in front of the little mermaid. You can't drink hot water when it's spicy. The more hot water you drink, the spicier it will feel. Cold water is just right, and can drive away the spiciness in your mouth. The cool barley tea does not have such a strong aroma, but when it is placed in front of him, he can clearly smell the mellow aroma, especially when it is placed in a bamboo tube, with a hint of bamboo fragrance. The little mermaid took a sip, and didn't like it at first. She frowned quietly, but after swallowing it, the sweetness came to the tip of her tongue. The little mermaid felt amazing. She took a sip and then another sip, and soon drank half of it. The cute look made Wen Zheng put his hand on it again. Tuanchuan, who was hiding and sulking, didn't wait for Wen Zheng to coax him, and secretly flew back to take a look. He was immediately furious when he saw it. A feather on his head stood up, and he spread his wings and rushed towards the little mermaid. Not only did he not let him catch this little fish that didn't know where it came from, but Wen Zheng also let him sit on the stool at home, lie on the table at home, eat rice skin, and drink barley tea. This is obviously a treatment that only he has. It was the first time for Wen Zheng to see a mermaid, and she was so well behaved, especially when he touched the little mermaid's hair. He was so excited and satisfied that he forgot about Tuanchuan. Although Wen Zheng felt that his closeness to the little mermaid was a little too sudden, he still had to stop Tuanchuan's attack. He hugged Tuanchuan, who was about to hit him, and then felt Tuanchuan's violent struggle, and suddenly got a headache. Chapter 60. Wen Zheng woke up early in the morning, and with sleepy eyes, he took out a booklet from the side. It was simply bound with bamboo paper and resin. And now it is Wen Zheng's notebook. There was too much information obtained yesterday, and Wen Zheng could only write it down one by one. seeing the familiar fonts and familiar contents on it. Wenjing leaned against the wall and finally confirmed that it was not a dream, but a real thing. Yesterday, he really saw a little mermaid from outer space. Next to the bed was Tuan Tuan's bird's nest. Tuan Tuan was sleeping soundly in the bird's nest, and when Wenjing brought her over with the nest, he looked at Tuan Tuan, who was sleeping soundly with a little itch. Wenjing, who did not sleep well, looked a little black. He raised his right hand for a long time, but did not knock on Tuan Tuan's little head. Instead, he fell on Tuan Tuan's feathers and gently stroked them. Feeling the familiar breath and movements, Tuan Tuan did not wake up, but stretched out his little claws and slept more soundly. Thinking back to the Shura field yesterday, that scene was simply a disaster for Wenjing. At that time, Tuan Tuan ran back full of grievances, and after exploding with anger, he first attacked the little mermaid. Even though Wenjing stopped and comforted him, the little mermaid was still quite frightened. The bird and the fish completely took up the feud, and they were disgusted with each other. And then it was difficult for Wenjing, who was caught between the two, facing the little mermaid's eyes asking for help, and then looking at Tuan Tuan, who turned his head away angrily and no longer looked at him. Wenjing still paid more attention to Tuan Tuan, who he had raised since childhood and was dependent on him. So he held Tuan Tuan and made a fork with a bamboo stick and gave it to the little mermaid, who had not yet learned to use chopsticks. Taking the bamboo fork that Wenjing had carefully sharpened, the little mermaid unhappily inserted the fork into the smooth rice skin. And this time, he finally succeeded in eating the rice skin by himself. The little mermaid's mood was slightly soothed by the food, but Tuanchuan thought that he had not eaten the rice skin yet. So he broke away from Wenjing's arms and ran to his own portion. It would have been fine if he had just eaten quietly, but unfortunately Tuanchuan was shaking his feathers while eating, looking very proud. The little mermaid, who had always been the center of attention, was very unhappy. Even the rice skin in his mouth was not so delicious. He thought angrily that the winged race was equally annoying. The rice skin in the bowl was getting less and less, and the little mermaid lowered his head and ate silently. This unhappy mood aroused the worry buried in his heart. The little mermaid thought that he was a lonely mermaid stranded on this strange planet, and he didn't know whether his father and mother were safe. Red began to spread in the corners of his eyes, and crystal tears slowly flowed down. In Wenjing's shocked eyes, the teardrops gradually turned from transparent to white as they slid down, and when they reached the chin, they turned into round pearls and fell on the table, making a light snap. Tears can really turn into pearls. And those myths and legends have some basis. Could it be that the magical creatures in those myths and legends are all aliens? Wenjing's thoughts went astray for those 2 minutes, and he was anxious looking at the pearls falling on the table one after another. How could he make the little mermaid cry? The little mermaid sitting in front of the table lowered her head, and Wenjing could not see his expression clearly, but could only see the pearls falling continuously. Just when he was at a loss and didn't know how to coax the child, Tuanchuan on the table made a gloating cry, which was full of sarcasm, which made the anxious Wenjing's forehead burst with blue veins, and he bit his right hand fingers and knocked on Tuanchuan's head twice. Tuan Tuan screamed in pain, successfully attracting the attention of the little mermaid, and the tears stopped. Facing this struggle between 2 childish children, Wenjing felt that his eyes were dark and the future was dark. He was not good at coaxing children at all. Tuan Tuan could not speak human language, and the little mermaid spoke human language very slowly. When she was anxious, she would switch back to the mermaid language she was best at, even if she could not understand what the other party said at all. What the other party said was definitely not good, and she had to quarrel back. Wenjing was anxious to persuade Tuan Tuan and the little mermaid, but he didn't know what to say to the little mermaid who met for the first time. And Tuan Tuan, who had been spoiled by Wenjing since childhood, was even more fearless. In the end, Wenjing saw that the 2 little guys were just quarreling but not fighting, so he gave up persuading tiredly and walked to the stove alone. What should I do if I want to coax a child? Give them a lot of delicious food. What if they can't stop quarreling after giving them food? It means that the food is not enough. Wenjing thought that the rice noodle was spicy, salty and a little cold, so he made a sweet food. Besides, they would be thirsty after quarreling, so he made some soup. The food that came to his mind was the coconut milk taro stew that Wenjing made when he got the taro. But this time he planned to add another ingredient, which was some clams raised in a bucket. Put the clean clams into boiling water, and immediately take them out and drain them after they open. And take out the clam meat inside. After the wild taro is soaked, cut it into small pieces, and stew it in a fresh coconut shell with coconut milk taken out. When the taro is cooked soft, add coconut milk and boil until the soup is thick. At this time, add clam meat and a little sea salt for seasoning. Because the clam meat is cooked, it can be eaten after being boiled in it for a few minutes. Wenjung kept stirring the pot with a wooden spoon in his hand. Noticing that the cave had become quiet as he expected, he smiled and put the coconut milk and taro clam pot into a bowl in front of the two little cuties. When Wenjung just started cooking, the two were still arguing with each other. If they hadn't taken Wenjung into consideration, they would have started fighting directly. The easiest thing to get thirsty when quarreling is birds and mermaids. But seeing that the other party has not stopped, they are too embarrassed to ask for a halftime break. The more they quarrel, the thirstier they are. At this time, a sweet smell came from Wenjung's direction. It was the smell of coconut milk and taro blended together. It floated around you so sweetly. You can smell that smell with every breath, which slowly tempts your appetite. Arguing is a labor-intensive thing. The tongue and stomach simultaneously convey the message of needing food to the brain. The two little cuties all slowed down their speech speed, and their eyes drifted to Wenjung from time to time. When the pot of coconut milk, taro and clams came out of the pot, the two little cuties chose to truce at the same time. The little mermaid even took out a spoon from the cutlery tube on the table. Seeing the two little cuties waiting for food peacefully, Wenjung gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. The food was in front of him. Tuan Tuan and the little mermaid could not resist the temptation. The rich coconut fragrance and soft taro were particularly sweet, and paired with the delicious clams, the two little cuties ate so much that they couldn't even lift their heads. The little mermaid put the last bit into his mouth with a spoon and squinted his eyes with satisfaction. Since he came to this planet, the most he ate every day was nutritional supplements. Occasionally, he would get some sea fish here to improve the taste. He had also tried that kind of clams, but lost his appetite after opening the shell and seeing the clam meat mixed with mud and sand. He didn't expect that it would taste so delicious after being processed by Wenjung. After eating the sweet clam pot, the emotions of the two little cuties calmed down. Wenjung sat between the two this time and asked the little mermaid about some situations. Little mermaid, are you from another planet? Wenjung pointed to the sky outside the cave and asked about the identity of the little mermaid first. Blinking, the little mermaid waved her hand. A few minutes later, something on the table changed from transparent to solid. It was a blue diamond crystal, which functioned like a projector and could project some scenes in the air. This was the machine used by the little mermaid to watch Wenjung's daily actions. And this machine also recorded his experience. Mermaids have unique talents and abilities. They have unique affinity, which can easily make harmless creatures let down their guard. At the same time, they can also sense the emotions of intelligent creatures. The little mermaid felt that Wenjung was only a little wary of him at the beginning, and had no malice towards him. In the observation of these days, Wenjung was so good to the evolved bird, coupled with Wenjung's potion, the little mermaid decided to tell Wenjung about those things. Hidden mission exploring the disaster of the dungeon has been completed, with 500 points as a reward. After watching the scene played on the light screen, Wenjung didn't need to ask anything. Many questions were answered. Of course, he finally got the reason why the Blue Water Planet was facing such a disaster. It turned out that it was not the aliens who wanted to occupy the Blue Water Planet, but it was an unexpected disaster. The interstellar airship that the little mermaid was riding on was suddenly attacked by the enemy. The staff on the airship were replaced by the enemy at some point, and the wound on the mermaid's tail was injured at this time. Even if the traitor inside the airship was solved in time and a rescue signal was sent, the situation became more critical. In the process of avoiding the attack, the airship that the little mermaid was riding came to the galaxy where the blue water star was located. The defense system of the airship was strongly damaged. At this critical moment, the relatives of the little mermaid had no choice but to put the little mermaid in a small escape boat and put all the items transported in the airship into the blue water star, a planet suitable for survival. The little mermaid riding the lifeboat and the items used for cover were the meteor shower that suddenly came. However, in the process of landing on the Earth, the escape boat was still attacked by the enemy, and many functions were all destroyed. It passed through the atmosphere of the blue water star, and finally the escape boat took the little mermaid to hide in the sea of the blue water star. In order to reduce energy consumption, the escape boat was hidden in the soil layer of an island. However, There was a special toxin on the wound of the Little Mermaid. The treatment device in the escape boat could not be completely treated, and it could only be temporarily controlled. So the Little Mermaid fell into a deep sleep, until the lifeboat caught a special potion that had a good healing effect on the Little Mermaid's wounds, which made the Little Mermaid wake up. He wanted to find this potion, but he was tempted by the food first. After when Jung saw the lifeboat reach the sea, he entered the soil under the island, protected the island with an energy shield, and moved the location of the island. From then on, the island disappeared from human eyes. At that time, the world's attention was attracted by the meteor shower. Perhaps some countries found that an uninhabited island suddenly disappeared, but they should not have been able to search for it, or there was no time at all, and they faced the attack of white light. Afterwards, a giant white net appeared, indeed appearing above the island. But just like when Wenjung faced the wild boar leader, the white light that appeared in the sky was blocked by the energy shield, so it did not damage the island. So your lifeboat is under the grass outside the cave? Wenjun walked to the entrance of the cave and looked ahead with an incredible look. No wonder the Little Mermaid appeared from the puddle. And the stone he dug below was not a rock, but the shell of the lifeboat. If he had dug a few more times at that time, he might have found something strange. The Little Mermaid nodded with a serious expression, but this expression on his face looked particularly cute. You came to me for the healing potion, right? When Jung took out the glass bottle containing the healing potion and asked again. The healing potion that was not covered flowed down from the gaps in the gravel and then dripped into the rock layer hidden below. However, exchanging for healing potions costs 500 points, and his current balance is only enough to exchange for 3 bottles. Seeing that the Little Mermaid's tail was still seriously injured after using some healing potions, when Jung was a little worried. The Little Mermaid nodded excitedly when she saw the bottle of healing potion. The next second, he picked up the pearls that were transformed from his tears from the table and put them in his hands, saying, "These? Exchange." When Jung was stunned when he saw the pearls in his hand. These pearls looked round, but he used points instead of money to buy potions. These pearls are useless to him. But seeing the wound on the Little Mermaid's leg, when Jung still opened the system panel to buy a bottle of healing potion, and then turned his attention to the item recycling function in the system store, because he had never used this function. When Jung almost forgot about it, he turned on the recycling function and tried to select the pearl. When he saw the font on the system panel, he almost jumped up. It turned out that it was really possible. This item is worth 50 points. Do you want to choose recycling? 1 pearl is 50 points. Although 50 points are few, there are many pearls. The Little Mermaid just cried for a while, and there were many pearls scattered on the table and the floor. When Jung picked them up and counted them 3 times, there were 32 pearls in total, which was 1,600 points, enough to buy 3 bottles. When Jung nodded to the Little Mermaid, put the 30 pearls in his hand, and said, "These can be exchanged for 3 bottles of healing potion." The Little Mermaid had no objection, and even hurried when Jung a little anxiously. The wound on the tail not only hurt every moment, but also severely limited his ability. When the wound on the tail was healed, the bird would definitely not be his opponent. In order to avoid waste, when Jung first took out 10 pearls to recycle, then bought a bottle of healing potion and gave it to the Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid excitedly opened it, lifted up her tail, and carefully poured the potion on it. But the same situation as when Jung used at that time. After these potions came into contact with the wound, they formed a light blue film that wrapped the entire tail. Unlike when Jung's wound. When Jung's wound was mainly to stop bleeding and heal the wound, while the Little Mermaid's wound had stopped bleeding. But there was a substance in the wound that was harmful to the mermaid, and it had to rely on the potion to absorb it out. Visible black matter floated out of the mermaid's wound, gradually dyeing the beautiful blue film black. When the healing potion took full effect, the film automatically shrank into a small black ball. When Jung gently picked up the black ball, looked at the serious wound on the mermaid's leg, and exchanged for 2 more bottles of healing potion. After using these 2 bottles of healing potion, the black matter floating out of the wound became less visible to the naked eye. The wound on the mermaid's tail healed more than half, but it was still not completely healed. When Jung simply exchanged for a bottle with his own points. Hidden task help phase 2 complete. Reward points 500 points. It just offset the 500 points spent. And there were 2 extra pearls. When Jung looked at the balance of 1,600 points, and was very satisfied. The mermaid was gently stroking her intact tail with her little hand, and then looked up at Wenjung, her eyes full of gratitude for Wenjung, and stretched out her little hand to Wenjung. Wenjung used his eyes to stop Tuan Tuan from getting angry again, and held the little mermaid in his arms. A soft touch came from his forehead, and Wenjung was stunned for a moment. It was not until the touch left that he realized that the little mermaid had kissed his forehead. And then he heard the little mermaid's explanation, "It will bring you good luck." Congratulations to player Wenjung for receiving the blessing of the mermaids and permanently improving his luck attribute. Because a kiss improved his attributes, Wenjung was really stunned this time and did not move for a long time. Tuan Tuan, who dared not move after being looked at by Wenjung, could no longer bear it. If Wenjung did not move, he would drive the fish away himself. Just after opening its wings and flying over, the mermaid, who had recovered her health, flicked her tail, and the water in the bucket turned into a stream of water, pouring out the unprepared Tuan Tuan. No fighting. Wenjung was sandwiched between the two little cuties again, relying on the fact that the two little cuties would not attack him. He pressed the little mermaid on the stool and Tuan Tuan opposite the little mermaid, staring at them and saying, "Whoever fights again will not be allowed to eat." No eating. The little mermaid and Tuan Tuan looked at Wenjung with eyes that said, "You can't be so cruel." Originally just a casual sentence, it had such an obvious effect. Wenjung finally grasped the lifeline of the two little cuties. With a stern face, he learned the tone of the most severe teacher he had ever seen since childhood and said, "Whoever I see fighting again will not be able to eat the food I cook for a day." Wenjung's expression and tone were not joking at all, and the two children wilted instantly, particularly satisfied with the scene he created. Wenjung tried not to notice the two children's eyes fighting, walked to the bed, picked up the black box and put it on the table, lowered his head and asked the little mermaid, "This thing made Tuan Tuan and I evolve. Will there be any bad effects?" "Okay. Good for you," the little mermaid said, trying to find words to introduce it. Alas, Wenjung usually talks to himself a lot, but he talks most about food, and he is still very lacking in words for certain directions. If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. Wenjung smiled and looked at the little mermaid's wrinkled face because of thinking, "Just know that it won't harm us. I'll teach you to speak in the future, and you can tell me when you learn it." "Okay," the little mermaid said seriously. "Thank you. I will replenish my energy. Someone will come to save me." Wenjung heard new news from the little mermaid again and asked him what he meant. Hearing what the little mermaid said, he successfully stayed on the island for a year, and the opportunity to leave might be related to the little mermaid. After a difficult conversation with the little mermaid, Wenjung finally understood what was going on. The lifeboat the little mermaid was riding was attacked, and many things were damaged and could not be repaired, and most of the energy was used to protect the protective shield of the island. Now the lifeboat is replenishing energy in a similar way. If he does not consume energy to resist the white light attacks in the future, he can contact his family with a secret signal in 2 months. Just before the lifeboat was attacked, the lifeboat received a special signal to rescue him, and then the communication function was destroyed. But this planet has not been destroyed by the group of interstellar pirates for such a long time. The little mermaid is sure that the people who rescued him are outside the planet, but they have not been able to come to save him yet. He must find a way to save himself. Wenjung finally figured out the cause and effect. In the last 2 months, he had to take good care of the little mermaid and successfully complete the main task of surviving for a year, and then he could get out. Looking at the well-behaved little mermaid, Wenjung was particularly willing to keep this little mermaid for a few months. But it would be a headache to adjust the relationship between the fish and the bird. That night, Wenjung sent the little mermaid back to the escape boat under the grass, where the environment was most suitable for the little mermaid to live, because the escape boat was set up with the most stringent defense settings by the little mermaid's relatives. Even the little mermaid had no way to let Wenjung in. Wenjung still felt a little regretful. And then, he was questioned angrily by Tuan Tuan. In order to comfort Tuan Tuan, he could not fall asleep until late at night, and he forgot about the little mermaid. When Wenjung apologized to Tuan Tuan for the 108th time, he found that Tuan Tuan had fallen asleep after a long time. Wenjung was so angry that he did not dare to wake Tuan Tuan up. He could only mess up the feathers on Tuan Tuan's head, and then fell asleep on the bed. Since the appearance of the little mermaid, no matter how much Tuan Tuan was unwilling, there was still a little mermaid in his and Wenjung's lives. Even if the energy in the lifeboat was used to maintain the protective shield and repair the communicator, so there were no high-tech products for Wenjung to use. But the Little Mermaid himself could help a lot, relying on his ability to control water. Controlling water is the innate ability of the mermaids. As they grow older, their ability to control water flow will become stronger. At this age, the mermaid is in the stage of carefree play in the mermaid tribe. Without any training, she can only control a water column that is as thick as Wenjing's arm. These days, the mermaid has become more and more skilled in controlling the water column. And the biggest contributor is Tuanchuan. Even though Wenjung has banned fighting, the mermaid and Tuanchuan often quarrel over a disagreement. The mermaid controls the water flow and chases Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan relies on his ability to fly to avoid the water flow while trying to find opportunities to counterattack the mermaid. At first, Wenjung was still worried, but later he saw that the two of them had their own ideas, and fighting would not really hurt each other, and they also exercised their strength. So he turned a blind eye and let the two play. Sometimes, they will feel good after fighting. Today is the 23rd fight between Tuanchuan and the Little Mermaid. In the previous 22 fights, each little cutie won 11 games. Just a tie. So this one is crucial. And the winning little cutie can be proud for a whole day. The Little Mermaid stayed in the shallow sea, with the sea water surrounding him. A column of water rushed up to the sky and rushed towards Tuanchuan in the sky. Tuanchuan spread his wings, made a beautiful turn to avoid the attack of the water column, followed by a perfect glide, ignoring the water column behind him, with only the target of hunting in his eyes. The territories of these two little cuties are the sky and the ocean. In the fight in the deep sea, as long as the Little Mermaid lurks under the water, Tuanchuan can't do anything to him. Similarly, in the mountains and forests with less water flow, the Little Mermaid is helpless against Tuanchuan, and the place where the two people fight in the end becomes the beach in the shallow sea. Tuan swooped down, and the Little Mermaid flicked her tail, sliding back a few meters in an instant. If you look closely, you will find that the Little Mermaid's tail did not touch the sand at all, but was carried backward by the water flow. The target disappeared. Tuan, who was stuck in the sand last time because of this move, learned a lesson. He tilted his head up and twisted his body. At the moment before touching the sand, he flew into the sky again. The water column controlled by the Little Mermaid did not have time to change direction, and rushed to the beach, splashing sand everywhere, and directly rushed out of a sand pit. Pooh! 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 Wenjung, who was not far away, was bending over and spitting out the sand in his mouth. It was really a fight between fish and birds, which affected others. He just wanted to call these two little cuties back to eat after he finished cooking. As soon as he opened his mouth and didn't say a word, he was splashed with sand in his mouth. Next time he gets close to these two when they are playing, he will be like two pigs in a pigsty. No, they are worse than pigs. Every time the two little sows see Tuan or the Little Mermaid, they huddle together and tremble. Speaking of the two little sows, they have been raised for so long that their personalities have become docile. Moreover, they eat more and move less every day. They look fatter than the wild boars on the mountain. They are almost ready to be killed. Unexpectedly, their fight would affect Wenjung. The two little cuties stopped at the same time. Tuan flew to Wenjung and acted like a spoiled child. The Little Mermaid rolled up the clams and other oceans that jumped out of the sand pit with water balls. The sea water gradually flowed from the beach to Wenjung. The Little Mermaid moved to Wenjung's side with the sea water and looked at them with her big watery eyes. What could Wenjung do? He couldn't say a word of blame. He could only forgive the two little cuties, taking them back to the front of the cave. The water ball wrapped with seafood was accurately thrown into the bucket. Every time it was time to eat. It was the time when Tuan and the Little Mermaid were the most friendly and tacit. They all ran to the bamboo pavilion to see what lunch was today. On the square table in the bamboo pavilion, there was a bowl of steaming noodles on the 3 seats where they usually sat. The noodles just out of the pot were still emitting hot steam, like the fog covering the sea in the early morning. The noodle soup was particularly clear, and you could clearly see the folded yellow wide noodles in the bowl, with a few pieces of red pepper and green seaweed floating on it. It looked a bit ordinary, but it smelled like the freshness of the ocean. The wide noodles in the big bowl looked ordinary, and you could only see the surprise inside when you picked it up with chopsticks. The little surprise was hiding under the yellow noodles. Half of its figure was revealed when it was pushed with chopsticks. It was like a half-hidden loot, making people curious. When they finally came out to show themselves openly, their mouths began to water. What Wenjung hid under the noodles were round red shrimp balls and white fish balls. Since the Little Mermaid came, Wenjung no longer had to go out to sea to fish. And he ate fresh seafood every day. Since there was no shortage of ingredients, he could do whatever he wanted. Although he didn't know the specific steps of making shrimp balls and fish balls, he could imagine them roughly. The shrimp balls were made of delicious red sea shrimps. And the fish balls were made of a sea fish with very few fish bones. Chop the fish meat. Remove the fish bones. Add seasonings to it. And then slowly mash it into fish paste. After pouring it into fish paste, Wenjung found that the fish paste was not sticky enough and could not be made into small balls. So he tried to add some taro powder to it. And these were okay. After stirring well, it turned into small balls obediently. Shrimp balls and fish balls are made in the same way. And shrimp balls are even simpler. You only need to remove the shrimp thread and shrimp shell, which is not as troublesome as removing fish bones. After eating for more than 20 days, the Little Mermaid has mastered the use of chopsticks. He moved his fingers gently with standard movements, and went to the red shrimp balls with a clear goal. The two chopsticks were on both sides of the shrimp balls. Just as he tried to pick up the shrimp balls with a little force, he felt the chopsticks slip, and the shrimp balls slid between the chopsticks and fell to the bottom of the bowl. It was the first time that the Little Mermaid encountered such a difficult thing to pick up. He picked up the chopsticks with great interest and was about to pick up the shrimp balls. He didn't get discouraged even after falling down 3 times. Instead, he treated it as a fun little game, until a mocking voice came from the other side. Tuanchuan, who only had claws but no hands, had no choice but to wait for Wenjung to come over and laugh at his mortal enemy. The Little Mermaid glanced at Tuanchuan and gave up the game that made him laugh. He found the fork Wenjung made for him from the bamboo tube, inserted the shrimp ball effortlessly, and put the red ball in his mouth in front of Tuanchuan. When you hold it with chopsticks, you can feel the amazing elasticity of the shrimp ball. When you put your teeth on it, you will feel it bounces twice between your teeth. Gently bite the smooth shrimp ball and put it in your mouth to chew. There is only one word: fresh. Seeing that the Little Mermaid's fork was already on the white and tender fish ball, Tuanchuan was anxious to put his mouth in, not caring whether it would dirty the feathers near his mouth. You guys are eating now, Little Mermaid. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Just at this time, Wenjung came over with a plate. The plate contained yellow balls, which looked like a staple food that could fill people's stomachs. There was no way. Wenjung's Tuanchuan had a big appetite, and the new Little Mermaid, looking like a small child, ended up eating about the same amount as Wenjung and the others. If he didn't make more staple food for every meal, Wenjung would have to spend the whole day cooking. Putting the plate on the table, Wenjung met Tuanchuan's resentful eyes, put a few fish balls and shrimp balls from the big bowl into the small bowl, poured a mouthful of soup into it, and then told Tuanchuan to be careful of the heat and eat slowly. Wenjung was the last one to sit down. He took the chopsticks and didn't eat the fish balls and shrimp balls first, but picked up a piece of noodles. This yellow noodle is made by Wenjung after grinding barley into barley flour. The wheat flour usually used is relatively white and very soft after cooking, but the taste of barley noodles is different. The wide noodles made by Wenjung are particularly chewy, but not too hard. Just the right kind. Moreover, the noodles absorb enough soup, with both the spiciness of peppers and the sourness of sour fruits, the freshness of seafood, and the sweetness of the noodles themselves. After eating a long noodle and drinking a mouthful of soup, it is really unforgettable, and you want to eat more. After eating half of the noodles, Wenjung put down his chopsticks and picked up the yellow ball in the plate with his hands. This thing is made of barley-like noodles. Barley is a common staple food in the north. Wenjung grew up in the south and only knew that barley could be used as a staple food. He had no idea how to eat it. However, he had a roommate from the north in college. The roommate not only introduced it to them, but also brought them various foods made from barley, and even made it himself in the dormitory. This barley can also be ground into flour to make steamed buns and cakes. The taste is much more chewy than wheat flour, and the more you chew it, the more delicious it tastes. Today, Wenjung made noodles with barley flour, and it can also be mixed with other grains to cook porridge and make soy milk. Barley can also be used to make bread and brew Highland barley wine. But the roommate from the north only mentioned it, and he couldn't make it himself. At that time, in the dormitory of the school, high-power electrical appliances could not be used illegally. The food made by the northerner did not require electrical appliances or living things. In addition to the materials he prepared, he needed hot water, bowls and hands. It was a very simple food to make and can be preserved for a long time. Tsampa. First of all, tsampa is the same as barley tea. Barley with shells is dried and fried, and then ground into flour after frying, which is completely opposite to the usual operation of removing shells and then grinding flour. After the barley flour is ground out, it is to add things into it and then knead it into small balls. Usually, tsampa is made by adding butter tea to barley flour. Wenjung doesn't even have milk or goat milk, let alone butter tea, so he can only add hot water. In fact, adding hot water to barley flour and kneading it into balls is tsampa. But it doesn't taste good. Usually, some shredded cheese, white sugar, or butter are added to it. But unfortunately none of these are available in college, except for a few regular ones made by my northern roommates for everyone to try. The rest of the materials depended on everyone's free play. The basic version is to add less water to the tsampa ball, and there is also tsampa mud with more water. The advanced version is to add any material to it as you like. If you like sweet, add sugar or various milks. If you like spicy, add hot sauce or even meat sauce. Some people make dark dishes, add spicy strips, chocolate, and even brewed acid as root granules. Not to mention, some combinations taste good, but some combinations are not bad. That is, they cannot be eaten and can only be thrown into the trash. No one thought that some things would be so powerful when combined. This time when Jung made tsampa, the basic version is a tsampa ball with only hot water added, and the advanced version adds sweet fruit and chili peppers. He pinched them into the size of the Little Mermaid's fist and distributed 3 of each to everyone. After finishing the big bowl of wide noodles, Tuan and the Little Mermaid felt that they were not full, so they turned to tsampa. Wenjung stood up and left with a piece of tsampa in his mouth. The basic version of tsampa is fried barley flour with water. It only has the taste of barley flour itself, but it smells particularly fragrant. The advanced version tastes much better. Whether it is sweet or spicy, it has a unique flavor, but it is a bit dry if you eat too much. At this time, I knew what the soup in the noodle soup was used for, and I drank it all. Although the tsampa tasted good, it was not as delicious as other things made by Wenjung, and they were not full yet. When the Little Mermaid and Tuan were confused, they saw Wenjung carrying a large plate with things on it. Facing the curious eyes of the 2 little cuties, Wenjung put the plate on the table. In the middle was fried barley flour, and the bamboo tubes around it were all kinds of seasonings, as well as the meat sauce cooked by Wenjung himself, and the cooked shrimp and fish meat. This time he was going to let the 2 little cuties do it themselves, so that they would not want to fight all the time, and he could take a break. Hearing that they had to do it themselves, the Little Mermaid and Tuan were very excited, looking at these things, thinking about what they should add. Wenjung wanted to give them a demonstration. After looking at the Little Mermaid shook her tail, and the hot water on the stove flew into Wenjung's bowl. At the same time, cold water was added to the pot to continue boiling. Wenjung added a small amount of barley flour to the bowl, and then added some meat sauce to it. Stirring it made meat sauce tsampa mud, which tasted better. Then add more barley flour, fish and shrimp meat, and knead it into seafood meat tsampa balls. This way of eating is also good. The 2 little cuties were eager to try. The Little Mermaid summoned a water ball to wash their hands seriously. Tuan was about to fly to the water's edge when he saw the water ball suddenly appear in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, looked at the Little Mermaid's serious look, and then put his claws into the water ball to wash. Because Tuan's claws were not very convenient, Wenjung helped to add various seasonings according to Tuan's instructions. But Tuan himself moved his mouth and claws to knead the balls and stir them into mud. Anyway, he made it, and he ate it himself. The 2 little cuties had a lot of fun playing in the bamboo pavilion, and the scene was rare and harmonious. Chapter 61. Time passed faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, it has been 350 days since I came to the deserted island. There are still more than 10 days before leaving the deserted island. Wenjung has been living a leisurely life in the past few months. The closer he is to leaving the deserted island, the more panic he suddenly feels. He is waiting for good news from the Little Mermaid. Now the land in this world has become an island. This kind of destructive disaster can completely make human civilization regress to dozens or hundreds of years. Even if a year has passed, it is good enough for governments to stabilize the current situation. But it is absolutely impossible to find this island protected by the alien energy shield. When Jing's chance to leave the island still depends on the Little Mermaid. After leaving the deserted island, what will life be like? After staying on the deserted island for so long, when Zheng has forgotten the skills to communicate with humans. People outside the deserted island are not as innocent as Tuanchuan and the Little Mermaid. But looking at Tuanchuan's current figure and thinking about the closeness of the Little Mermaid to him, when Zheng feels that it is no big deal. After leaving the island, the main task will be completed. You can leave this world at any time. Even if you die, it is not real death. So there is nothing to be afraid of. From time to time, the sound of water flow and the rustling sound of the sea breeze blowing on the leaves can be heard on the beach in the distance, as well as the excited chirping of Tuan Tuan and the mermaid's sweet singing. These two little guys have to make a scene like this every day. In the process of the two little cuties fighting, not only the original abilities are improved, but also new abilities are discovered. The mermaid's control over water is becoming more and more exquisite. Now he can distract himself and control 3 streams of water. Now his goal is to try to separate the water in the seawater from other things. It can be seen that when Zheng proposed it, Tuan Tuan suddenly awakened the ability to control the wind during a battle of wits and courage with the Little Mermaid. Even though this ability is not yet mature, it has made Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan quite excited. Tuan Tuan can only use the wind to help Wen Zheng separate the barley husks and barley grains. He is working hard to use the wind to make Wen Zheng fly in the sky. The voice of the Little Mermaid has a power to confuse people. But Tuan Tuan's cry can cleanse the confused people. Even those who are not confused will have clearer minds after hearing Tuan Tuan's cry. These experiments were performed on Wen Zheng. No wonder these two little cuties don't get along so well. Even their abilities are mutually exclusive. Wen Zheng sat at the entrance of the cave and thought about a lot of random things. When he saw that the time was almost up, he left the cave and walked towards the pig pen. Today, I plan to kill the pigs. There are only 2 wild boars raised in total. Wen Zheng killed one last month. Now they have eaten all of them. It is not far from leaving the island. This last wild boar should also fall into their stomachs. Speaking of wild boars, they often run and jump, and the meat is really rough. And the wild boars that have not been processed artificially have an unpleasant smell. The 2 wild boars raised by Wen Zheng are female wild boars. They were caught when they were still wild boar cubs. They are well fed, and well fed every day. They just need exercise when hoeing the land. They are all fatter than those in the mountains. The one slaughtered last month surprised Wen Zheng and his friends. This one has been raised for another month. And the taste may be even better. As the saying goes, the first time is raw. The second time is familiar. Wen Zheng has slaughtered wild boars several times, and his movements are now very skilled. With the help of the Little Mermaid and Tuanchuan, the wild boar was quickly cut up. After eating something casually at noon, Wen Zheng spent several hours to process the wild boar. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the temperature was not too high and there was a beautiful sunset in the sky, the whole pig feast began at this time. Wen Zheng didn't even need to shout. When the fragrance gradually floated in the air, Tuanchuan and the Little Mermaid tacitly chose to stop fighting and hurriedly flew back. Wen Zheng had just grilled the skewers, and when he saw them coming back, he waved and said, "Come over quickly and eat while it's hot." Tuanchuan and the Little Mermaid came to their seats, and Wen Zheng continued to turn the pig's trotters in front of the fire while eating. The Little Mermaid waved her hand, and the cold sea water turned into a water ball, flying over and rolling around Wen Zheng's face and neck. But his clothes were not wet at all. Tuanchuan moved his wings again, and a cool breeze blew beside Wen Zheng. The heat on his body was dispelled, and Wen Zheng sprinkled the roasted shiny pig's trotters with stone chestnut shreds and chili powder. After the 2 little cuties finished eating the skewers and drank 2 sips of sweet juice, Wen Zheng placed the 2 roasted pigs' hind legs in front of them, and he took a pig's front leg. The wild boars he raised exercised much less than those in the mountains, and the pig's trotters were much more delicious, full of collagen and tendons. The stone chestnut shreds wrapped on the outside were particularly crispy, with a fragrant oil of dried fruits, and the wrapped pig's trotters were very tender, soft and glutinous, and not greasy at all. Is it delicious? Wen Zheng rolled the barley dough in his hand, watching Tuanchuan and the Little Mermaid nod vigorously, and then pointed to the bamboo tube on the table. Eating pig's trotters makes you thirsty. Drink something. The bamboo tubes on the table were filled with various drinks. This time, Tuan Tuan and the Little Mermaid chose barley juice. After the last batch of barley was harvested, Wenjung sowed some seeds in the farmland, and now they have all sprouted. The young leaves of barley can be used to squeeze juice for drinking. Wenjung made a manual juicer with bamboo tubes and iron wood. The squeezed barley juice has a fresh grassy fragrance. After drinking, the two little cuties came to Wenjung. Wenjung was immediately happy when he saw their curious looks. He pulled off 2 small balls of dough and threw them to play with them as plasticine. Wenjung put the prepared fillings into the dough, and after the edges were closed, he rolled it into a pancake with a wooden stick and put it in a pan brushed with oil. This is a pork pie. Barley flour is used to make the pie, but it is not fermented. It is a hot pancake made with hot water. Fermentation requires yeast. Before there is yeast, koji is used. Where does koji come from? Wenjung thought for a long time before finding the keyword moldy grain in his mind. However, knowing the key words was useless. After several consecutive failures, Wenjung gave up the fermentation process. The baked barley pie was golden yellow on both sides. The palm-sized pie was held up with both hands. It was a little hot just out of the pan. He blew it gently with his mouth and took another bite. The piece he bit was too small, and he really ate the outer dough and the delicious soup. When making the filling, Wenjung was willing to put in the ingredients: minced pork and bamboo fungus as the filling, and freshly boiled lard residue. The pork was fat and lean, and the bamboo fungus was particularly delicious, and it also neutralized the greasiness of the lard. The lard residue tasted delicious. In a blink of an eye, a pie disappeared in his hand. The Little Mermaid's hands were greasy from eating, and even the corners of her mouth were greasy. Compared with the first time Wenjung saw her, the Little Mermaid had become much fatter. Every time she ate delicious food, she looked at Wenjung with shining eyes. This time, she finally made a request. Wenjung, can you go back to my planet with me? Wenjung smiled, and did not say whether he refused or not, but introduced his country to him. There is a saying in my country that people take food as their first priority, and regard eating as the top priority in life. The Little Mermaid listened obediently. No wonder the food Wenjung cooked was so delicious. Their mermaids think about how to have stronger attack power, how to sing better, and how to keep their tails more beautiful every day. The food they usually eat is the sashimi that Wenjung mentioned. So, our country has a very brilliant food civilization. There are countless excellent chefs, and even divided into 8 major cuisines with their own characteristics. Wenjung thought about it, but still did not count the 9th talent of the cafeteria dishes. The Little Mermaid exclaimed, 8 major cuisines. Wenjung, can you cook them all for me in the future? I can pay you. Wenjung shook his head. I can't. I'm not even a chef. And the dishes I cook are just home-cooked dishes that most Chinese people can cook. If you want to eat, you can find other chefs after we leave here. Is it better than yours? The Little Mermaid widened her eyes. My cooking skills can only be considered ordinary. Wenjung's tone was particularly serious. Tuan Tuan flew to Wenjung and whispered to comfort Wenjung. No matter how delicious the food cooked by others was, he thought the best food was still made by Wenjung. Wenjung was very touched, but he pushed Tuan Tuan's head away expressionlessly and said, you didn't get to eat it. If you really got to eat it, you would definitely forget me. Tuan Tuan objected repeatedly. But Wenjung started to make soup when you really abandoned me for food. I won't blame you, because I will make the same choice. While playing with Tuan Tuan, Wenjung secretly looked at the expression of the Little Mermaid, who looked thoughtful. His words should have worked. Just when Wenjung finished making the pork bone soup and wanted to serve it, the thinking Little Mermaid suddenly said, the energy has been replenished. Wenjung was dumbfounded on the spot. The Little Mermaid returned to the spacecraft to operate. Wenjung didn't even have the mood to eat the food. He circled around the bamboo pavilion and kept rubbing Tuan Tuan's feathers in his hands. Half an hour later, the Little Mermaid returned to the ground. Under Wenjung's nervous gaze, the Little Mermaid nodded, letting the secret message that had been successfully sent out and contacting his family, who came to rescue him. Wenjung breathed a sigh of relief and listened to the Little Mermaid's whisper. In order to send a secret signal that could avoid the Star Island, the energy he replenished now could only allow him to video chat with his family for a few minutes. This time was enough for them to make things clear. The interstellar army led by his family came to rescue the Little Mermaid. since they didn't know where he fell on the blue water planet and what his current situation was. The Scarlet Pirate group was stronger and had star matter in hand. The Interstellar Army was tied up and delayed the battle for so long. But even if the Little Mermaid's message was not sent out, the battle would be over soon. Because of the news from the Little Mermaid, the Interstellar Army gave up the radical tactics that might damage the blue water planet and changed to a tactics that tried to protect the blue water planet as much as possible, which was just a little slower in time. When Zheng took a sip of water and looked at the more shining fish tail of the Little Mermaid, if it weren't for the bottle of potion that was not covered, the Little Mermaid would not have been treated. I don't know what kind of damage that radical tactics would cause to the Earth. Moreover, the Interstellar Army would rather destroy the blue water planet than take action against the pirates. The status of the blue water planet in the Interstellar is really hard to say. Blue water planet is a parallel world, and China is also very similar to Wen Zheng's own country. Of course, he wants this country and this planet to have a bright future. He can't do much, but he must do it. Blue water planet is just a planet in the primary galaxy in the mouth of the Little Mermaid. From the news revealed by the Little Mermaid, it can be seen that this kind of primary galaxy with a certain level of technology is protected by the Interstellar Convention. This time, blue water planet suffered an unprovoked disaster. If you want to get compensation and let China have a better future, you must have someone with the right to speak to help fight for it. When Zheng looked at the Little Mermaid again, after spending the last 10 days in a panic, when Zheng sat on the grass on the last day, watching the Little Mermaid and Tuanchuan fighting and playing together, and also watching the countdown on the system panel. Only 3 hours left. The Little Mermaid and Tuanchuan stopped together, and when Zheng looked up at the sky with a sense of something, and a white light passed through the sky. When Zheng immediately stood up and stood next to the Little Mermaid and Tuanchuan, watching the white light not being blocked by the energy shield and about to fall on his head. Without much time to think, the body that had encountered the white light twice reflexively wanted to run back. And when Zheng did not forget to pull Tuan and the Little Mermaid. "No, my brother is here to pick me up," the Little Mermaid said, with undisguised joy in her voice. When Zheng stopped and stood behind the Little Mermaid holding Tuan, the Little Mermaid rushed over excitedly before the white light fell on the sea. When the white light completely dissipated, when Zheng did not have time to observe the spaceship the aliens were sitting on, and was attracted by the relatives of the Little Mermaid, it was completely an adult human, with long black hair, deep blue eyes, and a face more handsome than those top stars on the blue water planet. The height seemed to be more than 2 meters, but the body proportions were quite perfect, especially the 2 pairs of long legs, which were particularly eye-catching. The alien who came was holding the Little Mermaid in his arms, and the Little Mermaid might miss her relatives too much, so she cried loudly in the arms of her relatives, making the eyes of the visitor look at Wen Zheng. The indifferent look made Wen Zheng tighten his arms around Tuanchuan. It was a look that only a strong man could have. The youngest major general in the galaxy held his long-missing brother. Hearing his brother crying in his arms, he immediately wanted to kill the pirates that had been eliminated again. There were also those hostile forces that prevented him from saving his brother, secretly helped the Scarlet Pirates, and used public opinion to make trouble in the Federation. The current lesson was still too small. After taking his brother back, he would deal with him properly. The Major General coaxed his young brother distressfully, and then saw his brother's eyes red, and he hurriedly wiped away the tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. The tears of their mermaids are not ordinary. The tears that fall because of eye irritation are useless, but because of psychological factors. The tears that contain rich emotions have a unique effect. In the past, my younger brother didn't care about any tears, but now he has learned to collect them. The Major General just wanted to praise his younger brother, and heard his younger brother muttering, "These pearls should be packed and given to Wen Zheng." The Major General chose to ignore the fact that Wen Zheng could take out the mysterious healing potion, and even destroyed the video of the Little Mermaid, as if it had never happened. In addition, the Major General gave the black box to Wen Zheng and Tuan. It was indeed a box. Inside it was an energy crystal unique to the Feather Tribe, another interstellar race, which did have the ability to make birds evolve. And Wen Zheng's physical fitness evolved because he and Tuan had a very good relationship. And there was also an energy crystal that could serve as a medium, which allowed the connection between the man and the bird, which was equivalent to signing a contract. So, Wen Zheng's physical fitness improved thanks to Tuan, and was completely affected by Tuan's evolution. Even though he knew from his younger brother that Wen Zheng had cured his wounds, and cooked delicious food for him every day. The Major General still looked at Wen Zheng with a nose that was not a nose, and eyes that were not eyes, who made the little mermaid's mouth full of Wen Zheng, instead of his brother, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Although his younger brother didn't like Wen Zheng, the Major General still suppressed his emotions with reason and thanked Wen Zheng solemnly. While thinking about what to give Wen Zheng to thank him, he was also particularly curious about Wen Zheng's cooking skills. Originally, the younger brother suffered so much, and the Major General thought he would see a pale and thin younger brother. But when he really held his younger brother in his arms, he couldn't say that he had suffered during this period. After being stranded on this planet for so long, the baby fat on his brother's face has not disappeared, but has become a lot fatter. If he continues to eat like this, the baby fat will become real fat. After tasting Wen Zheng's cooking skills, the Major General looked at Wen Zheng with a softer look, but still thinking that this was the enemy who was fighting with him for his brother. He had already planned in his mind how to contact some Chinese who are good at cooking while compensating for this planet. Main task: survive on the deserted island for a year has been completed, and the reward points are 1,000 points. Hidden task: help phase 3 has been completed, and 500 points have been obtained. Hidden task: promote the friendship between the mermaids and humans has been completed, and 5,000 points have been obtained. Wen Zheng left the deserted island on the Major General's spaceship and returned to his country, the largest base at present. The normal network communication has been restored. The Chinese, who were originally worried about what the future of the blue water planet would be like every day, saw the news pinned at the top of each website and couldn't believe their eyes and discussed it frantically. I didn't see it wrong. Did I really see it wrong? Is the news on the homepage true or false? I can't stand any jokes now. Ever since the news that the disaster on Blue Water Planet was caused by aliens was announced, I have been looking forward to this news every moment. Now that it has really appeared, I dare not believe it. It is true. The official has released all the explanations. The interstellar pirates who attacked Blue Water Planet have all been eliminated by the Interstellar Corps. And since Blue Water Planet is the victim planet, the Interstellar Federation will send people to compensate Blue Water Planet. If the damage to Blue Water Planet cannot be repaired, they will help the people of Blue Water Planet immigrate to the interstellar space. What's the use of repair? Is it great to migrate to the interstellar space? Can repair this planet and bring back my relatives? I can understand your feelings. When the chaos came, my parents protected me. But things have come to this point. We have no other choice but to accept the compensation from the interstellar space. The dead can't come back, and the survivors still have to look forward. The interstellar pirates held the Blue Water Planet hostage as star matter? So that's what happened. Our planet was honestly turning around in its own territory. But the mermaids led the robbers here and harmed our Blue Water Planet. The mermaids are also victims. The compensation we received was provided by the mermaids. Isn't that what they should do? Should we be grateful if they compensate us? Everyone has resentment in their hearts. But we are in a weak position now. If the mermaids are unwilling to compensate, what can we do? The internet is noisy, and everyone is expressing their opinions, no matter what they think. As a planet that is not qualified to know the truth about the interstellar, they are in an absolute disadvantage and need assistance from other galaxies. When the Blue Water Planet finally welcomed the aid workers, the people of Blue Water Planet were surprised to find that these aliens were particularly friendly to the Chinese. And every time they saw the Chinese, they would ask, "Can you cook?" As a country with a rich food culture, the Chinese people of Blue Water Planet are proud of being foodies. Even when the end of the world comes and Blue Water Planet is attacked by aliens, they have not forgotten to eat. No matter what difficulties you encounter, no matter what situation you fall into, cooking a delicious meal will give you the strength to face it. I didn't expect that the first step to help them out of the doomsday was food. I want to know, how did those aliens know that Chinese people are good at cooking? It should be that after the country contacted the aliens, they used food to entertain them. This is our Chinese way of hospitality since ancient times. Then when the aliens ate it, wow, it's so delicious. But what I'm curious about is, what do those aliens usually eat? Ha ha ha. Even aliens can't escape the charm of our Chinese food. Let me tell you, my grandfather is a national first-class chef, and the old man is lucky and nothing happened. Look, I can also cook for aliens. This time, the people who came to eat were mermaids. My God, when they were happy with the meal, those two pairs of long legs turned into beautiful fish tails. It is said that they are super beautiful. It's a pity that I didn't go with my grandfather today. I have begged my grandfather to take me with him next time he cooks. Are you sure? It was the mermaids who made our planet like this. They came to compensate us. Compensation. You treated them well, but they were so fascinated by their beauty that they lost their way. The one above simply made us Chinese lose face. Don't be so harsh. There was a saying that a weak country has no diplomacy. And it is the same for planets. This situation is the best for the blue water planet and China. No matter what the blue water planet people think. With the compensation from the aliens, mainly the mermaids, the world will soon return to its original state. China, which is good at making delicious food, has established a friendly cooperative relationship with the mermaids, using its talent in food to obtain more resources beyond the scope of compensation. There is no way to tell the origin of the healing potion. After leaving the deserted island, Wen Zheng met with the national leaders and performed his first meeting with the alien. The Little Mermaid? It was no longer the Little Mermaid who found Wen Zheng for the healing potion, but the Little Mermaid was lured out by the food made by Wen Zheng. Wen Zheng reported his experience after being stranded on the deserted island to the country in detail. The people familiar to the original body were gone, and those who survived had changed a lot because of the disaster. So Wen Zheng did not imitate the personality of the original body, nor did he arouse the suspicion of others. In fact, after staying on the deserted island for a year, Wen Zheng's own personality has changed a lot. Of course, things about the system can be concealed, but such a big Tuan will inevitably be noticed by others. In fact, Tuan can be asked not to follow him, so that he will not be noticed by the country. But Wen Zheng didn't want to. Tuan outside would only make him more worried. Being with him, relying on the relationship with the Little Mermaid, will only give him and Tuan the best treatment. With the help of the Interstellar Federation led by the mermaids, the repair work on the blue water planet was put on track. Wen Zheng refused the invitation to go to the Interstellar with the Little Mermaids and stayed on the blue water planet. As the first person to establish diplomatic relations with the mermaids, Wen Zheng hid behind the scenes. Only a few leaders knew him. Even so, the existence of him and Tuanchuan was gradually revealed. In the blue water planet, some forces in many countries have their eyes on Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan. But because of their close relationship with the mermaids, they have the intention, but not the courage. Wen Zheng treated all these little thoughts as non-existent. The powerful attack that could threaten him and Tuanchuan was too obvious and would be discovered by the mermaids. So they dared not. Wen Zheng didn't need to take action for the covert attacks. Tuanchuan solved them by himself. Except for the initial period of great attention, Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan quickly reduced their presence, occasionally interacting with the mermaids when establishing diplomatic relations. And the rest of the time Wen Zheng was quietly learning. Even though the Little Mermaid paid pearls as a reward, the Little Mermaid's family still felt that this was not enough to repay Wen Zheng. After communicating with Wen Zheng, they not only gave him a lot of items that could be recycled to the system, but also gave him a cultivation method. This is a common cultivation method in the Interstellar. In fact, it is to absorb energy from the air to enhance physical fitness. It is suitable for most races, and it is also suitable for humans and Tuanchuan. Originally, because of his relationship with Tuanchuan, Wen Zheng's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Later, Wen Zheng would study the cultivation method every day to continue to enhance his physical fitness. And then, with the help of the country, he learned combat skills and various knowledge. Wen Zheng can be said to be a great contributor to the entire China. This request is not excessive and is fully met by the country. Different teachers will be arranged to teach Wen Zheng for each course. The living conditions are also excellent, and he can be the first to eat the delicious dishes newly developed with alien ingredients. This kind of life lasted for several years. Tuan finally absorbed the feather energy crystal, and the whole bird stayed in the room for the final upgrade, while Wen Zheng went about his daily life alone. On this day, someone came to Wen Zheng's room and delivered the newly researched food. Wen Zheng opened the door and just stretched out his hand. He felt that the visitor was not friendly, and immediately attacked the visitor. After several fights, the enemy found that he was helpless against Wen Zheng, and was even caught by Wen Zheng. He was about to lose, so he gently pressed his hand on his waist. A fierce white light flashed, and before he felt the pain of his body exploding, Wen Zheng returned to the familiar system space. Chapter 62. Water Blue Star. The largest military base in China. Wen Zheng was killed in the attack on the base. His body was blown into powder, and his evolved bird was missing. Probably captured. The news spread throughout the base within an hour, and the leaders could not prevent the news from leaking. After all, the house where Wenjung lived was blown into ruins. They could only try their best to control the news and prevent it from spreading outside the base in a short time. Some people were shocked on the surface, but they were actually very happy. Some people seemed to be not very concerned about the matter, and when they were alone, they sent the matter out with a string of codes. More people felt that the storm was coming, and they looked at the people around them with full vigilance. There were also many smart people who were shivering all over. Over the years, Wenjung would be assassinated by various forces on Water Blue Star from time to time, just because he was the hub between China and the mermaids. It's just that the defense system of the Chinese base where Wenjung was located was extremely strict, and Wenjung and Tuan Tuan were also very strong. In the past, those assassins basically could not reach Wenjung. In all these years, only 2 of them sneaked near Wenjung before Wenjung made any move. Tuan Tuan's attack arrived. So how did the assassin do it this time? No one dared to think deeply. The leaders in the base were also troubled by this matter, from not believing it when they received the news to the collapse when they confirmed that the news was true. Everyone was frowning, as if they had aged several years. This attack that made Wenjung lose his life. It is obvious that the assassin knew the time when Tuan Tuan was in seclusion. When fighting with Wenjung, the alarm system of the base seemed to be broken. No one in the base found that there was a problem here, and there was no way to rush to support. Moreover, the killer has a weapon that can enter the base and make Wenjung unable to resist. To achieve these points, no one on the Blue Water Star can do it openly, but secretly, some forces have contacted the aliens who have eliminated the mermaids, and it is hard to say what technology they have obtained. But the most important thing now is that something happened in their base, and the mermaids will not cancel their trade with them because of this. The leaders of the base tried their best to investigate the murderer of Wenjung and whether Tuanchuan was dead or abducted. Before they found out anything, the little prince of the mermaids visited Blue Water Star again. The little mermaid is the little prince of the mermaids. Over the years, the little mermaid has often visited Blue Water Star, and every time, he comes to find Wenjung and Tuanchuan. The little mermaid will let Wenjung hold him and fight with Tuanchuan. All people or mermaids who see the scene know how good their relationship is. Unable to conjure up Wenjung and Tuan Tuan, the base leader told the little mermaid about Wenjing's death and Tuan Tuan's disappearance, as well as all the information that had been investigated. Unexpectedly, the little mermaid did not have any violent reaction, but asked the mermaids under his command to investigate. That calm performance made the base leader suspect that the feelings they envied were all fake. Of course, it was not fake. The little mermaid had been sad on the way here. The little mermaid, Wenjung, and Tuan Tuan all had special communicators. The past few days were the critical moment of Tuan Tuan's evolution, and the little mermaid had to care about him every day. But that day, Wenjung and Tuan Tuan could not be contacted. When they had dinner together a few years ago, Wenjung told the little mermaid, whose race was very long-lived and therefore had a long infancy, that if he died one day, it would not be true death, but going to another world. At that time, he would take Tuan Tuan away with him, so that the little mermaid should not be sad for them, and perhaps one day in the future, they would meet again. The little mermaid kept these words in mind. After seeing the healing potion that Wenjung brought out, he believed what Wenjung said. When this day finally came, the little mermaid's sadness turned into blessings after learning about Tuanchuan's disappearance, wishing his 2 friends well in other worlds. When he went to the Blue Water Planet, he took the people given by his brother with him. The matter was soon investigated. It was a country on the Blue Water Planet that colluded with the alien force that was hostile to the mermaids. They wanted to attack the mermaids, so they used Wenjing's life to influence the mermaids and China. The assassin who took the opportunity to assassinate the little mermaid was caught, and the little mermaid buried the things that Wenjung and Tuanchuan usually used on the deserted island. His brother was responsible for the interstellar war, and the country on the Blue Water Planet that attacked Wenjung would also pay a price. Welcome player Wenjung to join the Infinite Disaster Survival game. Player, Wenjung. Points, 236,200. Cleared the world, survival at sea. Survival on deserted island. Would the player like to enter the new game now? During the mission of survival on deserted island, the mermaids collected a lot of items for Wenjung in order to repay Wenjung for his help to the little mermaid. Wenjung had no way to bring almost all the items back to his own world. And the little mermaid also exchanged the potion for him with pearls. So Wenjung only asked for some things that were of no use to the mermaids, but could be exchanged for points. In addition to the rewards for completing the main mission and hidden missions, Wenjung gained a lot of points. And at that time he had more than 330,000 points. For Wenjung, who could only get 1,000 points for completing the main mission, it was a huge sum of money. 336,200 points. When Wenjung used the recycling function to obtain these points, he added suitable products to the shopping cart. With more points, Wenjung would choose expensive products. In the end, Wenjung realized that even if he had hundreds of thousands of points, he was still a pauper. When you are poor, points are like money, which are always insufficient. In the end, Wenjung only used 100,000 points to buy a product. So now he only has more than 230,000 points. Wenjung spent nearly one-third of his points at once, but he felt that his spending was very worthwhile. Player Wenjung performed well, with a total score of more than 100,000. The function of paid answers during the mission is enabled. Players are welcome to experience it. I hope players can continue to work hard and achieve more success. Wenjung stood in the middle of the white fog, without any reaction to what the mechanical voice said. He was worried about Tuan Tuan and asked immediately, "Where is Tuan Tuan? Did you come back with me?" He had long expected that there would be a day when he would leave the dungeon world. And Tuan Tuan's lifespan was more than twice his own due to evolution. So after asking Tuan Tuan, Wenjung had the intention to bring Tuan Tuan back with him. There are also such products in the system store, even if Wenjung needs to spend 100,000 points. However, Wenjung did not expect that this day would come so soon. And he did not expect that it happened to be the critical moment when Tuan Tuan completely absorbed the energy crystal and evolved in seclusion. What he is worried about now is whether Tuan Tuan, who is in seclusion, will be affected if he feels that he is under attack, and whether the purchase system products can still play a role. Wenjung didn't care who killed him. He knew that the little mermaid would find a murderer for him. Now he was concerned about Tuanchuan's safety. The Infinite Disaster Survival game is committed to giving players a better experience and trying its best to provide players with better services. The intelligent creature entrusted by the player, Wenjung successfully arrived at the host's plane. Warm reminder, the intelligent creature failed to evolve and degenerated to the infancy stage, which is not within the scope of the game. In addition, the system store has medicines for treating the sequelae of evolution failure on sale, and players are welcome to buy them. Listening to the mechanical voice without any emotional fluctuations, Wenjung frowned. Just as he worried, Tuanchuan failed to evolve because he was attacked. Thinking of this, Wenjung wanted to find some time to go back to the real world. He wanted to see Tuanchuan's current situation and missed his grandfather. Thinking that he could also exchange goods at any time after returning to the real world, Wenjung didn't buy anything and selected the button to return to the real world. This time, he can live in reality for up to 3 months. The system that Wenjung called mechanical sound was watching Wenjung disappear in the white mist. Compared with the time when he completed the novice mission, Wenjung now has more attention. After only completing 2 missions, Wenjung became famous in the primary system for his excellent completion. Of course, Wenjung is not qualified to get the attention of the more advanced system now. In fact, the main mission of each copy is not difficult. Among the players selected by the Infinite Disaster Survival game, people with Wenjung's personality and ability can be said to be inconspicuous. At the beginning, the system selected those who had strength to enter the game. Some players became legends in that copy alone. Some players are talented and can build their own power in the game dungeon. Some players are good at using the system store and are admired by thousands of people in certain dungeons. This type of player may be able to successfully pass the first few dungeons, but most of them often fail in the midterm dungeons. A very small number of outstanding players have now become big bosses. Wenjung is different from those players. He is not an extremely smart person, nor an extremely capable person, and he doesn't even have any ambitions. In the first dungeon, Wenjung just relied on hiding to get through, and even died in the hands of a mutant sea beast at the last moment before leaving the dungeon to save people. By the second dungeon, he had established a friendly and harmonious relationship with the mermaids. If he changed to another host, he would probably be able to use this relationship to make a big move. As a result, Wenjung asked for such a little benefit, and he didn't even leave the blue water planet. He was assassinated again after only living for a few years. However, Wenjung, who did not perform well, received an excellent score in the end, and the primary system responsible for Wenjung received a good reward. If the next dungeon can still have this kind of rating, mechanical sound can be upgraded to an intermediate system. After knowing Wenjung's evaluation in the novice dungeon, mechanical sound paid special attention to Wenjung and watched Wenjung's experience in the second dungeon. Wenjung is not smart enough but willing to learn, has no ambition but is very motivated, treats people sincerely, and is not greedy. In both dungeons, he seriously gets along with intelligent creatures and works hard to live in the dungeon. Now there are many primary systems that select people according to Wenjung standards. The fastest is past the novice world, but none of them have such a high evaluation as Wenjung. The mechanical sound that personally discovered Wenjung, the jade hidden in the stone, was secretly happy. Even if you can find players who are similar to Wenjung in all aspects, you don't have the luck that Wenjung has. Although Wenjung's luck in the past 20 years is not particularly good, in the infinite disaster survival game, his luck is simply beyond description. It was not obvious when surviving at sea, but when surviving on the deserted island, Wenjung accidentally cured the injury of the Little Mermaid and received the mermaid blessing from the Little Mermaid. If he had bad luck, who would have good luck? The blessing of the mermaid can also increase luck. The mechanical sound thinks that if this already good luck attribute is added, Wenjung can be considered a reserve for the big guys. The mechanical sound is now particularly optimistic about Wenjung and looks forward to his score in the third mission world. He hopes to become Wenjung's binding system. Due to the rules of the infinite disaster survival game, Wenjung cannot know the score of his mission and the real situation of this game. He knows nothing about these. In a flash, Wenjung returned to the RV he rented, and then a golden egg appeared in front of him. This golden eggshell is the prop that Wenjung spent 100,000 points to buy, which can bring Tuanchuan to his own world. The mechanical voice said that Tuanchuan had turned into a child, and Wenjung gently tapped the golden eggshell, thinking that it would be nice to turn back into the cute Tuanchuan of childhood. In the following years, Tuanchuan's body evolved to be bigger and bigger. Wenjung went from barely holding Tuanchuan to Tuanchuan carrying him to fly together. Although it was very majestic, Wenjung missed Tuanchuan very much. The enlargement of the body is a necessary process for Tuanchuan's evolution. According to the information provided by the Little Mermaid, when Tuanchuan absorbs all the energy of the crystal stone and passes that critical point, he will be able to control the size of his body. Wenjung has been looking forward to the time when Tuanchuan can control his body size. But a bad accident happened. But on the bright side, the process is a little different. But the result is the same. Under Wenjung's knock, the golden eggshell, which is worth 100,000 points, but is indeed a disposable item, shattered and turned into glittering gold powder that disappeared into the air. And a small bird egg was left in the air. It actually degenerated into a bird egg. Wenjung hurriedly caught Tuanchuan's egg and smiled gently. I thought it was a chick, but I didn't expect it to be a bird egg. When I picked up your egg, I almost ate you. Later, I raised you as a pet. It's just right to raise you again this time. No, it's already a bird egg. Tuanchuan, will you still remember me? Wenjung suddenly thought of this question. His face was deeply entangled. We won't both lose our memories once. Just when Wenjung began to think about the philosophical question of whether Tuanchuan, who had no memory and grew from a bird egg, was still Tuanchuan, the eggshell in his hand suddenly made a crisp knocking sound. Wenjung hurriedly stopped the procedure and whispered to the eggshell, Tuanchuan, are you going to break the shell? He was answered by another crisp knocking sound, which was what Wenjung taught Tuanchuan at the beginning, representing yes. After a pause, there were two consecutive knocking sounds, representing no. Now I understand that there is Tuanchuan inside the eggshell. He obviously still remembers Wenjung and has not lost his memory. But it's not time for Tuanchuan to break out of the shell yet. It should be because he was anxious after hearing what Wenjung said. Our Tuanchuan is good. Stay in the eggshell first. When the time comes, break out of the shell. I'll make a bird's nest for you. Before making the bird's nest, Wenjung was worried about leaving Tuanchuan on the table. So he simply put it in his shirt pocket, in the RV with dim warm yellow lights. Wenjung found a box for food, took out a pillow, and found needles and thread to make some changes. There was no one watching him here. Only the snoring of Grandpa who was sleeping soundly. Returning to this comfortable life again, Wenjung found that he was a little uncomfortable. After staying on the deserted island for a year, when he returned to modern society from the deserted island, The living conditions were much better, but the environmental conditions were far less comfortable than on the deserted island. No matter where he went, he would inevitably be watched by people. And there were also those who said they were protecting him. But in fact, they were also monitoring him. People's hearts are always so complicated that it's hard to imagine. In the following years, although Wen was obsessed with studying, he had almost no sense of existence except when the Little Mermaid came to Sholangsing. But life would not be as carefree as on a deserted island. When Zheng carefully stroked the eggshell, he and Tuanchuan suddenly left that world. He believed that the general brother of the Little Mermaid could find out the murderer who harmed them. But the Little Mermaid needed to be sad for a while. When Zheng, who was transforming the pillow into a bird's nest with needle and thread under the light, heard footsteps coming from outside. And it was getting closer and closer to the RV. He rented this RV and took his grandfather on a self-driving tour. The purpose of this time was an unknown town recommended to them by Gu's father and mother. Because it was unknown, they had to climb a mountain to get there. Originally, a highway was built on this mountain. Who knew that halfway through, they found that the road ahead was blocked by a fallen tree. It happened that it was almost dark at that time, and someone would come to solve it the next day. Anyway, they were driving a motorhome. So when Zheng and Grandpa Wen felt that there was no need to return to find a place to rest, so they simply found an open space nearby and parked. Although I heard from Gu's father and mother that the villages nearby are simple and honest. If ordinary people suddenly heard footsteps approaching in the middle of the night, they would be a little scared. But when Zheng is not an ordinary person, he put down the needle and thread in his hand, and did not take the bone-cutting knife prepared in the car, but took a steel pipe in his hand. As soon as he took the weapon in his hand, Wen Zheng was a little uncomfortable. From the parallel plane back to his own plane. From other people's bodies back to his own body. Wen Zheng felt a little different. After the evolution and training of the body on the blue water star, all qualities have been significantly improved. But his body does not even have much muscle. And it is particularly uncomfortable to move. Holding the steel pipe actually feels a little heavy. After many years of hard training, he returned to the pre-liberation period. I must improve my physical fitness. What I have learned over the years can finally come in handy. Especially the cultivation method. It is not easy to bring back the things that record the cultivation method. But the knowledge in my mind does not need points. All the contents of the cultivation method are in Wenjing's mind. I just need to find time to try whether it works in my own world. I didn't expect that the first thing I couldn't adapt to after returning was my body. Wenjing walked a few steps slowly. After all, it was his own body, which was the most compatible with his soul. And he soon became familiar with the feeling. He opened the car door with a steel pipe in hand. And the curious villager standing outside the car looked at him. My God, this man holding a steel pipe is more powerful than the village chief. What's the matter? Wenjing asked. Nothing. I just passed by and saw if my brother needs any help. Well, brother, I'm sorry to bother you. He stammered and ran away without waiting for Wenjing to speak. Am I so scary? And you call me brother? Wenjing poked the egg in his pocket. And the egg made two crisp sounds. Tuan tuan. Don't knock on the eggshell. If you peck the eggshell, you will become a premature bird. As he said this, he closed the car door and turned around to see his grandfather sleeping soundly. After drinking the healing potion, Grandpa Wen's sleep quality improved. The noise just now did not wake him up. But the quilt covering him was kicked open a little. Grandpa actually kicked the quilt. Wenjing was preparing to laugh at Grandpa after he woke up. But he was actually happy. Most old people are afraid of cold, so they cover themselves tightly with quilts. Children are hot-tempered, so they like to kick quilts. Grandpa Wen's quilt is not thick, and being able to kick it away in his sleep is also a sign of good health. Wenjing walked over and stretched out his left hand to cover Grandpa Wen with the quilt, but forgot the steel pipe in his right hand. Grandpa Wen, who was sleeping soundly, woke up in a daze because the quilt moved. In his sleepy eyes, he saw a dark figure standing in front of the bed with a stick in his hand. The first reaction would definitely not be that this is my grandson who came to help me cover the quilt, but a gangster who somehow slipped into the car. Grandpa Wen was so frightened that he immediately pulled out a pillow and threw it at Wenjing. Then he grabbed the steel pipe that Wenjing had put there to protect himself, turned over quickly and left the bed, and took a defensive posture. Grandpa? What's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Wenjing hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so he could only ask in confusion. Xiao Zheng. Grandpa is fine. Hearing his grandson's voice, Grandpa Wen touched his chest with lingering fear, looking at his grandson, who was completely different from before he went to bed, and couldn't say what he wanted to say. Grandson, do you know how scary you are now? More than a month ago, due to the high temperature, he wandered around in front of the gate of hell. When he came back, he found that his grandson had changed a lot. This time, he slept and his grandson seemed like a different person. When I woke up just now, the reason I was scared was not only because of the stick, but also because I felt a little unfamiliar with the current Wenjung. Not only was the posture of standing and holding the steel pipe, but also the temperament was different from the original grandson. My dear grandson, why do I feel like I have been sleeping for many years? And you took this opportunity to join the army? After looking at him for a long time, Grandpa Wen reluctantly connected the current Wenjung with the professions he knew. Although it is not completely consistent, his grandson is very similar to those soldiers in some ways. After leaving the deserted island, Wenjung, who has been training and studying in the Chinese military base for most of the time, gave his grandfather a thumbs up. Grandpa is really smart. Are you not scared? I have a surprise for you. Grandpa Wen glanced at his grandson, confirmed that his heartbeat was still very regular and strong, and was mentally prepared not to be surprised even if the sky fell, and nodded to let Wenjung continue. Wenjung took out Tuan Tuan, who was still a bird egg, and held it in front of Grandpa Wen. Grandpa, this is your grandson. Chapter 63. Grandson? Grandpa Wen was completely confused. No, I said it wrong. Not grandson. That's what I said. Where did you pick up these bird eggs? This is your great-grandson. Is it my grandson who is crazy? Or am I crazy? Grandpa Wen felt his legs were a little weak. He took a step back, stroked the edge of the bed with his hand, turned over to bed, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. I must not wake up yet. Still in a dream. Wenjung was amused by his grandfather's operation. Why didn't he find his grandfather so funny before? Sitting on the chair, putting Tuanchuan in the bird's nest, Wenjung coughed twice and introduced Tuanchuan to his grandfather seriously. Grandpa, I'm not kidding you. This is really my son. Your great-grandson. When I picked up Tuanchuan, he was still an unhatched egg. Just like now. Perhaps because he was afraid that I would make him into a dish. Tuanchuan hurriedly ran out of the egg. We have been dependent on each other for 8 years. I raised him from childhood to adulthood. As a result, because of me, something happened to Tuanchuan, and he turned from a big bird into an egg. Although he couldn't reveal the things about the infinite disaster survival game, and he couldn't make a sound every time he wanted to talk about it, it was still allowed to talk about the relationship between him and Tuanchuan. Through this information, Grandpa Wen must be able to guess some of Wenjing's experiences. Knock, knock, knock. Tuanchuan in the bird egg knocked on the eggshell regularly, saying hello to his great-grandfather. Grandpa Wen quickly turned off the bed, stared at the small bird egg, and held Wenjing's hand. Worried, is my great-grandson going to break the shell? Grandpa, you are so quick to accept. Wenjung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Newly born birds need to eat something thin. I'll go make some porridge. And you go wash some green leaves. Grandpa Wen glared at Wenjung, saying that he was his son and didn't care at all. Wenjung cried out for injustice. Just listening to the melody made by Tuanchuan and the knocking sound like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, it didn't look like it was about to break the shell. Grandpa, Tuanchuan is saying hello to you. He turned into an egg by accident and can understand what we say. Really? Grandpa Wen sat down at the table and stretched out his hand to touch Tuanchuan according to Wenjing's signal. Just when his hand was halfway extended, Tuanchuan exerted force in the eggshell and rolled into Grandpa Wen's hand. Oh! Good boy. Grandpa Wen pressed his heart, which was beating violently. It was just an egg. Nowadays, there are many young people who raise kittens and puppies as children. Don't look at his great-grandson as a bird. Look at his extraordinary intelligence. Grandpa Wen accepted Tuanchuan faster than Wenjung expected. But Wenjung also knew that Grandpa behaved like this because of him. Tuanchuan also became very close to Grandpa Wen because of Wenjung. The old and the young got along very well and liked to play together. Tuanchuan, how about we drink milk today? Strawberry flavor. Grandpa Wen laughed so hard that his eyes disappeared, and put the knocked bird eggs into the iron basin filled with milk. People who didn't know thought that the bird eggs were boiled in milk. Only Wenjung, who came in from outside, knew that this was a great-grandfather doting on his child. Grandpa, to Anchuan, finish your meal quickly, and we will start practicing. Wen Zheng handed the fragrant pancake in his hand to Grandpa Wen. Grandpa Wen took the pancake and ate it slowly, his eyes still looking at Tuanchuan, who was drinking milk. He saw that the milk in the iron basin was getting less and less. But the bird eggs inside did not change. The milk was drunk by Tuanchuan in the eggshell. After a simple breakfast, the sun shone brightly on the balcony of the rented house. The green plants planted on the balcony grew vigorously. There were 3 soft cushions surrounded by green plants. Wen Zheng and Grandpa Wen sat cross-legged on both sides, and the smallest Tuanchuan was placed in the middle, and began today's practice. After introducing Tuanchuan to Grandpa, Wen Zheng couldn't wait to experiment whether the practice method he got from the mermaid tribe worked. The effect of practice was even better than in the deserted island world. Perhaps it was because he was using his own body now, which was completely in line with his soul. So he played the best effect. In the deserted island world, every time Wen Zheng practices, he captures the surrounding energy into his body and returns to his own world. When he practices, the surrounding energy actively drills into his body. The energy concentration in his own world is not stronger than that in the deserted island world. But it is precisely because of the active energy that Wen Zheng's practice speed is much faster. He can't just practice by himself. So Wen Zheng carefully taught the practice method to Grandpa Wen. When Grandpa Wen heard Wen Zheng say that he wanted to ask him to practice, he really felt that it was hard to describe. Last time, he suddenly changed a lot. His grandson could hold the bone-cutting knife skillfully, just like a gangster. This time it was even more powerful. He said he wanted to teach him the practice method, even if he knew that the practice method taught by his grandson was true. Grandpa Wen would complain that he had changed from a gangster to a big gangster who was involved in a cult. It took Grandpa Wen 3 days to find the feeling of cultivation. Tuanchuan himself knew how to cultivate. Although he returned to his childhood, the energy accumulated in his body did not disappear. It was all stored in his body, waiting for him to absorb it slowly. Wen Zheng spent 30,000 points to buy some medicine for Tuanchuan to treat his condition, and soaked Tuanchuan in it every 3 days. When all the medicines were soaked, there were no sequelae, and Tuanchuan could break out of the shell. 3 hours later, today's cultivation came to an end. Wen Zheng still knew how to combine work and rest. Today he planned to take the elderly and children out to see the scenery. They are now in the unknown town introduced by Gu's father and mother. Just like the introduction, the folk customs here are simple, and the residents of the town are very friendly to people who come here to play. Without the hustle and bustle of the city, the pace of life in this town is very slow. The prices are very low, but all the small shops selling food have unique skills. And the scenery is also very beautiful. After traveling in an RV for a month, Wen Zheng and Grandpa Wen discussed and decided to live here for a while. Today, Wen Zheng was going to take Grandpa Wen and Tuanchuan to the outskirts of town. After greeting the residents of the rented house and exchanging a few polite words, Grandpa Wen held the bird's nest and took Dandan to the co-pilot seat first. Wen Zheng got on after him, closed the door and set off. When the house turned a corner, all the neighbors gathered together and discussed. Do you think we should call the police? I couldn't sleep well after they came. It was weird. What should we say if we call the police? It's a bit weird. But we didn't do anything. It will be too late when they do something. These grandfather and grandson are not normal. They sit on the balcony every day for hours. How can normal people be like this? Maybe they are Taoist priests. Taoist priests have to meditate every day. And the grandfather looks young, like he is in his 40s. He must have achieved great success in Taoism. Taoists, you should meditate in the Taoist temple. And they don't look like Taoist priests at all. They hold a bird egg every day like they are holding their grandson. I think they are more like crazy. Oh, let me tell you. My husband saw them in the mountains last time. My husband worked so hard. It was our son's birthday a few days ago. The road on the mountain was blocked by trees and no car could pass. I asked him not to come back, but he was thinking about accompanying him. It was her son's birthday, but she insisted on walking back. Can you please get to the point? Don't rush me. I'll get to it soon. My husband walked halfway up the mountain and saw a car parked on the side of the road. It was scary at night. The car had its lights on, and he was kind enough to go over and see if he could help. Unexpectedly, a man suddenly got out of the car. Is it this grandfather and grandson? It was the young man, holding a stick as thick as this. The person who was speaking gestured with a stick as thick as 2 arms. It's scary. And he wanted to hit people. But my husband ran faster. So it seems that they are really not good people? This grandfather and grandson look quite serious. Otherwise Aunt Lon would not agree to rent the house to them. Who would have thought that they are like this in private? Auntie Lon is out of town. Even if the tenants do something bad in this house, she can't rush back. Isn't it up to us neighbors to help? Wenjung didn't know what these neighbors were talking about them. Just after driving out of the town. The outside of the town was a pastoral scenery. The temperature here is just right. There are green grass and wild flowers on both sides of the road. And butterflies and bees collecting honey. Continue walking forward. There are many ponds dug by locals themselves. In the shallow pond, 2 buffaloes are eating grass slowly. And several white birds are scattered in the pond. One of which is even on the back of the old buffalo. In the deep pond, many artificially cultivated fish are swimming in the water, creating waves. By the pond are locals holding fishing rods, sitting under willow trees waiting for fish to bite the hook. Life here is so good. Grandpa inside. If Grandpa likes it, we can stay here for a few more months. Wenjung responded casually. The car was driving slowly on the road, and a tractor happened to pass by with a cart full of freshly chopped branches. Wenjung suddenly stopped the car. Grandpa held Tuan Tuan, who was constantly knocking on the eggshell, and asked worriedly, Tuan Tuan, what's wrong? Grandpa, it's okay. Tuan Tuan found something. You wait for us in the car first. Wenjung asked Grandpa when to stay in the car, and he got out of the car holding Tuan Tuan, standing in the middle of the road, signaling the old man driving the tractor to stop the car. Wenjung asked the old man, Uncle, these are all the wood you just chopped? What are they for? You are so funny. Young man, what else can this wood be used for? I want to take it home as firewood. Wood can not only be used as firewood, but also used to make wooden photo frames. Uncle, I think these woods are very good. Can I pick a few and I will pay for them? Photo frames? You young people are really good at playing. You can pick a few as it will without paying. How can I be so embarrassed? I am stopping you halfway and wasting your time. You still have to pay. Wenjung turned over these piled branches, which were mixed with a lot of leaves and weeds. Tuanchuan's sense was more sensitive than his. He felt something was wrong in the car, but he didn't feel it until he got close to them. You're asking me to pay you for just a few pieces of wood. That's not okay. My farmhouse restaurant is famous here, especially the clay pot rice, which is so delicious. Is it the one at the north end of the town? I've heard about it from the neighbors a long time ago, and I'm looking for a chance to try it. Wenjung stopped searching and picked up a branch with vines wrapped around it. Chapter 64. The point is not the branch, but the vines wrapped around it, which are emitting energy all around. After practicing according to that cultivation method, Wenjung can feel that there is a certain energy in the environment, and this energy will also be emitted from living objects. For example, these cutwoods, when they are still on the tree, are emitting very little energy all the time. When they are cut down, the energy stored in them instantly escapes into the air, because the energy is very small. It is often gone as soon as it is cut down. The wood on the old man's car has no energy. But this vine, which has also been cut down and looks to have withered for a long time, not only continues to emit energy, but also emits a lot of energy. Uncle, I want all these woods. Wenjung pointed to a few branches that were placed casually and said. The old man nodded and let Wenjung take it away. He looked at the branches selected by Wenjung, and there was no difference from other woods. Thank you, Uncle. After thanking, Wenjung picked up the vine and pointed to the withered flowers on the vine and asked, Uncle, I want to ask you, where did you cut this vine? The flowers look pretty, but unfortunately they all died. I want to get some flowers that are in good bloom and make a vine basket as a decoration. You young people are really interested. You make photo frames and flower baskets. You don't look like you are studying art. The old man looked at Wenjung and shook his head. We call this vine white flower vine here. The white flowers are beautiful. It's right over there. My family planted a forest. There is a large piece of it. It's wild. It's okay for you to take it, by the way, the old man said. Wenjung smiled. Uncle, was this withered vine also cut in that forest? Yes. The trees planted in my family have always grown well. Especially last week. The white flowers bloomed beautifully. Just a few days ago, I went to see it again, and the best white flower vine died. That one withered? Yes. I haven't found any reason. And the other white flower vines are fine. But a few trees are not as energetic as before. Which is very strange. The old man drove away in the tractor. And did not forget to ask Wen Zheng to visit his farmhouse when he had nothing to do. Wen Zheng took Tianquan back to the car, explained the situation to the grandfather, and went directly to the forest that the old man mentioned. After arriving at the edge of the forest, the two people and the bird egg got off the car, and Wen Zheng hugged Tianquan and rushed directly in one direction, where a lot of energy was being emitted. Grandpa Wen had the weakest sensitivity to energy. He looked up at the white flower vine that was wrapped around several trees. Even though it was withered, it was still tightly wrapped around those trees, which was a kind of beauty that made people tremble. Wen Zheng didn't think so. After coming here, his face became more serious. After checking the trees wrapped by the withered white flower vine, his face looked a little bad. This white flower vine has been withered for several days, and it is still emitting energy. Although the trees wrapped around it are still alive, they are almost no longer emitting energy. Instead, they are still absorbing the energy emitted by the white flower vine. Wen Zheng said to Grandpa Wen. Grandpa Wen pondered. Wen Zheng already had a bold guess. On the surface, the tree is absorbing the energy emitted by the vine. But in fact it should be the opposite. This withered white flower vine has the ability to plunder the energy of other lives. And these entangled trees are its plunder targets. A few days ago, this white flower vine suddenly withered. Whether it was attacked or something else, the energy plundered by the white flower vine spread out from it, and was gradually taken back by these trees. There is a lot of energy in this forest. But Wen Zheng and his team did not absorb it. This energy should belong to those trees. They left the forest in silence, without the mood to play, and simply drove back. I didn't expect that our world really has magical power. Wen Zheng sighed. Wen Zheng felt that since there are trees that can plunder the energy of other plants, there will also be people who can solve these special plants. Otherwise, how could this vine wither inexplicably? This is what you young people call a worldview collapse. Grandpa Wen also looked dazed. We have to be careful in the future. What if those people take Tianquan away? You make sense. Wen Zheng nodded in agreement with Grandpa Wen's words, and Tianquan rolled around in fear and hid in Grandpa Wen's clothes. Driving into the main road of the town, Wen Zheng drove to his rented house. He felt something was wrong, and frowned. There were many wary eyes around him, and he was particularly familiar with this kind of eyes. Could it be that some special person discovered that they could practice, and now came to the door, parking the car at the door of the rented house, leaving Grandpa Wen and Tianquan in the car? Wen Zheng got out of the car first. Someone! Wen Zheng turned around and punched behind him. When he saw the appearance of the person behind him, he couldn't stop because the distance was too close. There was the sound of flesh hitting flesh, followed by screams, and then screams. Someone attacked the police. They are the bad guys. Let's go together. This is all a misunderstanding. After a period of chaos, everyone came to the town police station. Misunderstanding. All misunderstandings. Grandpa Wen and Wen Zheng apologized to the unlucky policeman together. Comrade policeman, I'm really sorry. I hurt you. We will be responsible for your injury. The injured policeman was applying eggs to his eyes and waved his hands. I should have spoken first. I can't blame you all. And why should I be responsible for this injury? However, young man, you are quite skilled. Wen Zheng smiled. I've been exercising recently, but I haven't practiced it well yet. This is really too coincidental. If it weren't for the sensitive matter of white flower vine, he wouldn't have hit him like this. Okay. Everything has been clarified. The grandfather and his grandpa just have a unique hobby. You can rest assured now. An elderly policeman said to the residents of the town, and then glared at the injured policeman. If he had asked properly, he would not have been injured. The misunderstandings were all resolved, and the neighbors who called the police apologized to Wen Zheng and Grandpa Wen. In the next few days, these neighbors were more enthusiastic towards them. Wen Zheng took this opportunity to ask the neighbors around him if there were any strange strangers coming here. When asking this question, Wen Zheng felt that everyone's eyes were looking at him. Later, he realized that he and his grandfather were the strangest people who came to the town recently. The neighbors didn't get any results. Wen Zheng took his grandfather to the old man's farmhouse for dinner, and Tianquan drank a large bowl of rice oil. As for whether there were any strange people entering the woods, the old man shook his head honestly. He usually went there once every 3 to 5 days. and anyone could go in at other times. After living in this town for a month, Wen Zheng and his friends left at the request of their neighbors. A month later, Wen Zheng and his friends went to another small town with few tourists, but suitable for living and relaxing. According to the introduction of the injured policeman, I don't know if I was too suspicious, but when Zheng heard the residents there talking about the weasel. There are many chicken farmers in the rural areas below the town. Just over a month ago, chickens in a village were frequently lost, and the camera found a particularly large weasel. The local elders are quite awed by weasels, and they stopped young people from catching them, and even secretly worship them. In the end, even a few newborn piglets were caught. The owner of the pig farm was unhappy, so he called a few people to catch the weasel and let everyone around to see the body of the weasel. This was said by the young people in the town. They said that the weasel was big, probably because it was too fat, or it was a genetic mutation. Anyway, it had nothing to do with superstition. Some people also said that the people who went to catch the weasel found the weasel's nest. But when they arrived, the weasel was already dead, without any wounds on its body. It was probably poisoned by someone. Wen Zheng was inexplicably concerned after hearing the story. He calculated the time. The time when the weasel died was about the same as the time when the white flower vine withered. Maybe it was the same reason. However, too much time had passed, and the energy had long dissipated. Wen Zheng did not find any clues. During the time when he was playing outside, the strange high temperature had long gone down. After playing for so long, Grandpa Wen also wanted to go back. So in the last month, Wen Zheng changed a route to go back. On the way back, he only stayed in each city for a few days. Wen Zheng did not hear any news similar to the white flower vine and the weasel, nor did he meet any special people. He felt that his guess must be wrong. After 2 days of delay on the road, he had not returned to the familiar city. 3 months had already passed, and Wen Zheng was about to go to a new world, holding Tuanchuan, who had already hatched and had begun to molt. Wen Zheng took advantage of Grandpa when going out to buy things and asked Tuanchuan softly, "Tuanchuan, can you stay at home this time?" Tuanchuan ran into Wen Zheng's palm, raised his head, and made a firm cry. Wen Zheng smiled. "Want to go on an adventure with me?" "Okay." The next second, he opened the system store, found the product in the shopping cart, and purchased it successfully. Wen Zheng's points disappeared again by 50,000, leaving more than 100,000 points. Bringing Tuanchuan from the game to your own world and bringing Tuanchuan from your own world to the game are two different situations in the Infinite Disaster Survival game. Bringing Tuanchuan back costs 100,000 points one way. Now, if you want to bring Tuanchuan to other dungeons, it only costs 50,000 points to go back and forth. The break is over, and Wen Zheng appears in the white fog with Tuanchuan in his arms. Welcome player Wen Zheng back to the Infinite Disaster Survival game. Do you want to enter the next dungeon? Enter. Wen Zheng just entered this world, and before he had time to accept the memory, he felt a pain in his heart, and his ears were buzzing so much that he couldn't hear anything. He only felt that someone was pressing his heart and giving him artificial respiration. He quickly started practicing. His original body had a sudden illness. Only then did he hear the anxious shouts clearly. Wen Zheng! Wen Zheng! Are you okay? The ambulance will be here soon. Brother, you must hold on. Xiaowen, our project is completed this time. With this money, you will have enough for the down payment of a house. Think about how you have worked hard to save money for so many years, but you haven't enjoyed it yourself. Are you willing to die like this? It's just that I'm too tired recently. You are still young. If you can get through this hurdle, you will be fine after a few days of rest. The buzzing in his ears were all men's voices. From what they said, the original body died suddenly due to overwork. Ambulance. Ambulance is here. Doctor. Be here quickly. The hurried footsteps approached. Wen Zheng continued to practice the practice, handed his body to the doctor, and began to receive the memory of the original body. This time, the body was also called Wen Zheng, and there were no close relatives or friends. The best relationship was colleagues. Wen Zheng in this world is even more miserable than before. His parents are divorced, and his original body is a burden that neither family wants. And he was finally thrown to his grandmother, the year when his original body was admitted to university. His grandmother died of illness. The original body has grown up, and he completed his university studies entirely, with student loans and part-time jobs. After graduation, he worked harder than in college. just to buy a house in the city and give himself a home. He studied programming and worked as a software developer. It's okay to work 996, but he often worked overtime and slept only a few hours a day. In the end, he died suddenly from overwork and was replaced by Wenjung. Just like before, the memories of the past 20 years or so were quickly skipped, and only the memories of the last 6 months were about the background of this copy. All the key points were extracted, and the unimportant ones were automatically filtered out. In the original owner's memory, due to the greenhouse effect in recent years, global temperatures have risen, leading to a series of changes and various natural disasters. However, these natural disasters are small scale, and the country can still control them. Everyone is still living as usual. I don't know what kind of disaster this time will be. When Jing woke up from his memory and opened his eyes, he happened to meet the person who checked his situation. This person had black framed glasses on his face, and his reflection was on the thick lenses. When Jung lay on the bed with dull eyes. Infinite Disaster Survival game is really good, and it can also let you experience being extremely smart and bald at a young age. Chapter 65. In the bright ward, the patients on both sides were chatting with their families. When Jung lay on the bed with no desire to live, he wore a wig sent by his colleagues, and was surrounded by many gifts sent by his colleagues. Even if he kept practicing cultivation, it was not enough to restore the original body in such a short time. At most, he could pull the person back from the edge of sudden death. So after the physical examination, the doctor took the examination report and told Wenjung that if he continued to abuse his body like this, his body would collapse sooner or later. Wenjung knew his physical condition and the cultivation method could be used, so there was nothing wrong. But the doctor suggested that he should observe for a few more days, and the company also asked him to rest well in the hospital. All expenses were borne by the company, for fear that something would really happen to him. The original body's physical condition was really bad. Years of staying up late and overwork caused some problems in various parts of the body. Especially occupational diseases were particularly serious. In the end, Wenjung stayed in the ward honestly and cultivated this body as soon as possible through cultivation every day. After finally training his body to be strong, he had to start training again when he entered the dungeon. Apart from training, what Wenjung had to do was to investigate some situations that his original body had not paid attention to see how long it would take for the disaster to come, and then think about how to deal with it. When he got rid of the blow of being bald in his original body, he saw the details of this mission. Intermediate mission, survival in famine. Mission background, faced with frequent natural disasters. Some creatures adapted to this world earlier, and humans fell from the top of the food chain and struggled to survive. Mission objective, live in the famine era for 3 years. Completion reward, basic reward points 5,000 points. Note, please explore the hidden mission by yourself. After reaching the survival time, the player can choose to leave the dungeon at any time. Famine survival. Wenjung wants to sigh when he sees the word famine. And these 2 words are very heavy. He heard his grandfather talk about that painful period. At that time, Grandpa Wen was very young and almost starved to death. Speaking of it, every mission has a grudge against eating. The first time was only 7 days at sea. The last time on the deserted island. You can still find all kinds of wild ingredients. The resources are rich. At least you won't starve. This time it's just a famine. And it will take another 3 years. After completing the mission this time, my food hoarding habit will definitely be more serious. Wenjung thought secretly. Speaking of famine, you can't avoid food. Famine means that the food supply cannot meet the food demand. That is, food shortage. In modern society, the phenomenon of food shortage has almost disappeared. And the 2 words famine have almost disappeared from people's eyes. Most countries now have food reserves. If they really fall to the level of famine, it is definitely not a simple food shortage. Nor will it happen in a short period of time. In recent years, the world has frequently experienced various natural disasters, such as droughts, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, locusts, etc. But most of them occurred abroad. The original body was busy working every day, and all he knew was what his colleagues talked about. So he didn't know more details. Wenjung was typing on the computer in the ward, and even went to foreign websites to search for the news he wanted. Those natural disasters are more frequent and serious than the public knows. Wenjung felt nervous after checking these news. The country may be worried about causing panic, so it blocked some news and tried to divert the public's attention. When Zheng found some remaining screenshots of posts, some smart people posted a summary of natural disasters in recent years, reminding everyone to prepare early. But they soon deleted it because they promoted the doomsday and caused panic. On the surface, everything is peaceful and prosperous. But in fact, there are many worries. Most people do not discover the hidden dangers. When they see the news of natural disasters, they sigh and donate some money, and then continue their daily lives, and then sigh that prices are getting higher and higher. Some people with a strong sense of crisis will find that something is wrong. They will make some worried remarks on the internet. But there are still few people who really take action. Only those who not only notice that something is wrong, but also really start to prepare can survive in the face of this disaster. When Zheng is now about to become the third type of person, especially when he finds that famine is really not far away. It is now late December. The original body works in the provincial capital of the central region. At this time of year in previous years, down jackets should be worn. This year, everyone wears a coat at most. It is said that this year is a warm winter. In fact, the situation in the central region is still relatively good. Since half a year ago, the climate of the whole world has been particularly strange. When Zheng mainly checked the situation in China, in the past few months, there have been a few light rains in the north, and there have been a few artificial rainfalls. But those rains are really a drop in the bucket. Many small streams have dried up, and in some serious areas, the land has even cracked. Many crops have died in the fields before they have grown. Farmers cried and switched to drought-resistant crops. Now it is the end of the year, and countless northerners are looking forward to early snow to moisten the land. Completely opposite to the north. After 2 months of continuous high temperatures in summer, the south has ushered in continuous heavy rainfall. Continuous days of rain have flooded the land and submerged many people's houses. Many areas have serious waterlogging, even causing floods, mudslides and other geological disasters. And many grain crops have almost no harvest due to waterlogging. On the internet, people say that this is a year of disasters and disasters. And they also see the country's ability to act. They are very optimistic and believe that after this year, next year will be better. The country is not so optimistic. When Zheng found that in the past 6 months, the country has increased agricultural subsidies, encouraged more people to develop agriculture, and has some other related measures, all of which prove that the current situation is not good, and the country is also full of worries. Seeing that the country is prepared, when Zheng began to worry about his own affairs, no matter what the situation is, if you want to survive, you must have enough food and water, and a safe place to live. There are 2 choices for living, urban and rural. Both options have pros and cons. When Zheng certainly chose the latter. In times of famine, you always have to have your own land to feel more at ease. When Zheng has a house under his name, although both his parents treated him as if he didn't have a son and hardly took care of him since he was a child. The grandmother, who raised the original body, left him her house in the village. The house left by the grandmother was broken and small, and the village was remote, and there was no possibility of demolition. So the relatives on the original body's mother's side did not come to grab it. The original body was grateful to his grandmother, although he worked hard to make money to settle down in this city. He did not buy the small house left by his grandmother, and even paid a neighbor to look after the house. According to the original body's memory, when Zheng felt that it was a relatively good place to live. Speaking of which, the original body was only 28 years old this year, but he looked like he was 35 years old. This was completely because he exchanged his health for money. After graduating and working for a few years, plus the project bonus that caused his sudden death this time, the original body's savings could reach more than 400,000 yuan. And basically all of it was used to buy financial products. With this money as a down payment, he could buy a nice house in this city. But there was no money for decoration, and for Wen Zheng to buy supplies. If he bought a smaller house, he wouldn't be able to put much stuff in it. If it was in the countryside, it would be different. Wen Zheng could build a solid shelter that met his requirements. And there was a lot of land around him where he could grow food. After making plans for the next step, he stayed in the hospital for 3 days. And when Zheng went through the discharge procedures, the first thing he did after leaving the hospital was to go to a nearby barber shop, and then took a taxi to the company. Xiaowen, why are you in the company? It was lunchtime, and a colleague who was about to get water happened to see Wen Zheng coming back, and asked with concern, attracting the attention of everyone in the office. Zhang Ji, a colleague who usually had the best relationship with the original body, ran to Wenjung and said, "Wenjung, you should rest well in the hospital now. Your body can't stand any more torment. Look, you have only rested for a few days, and your complexion has improved a lot." The others looked at Wenjung's face, ignoring the obvious top of his head. Just looking at his complexion, he really looked much better. Especially his spirit was very different. After just a few days of rest, the effect was a bit too good. It felt like a different person. The rest of the colleagues also expressed their concern. Wenjung waited for them to finish speaking and thanked them one by one before he said solemnly, "This time I really walked around the gates of hell. So this time, I came to handle my resignation. The Chinese New Year is not far away, and I plan to go back to my hometown to rest for a while." No matter how his colleagues persuaded him to think about it again. After all, it was almost the end of the year, and he could continue to take sick leave and resign after getting the year-end bonus. Wenjung had made up his mind. He didn't have much time now, so it would be better to solve his troubles as soon as possible. When he was in the hospital, Wenjung had already informed his leader of his idea of resigning. After all, Wenjung had an accident in the company, and he almost died suddenly due to excessive work fatigue. So after trying to retain him, the leader reduced some procedures and approved Wenjung's resignation application. After solving the work problem, Wenjung packed up his things and prepared to return to his rented house to cancel the lease. They were all colleagues who had been together for several years. Seeing that Wenjung had quit his job after he almost died suddenly, they were all touched. They were forced to make such a choice due to the pressure of life and family. They could only wish Wenjung well and gave him a farewell gift. These people didn't know that Wenjung would come to resign today and leave immediately, let alone prepare gifts in advance. They all found them from the things they usually used, and almost all of them were hair growth products. Finally, Zhang Ji, who had the best relationship with the original body, put a hat on Wenjung's head. "Your head reflects a lot under the light. It's blinding." Colleagues all laughed, and Wenjung adjusted the position of the hat helplessly. Now his head is bald and shiny, and you can't find a single hair. He smiled and returned the hair growth products to his colleagues, who were also suffering from hair loss, saying, "I plan to keep this hairstyle in the future, so I don't need this hair growth potion. I can wear the hat. It's a bit cold outside, and I'm not used to it. You suddenly shaved your head, and you look much more energetic. It makes me want to shave my head, but it seems a bit unsuitable for my head shape. Shaolin has a good foundation. If you shave your head, it will be unbearable." Zhang Ji did not join in their jokes, but asked Wenjung, "Are you really going back to your hometown?" Wenjung nodded. Zhang Ji knew Wenjung's family situation. Seeing that Wenjung's expression was not reluctant at all, he hesitated for a moment and did not ask more questions. Instead, he said with concern, "When are you going to leave?" "I will help you pack your things then." "No need. I will hire someone to help pack then." Wenjung shook his head, and then said loudly, "You must learn from my lesson. Think about your family, and rest when you need to rest. Okay, you are the one who should take care of yourself the most among us." After saying goodbye to his colleagues, Wenjung took off his glasses first. As a coder, it is difficult for his original eyes not to be nearsighted, and both eyes are more than 900 degrees. After taking off the glasses, he could not distinguish between men and women at half a meter away, and between humans and animals at 1 meter away. When Wenjung came, Wenjung, who was not nearsighted, found that the practice method was also useful in this aspect. The degree continued to decrease, and with high-degree eyes, the whole person was dizzy. Normally in the hospital, Wenjung takes off his glasses, but these colleagues are all acquaintances, and it would be a bit too strange to not wear glasses. The original body was almost 30 years old and had not married or had children. But there was a blind date that he was in contact with. When Wenjung was in the hospital, he sent a message to show his concern. It happened that Wenjung told the blind date that he was not in good health and planned to return to his hometown for recuperation, ending their current blind date relationship. Wenjung drove the scooter bought by the original body back to the community where the original body rented a house, bought some food at the restaurant downstairs, and then returned to his room. After returning, Wenjung opened the system panel, opened the consignment service product in the system store, and released Tuan Tuan from it. Chirp! Chirp. Tuan Tuan was still like a little bird, spinning around on the table for a few times, then flapping its wings and flying into Wenjing's arms, looking up at Wenjing with his eyes motionless. What are you looking at? Wenjing raised his eyebrows. Could it be that even your father doesn't recognize you? Even though his appearance had changed, Tuanchuan could still recognize Wenjing. But this time Wenjing's image had a breakthrough. Under the doting of Wenjing and Grandpa Wen, Tuanchuan's courage was growing. Faced with Wenjing's questioning, Tuanchuan not only did not answer, but also spread his wings, aiming at the top of Wenjing's head. The top of the head without hair was a bit slippery. Tuanchuan retracted the tip of his claws, unable to grasp the balance, and swung left and right on the top of Wenjing's head, back and forth twice. It was quite fun. Wenjing put the food he bought on the table one by one, and then urged Tuanchuan, "Are you still addicted to playing? Come down quickly. It's time to eat." With Tuanchuan by his side, Wenjing even ate more deliciously, and his appetite was twice that of the previous few days. Of course, it is not ruled out that the hospital patient meals were too unpalatable. After dinner, Wenjing was about to pack up when the phone on the table rang. The flashing name on it made Wenjing raise his eyebrows. This person appeared many times in the original body's memory. Wenjing, what have you been busy with these days? You didn't reply to the message in the group. Our class will organize a class reunion on New Year's Day. You work locally, so you must make time to come when the time comes. The caller's tone was full of arrogance without any disguise. What he said was completely a notification, leaving no room for rejection. I heard that you don't have a girlfriend yet. After our class reunion is over this time, we will have another reunion in our dormitory. Let Yaya introduce you. The person on the other end of the phone didn't wait for Wenjing to reply, and talked non-stop. Who are you? Wenjing said with a smile. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. He was sensitive to the difference in Wenjing's tone, but he was overwhelmed by anger and yelled at the phone, "Wenjing, why are you pretending to be stupid? Yes, you always pretend to be crazy and stupid. When you were in school, you even pestered me. Oh, I heard it now. Your brain is not very good recently." It turned out to be Zhang Pan, the squad leader. Wenjing interrupted the other party again. According to the memory of the original body, this person was interrupted again. He should be mad. Sure enough, Zhang Pan's voice was raised a lot, and he gasped, "Wenjing, your brain has never been. Do you know why my brain is not good recently?" Wenjing suddenly lowered his voice, and the group flapped their wings in coordination, sending a gust of wind, making Wenjing's voice seem a little ethereal, and said lightly, "I was too tired from working late at night and died suddenly." Sudden death? Zhang Pan on the other end of the phone suddenly shuddered, and his finger pressed the red button by itself and hung up the phone. Wenjing smiled when he heard the busy tone. It turned out that he had only this little courage. He called again, this time to the landlord. The lease was about to expire at the end of the month. The original body had agreed with the landlord to renew the contract a few days ago, but now he suddenly proposed not to renew the contract. This time the landlord didn't dare to do it, because he didn't have time to find the next tenant. After deliberately chatting with the landlord for a while, Wenjing and the landlord reached an agreement. As soon as the call with the landlord was hung up, the phone vibrated and rang there. Wenjing pressed the hang-up button without changing his face, and made another call. This time he wanted to sell the car. The original body's car was bought 2 years ago, and was well maintained. But this kind of car is suitable for carrying people, not things. It's okay to run around in the city, but it will be a bit troublesome in the countryside, which does not meet Wenjing's requirements. After agreeing on the price and the time to view the car, Wenjing looked at the dozens of missed calls on his phone and answered this one. Zhang Pan, who was furious, had never expected that the call would be answered, so he didn't speak in time. Instead, a very sweet female voice spoke, "Wenjing, I know you hate us because of what happened in college, but you shouldn't deliberately scare us." "What did I scare you about?" Wen slowly opened the package and poured the milk into the small bowl in front of Tuan Tuan. "You just pretended to be a ghost to scare." Wenjing interrupted again. "Have you asked? Did I almost die suddenly?" Feeling that communicating with such a person was a waste of his time, Wenjing recalled his experiences in the previous 2 worlds and let his tone carry a bit of murderous intent. "I almost died suddenly, but I didn't expect that you two would be the ones I thought of before I died. Although I was rescued this time, The doctor said that I wouldn't live long in my physical condition. So I was thinking, should I take 2 people with me before I die? The phone was hung up again. Wenjung threw the phone on the sofa, stood up and stretched his waist. Now I have to start packing. During the phone call, Taoyu and Zhang Pan's faces were a bit ugly. They really heard from Wenjing's words that Wenjung really wanted to kill them. And after being hit by the murderous intent, their angry brains woke up and found that Wenjing's tone was very different from before. It really changed people after going through death. Taoyu shrank back into Zhang Pan's arms and whispered, "Hubby, Wenjung won't really do anything to us. Right? How dare he do anything to us?" Zhang Pan suppressed his fear and was determined not to lose face in front of Taoyu. He gritted his teeth and said, "At the beginning, he pestered you every day, but it was your kindness that didn't make his behavior public. Look at him now. I said that it was too light to let the whole class isolate him. He really should have been taught a lesson at that time." Hearing the word pester, Taoyu's eyes flickered a few times. She was afraid that Wenjung hated her more. Thinking back to Wenjing's tone just now, she couldn't help shaking. Sitting in the yard, Zhang Pan suddenly felt a little unsafe. So he hugged Taoyu on and walked into the house and comforted her. "It's okay. I hired a few bodyguards to protect us these days. But it's a pity that I didn't record it just now." Before he finished speaking again, he heard a crash, and the spider plant placed on the windowsill suddenly fell down, hitting Zhang Pan's head. The 2 people rushed to the hospital. Wenjung hung up the phone and blocked their numbers. He was busy packing up the original owner's things and had no time to pay attention to these 2 rubbish. That is, when the original body was in college. He was busy working and studying every day. So he was spread rumors by these 2 guys and misunderstood by the whole class. Wenjung didn't think that his call would have much effect. He just wanted to make them feel uncomfortable for a while. Soon, the disaster of this world came, and these 2 didn't know what would happen to them. He was blessed by the mermaid. In the deserted island survival world, Wenjung experimented several times. After the luck increased, he didn't find that there was no obvious change in himself, but found that the people who opposed him would suddenly become unlucky. That kind of blessing works on the soul, just based on their anger towards him just now. Wenjung knew that the 2 people might be unlucky recently. Putting the 2 rubbish behind him, Wenjung spent 2 days to deal with the original owner's things as quickly as possible, and got on the train back to his hometown. After taking the train and then the bus, it was already dark when Wenjung arrived at Kaoshan town, where his hometown Sanlai village was located. The cool breeze was blowing, and under the bright lights, diners were holding skewers with hot oil in their hands and clinking beer cups with bubbles. The noise was full of fireworks. When Wenjung got off the bus, he saw the barbecue stall at a glance and walked over with Tuanchuan in his arms. "Have a meal and take a look at what this town has become now. The original body has not been back for nearly 10 years. Chapter 66. Is it Wenjung? Neighbor Uncle Huang was standing in his own vegetable garden, watering with a long hose. He looked back when he heard footsteps, and squinted for a long time before recognizing Wenjung. "Uncle, it's me," Wenjung said. After sleeping in the town for a night, Wenjung took the bus to Sanlai village early in the morning. The current Sanlai village has changed a lot compared to the original memory. Wenjung walked slowly from the entrance of the village, looking left and right to observe the surrounding environment. And I don't know how many eyes he attracted. Many villagers on the road saw the strange face and strange behavior of Wenjung, and they were all curious about his origins. But because of Wenyang's momentum, they didn't dare to ask easily. Uncle Huang was the first to recognize Wenjung. "Hey, why are you back this year? Come to my house and have a drink of water." Uncle Huang greeted enthusiastically. "Uncle, I haven't been back for many years. I want to go back and take a look. Thanks to you for taking care of my house all these years. These things are a thank you gift." Uncle Huang's family has a good relationship with Wenjing's grandparents, and they are also a bit blood related. That is, distant relatives and close neighbors. Uncle Huang heard what Wenjung said, turned off the faucet connected to the water pipe, and wanted to go back with Wenjung to take a look. The house where Grandma stayed is located in the east of the village, just a few minutes away from Uncle Huang's home. Watching Wenjung and Uncle Huang talking, and then looking at where they were going, a few villagers who had nothing to do secretly followed Wenjung, finally pulled out Wenjing's name and appearance from their minds. Looking at each other, they could see surprise in each other's eyes. Like those villagers, Uncle Huang's eyes wandered around Wenjung, wondering if this was the taciturn Wenjung before. If it weren't for the familiar appearance, Uncle Huang really wouldn't have recognized him just by looking at his outfit. Wenjung's current outfit is very eye-catching, with a big bald head and no hat. And his clothes and backpack are normal. But he is holding a bird in his arms. He looks only about 25 or 26 years old. And there should be a lot of food in the big pocket of his shirt. In just a few steps, Wenjung took out dried meat, cattail and dried fruit from it, and fed them to the bird he was holding. Since Wenjung came to this copy, he has adjusted his body through cultivation. Some serious physical injuries have not been repaired so quickly. But his appearance has returned to the state he should have at his age. And he even looks a little younger. After leaving the familiar city and returning to this village, where he had not returned for 10 years, Wenjung no longer imitated the words and deeds of his original body. Having spent so many years in the military base in the last world, Wenjung now makes no secret of himself. He looks like someone who is not easy to mess with, which is why the villagers are curious but dare not talk to him. Wenjung deliberately behaves like this. The biggest disadvantage of living in the village is that these villagers in the same village like to meddle in other people's business. If they think you are easy to talk to and get along with, then they will find out everything about your relationship, marriage, and future career, and then gossip about it everywhere, and give their opinions under the banner of doing good for you. So after planning to return to the village, Wenjung made up his mind to distance himself from the villagers. When the disaster comes, Wenjung will help them within his ability. But it is enough to have only 1 or 2 good families. Not long after walking, they arrived in front of the house left by Grandma. It was a 3-room red brick house with many trees planted around it. Those vigorous trees made the old house look even more dilapidated. Old houses without people always rot very quickly. The wooden door of the kitchen is shaky, and many tiles on the roof are broken. Moss grows between the bricks. There are a lot of weeds and some beautiful wild flowers beside the wall. Every year, they say that they let Uncle Huang take care of it, which means that they put a few door paintings on it and set off 2 strings of firecrackers during the new year. Do you want to go in and take a look? Uncle Huang asked. Wenjung nodded, and Uncle Huang took off the key chain from his belt, found the key from it, and opened the lock on the main door. As soon as the door was opened, dust came from the pavement. The room was very cool, with a few rays of sunlight shining through the broken tiles. Some wooden furniture left inside was also damaged and covered with dust. Seeing Wenjung not speaking for a long time, Uncle Huang said, "Wenjung, you came back this time to visit your grandparents in the mountain in person, right? This house is not habitable now, so you can live in my house for the next few days." The grandparents of the original body were buried in the cemetery in the village. Although the original body had never come back, he would ask Uncle Huang to help worship them on certain special days every year. Wenjung first thanked Uncle Huang for his kindness, then walked out of the house, pointed to a house to the east, and asked Uncle Huang, "Uncle, who built that house? It looks like no one lives there." "Oh, that was built by Chung Yuan's family last year. Although the house is not big, it was planned to be used as a retirement home for your uncle, and the materials used were all good. As a result, your uncle died of a serious illness just after the house was renovated. After that, Chong Yuan moved to another province with his family. He wanted to sell the house but couldn't, and they all said that the house was not very good." Uncle Huang said casually, "In this village, you can be related to each other in any twist and turn. Huang Chongyuan and Wenjung are of the same generation, and Huang Chongyuan is a few years older than Wenjung. Huang Chongyuan's father is Wenjing's great-uncle. Wenjung didn't expect to find a pillow when he was sleepy. It's a bit too slow to build a house from scratch now. Wenjung wanted to renovate the existing house, but he was afraid that he couldn't find a suitable one. Unexpectedly, he found it here. The location of the house completely meets his requirements. The terrain where the house is located is relatively high, which can be regarded as a small hillside. More than 100 meters south of the hillside is a road, and the terrain on the east side is getting higher and higher. A few hundred meters ahead is a continuous mountain range. Kaoshan town is named after this mountain, and Sanlai village is named after a big river next to the village. You can see the river from this house to the north, and there are many farmlands around the hillside where the house is located. Sanlai village is not large in area, but the population is smaller, so there are more farmlands, and the distribution of houses is very messy. There is only one house on this small hillside, which is far away from the houses of other villagers. There are mountains, rivers, houses and fields. So when Jung chose to settle down here. What a coincidence. I plan to stay in the village in the future. And I just want to buy a house. Uncle San. Do you have Uncle Changyuan's contact information? When Jung asked his uncle. And Tuanchuan, who was in his arms, flew out by himself, landed on a tree, and started to communicate with other birds. Uncle Huang retracted his gaze from following Tuanchuan, and saw that Wen Zheng was not afraid of the birds flying away at all. Thinking of what Wen Zheng had just said, he was a little speechless. Nowadays, young people in the village like to run away. But Wen Zheng was the first to run back and even raised a bird. Uncle Huang was embarrassed to ask too much because of the alienation after not seeing each other for many years. He searched his phone and gave Wen Zheng Huang Changyuan's contact information. Wen Zheng ran over to see the details of the house that day. There was a small path in front of the gate, facing the main road in the south. The house was not big, but it was just right for Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan to live in. There was a 2-story building in the north, and there was a balcony. The kitchen and bathroom were in the east, and the flower bed that occupied 1/3 of the yard was in the west, with several osmanthus trees planted in it. Rural people build their own houses for themselves. Wen Zheng took a look around and found that at least the materials used in the places he could see were as good as what Uncle Huang said. After seeing it, Wen Zheng contacted Huang Changyuan and wanted to buy the house as soon as possible for renovation. The housing prices in the city are getting higher and higher, but it is good that the housing prices in the countryside do not fall. Huang Changyuan's family has settled in other provinces. This house, which has been given an unknown name by superstitious villagers, is even more difficult to sell. In the end, it was sold to Wen Zheng at a price several thousand yuan lower than the original cost of building the house. Wen Zheng spent 180,000 yuan to buy the house from Huang Changyuan, and he had to go to the town to handle the land use right registration procedures for houses in rural areas, because the homestead belongs to the village. Only people with local household registration can buy it. So Wen Zheng came to Sanlai village, where his household registration was registered with his grandmother, and there was land allocated to him. However, most of the young and middle-aged people left the village for work, and most of the land in the village was abandoned, with only a small part of the land planted with winter wheat. After the village cadres completely confirmed the ownership of the house, Wen Zheng also requested to redivide the fields and exchange the fields around the house with the fields allocated to him. Those fields originally belonged to Huang Changyuan's family. They had not been divided after they moved away. There were many wastelands in the village that no one planted. The village chief thought of the deceased Huang Chunming and his wife, Wen Zheng's grandparents, and did not embarrass Wen Zheng, and agreed straightforwardly. After the house was finalized, Wen Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, and the next step was to renovate the house. During the few days he was in the ward, he thought about the requirements for the house, which had to be strong enough to withstand earthquakes, safe enough to prevent theft, and more importantly, heat insulation and warmth. Wen Zheng found a local construction team with a good reputation. He told them all his requirements and asked them to start work immediately and complete it within a month. What do you think Wen Zheng has been doing outside these years? Uncle Huang's wife Andy San stood at the door and looked out, saying worriedly, the old house cannot be lived in. So Wen Zheng and Tuanchuan have been living in Uncle Huang's house for the past few days. The work of renovating the house was handed over to the construction team, and Wen Zheng went to various places to buy supplies every day. But this daily practice cannot be missed, and the early morning is the best time to absorb those energies. So every day Wen Zheng would take Tuanchuan and sit cross-legged on the roof of the old house to meditate. And I don't know how many people's attention he attracted. Why do you care so much? Uncle Huang glared at Andy San, then took a deep puff of cigarette. In fact, he was a little confused. The villagers only knew that Wen Zheng was admitted to university. After Wen Zheng's grandmother passed away, no one contacted Wen Zheng, so no one knew what he was doing these years. The same conversation appeared in various places in the village in the past few days. He went to the roof to meditate again. He also bought that haunted house. He also raised a bird as a son. He is still bald. After talking for a few days, the villagers of Sanlai village finally discussed the result. Wen Zheng has been a monk in the past few years. Chapter 67. Wen Zheng ignored the curiosity of the villagers and handed over the house renovation work to the construction team, and then began his busy daily routine of purchasing supplies. when he just came back. Wenjung rested in Kaohsiung town for a night, and learned a lot about Kaohsiung town. Kaohsiung village has developed well in recent years, but it is still far behind the neighboring town. Muyu town next to Kaohsiung town has developed rapidly in recent years. There are provincial roads, railway stations, bus stations, and a huge trading market where almost everything can be bought. After leaving Kaohsiung village, Wenjung first went to Muyu town to buy a second-hand small truck. The chassis of this car is relatively high and can hold more things. Close the rear door so that no one can see what is inside. After buying the car, Wenjung changed his clothes in the car, put on a wig, mask and glasses, lowered his head slightly when walking, and bent his waist a little bit. He was just an ordinary person, not as eye-catching as a bald head. Wenjung first went to the agricultural trade area in the trading market. No matter what kind of disaster, the three elements of survival are water, food and shelter. The new house is currently being rebuilt in the direction of a high-quality shelter, so there is no need to worry about drinking water. Wenjing asked Uncle Huang, and it is said that the river in Sanlai village seems to have never dried up. Even during the drought decades ago, there was still water in the river, so Wenjung does not have to worry about the water problem for the time being. He just asked someone to dig a deep well in the new house. The next thing is food. Food must be bought. Wenjung calculated that if he and Tuanchuan only eat staple food without eating other things, he and Tuanchuan need to eat 3 kilograms of food every day to be full. Moreover, according to the experience of the previous world, with the evolution of Tuan Tuan and his cultivation, their appetite will increase a lot. Wenjung will double it and prepare to buy enough food for 3 years. According to the experience of the two worlds, after completing the main task, at least the disaster faced by Wenjung will turn around. So after 3 years, the famine problem should be solved, and there is no need to buy too much. It sounds like a lot of food for 3 years, but in fact it is only for Wenjung and Tuan Tuan, and it doesn't look like a lot after buying. Wenjung mainly bought rice and noodles, and also bought a few sacks of red beans and mung beans, as well as cornmeal, sweet potato noodles, and other food to change the taste. In addition to food, there is another very important material, which is salt. This is not an island where you can cook salt at any time. You need to buy some salt and store it in advance. Salt has no shelf life, as long as it is well preserved. It is easy to last for 3 years. That is, the bagged salt you usually buy is not suitable for long-term storage. After all, the outer packaging bag is too easy to damage, as long as it is not a metal product that can react. A sealed colored container with a lid is very suitable for storing salt. So Wenjung went to buy a few pottery jars, put the salt in them, and sealed them. These grains and salt were purchased by Wenjung in a few days, and he took them back to the village and put them in the old house after buying them. A few days ago, I was busy with the procedures for buying a new house. Every morning and evening, Wenjung had nothing to do, so he repaired the old house left by his grandmother. The tiles on the roof were repaired, and several holes in the wall were filled with bricks and cement. By the way, the rotten wooden door was replaced with a new one. After cleaning the inside of the old house, it became a warehouse for Wenjung to store things. Set out in the morning and come back at night. Wenjung drove to the new house and put some of the things he bought in the new house as a cover. After all, he would move to the new house after the renovation, so it was normal to buy some necessary items such as food in advance. Then he parked the car at the door of the old house. Every night when everyone else was asleep, Wenjung ran out and put the food locked in the car into the old house. There were many dilapidated wooden cabinets in the old house, all of which were repaired by Wenjung. There was no need to worry about being discovered when putting food in them. Wenjung also sprinkled some insect repellent and rat repellent powder, not only to prevent people, but also some small animals. Wenjung felt that the most difficult thing was not to prepare things in advance to deal with the end of the world, but how to avoid the observation of the villagers and hoard supplies quietly. If the villagers knew that he had bought so many things, they would only mutter and gossip in their hearts at most. When the famine really came, people like him, who had more food stored, would become the focus of everyone's attention. People who are about to starve to death can do anything to get a bite to eat. These things are temporarily placed in the old house, and they cannot be found as long as no one enters. After the new house is rebuilt, Wenjung has almost repaired this body, and then he can dig a cellar in the yard of the new house. The food is purchased in several batches, and a small part of it is placed in the new house for concealment. All the decoration workers can see it, And of course the whole village knows it. After knowing this, Uncle Huang also advised Wenjung, "You are the only one eating. So you don't need to buy so much food. The food will not taste good if it is stored for a long time. Buy a small bag as well. Just in time to eat until the new grain comes in next year." It happened to be dinner time when they were talking. Wenjung held the bowl of rice that had been eaten and gestured to Uncle Huang, "Uncle, you have seen that I have a big appetite these days. Those grains will not be left for too long and I can finish them." After that, Wenjung stood up and served a big bowl of rice. Uncle Huang had nothing to say about this. But Wenjung spoke to Uncle Huang again, "Uncle, I have something else that may trouble you and Aunt San." Aunt San smiled and said, "What trouble is it? Just ask me if you have anything, since they have to live here until the house is rebuilt." Wenjung paid the accommodation and food expenses 1 month in advance. Every time he came back from outside, he would bring them something. So Aunt San's attitude towards Wenjung became better and better. "It's because the sausages and bacon you made, Aunt San, are so delicious. So I'm going to buy a pig in the village and want to ask Uncle San and Aunt San to work hard to process it." Wenjung pointed to the bamboo fungus fried bacon and steamed Chinese sausage on the table and said, "A pig? How can you finish it by yourself? Even if this thing can be stored, you can't make so much." Aunt San was surprised. "Of course I didn't eat it alone." Wenjung smiled. And Tuanchuan accompanied him to eat. But he couldn't tell them like this. "It's almost the new year. I have a lot of friends, and I want to send them some New Year's goods. In previous years, I sent fruits, but this year I want to change to something fresh, and send some bacon and Chinese sausage." Under the guise of sending people, Wenjung persuaded Uncle Huang and Aunt San to pay them the processing fee in advance. Aunt San is really good at making bacon and sausage, especially sausage, which has 2 flavors, sweet and spicy. The spicy one is made of chili peppers, and the sweet one is made of honey. Wenjung doesn't know what the disaster will be like in the future. Since there is famine, it means that other food is also in short supply. So meat, vegetables and fruits must be prepared. Meat will have to wait until the new house is almost decorated before buying. Otherwise it will be difficult to store. Fruits and vegetables are easier to solve. After buying grain and salt, Wenjung started to act. The most common thing in the countryside is the fields. Although it is winter, the weather is not cold at all. It takes several months for grain to mature, while the growth period of vegetables is shorter, and some are ready in more than 20 days. So Wenjung spent a day on the fields allocated to him around the new house. He used the rented agricultural machinery to loosen the soil, and then sprinkled various vegetable seeds into it. Not only that, Wenjung also bought a lot of seeds to keep at home. This thing is cheap and may be used in the future. As for fruits, Wenjung transplanted a lot of trees. It was too late to buy saplings now. So Wenjung transplanted those trees that had already grown. 10 grapevines, persimmon trees, pomegranate trees, peach trees, pear trees, and fig trees that can survive locally were planted outside the new house. In addition to fruit trees, Wenjung also transplanted other useful trees, such as pepper, which can serve as a natural protective wall and provide seasoning, and soapberry trees, which can be used to wash hair and clothes. There are also loquats, which are rarely planted locally, but can be grown and survived. And the fruits can be eaten, and the leaves can be used as medicine. Some of these trees were dug for free in the village, but more of them were bought with money, which consumed a large amount of Wenjung's savings. In terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, Wenjung began to buy various clothes and necessary daily necessities after the food problem was solved. All kinds of clothes for spring, summer, autumn and winter need to be bought, and the most necessary ones are winter clothes. If it is too hot in summer, you can even go without clothes. If it is too cold in winter, you just hate that you have too few clothes. Before buying clothes, Wenjung first bought a lot of vacuum storage bags. After buying these clothes, he matched them according to the seasons when they were not used. After compression, the weight remained unchanged, but the volume was much smaller, which looked inconspicuous. However, the new year is coming soon. Even though this year is a warm winter, various winter clothes are not cheap. Wenjung calculated the money in his hand, and found that he didn't have much money after buying winter clothes. He couldn't even buy meat. Wenjung took the newly bought clothes back, and was still thinking about whether to exchange some things from the system store to sell money at night. Unexpectedly, Something happened in the early morning of the next day. During the time when he came to Sanlai village, the villagers talked about Wenjung a lot. But they had no actual contact with Wenjung. The people Wenjung had the most contact with in this village were Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang. However, the villagers were very curious about Wenjung and Tuan Tuan. They talked a lot, and the children heard it. Unlike adults who only discussed, children would take action when they were curious. So this morning, when Wenjung was preparing to practice, he heard the movement outside. When he went out, he saw Tuan Tuan standing on a tree outside and clearing his throat. There were several children standing under the tree. You know, there are naughty children everywhere. Those children didn't notice that Wenjung was watching them. After staring at Tuan Tuan and talking in a low voice for a while, suddenly a child picked up a stone and threw it at Tuan Tuan on the tree. Chapter 68. Tuanchuan had noticed the children under the tree a long time ago. The children always reminded him of the little mermaid who would snatch Wenjing's mermaid from him. So Tuanchuan never liked the children very much and stood alone on the tree and ignored them. Unexpectedly, these children would actually attack him. To avoid the stone, Tuanchuan was very angry and swooped down from the tree with his wings flapping, at a speed that the child could not react. Tuanchuan arrived in front of the child who smashed the stone. His two claws flashed in front of the child's eyes and rushed into the sky again. The child was not injured, but was frightened by Tuanchuan and sat on the ground. Just now, he felt that the tip of the claw was about to pierce his eyes. Wenjung hugged Tuanchuan, who flew into his arms and turned into the house. Tuanchuan would not hurt people at will, and the child must not even have a wound. The little boy who was sitting on the ground was stunned for a long time. The children next to him were a little at a loss. One of them said timidly, "Huang Yutao, are you okay?" Wow. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. As soon as he asked, the little boy burst into tears and stood up from the ground. He didn't care about the other children and ran towards home while crying. Wenjung and Tuanchuan hadn't been busy for long when the troublemaker came. "Huang Chunlai, come out!" A sharp female voice sounded outside. Huang Chunlai was the name of Uncle Huang. Wenjung, who was meditating on the roof, looked down and saw Uncle Huang coming out of the house in confusion. The one who came to the door was the little boy and a middle-aged woman in her 50s, followed by many villagers who were watching the excitement. "If you came here because you were scared and cried by this kid, you should come to me." When Zhang's voice sounded, Zhang Yumei reacted immediately. With her skills, it was easy to deal with a young man. She immediately said, "Okay. It turned out to be you. What are you arguing about?" The voice was accompanied by an old man in his 50s. This was Huang Chanlong, the village chief of Sanlai village. As soon as Huang Chanlong said this, Zhang Yumei wanted to hug her little grandson and howl, but was glared at by the village chief and stopped reluctantly. The village chief looked at Wenjung. "Wenjung, you say?" Wenjung always observed the expressions of the villagers around him. From this little thing, it can be seen that the village chief is more fair and can suppress the villagers, so there will be less trouble. Wenjung looked at the children, who were also brought by their parents, and said, "These children were right next to me at the time. I said that some people might not believe it, but they said that it should be fine." Under the parents' questioning, the children supplemented the story one by one. In their eyes, they only saw the boy named Huang Yutao hitting the bird with a stone. And then the bird flew down from the tree. Huang Yutao fell down by himself. And then he ran home crying. After hearing what these children said, Huang Yumei's face looked a little bad. She was anxious when she saw her grandson running back in a hurry. She asked the child, but he didn't say anything. So she ran over to make trouble in a hurry. Now that she knew that it was her grandson who caused trouble first, she asked her grandson sternly, "Who told you to hit the bird with a stone? You still have the nerve to run home crying. No one beat you or scared you. Why are you crying?" The little boy was frightened by his grandmother and cried while saying, "It was that bird. The claws of that bird scratched my eyes." The eyes of the people around suddenly changed, and they all looked at Tuanchuan in Wenjing's arms. Wenjing said slowly, "My Tuanchuan never hurts people casually, and your eyes don't seem to be injured. This is the truth. The little boy's eyes are very smart, but they are a little red from crying, and no wounds can be seen." Zhang Yumei had nothing to say, and said stubbornly, "So it was your bird. If you didn't catch it this time, you may not be sure about it in the future. There are many children in the village. If you catch it, it will be troublesome, let alone the eyes. Even if you scratch the face, it will not be good." The claws of the bird are so dirty. Wenjung. This matter is indeed not your fault. But it's better to keep your bird in a cage. It's not good to scare the children. The villagers all had various doubts. And the village chief spoke up. I'll tell you the truth. I raised Tuanchuan as my son. When these two kids fought, it was obviously his kid who attacked my kid first. But he didn't get hurt. Why should you lock up my Tuanchuan? If you lock this kid up at home, he will never be caught by my Tuanchuan. As a parent, he also protects his child. Tuanchuan and he have been dependent on each other for several years. If anyone hurts Tuanchuan, he is his enemy. It was because the one who attacked this time was an ignorant child that Wenjung didn't care and let Tuanchuan scare him. But this adult needs to be warned. Hey, this Wenjung. The people watching around didn't know what to say. Is he really raising a bird as a son? Or is he using the bird as an excuse to make trouble? Tuanchuan and I don't have time to cause trouble. But if someone wants to cause trouble on purpose, I won't be polite. Wenjung glanced at everyone with a smile. And everyone who met his gaze involuntarily turned their eyes away. He looked a little scary. Wenjung looked around and walked over to pick up the shovel standing in the corner of Uncle Huang's house. Zhang Yumei thought Wenjung was going to take action. And she hugged her grandson, who was still sobbing, and stepped back in fear. It's just a small matter. Wenjung, do you still want to take action? The village chief stood in the front and questioned. Don't worry, village chief. I don't take action against people easily. After Wenjung finished speaking, he held the shovel horizontally in both hands, and just broke it hard. And the wooden handle of the shovel, which was as thick as a child's arm, was broken into 2 sections. Holding the part with the shovel, Wenjung raised his hand and used clever strength, and half of the shovel was thrown out. Everyone's eyes followed the flying shovel, and they watched the iron head of the half shovel hit a tree directly, then vibrated a few times and stuck in the trunk without moving. The sound of inhalation came one after another, and everyone was dumbfounded. Is this still something a human can do? While others were amazed, Wenjung put his hands behind his back, not only guiding the energy into his wrists, but also rubbing them gently with his other hand. The time of cultivation was too short, and it was still a bit difficult to achieve this level. Even if the weak point of the wooden handle was found and some skills were used, this hand still had to rest for a few days. I just want to live a peaceful life with my family. If you mess with my son, you mess with me. Wenjung took the opportunity to warn the villagers first. There will always be people who bully the weak and fear the strong. And in this village, Wenjung, a foreigner who has not been back for many years, is not regarded as one of their own. And Wenjung has few relatives and friends in the village, and is clearly the weak party. It is not enough to just be strong on the surface. You should show your strength in public, and you will have less trouble later. The effect of showing strength was immediate. When Wenjung walked in the village, many people would avoid him. The number of people who usually came to gossip about Wenjung under the guise of looking for Uncle Huang suddenly decreased. Even the construction team that renovated the house was impressed. When the commotion started, many workers stood on the wall and saw it. From that day on, they worked more seriously. At the same time, Wenjung was definitely a must-have in the daily gossip of the villagers. There were many more versions of speculation about what Wenjung had been doing outside in recent years, especially the young people. Their imaginations were very open. The monk version evolved into a martial monk. And there were also gangsters, martial arts masters, iron-blooded special forces, etc. Wenjung ignored all of these. You can say whatever you want, as long as you don't disturb me collecting supplies. With little money in hand, Wenjung carefully selected in the system store, just to choose a product that can be sold for money. Looking at the points that were about to be spent, Wenjung felt a little distressed. If it was not necessary, he really didn't want to rely on points to pass the level. After all, he wanted to take Tuanchuan with him in the future world. So he had to save these points for emergencies. The items sold in the system store were not ordinary items. There were no normal gold and silver treasures. Basically, they all had some special effects. Some things were too conspicuous to take out. Finally, Wenjung picked out 2 jade Buddha and jade Guanyin pendants. This pendant was certainly not an ordinary pendant. It looked well carved and in excellent condition. In fact, it was a ghost detector. When it detected ghost energy, it would become hot to remind the wearer. This kind of thing is useful in a world with ghosts. But in this world it is just an ordinary pendant. Wenjung made a special trip to the most famous jade trading street in the city. His mysterious luck played a role again. He happened to meet a rich young master. After verifying the authenticity, he sold the 2 jade pendants for 200,000 yuan. After getting the money, Wenjung did not stop at all and went straight to the wholesale market. Clothes have been bought, and you need to buy various quilts, down quilts, blankets, sweaters, cotton shoes and socks. Most of them are compressed, and the uncompressed ones are placed outside to cover up. Almost no one in the village uses this kind of thing. Those workers will definitely think too much when they see it. And all of them are stuffed into the closet by Wenjung. Next are various daily necessities. Toilet paper must be stocked up for 5 years. He has experienced enough of that in the last world. Then, there are kitchen supplies such as cooking oil and seasonings, as well as various toiletries and various foods. Food is the most important thing. Wenjung has not moved into the new house yet, so he can only put things in the old house. Thanks to the shovel scare last time, fewer people come to Uncle Huang's house now. Not to mention Wenjung's old house. Even children are warned by their parents not to go there. No one will peek into the old house. But the environment there is not very good. Even if various powders are sprinkled, it is dark inside, and things are easy to mold inside. So Wenjung buys those that are packaged. First of all, there are bottles and jars of various sauces. Wenjung bought a lot of the common sauces on the market. There are also canned fruits and canned meats. The shelf life is not short. But these canned foods are relatively expensive. Wenjung bought relatively few. Canned foods are really not as delicious as fresh ones. I bought a lot of pickled vegetables. The wholesale market in Muyu town is huge, and all kinds of things are sold there. I was well informed. Wenjung found out about a store that only sells pickled vegetables. So he went there. They were all in large and small pottery jars. The store was clean and tidy, and even the pottery jars were wiped clean. When the lid was opened, you could smell the unique smell of pickled vegetables. Wenjung tried 2 kinds at random. The pickled radish and the pickled beans were both sour and spicy, appetizing, crisp and delicious. Wenjung simply bought a pottery jar of the pickled things in the store. These things have a long shelf life and contain a lot of salt, and they are especially delicious. While Wenjung was buying, the house was renovated in an orderly manner. Although Wenjung was anxious to move there, he couldn't do it in a hurry. According to his requirements, the current progress was already fast. Wenjung stayed at Uncle Huang's house until the house was built. The countryside is large, and every household here has a large yard, where they plant a few trees and flowers. Some families also keep dogs or cats, but they don't keep them as pets. Dogs are used to guard the house, and cats are used to catch mice. So it was particularly conspicuous for Wenjung to keep a bird as a pet, especially for the people in Uncle Huang's family, who lived with him day and night. They really believed that Wenjung raised Tuanchuan as his own son, and even took more care of him than they did raising their sons. Tuanchuan, pick one yourself. Wenjung sat in the yard holding Tuanchuan in the sun. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, he patted Tuanchuan and said, in Uncle Huang's yard, a long iron wire was tied to the iron nails on the opposite wall to form a rope. Now the bacon and sausages that Wenjung requested were hung on the ropes. These bacon with sufficient ingredients looked much better and tasted much better than the smoked meat made by Wenjung himself. Not to mention the sausages. The spicy ones were darker in color, and the sweet ones were lighter in color. Tuan hesitated between the 2 sausages, and Wenjung just watched them leisurely. Brother Wenjung, what kind of bird is Tuan? It's too smart. The questioner was an 18-year-old boy. There was obvious surprise in his eyes when he looked at Tuan, but he looked at Wenjung with a little more admiration. This is the only son of Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang, named Huang Yan. This child was admitted to a university in the south this fall, but he encountered a rare flood. He had to walk in the water to go to class every day, and the price of food in the school also increased a lot. Even the food in the university cafeteria increased in price due to the disaster. After hearing Huang Yan's casual complaints, Wenjung knew that the disaster in the south was not as optimistic as reported. Huang Yan's school closed early, and when he came back, he found that there was an extra person and a bird at home. When he first got along with Wenjung, Huang Yan was a little reserved, but he was a little dumbfounded when he saw Wenjung meditating in the morning and Tuanchuan's intelligence. Tuanchuan is a bird I picked up, and I don't know what species it is. As for intelligence, It is quite smart. Otherwise how could he be my son? This is the saying that a tiger father will have a dog son. Wang Yan boasted a little exaggeratedly. You two are invincible. One martial and one literary. Although Tianquan is smart, he is not smart enough to surprise Wang Yan. Birds are smart, and many birds can do math problems. The reason why he mentioned Tianquan was to find an opportunity to talk to Wenzheng. Wenzheng was drowsy under the sun, raised his eyes, and looked at Wang Yan and said, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Yan knew that he had acted a little too much. So he touched his head and giggled, and then took the opportunity to bring up the matter. Brother Wenzheng, where did you learn your skills? Why? Want to learn? Wenzheng raised his eyebrows and said. Wang Yan nodded repeatedly. After returning to the village, Wang Yan heard a lot about Wenzheng from many people. He knew that these rumors in the village were unreliable, such as a special forces soldier who was undercover in the underworld, and then retired and was hunted by the underworld. So he ran to their village to hide. This sounded like he had read too many novels. When Wang Yan heard this, he immediately slapped his cousin, who was still in high school, on the head. This was too outrageous. And then he took his mobile phone to see if he had secretly read novels while in school, and copied the book list by the way. The cousin wanted to snatch the phone back, and shouted, Wenzheng really knows martial arts. I didn't make up the shovel incident. The half shovel is still on the tree. When this was said, Wang Yan was skeptical, but the half shovel was really on the tree. Wenzheng didn't take it down, and no one else touched it either. So Wang Yan came to Wenzheng to ask. In fact, there are many people in the village who are curious about Wenzheng's martial arts, from 10-year-old children to adults in their 40s. Who doesn't want to become a martial arts master? But most people only dare to discuss it with the villagers. Those who saw that scene that day were all scared by Wenzheng's move. That scene was deeply reflected in their minds. They didn't dare to tell outsiders casually, nor did they dare to find Wenzheng. Wang Yan was the first one. A small number of people dared to show off to people from other places, but not many people believed it, and they all felt that it was too exaggerated. So Wenzheng's reputation was only a little louder in this village for the time being. If you want to learn, you can. I will teach you at the door after breakfast tomorrow. Wenzheng said that there was nothing to buy recently, so it would be better to teach others some basic fighting skills. No matter what kind of disaster, if you are better at fighting and have a strong body, you can always survive. Wang Yan asked, Should I meditate every morning like you? Wenzheng said, No need. Teaching some fighting skills is fine. But if you teach people to meditate, you may become a liar. And even worse, you may be regarded as a cult. And then, you will have to go to the police station for a day trip, knowing that you don't need to meditate. Wang Yan was happy for a few seconds, and then hesitantly asked, There are other people in the village who want to learn from you. Can you? If you want to learn, just come on time tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 69. A few days later, after breakfast every day, there would be many teenagers on the rice field of Sanlai village, practicing basic skills seriously under the guidance of Wenzheng. Originally, it was planned to be held in the open space outside Uncle Huang's house. But there were many people coming to learn, so Wenzheng simply brought them to the rice field in the village. Wenzheng taught them very seriously. He had studied in the deserted island world for several years, and later in the military base. He specially trained his fighting ability. He also learned and summarized a good set of training methods. Now he slowly taught these children, hoping to give them more hope of survival in the disaster. However, since he was going to teach, the students had to study hard. Otherwise it would be too bad for him to be a teacher without pay. So on the first day of learning, Wenzheng said the ugly words in advance. He would only teach for 2 hours a day. If anyone did not study hard, then there was no need to come to learn. When he said this, someone was unhappy and rolled his eyes at Wenzheng with disdain. Wenzheng was not unhappy after seeing this, but he immediately called out 3 middle-aged men from the crowd, all of whom were strong, or at least looked stronger than Wenzheng. Wenzheng won a crushing victory in this 1-on-3 match, and the onlookers' eyes lit up. The older ones were too embarrassed to worship Wenzheng as their master, and the younger ones were very enthusiastic. However, there were not many people in Sanlai village. People of Wenzheng's age, who had some ability, chose to settle down outside. Some of the more capable ones took their families away, and those with less ability left the elderly here. Many young people have gone out to work or go to school. At this time, Elementary and junior high schools are on vacation, and some universities have already had holidays. Only those high school students are still in school. In the end, the majority of students taught by Wenjung are elementary and junior high school students. There are only 5 college students, including Huang Yan. Wenjung arranged different training methods for people of different ages, mainly for those college students, who will learn fighting skills from him after basic exercises every day. Then, there are those junior high school students. Now they have no shortage of food. These junior high school students are not short, but they are still in the growth period, so Wenjung teaches more basic things. As for those elementary school students, what they learn is a bit similar to radio gymnastics, which can enhance physical fitness. That is, Wenjung only talks to these students during teaching time, and becomes indifferent again when the teaching time is over. Although Wenjung voluntarily calls them for free, the parents of those students cannot be so at ease. Some people will run to Uncle Huang's house with things, nominally for Uncle Huang and his family, but actually for Wenjung. After more contact with students, even though Wenjung showed a somewhat cold personality, the teenagers who saw Wenjung's skills were particularly enthusiastic, especially Tuan Tuan, who was treated as a son by Wenjung. They also treated him as a younger brother, especially when they found out that Tuan Tuan was a foodie. They would bring some of the delicious food from home. In the past, the villagers would avoid Wenjung, and Wenjung just took this time to collect supplies. Now that the supplies have been collected, it's time to try to integrate into the village. The opportunity for Wenjung to integrate into this village was not to teach these teenagers fighting skills, but because of a kind of powder. After teaching these teenagers fighting skills, these teenagers paid more attention to Wenjung, and accidentally saw Wenjung sprinkle a bag of powder on the corner of Uncle Huang's house. The students who saw it asked immediately, and Wenjung casually said, "It drives away rats." Someone immediately asked excitedly, "Brother Wenjung, can this powder really drive away rats? Does it work?" Wenjung did not let these people call him teacher. Anyway, they were all younger than him, so they just called him brother. As for asking those elementary school students to call him brother, Wenjung said shamelessly that it made him look younger. Hearing the student's question, Wenjung looked over and threw a bag into his pocket, and said, "This is for driving away rats. Rats don't like this taste, but it can't kill rats. But people can't eat this thing." This is a formula that Wenjung learned in the deserted island world. The materials are wild grass that can be found everywhere, but the effect is excellent, especially in the wild. The world also has those materials. After Wenjung found that Uncle Huang's house was troubled by rats, he prepared several packets and sprinkled them in the new house, the old house, and Uncle Huang's house. That night, the rats couldn't stand it and moved away in a hurry. After the boy got the powder bag, the other students all asked for it and took it home excitedly. At this time, Huang Yan suddenly realized, "I said that I haven't heard any rats at home recently." Wenjung realized that the rat infestation in Sanlai village was worse than he thought. After the boys took the medicine bags home, they used them immediately. Some family members saw it and asked about the effect of the powder. Some family members didn't pay attention. But a few days later, they all discovered one thing. It seems that they haven't heard any rats in recent days. A few days later, the village chief came to the door. Before he explained his purpose, Wenjung handed the newly prepared medicine package to the old village chief and refused the money the old village wanted to give. The materials for the preparation were all dug up in the mountains. It was only the labor cost, which was nothing to Wenjung. After explaining the precautions when using it, the village chief thanked Wenjung repeatedly, and then distributed the medicine powder to the families in the village who were infested with rats, and explained that the medicine powder was prepared by Wenjung, and this time it was provided by Wenjung for free. Rural areas are prone to rat infestation. Rats like to run to other people's homes and settle down in other people's homes. They are a nest for life. And for some reason, the rats in Sanlai are particularly ferocious and smart. Mousetraps and rat poisons are useless. Even if you keep a cat, you can always hear the noise of rats. The medicine powder provided by Wenjung was a great help this time. In the past, he was favored by the teenagers and most men. But now the middle-aged women in the village are more fond of Wenjung. Worry about the expiration date of the medicine powder. There were always people coming to Uncle Huang's house to ask Wenjung to buy medicine powder. Wenjung simply went to the village chief. After he prepared the medicine powder, He put it with the village chief and let the villagers buy it. After coming to this world, Wenjung, who quit his job, got his first legitimate income. He was also curious and searched on the internet. But there was no medicine powder with similar effects in this world. In the deserted island survival world, someone opened a factory and a company based on the formula of this rat repellent powder. But later when the disaster came, some islands were seriously infested with rats. And the company announced the formula. And Wenjung remembered it. After the craze for buying rat repellent powder passed, Wenjung's new house was almost renovated. It cost a lot to buy those materials. But the cost of house renovation was even more. The new house was made fully reinforced according to the standard of being able to withstand earthquakes. Even though Sanlai village has never had an earthquake, Wenjung still has to prepare in advance. There were even aliens in the last world. So it is not surprising that anything happens in this world. The courtyard wall was raised a lot, and many anti-theft devices and cameras were installed on it to prevent thieves from all aspects. The corridor in the yard was widened a lot. Not only was a deep well dug in the yard, but a water tower was also installed to ensure water supply. A brick bed and a boiler room were also added to the house. In Sanlai village, earth pits have never been built in the house, because it is not so cold here in winter. When Wenjung said he wanted to build it, this construction team had never built it before. Fortunately, he knew a worker who had worked in construction in the north and invited him to come and build it. With the earth pit and boiler, the house can be heated even on snowy days. Wenjung also bought a lot of firewood in the village and piled them all in the yard. There are 2 large balconies on the second floor of the house. One for drying clothes and quilts. And the other is where Wenjung and Tuanchuan usually practice. And they also put a lot of potted plants on it. This house is a 2-story bungalow. Wenjung did not change much. He just added an insulation layer on the top of the house, and specially laid soil on the insulation layer, and transplanted some plants on it, which can also play a role in insulation. Wenjung took into account the situation of power accidents, and purchased solar panels and solar batteries. All kinds of common electrical appliances have been fully equipped. Wenjung bought a small washing machine. Anyway, he was the only one who needed to change clothes. He bought a freezer and a refrigerator, both of which were large. Wenjung planned to fill them with food. In addition to these, Wenjung also bought a radio. If the mobile phone really had problems, the radio might still be able to be used. Even if a disaster came, the news channel could not be cut off. After Wenjung checked everything, Wenjung settled the wages for the construction team, and then looked at the money in his hand. With just tens of thousands of yuan, he really couldn't buy anything. Brother Wenjung, when are you going to move? Will you treat us? If you need any help, just call us. We are always here to accompany you, Huang Yan said. According to convention, when moving to a new house, you have to treat everyone to a meal. But Wenjung did not follow convention. He was unwilling to deal with so many villagers. All the things bought on the surface were moved to the new house. Wenjung picked a random day, meditated in the morning, said goodbye to Uncle Huang's family, and then slowly returned to the new house with Tuanchuan in his arms. This house was built by Huang Changyuan for his father, so the decoration inside looked a bit old-fashioned. If other people in their 20s or 30s moved in, they might not be satisfied. But Wenjung thought it was good. Having lived with his grandfather all the time, Wenjung was very accustomed to this style. He walked around the house with Tuanchuan in his arms for a few rounds to see if there were any flaws. Then he set off 2 strings of fake firecrackers that were powered by electricity at the door, indicating that they had moved in. The greenhouse effect in this world is particularly serious. Fireworks and firecrackers were banned a few years ago. Now they are no longer sold on the market. Instead, this kind of electric firecrackers are used. On the first night after moving in, Wenjung couldn't sleep in the new house. He moved things back and forth between the new house and the old house all night. Even if he didn't rest all night, it took 2 nights for Wenjung to move all these things. He locked them all in the new house and felt at ease. 2 days after moving in, the villagers in the village realized that Wenjung had moved to the new house. Even if Wenjung didn't plan to entertain guests, they couldn't help but express their gratitude. So all kinds of things were delivered to Wenjung's house. And because Wenjung didn't like to deal with people, most of the visitors gave Wenjung things and left after saying a few words casually, and didn't ask to see the house. Some people simply put the things at the door of Wenjung. This is exactly what Wenjung wanted. He is a good person, but he has a bad temper. doesn't like to deal with people, and is a weird person with some skills. After the gift-giving craze was over, Wenjung went out and bought a lot of materials to put at home, which were used to dig a cellar. However, the house reconstruction took too much time, and the new year was coming soon. Wenjung had to take the opportunity to buy some meat to stock up, which made the time a bit tight. Wenjung could only start his hard life of staying up late every day again. After teaching the group of teenagers during the day, he went to buy various New Year goods, and started digging the cellar after dinner at night. Before buying these meats, Wenjung's premonition told him that the disaster of this world would not be too far away, and he sent a few messages to remind his friends who had a good relationship with his original body. Then Wenjung thought of the Sanlai villagers who had been getting along well these days, and prepared to perform a play for them. On the rice field, as usual, the teenagers were training seriously under the guidance of Wenjung, and there were many idle villagers watching beside them. Wenjung was instructing the students when suddenly a phone rang. Wenjung took out his mobile phone and looked at the number on it. He showed a respectful and intimate expression on his face and walked to the side. The primary school students may not understand, but the college students can see it. They saw that Wenjung was still smiling at the beginning, and as the call lasted longer, he became more serious. Finally, after hanging up the phone, he hugged Tuan Tuan and fell into deep thought. What did the call say? This is the question of the students. But they dare not ask Wenjung. With the character of Wenjung that they have known these days, they can't find out even if they ask. It was originally a question, but Wenjung made a series of actions that made them think. After the training was completed, Wenjung did not let them leave, but took them to the village chief's house, regardless of the villagers following behind. And after arriving at the village chief's house, he said that he wanted to borrow the village chief's TV. The village chief agreed in confusion. Wenjung took out his mobile phone and deliberately let a few students see it. He found a video that looked like someone else sent it to him, but was actually made by himself, and projected it on the smart TV. If you say Sanlai village is poor, there are only a few smart TVs installed in the whole village, and some don't even have network cables installed. The video projected on the TV is a news broadcast of large-scale natural disasters that have occurred on the entire planet in the past year, especially in the past 6 months. Disasters have become more and more frequent. Usually, people are busy and don't pay much attention to them. Now putting them together will only make the expressions of the viewers more solemn. After the release, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Finally, the village chief spoke. What does this mean? Nothing. Wenjung shook his head, stopped talking, and turned away with Tuanchuan in his arms. There was no substantial evidence for this suggestion, and it was not considered to cause panic. He tried his best to remind his friends and villagers, and also performed an analysis of the current situation based on the information he searched for. He found that the country had quietly prepared a lot of things, so he gave up the idea of reminding the country. In the last world, he was successfully assassinated in the military base. Now he has not yet cultivated to the point of home. If he suddenly exposes his difference, he may not be able to survive for 3 years and complete the main task. Many people were confused by Wenjung's actions, but many people were still thinking about it. In the next few days, the people in the village paid special attention to Wenjung's actions. Wenjung bought a whole pig again. You know, even for a family of 7. Usually buying half a pig is enough for the new year. Then, people who went to buy New Year's goods in the village came back and said that they saw Wenjung at the farmer's market. He bought a lot of fresh meat, chicken, duck and fish, which was definitely not enough for him to eat in a short time. Some people also said that they saw Wenjung buying wool blankets and grain. The elderly and young people were the first to realize what Wenjung wanted to reveal. The elderly had experienced a special difficult period, and the young people were exposed to more information. The question now is whether to prepare early according to Wenjung's reminder. The village chief asked his grandson to ask Wenjung for the video and stayed in the house to watch it all night. The next day, the village chief asked his 2 sons to go to the town to buy grain and other supplies with great fanfare. In addition, he notified his daughter who married in Miyu town. Uncle Huang's family also made the same choice. The villagers are very sensitive now, seeing that even the village chief's family has started to buy things. Even if they don't believe it, they think that it's New Year's Day anyway, so it's okay to buy more. After Wenjung finished the play, he didn't care. All the fresh meat was chopped and packed in bags and put in the refrigerator to freeze. When the refrigerator and freezer were full, he bought whole meats and marinated them with various materials and hung them on the wall to dry. In addition, Wenjing also bought a lot of sweets. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty. Sweet is also indispensable in life. He bought a little bit of various candies, as well as sugar, rock sugar and various honeys. When there were only a few thousand yuan left in his hand for urgent use, Wenjing stopped buying. At this time, it was already the 28th day of the lunar year. After 2 days of busy digging the cellar, Wenjing had a good rest on the day of the lunar year's 30th, and refused the invitation of Uncle Huang's family to celebrate the new year. For the New Year's Eve dinner, Wenjing made a table of delicious dishes, and watched the Spring Festival Gala with Tuanchuan, while eating delicious food. At midnight, the countdown was playing on TV, and the new year was about to come. Many people across the country were looking forward to a better new year. Wenjing seemed to have some feelings. He walked out of the living room door, squinted his eyes, and looked at the sky. What fell into the palm of his outstretched hand was a large piece of white snowflakes, and 6 complete petals could be seen. "It's snowing!" Tuanchuan, "Do you feel it too?" Wenjing's voice was light, and his eyes were full of compassion. This snow officially kicked off. Tuanchuan made a long whine and stayed on Wenjing's shoulder, also looking up at the falling snowflakes. Chapter 70. It is said that this year is a warm winter. In the days before the new year, the sun was always high in the sky and enthusiastically shed its sunshine. Those teenagers who followed Wenjing to exercise usually ran around in the village wearing sweaters and coats. This snow came unexpectedly. Wenjing stood in the yard for a while. The boiling snow gradually dyed the ground white. It was obvious that the temperature was dropping rapidly. Tuan called out softly, and Wenjing finally walked towards the boiler room. The temperature did not drop for many days. The heating system composed of the boiler room and the earth stove was officially used today. The dry wood began to burn. The flames jumped, and there were crackling sounds. Wenjing closed his eyes and carefully felt that the energy in the environment increased. These suddenly increased energies were like those flames, cheering and jumping, and occasionally colliding and fighting with other energies. Sitting in the boiler room and sensing for a while, Wenjing saw that the quiet energy emitted by the creatures around him was soon corrupted by the violent energy, and those creatures absorbed the violent energy back. They did not want to have the ability to appease like Wenjing. Who knows what the consequences of this energy exchange will be? The phone sounded suddenly. Wenjing opened his eyes and answered the call. The voice coming from the phone was Huang Yan, who said, "Brother Wenjing, it suddenly snowed tonight, and the temperature dropped very strangely. You should cover yourself with 2 more layers of quilts. Don't get cold." After Huang Yan's call, Wenjing received a call from the village cadres, reminding everyone to keep warm due to the sudden drop in temperature. This change happened on New Year's Day, which may have broken everyone's happy mood. But many people also noticed something wrong because they were on night watch and reminded everyone. Wenjing held Tuan and opened the door of the boiler room. The cold air coming from the front and the heat behind him formed a sharp contrast, which made Wenjing couldn't help but put his hands under Tuan's 2 wings. Sure enough, it was warm under the wings with super strong warmth. Tuan, who was clamped in the air by Wenjing's 2 hands, kicked his legs a few times and let Wenjing do whatever he wanted. There was already a thick layer of snow in the yard, which was a little bright in the dark night. The cold wind that came with the falling snow became more and more wild, blowing the leaves rustling. Wenjing had practiced after all, but he wore thin clothes. He was not too cold on the dozens of steps from the boiler room to the living room, but his bald head was a little cold. The clothes he was wearing had no hat. Wenjing lowered his head, raised his hands and put Tuanchuan, who was held by his 2 hands, on top of his head. The warmth spread from Tuanchuan's belly to the top of his head, and Wenjing was very satisfied. Tuanchuan lay on top of Wenjing's head obediently. "Dad, as long as you are happy." Wenjing knew nothing about the commotion outside the yard. He carried Tuanchuan to the bedroom upstairs. The built earthen Kong was warm. It was expected that the temperature would drop again. Wenjing found a thick duvet and fell asleep with Tuanchuan on the bedside. The next morning, Wenjing woke up naturally. In winter, the sun rises late. When Wenjing woke up, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was still dark outside. Wenjing got up slowly, and then ran to the kitchen to show off and make breakfast. Breakfast was peanut porridge, which was stained with the red color of peanuts, and was very thick and soft. There were no pickles as side dishes, as it was not good to eat them every day. Wenjung dug a radish out of the sand pile outside the door and made some cold shredded radish. Pour the sour and spicy flavor into the porridge and stir it. And then he drank 2 bowls in one gulp. While eating, Wenjung watched today's morning news. Not all places had snow, but the temperature suddenly dropped across the country, and other parts of the planet had large-scale climate changes. Sanlai village is in the central region, and it has snowed hard, and the temperature has dropped to a level that has not been seen in decades. The situation in the northern region is even more serious. The news said that it was a blizzard that only occurs once every few hundred years. After only one day, the wind and snow destroyed many houses. The northerners who had experienced the cold test in previous years could not stand this kind of cold, and all hid in the house and dared not go out. There were also those who drove on the road and did not go home even on New Year's Eve, especially in the north. Some people were blocked on the road by the blizzard while driving, and some of them froze to death in their cars. The central and southern regions were much better. Some areas in the south also snowed, but most places only cooled down, which was unbearable. Overnight, the country had taken a series of measures according to the plan. Various materials and aid troops had set out to the severely affected northern regions. Various places donated a lot of materials. It seemed that the action was fast, but the wind and snow outside had not stopped until now, which showed that this snowstorm would not end so easily. Looking at these news, people's mood was inevitably heavy. Seeing those people who lost their property or even their lives due to the sudden blizzard, Wenjung sighed lightly. It was hard to accept such a tragic scene every time. After breakfast, Wang Yan called and asked about martial arts training. Wenjung took out his mobile phone and notified them, asking these students to practice at home. After that, Wenjung was pulled into a newly established group by Huang Yan, which included people from the whole village. There are fewer people without smartphones in today's society. Most families in Sanlai village use smartphones. It is inconvenient to call to notify them if there is anything. So the young village cadre set up this group chat and pulled one person from each household. Wenjung saw names enter the group one by one, and then changed to their real names. A rough look shows that the population of Sanlai village is really not large, with a total of 70 families, excluding those who have not returned from other places. The average number of people per family is 4, which is less than 300 people. As he watched, the village chief sent a message in the group, canceling the New Year's greetings and asking the villagers to stay at home and keep warm. It is best not to go out and pay attention to the house. If the snow is too thick, try to clean the snow on the roof. There are still a few families who don't have smartphones. The village chief will go with other village cadres to check the situation. Those families without smartphones are basically elderly people living with children. This situation is the most worrying for them. After reading the notice issued by the village chief, Wenjung went to the balcony first. There is a roof on the balcony. Although there was wind last night, the direction was fine, and there was no snow on the balcony. Wenjung took to Anchuan to sit on the balcony and practice meditation. In the past, he only needed to draw these energies into his body. Now Wenjung found that if he wanted to practice, he had to calm down these energies that suddenly became violent, and then slowly persuade them to enter his body. Usually he would practice for 3 hours in the morning. This time, just after half an hour, Wenjung had to stop, covering his dizzy head, and regretfully found that the progress of practice would be much slower after the energy became violent. It was not easy to go out because it was snowing all the time. Now the practice time was shortened to half an hour. Wenjung went up to the roof from the specially installed stairs to clean the snow. The grass planted on the roof has been covered with snow. Planting vegetation on the roof is for heat insulation. But Wenjung is worried about the load-bearing capacity of the house. So the soil layer on the roof is not thick, and other things cannot be planted. So all short grass is planted. Wenjung took that super big broom, cleaned up the snow, and saw the grass below that was frozen and a little wilted, and suddenly remembered the vegetables planted in the ground. There are 2 fields around the house that belong to Wenjung. Wenjung has no time to plant crops, so he uses them as vegetable fields. The rapeseed sown on the ground did not disappoint Wenjung, except for a few that failed to live up to expectations. The rest all sprouted one after another. Now they have grown into big trees, and now they are all covered with snow. Wenjung put on a big hat that can cover his ears, and went out with the broom, axe to Anchuan. The snow has not stopped falling, but the snowflakes are much smaller. Wenjing wore wool socks and thick leather boots, carried a big bamboo basket, and walked in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He was particularly envious of Tuanchuan flying in the air. Use a broom to clear away a small piece of snow. Then use a hoe to get the vegetables out of the field and throw them into the backpack behind. The other villagers did the same. They found that some of the green vegetables could not withstand the current low temperature, so they all went to the vegetable field to pick them up. The vegetables can still be harvested, but some fields are still covered with wheat and other crops. So the villagers started to weave straw mats, just in time for staying at home with nothing to do. After the straw mats were woven, the snow in the wheat field was swept clean, and then the straw mats were spread. Even if the snow fell again, the straw mats could protect the wheat seedlings as much as possible. This was the only thing the villagers could do. Wenjing did not grow crops himself, but he could see and learn about the actions of other villagers from the group. Those villagers were sharing the experience taught by the old man. Wenjing stayed at home with Tuanchuan every day, since the brain would be particularly tired after practicing for half an hour. Wenjing moved the early morning practice time to the evening, and fell asleep in bed after practicing at night. During the day, Wenjing and Tuanchuan would prepare 3 meals a day carefully, occasionally instruct students to practice over the phone, and the rest of the time they would eat, drink, and sleep, lying on the calm watching TV and drinking hot water, and would do some woodworking and tease Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, does this bird look like you? Wenjing pointed at the wood in his hand, which was his newly carved work. Although the bird's head was a bit square, the 2 wings were of different sizes and were both very small. He was still quite satisfied. Tuanchuan had long recognized Wenjing's carving ability, which was as indescribable as his straw weaving ability. It could be said that he had no talent for this. At that time, he was playing Tetris with his mouth by pressing buttons. When he heard Wenjing say that he had carved a figure of him, he was immediately shocked. When he really saw the work carved by Wenjing, Tuanchuan still couldn't help but disobey his father, and pecked at Wenjing with his wings. Wenjing blocked it with his hand, and Tuanchuan's mouth hit the sculpture. He absolutely would not allow this ugly piece of wood to be himself, and immediately pecked at it more than a dozen times. After the nagging sound ended, Tuanchuan turned his head away and didn't want to pay attention to Wenjing anymore. But Wenjing was dumbfounded holding the wood, and hugged the angry Tuanchuan hard in his arms, and looked at him left and right. Everyone looked at Tuanchuan and wanted to disobey him for a while. Wenjing said sadly, Tuanchuan, I didn't expect you to be a carving genius. It turned out that the sculpture pecked by Tuanchuan improved the sculpture carved by Wenjing with great effort, which looked much more beautiful and wanted more. After Tuanchuan showed his talent, his parents paid great attention to him and often asked him to contact him. Specifically, Wenjing began to call him from time to time, Tuan Tuan, come and peck this shape on the wood. This kind of day lasted for almost a week, and the blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Sometimes it stopped for only a few hours, and sometimes it started again before the snow melted. The villagers took advantage of this time to go out to deal with the snow. The village head and those village cadres were old, so they asked the young people and their families to go out and see the situation in the village. The snow had been falling for too long, causing great trouble to the work of aiding the north. Wenjing was in the heaviest mood when he watched the news every day. The TV was full of reports about the heavy snow, and the discussions on the internet were almost all related topics. Many people even promoted the theory of doomsday on the internet, and some people were on the verge of collapse. There are also many useful experiences on how to survive this cold winter on the internet, which are welcomed by many people. Wenjing took a look and found that there were some things he had not expected. Just as he was about to write them down, the room suddenly went dark and the power went out. Not only was there a power outage, but the signal was also intermittent, and there were no new notifications in the notification group on the phone. Not long after, Wenjing heard a sound coming from outside, which sounded like the village chief shouting with a loudspeaker. It has been snowing for so many days, almost without a break, and the snow has accumulated thicker and thicker. It is not surprising that there is a problem with the power supply system, and the road outside is so difficult to walk. It is estimated that no electrician will be willing to repair it. Without electricity, Wenjing has several fully charged solar batteries, and he dare not use large electrical appliances. It is mainly used to charge mobile phones. He can't watch TV. Wenjing took out the radio he bought specially, and after fiddling with it for a few times, he successfully listened to the news channel. Occasionally, he would listen to some songs played by the radio station, all of which are inspirational songs that encourage everyone to face the snowstorm bravely. It's good to stay at home, but it's a bit of a waste of firewood. Wenjung prepared a lot in advance, and occasionally he would go to the mountains to pick up some branches late at night. Some people in the village were not well prepared, so when the snow stopped every day, more people went out. In addition to clearing the snow, there were also many people who came out to collect wood. Wenjung could see some people standing on the balcony. They didn't dare to go too far and could only cut down the trees around the house, in addition to the snow in his own house. Wenjung went to clear the snow in the old house left by his grandmother every 2 days, and went to Uncle Huang's house by the way, just as everyone was looking forward to it. The long snow season finally ended, on the day when the sun finally appeared from the horizon. Although the sun didn't feel warm on the body, many people in the village cheered excitedly. Chapter 71. The sun was like a signal. When it came out, the snow stopped completely, and the wind left with the snow. When the snow just stopped, the villagers were happy for a while. But when the village cadres stepped on the snow and went door to door to count the situation, the villagers' mood became low. Wenjung didn't ask, but Huang Yan ran over and took the initiative to tell Wenjung a lot. Although Wenjung had a vague hint, when it snowed on the first day of the new year, the village chief and his team gave a okay reminder. But there were still several casualties in the village. Most of them were elderly people. Some of them were not taken seriously by their families, and some were in poor health and seriously ill, and did not survive the snowstorm. Among the elderly who died, the oldest was a 90-year-old lady who was a great-grandmother. Her children were very filial, and she was in good health, according to her family and neighbors. Her sudden death this time was completely an accident. The wind was not small during the snowfall, and many trees were planted around each house, some of which were decades old, under the ravages of the wind and snow. The big tree outside the family's house actually fell down, and it happened to fall in the direction of their house. That was a big tree that only an adult could barely hug, and the noise it made when it fell on the house was quite loud. Wenjung lived far away from there and didn't hear it, but the neighbors around the family heard it and ran out to see what was going on. At that time, many people thought it was an earthquake. As a result, the house was damaged. The old man sleeping in the house was already old, and when he heard the loud noise, he couldn't catch his breath and died on the spot. The news of this accident spread throughout the village, and several families cut down their trees. At the beginning of the new year, they encountered such a blizzard, and there were several funerals to be held. The villagers were all related, and the atmosphere in the village was particularly depressed. After the sadness was over, the funeral had to be held. There was no way when it snowed, and the bodies of the elderly were still in the house. Although the weather was relatively cold, after the snow stopped, things had to be done. The wind and snow stopped, and many people were impatient at home and went out. However, the melting snow was colder than the snowing day, and thick icicles hung on the eaves. Some people were busy preparing for funerals at home, and some people's livestock were frozen to death, and they had to deal with them. More people had insufficient coal at home and had to go out to collect some dry firewood. So the joy turned into sorrow, and more people in the village caught colds and fevers. So on this day, the horn sounded again in the village, asking every family in the village to come out and go to the village committee for a meeting. When Zhang's family only had him and Tuanchuan, he just wanted Tuanchuan to go to the meeting on his behalf. But the villagers probably didn't agree, so he had to dress tightly and go out, leaving Tuanchuan at home. Sanlai village was poor, and the village cadres usually worked in a large yard, which was divided into several offices, and everyone was crowded in one of the meeting rooms. There were many iron charcoal basins in the meeting room, with wooden racks underneath, and coal and dry wood burning in the charcoal basins. Wenjung and Huang Yan walked in together, and saw that these villagers gathered in several groups according to their relationships and talked. Several families whose children were Wenjang's students greeted Wenjung. Huang Yan and Wenjung went to talk to familiar relatives, while Wenjung stood in a corner, lowering his presence and looking at the appearance of these people one by one. When everyone arrived, the village chief standing in the front began to speak. The village chief, who was in his 50s, looked much older than before, but he looked energetic. There were a lot of people in the meeting room, so it was a bit noisy. The village chief took out a loudspeaker from behind, coughed twice, and when everyone quieted down, he said, "The snow has finally stopped. But the temperature has not risen yet, and the road out is blocked by snow. We can't relax. The villagers began to frown. And the village chief continued, "You all know the current situation in the village. There are many sick people in the village. The medicine in the clinic is insufficient. And some villagers have reported to the village committee that there are not enough daily necessities. In short, many villagers need to go to the town to buy some things. However, the snow outside is still thick, and it is still melting snow. Not to mention how slippery the road is. People walking on the road are prone to accidents." After discussing, the village cadres wanted to arrange several vehicles to go to the town, so that the vehicles could take care of each other and buy all the supplies needed by the whole village. After the village chief finished speaking, no one expressed any objection. These people were more or less short of things at home, and they all wanted to go to the town to buy something. But they couldn't go because of the snow. The next problem was the car team. There were not many families in the village who had cars. Since they wanted to get a car team, the village chief counted all the cars in the village that had 4 wheels and could be closed. The anti-skid ability of 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled vehicles is not strong. And the weather is so cold now. If people are not allowed to walk, they will catch a cold after a trip. So a closed vehicle is necessary. There are not many people with cars in the village. Everyone in the village knows that the village chief asked them one by one if they are willing to go to the town. The gasoline and sports car expenses of the car were provided by the house. The people in front nodded and agreed. When saying the names of these people, the village chief looked at Wenjung from time to time. Obviously, he also hoped that Wenjung could join with his small truck. Wenjung had no objection and nodded slightly. The village chief finally announced Wenjung's name. Many people turned to look at Wenjung. Seeing that Wenjung had no objection, the villagers in the village would not hide anything. They looked at Wenjung with a little surprise and obviously became much closer. The team was finally established, and many people were willing to go to the town with the team. The village chief selected middle-aged men who were strong and looked tough. After hesitating for a while, he also added Huang Yan. For the rest of the people who couldn't go to the town, they wrote down what they needed and gave it to the people who went to buy it for them. However, the village cadres first mentioned that the current situation is special. The roads are blocked by snow and many materials cannot be transported. The prices of things in the town have increased, so they have to pay in advance at twice the daily price. Once this was said, the villagers were reluctant to spend money and considered more. If it wasn't something they needed urgently, they wouldn't report it. Finally, according to the statistical results, in addition to various medicines, various daily necessities are the most in demand. And these things are miscellaneous and difficult to buy. After everything was finally arranged, a convoy of 6 cars set off from the village. With 2 people in each car, Huang Yan took the initiative to follow Wenjung. "Brother Wen, what are you going to buy this time?" As soon as he got in the car, Huang Yan began to chatter. As time went by, he became bolder. Even if Wenjung didn't say anything, he couldn't dispel his enthusiasm for talking, until Tuanchuan couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him on the head with his claws. Ouch! Tuanchuan is so strong. Huang Yan saw Tuanchuan flying towards him and thought Tuanchuan was coming to play with him. But he didn't expect that half of his body was lifted and leaned back. Even if he didn't have any preparation, Tuanchuan's strength was too great. "You are worthy of being your son, Brother Wenjung." It turns out that Tuanchuan is a man of both civil and military talents. Huang Yan did not understand the meaning of Tuanchuan's action and continued. "Was Tuanchuan playing games with me just now?" Wenjung said mercilessly. "He thinks you are noisy." Huang Yan looked at Tuanchuan with shocked eyes. He wanted to say a lot, but he held it back in the end and said, "Oh." Then he covered his mouth and sat on the seat. The world is finally quiet. In order to ensure safety, the village chief collected a lot of iron chains in the village and wrapped them all around the wheels to prevent slipping. The road from the village to the outside has not been walked for some time. The snow on the land is very thick, because it has not been crushed. It has not frozen into ice, but it is not so slippery. When you walk from the village road to the main road, there are many wheel marks on the snow on it. Follow this road to the town. Every intersection of this road leads to a village. The closer to Kaoshan town, the more slippery the road is. All vehicles drive carefully. When the car reached Kaoshan town, there was no snow on the main road. The snow was crushed into snow water by the cars. There were more cars and people than they imagined. These supplies can't be bought just by wanting to buy them. It looks like they have to rob them. Chapter 72. There are two main roads that cross each other in Kaohsiung town, which meet in the center of the town. One of them leads to the provincial road of Miyu town, and the other road is the road that Wenjung and his team took. As they get closer to Kaohsiung town, there are more and more vehicles and people on the road. It goes without saying that these are all here to buy things, and they are all their competitors. When the convoy just entered the town, the road was still a little slippery. Whether driving or walking, people were extremely careful. Only people like Huang Yan who were sitting in the co-pilot had time to look around. However, the weather was too cold, and the car windows were closed. They could see the signs, the vehicles and people, but some things were easily overlooked. The doors of the houses on both sides of the road were closed, and there were tall and large signs on the roadside, telling them to go to the vegetable market when they came to buy things. After Huang Yan saw the bold and enlarged instructions on the roadside, he sighed. The town arranged it too quickly this time. All kinds of supplies are concentrated in the vegetable market. It seems that we don't have to compete with others, but we may have to queue for a long time. After saying that, Huang Yan looked at Wenjung, and was startled by Wenjung's face. He asked cautiously, "Brother Wenjung, what's wrong with you?" Wenjung's eyes were sharp, and he found some special situations with his peripheral vision. He was in a bad mood. He felt Tuan Tuan rubbing his face to comfort himself, and sighed and said, "You only saw the instructions on both sides. Didn't you see anything else?" Huang Yan was stunned, and simply opened the window to the outside. As soon as the window was opened, cold air entered the car. Huang Yan shuddered, but still insisted on observing carefully with his non-myopic eyes. Those doors. Huang Yan couldn't even speak, and always felt a chill entering his heart from the outside, and his whole body was cold. Even though he couldn't believe it, Huang Yan kept leaning on the window to look outside, and finally collapsed on the seat, muttering weakly, "How could this happen? Isn't everything fine in our village?" The village and the town are always different. The convoy came to the vegetable market in Kaohsiung town, and under the command of the police, they parked the car in the arranged place. The vegetable market is a rare open space with a roof in the town. The ground has been cleaned up, and all kinds of supplies are placed together in different categories, with tall signs for people to see clearly. From a distance, you can see the crowds of people over there, just like the subway entrance during rush hour. There are several policemen next to them to maintain order, and you can even see the pistols on the waists of those policemen. That's a gun, right? This is the first time I've seen a real gun. Everyone got off the car one after another, and a villager said, "The police station in our town is short of staff, and they were all sent out this time." Someone sighed, "My daughter is married to the town. After I buy things, I want to go see my daughter. Please wait for me." The villager who spoke showed a kind smile on his face. "Yinzi lives in West Street, right? We don't have to wait in line for a long time to buy things. You can just go there first, or you can stay with your daughter at night." "Wait, don't you think it's wrong?" The leader of the team who raised the question was Huang Mingchong, the son of the village chief. He was a few years older than Wenjung, and was 30 years old this year. He had a good reputation and prestige in the village. "What's wrong?" The other villagers were very confused. "Those guns?" Police officers in the police station are usually not equipped with guns. They are usually locked in the warehouse, and only taken out when handling major cases. "Aren't they just watching us buy things now? Why did they take out the guns?" Huang Mingchong was a little confused. "Which village are you from? Is this the first time you come to the town after the snow stopped?" Someone next to him couldn't listen anymore, and suddenly interrupted. "Brother, do you know what's going on?" Huang Mingchong looked at the middle-aged man who was talking. "It has been 3 days since the heavy snow stopped. Although the sun appeared in the sky, the temperature has not risen, and the snow has not melted. So no one in Sanlai village left the village. This time there were too many sick people, so the village chief arranged this convoy." The middle-aged man sighed. "Don't you have any relatives in the town? Don't you want to come and see us?" "Of course I do. My daughter lives in the town. I plan to visit her later," the villager who spoke just now said with a smile. "You didn't come during the first few days when the snow stopped. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to your daughter?" The middle-aged man continued to ask. "Is there anything missing in your village? No one is sick and needs to come here to buy medicine or see a doctor. We just come here to buy medicine. There is everything in the town. What can happen to my daughter staying in the town?" The villager was suddenly stunned. "What do you mean? What happened in the town?" The middle-aged man pointed to both sides of the road. Some people noticed something was wrong, but some had poor eyesight. So Wang Yan explained it to them. All the doors were closed, and many people's doors had two big holes that looked like they were smashed. And the glass on the second floor was broken. All the green trees planted on the roadside were cut down, leaving only tree stumps. Wenjung had sharp eyes, and he saw that there were red marks on the ground under the door of a small supermarket, which looked like blood. As the middle-aged man told the story, the faces of the villagers in Sanlai village became uglier and uglier. They didn't expect the situation in the town to be completely different from that in the village. And it was so serious. After the power outage, the village was disconnected from the outside. So the villagers in Sanlai village didn't know the situation in other places. This time, when they heard about the experience in the town, they knew how big the gap between the countryside and the town was. No one expected this heavy snow. But Sanlai village got a reminder from Wenjung. Under the leadership of the village head and Uncle Huang, the villagers were half believing and half doubting. But they still prepared more things, which were used this time. Although other villages did not get a reminder from Wenjung, the rural areas were the same. Everything would be in short supply, but food would not be. After the harvest, every household in the village would not sell all the food, but keep some at home for their own consumption. There were vegetables planted in the fields, and a lot of meat was bought because of the new year. Wenjung saw the shopping list made by the villagers of Sanlai village this time. No one listed food and vegetables, indicating that there was no shortage of food. But it was different in the town. The residents in the town bought small bags of rice and flour and kept them at home. If they ran out, they would buy them soon after going out. As a result, the heavy snow and unbearable low temperature made it more difficult for them to go out to buy things. There is also the problem of low temperature. Although people usually use gas to cook in rural areas, almost every family still has a ground pot or coal stove. Especially during the Spring Festival, many people use ground pots to steam buns. So the family not only stores coal, but also a lot of dry firewood. Even if they run out, it's okay. Neighbors can borrow some if they have more in stock. Most of the residents in the town use air conditioners or electric heaters for heating, not to mention dry firewood. Even coal is very scarce at home. Some people are even used to using air conditioners. They don't even have a few sets of thick quilts at home. The sudden power outage is simply devastating. 1 or 2 people caught a cold and had a fever. After the medicine prepared at home was finished, they had to go out to buy medicine. Kaohsiung town is not a big town, and there are not many policemen in the police station. At the beginning, they could still drive around to patrol. Later, the snow on the ground accumulated thicker and thicker, and there was a problem with the power supply. And even communication was a problem. Indeed, the difficult situation of these residents was taken into consideration. Under the arrangement of the town leaders, people would come out to resume normal trade when the snow stopped during the day. That period was relatively peaceful, and there were no problems. At most, some people would compete for things when buying things, and some conflicts would occur. It was just that the things were selling less and less. So some people took the opportunity to raise the price. It was difficult to walk on the road, and the snow stopped for a short time. Some people would rather spend more money and have no time to argue with the boss. But some people were unwilling to buy at a high price, or they simply had no money, or they had a grudge before. As a result, a small supermarket that secretly raised the price was smashed in the middle of the night. And the owner and his family, who lived in the supermarket, died in the store. They were found the next day in the daytime, with the door open, and the bodies of the owner and his family were almost frozen into ice sculptures. The police also waited for the snow to stop before rushing over. But the power outage meant that the cameras were not working, and the heavy snow meant that after a few hours, the footprints left behind would be covered by snow, leaving no traces. The crime happened at night, and there was no light, so that even the shadows of people could not be seen. It was not until the day that it was discovered, and no one could be found at all. The incident spread throughout the town as people who bought things spread throughout the town, and the town became chaotic. There were no more murders, but there were people who took advantage of the night to break down doors and steal things. The police also tried their best to endure the cold and patrol everywhere at night. They finally caught one, and he didn't even run away, because they only caught him breaking down doors and stealing things, not hitting people. This man was originally a small gangster in the town with no income. He had no money to buy things, and his crime was not serious. He was caught by the police. And the police couldn't just watch him starve to death or freeze to death. It is unknown what the first person who killed someone was thinking. The motives of the people who followed and were caught were the same as this little gangster. Even if there were police patrols, they would still make trouble. Some people even made trouble in broad daylight and smashed the door with stones, just to get into the police station. Later, because of patrols day and night, a police car had a car accident. There was no big hospital in the town, only a few clinics. The two policemen in the car tried to send it to a big hospital after the snow stopped. I don't know how it is now. The middle-aged man shook his head. If the snow hadn't stopped within 2 days after the car accident, it's hard to say what the town is like now. My Yanzi runs a small store in the town. No. I have to go and see. Yanzi's father turned around and wanted to get in the car. Huang Mingchang quickly stopped them, asked Yanzi's father to sit in the passenger seat, and then found another villager who could drive to accompany them. The rest of the people who stayed looked at each other. What should we do now? Someone asked, with a confused tone. Among the remaining villagers, although there were no particularly close relatives in the town, there were always people they knew, and they couldn't help but worry when they heard this. Now that the police have controlled it, let's buy all these things first, and then think about who in our village lives in the town. After buying them, we can see the time and discuss it again, Huang Mingchang said. The middle-aged man had finished shopping and was waiting for his companions to come back. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he looked at them and spoke again. This kind of thing is not only in the town. Many villages have the kind of scourge of stealing and robbing. Which village are you from? You are quite united. Thank you, brother, for telling us this. Huang Mingchang avoided the question and thanked. The middle-aged man took a deep puff of cigarette. It's not rare news. It has been spreading for the past 2 days. It's not easy for everyone. Many elderly and children in our village are sick. Many of them can't survive until the snow stops. Some villagers wanted to speak, but Huang Mingchang spoke first. There are many sick people in our village. There is only one small clinic in the village. This time, in addition to buying medicine, we also need to buy some funeral supplies. Be careful when you go back. The way back these days is not safe. The middle-aged man reminded again. Thank you for your reminder, brother. Huang Mingchang was startled and thanked him quickly. Brother, we will go to line up first and try to leave early in the evening. Huang Mingchang turned around and winked at the villagers, so that they didn't have the opportunity to speak out their questions, and urged them to line up and buy things quickly. When they were a little further away from the middle-aged man, Huang Mingchang first said to Wenzheng, this time it's really thanks to you. After this thank you, some villagers reacted a little. And then Huang Mingchang said a little embarrassedly, well, do you still accept students? I want to learn too. Wenzheng smiled. Huang Mingchang's mind was very fast. He didn't need to refuse this matter. It was just a matter of teaching a few more people. Nodded, okay. Wait until the snow melts. The rest of the villagers looked at Huang Mingchang and then at Wenzheng. But there were people around. They intuitively couldn't say it out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. Huang Mingchang divided the villagers into groups to buy supplies, and reminded them to keep the money safe, even if there were police watching around. If they really encountered a daring thief, it would be difficult to explain to the village if the money was lost. Wenzheng and Huang Yan were responsible for buying toilet paper. This kind of thing really won't kill you, but the quality of life will decline. After finally getting to the front of the line, Huang Yan took a deep breath and looked at the marked price. It's a steal. The old man selling toilet paper didn't even raise his eyes and said directly, if you don't want to buy, just leave quickly and don't block others from buying. The price of this thing is twice as much as before. Huang Yan wanted to bargain, but the old man blocked him and his face turned red with anger. Young people don't know how to do things. Don't argue with him. Just give me 2 boxes at this price. Wenzheng said indifferently that it is normal for things to increase in price after the snowstorm. The old man glanced at Wenzheng, looked at him twice, and brought out 2 boxes from the back, saying, everyone knows that the world has changed, and young people should grow up. After Huang Yan handed over the money, he followed Wenzheng holding a candle, feeling a little more depressed than usual. Wenzheng ignored him. He needed to adapt to the changes in the world. The other villagers came back after buying supplies, and their faces were full of expressions of distress for the money. But when they saw Wenzheng, their eyes stayed on Wenzheng. When they met Wenzheng's eyes when he raised his head, Some people looked away uncomfortably, and some smiled at Wenjing. When they were queuing, they figured things out. Wenjing's usual behavior was unusual, and it was Wenjing who reminded them to buy things in advance, so they could get through this snowstorm smoothly. Thinking about the illness again, there were many sick people in their village, but not many seriously ill people, all of whom were controlled by Lao Zhang, the doctor in the clinic. Thinking carefully, those children who followed Wenjing to stretch their arms and legs did not get any serious illness this time. Before the new year, some people in the village said that after the children jumped around with Wenjing, they ate more, slept better, and their faces became rosy. In the past, I thought it was because of exercise. But Wenjing was not an ordinary person, and the things he taught must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Wenjing's image was different in their eyes. When everyone bought things, most of the day was over. Huang Mingchang took the convoy to look around the town and visited several Sanlai people living in the town. There were many sick people, and there were also elderly people who died of cold. The girl named Yan Zi did not have any problems, so the villager went back with them. Sanlai village is still far away from Kaohsiung town. The nearest village is separated by Sanlai River, and it is the poorest village in the entire Kaohsiung town. Although they went out to buy things this time, compared with other villages, they did not buy much. Perhaps because of this, although it was already dark when we returned, the journey was very smooth, and we did not encounter any special situations. Various supplies purchased at high prices were piled up in the village committee office. The prices of these things were twice as much as usual, and it seemed that they were customized to the same standard. The villagers were told about what happened in the town, although they were worried about their relatives living in other places these days. They had no way to contact them, and were blocked by the snow. They could only comfort themselves that nothing happened. Now everyone is anxious. Those who live far away cannot get there, but those who live nearby can still go and see. The village chief did not see any organization, but some people paid attention to those cars. Seeing this, the village chief stepped forward and said, "Don't worry. Let's make it clear that the snow has stopped and the power supply will be repaired in the next few days. If you really can't wait, it's best to go with several people or several cars, and be careful on the road." After receiving the supplies, many people discussed walking over or borrowing a car to take a look. But in the early morning of the next day, before dawn, cheers suddenly rang in the village, and soon bright lights came out from the houses, and the phone finally came. After the power was restored, communication returned to normal. Some families learned that their relatives and friends were safe, but there was also a lot of bad news. There were also reports on the disaster situation across the country and even the world. The authorities tried their best to release positive and inspiring reports, but there were always people who told the truth, even if they were controlled. Some people still found the real information on the internet. The south was still able to operate normally, sending various supplies to the north. The situation in the central part was not serious, but the northernmost part almost became an icy hell. Some of those who left when the snow just started to fall survived, while those who never left stayed there forever. Not only this country, but the whole world has suffered various disasters, and even 2 small countries have announced their extinction. No matter how much bad news there is, people always have to persist in living. The temperature began to rise, and the snow on the road slowly melted. The villagers walked out of the door, holding shovels in their hands to shovel away the snow on the road. The funeral was extremely simple. Sanlai village still had burials. Those who died in the village chose to hold it on the same day and send those who left to the mountain. All were done, and the temperature was still cold enough to make people wear down jackets. The snow on the cleared road melted cleanly, but the snow in other places still did not melt cleanly. Parents are no longer so strict, just asking their children not to get close to Sanlai. The snow melted, and the river water increased. Sanlai village, which is upstream of Sanlai, does not have to worry so much. But the villages downstream are all worried. The children ran out of the house to build snowmen and have snowball fights, and cheers resounded throughout the village. The children didn't know the consequences of the snowstorm. Their laughter swept away the depression of the past few days and made the adults smile a little. In the woods outside the house, Wenjing was wearing a lei feng hat to keep warm and holding branches in his hands to modify the body of the snowman. Sometimes he would grab a handful of snow from the ground and fill it in when he was not satisfied. Tuan Tuan was also playing with great interest beside him, pecking with his pointed beak and carving shapes with his claws. Putting 2 branches on both sides as hands and wrapping a thick scarf around the snowman's neck. Wenjung was looking around when he heard someone coming towards him again. After a while, they saw the college and high school students who were studying with Wenjung. Behind them were coals loaded in tricycles. It was obvious that they had bought them specially. "Brother Wenjung, shall we push the coals into the yard for you?" Huang Yan said. Wenjung asked them to pile them into the boiler room and continued to decorate the snowman. When these students came out, Wenjung wanted to give them money for the coals. But the students refused. The coals they bought were tuition for Wenjung. "You bought the coals and sent them here, so I don't have to run a trip. This is your tuition." Wenjung was about to give them the money, but these people kept dodging. "You little bastards. Come here. You hide so fast. Let me see how you have been studying by yourself these days." Wenjung was happy. The young people who came over all looked unhappy. Several of them took 2 steps back with guilt, regretting why they came here today. Screams began to sound in the woods. Those who had fought with Wenjung were already lying on the grass with snow on it. Those who hadn't had their turn yet felt pain all over their bodies just by looking at it. But they didn't have the courage to run. "Brother Wenjung, why did you use your scarf to cover this snowbird? You did it to imitate Tuan Tuan, right?" As the teacher's closest senior brother, Huang Yan was the first to receive the teacher's teachings. Sitting on the grass to rest, he couldn't control his hands and untied the scarf on the snowman. On the snowman's shoulder, a beautiful Tuan Tuan made of snow was resting. "I said this strange snowman must not be the teacher's true strength. This snowbird is so similar," Huang Yan praised. Tuan Tuan shouted proudly. When Jing's face darkened, "Huang Yan, come over and have another round. The rest of the students, senior brother, your spirit of sacrificing yourself to save everyone will be remembered by us." Chapter 73. As time went by, the temperature gradually rose at an extremely slow rate, and the snow melted faster and faster. No matter how much Tuanchuan was unhappy, the snowmen and snowbirds piled up in the woods were getting smaller day by day. Seeing Tuanchuan's depressed look, Wenjung could only promise this spoiled son that he would build the same one with him every year in the future. During the time when the snow melted, the people in the village were not idle, and the number of students studying with Wenjung increased significantly. Not only because the children in the village were less sick, but also because some people showed the effect of learning. Wenjung's senses were more sensitive. Although he was sound asleep at night, he could be awakened by a loud noise. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that day, when ordinary people were sleeping soundly, a loud and painful sound woke Wenjung from his sleep. Wenjung sat up half asleep and half awake, and Tuanchuan couldn't wait to fly out to watch the excitement. Wearing cotton slippers and cotton pajamas, Wenjung stood at the window, looking down, and could see that several houses below had already turned on the lights. Under the bright lights, a group of villagers surrounded 2 people, who were half kneeling in the yard. Seeing that nothing serious happened, Wenjung waved his hand and called Tuan Tuan back to the warm bed. The next day, Wenjung went to the rice field that had been cleared of snow to teach, without waiting for Wenjung to ask. The students told him everything. It turned out that 2 thieves came in the early morning. They were 2 gangsters from a nearby village. They knew that the people in Sanlai village bought a lot of things before the snowstorm. They didn't dare to run here after the snow, but now they ran to the door as soon as the snow melted. Unexpectedly, the elderly sleep less and are always thinking about something. They sensed something was wrong. After making a phone call, the neighbors came to catch the thief. Among them, a college student of Wenjung showed his skills. With a sweep of his legs and a sound of his arms, one of the thieves fell to the ground. The villagers still remember this young man, who was admitted to college. In the summer, he came back to help his family harvest peanuts, and had no strength. Now he can be so powerful. It's all Wenjung's credit. Where are the 2 thieves? Wenjung didn't say anything after listening, but asked. We drove them to the police station at dawn. Huang Yan answered first. These 2 thieves have a bad reputation in the surrounding villages. They used to do this kind of petty theft, and were often sent to the police station. It's really a bargain for them to be sent to the police station at this time. We were lucky to meet them this time. Who can guarantee that there will be no one coming in the future? The person who said this was Huang Mingchong, a son of the village. He was also watching nearby. Now he came over and said, Teacher 1. Last time you said that people of my age could also learn from you. I wonder. When Huang Mingchong said this, there were several middle-aged people in their 30s, and 40s looking at him expectantly. From that day on, Wenjung had a few more students, all of whom were older than him. It was inevitable that their bodies would be damaged by doing farm work in the countryside all year round. Wenjung taught them another way of training. However, there were still a few who were willing to learn from Wenjung. Most middle-aged men were embarrassed to learn, and none of the middle-aged women asked. This is a problem of their concept. Wenjung can understand. He didn't want to change these people's ideas, but force them to learn. However, thinking of the changes after the blizzard, Wenjung thought carefully and compiled a version of exercise similar to square dance for those middle-aged and elderly people to learn. When Wenjung was demonstrating this square dance, Wang Yan, who was the most tactless, laughed the most exaggeratedly, and got an extra one-on-one personal teaching from the teacher. Not only that, he also got a difficult task: to learn square dance from the teacher, and then teach it to the elderly in the village, and serve as the lead dancer. The missed lessons will be captured by the teacher after class. Not daring not to take on such a difficult task, Wang Yan wished that time could go back and never dare to laugh again. However, just a few days later, Wang Yan discovered the fun of square dance and began to enjoy it. Wenjung secretly praised his selection level, and other students learned the lesson of the senior brother and learned not to say what they shouldn't say and not to laugh when they shouldn't laugh. The villagers who sent the thieves to the town police station that day came back with the latest news from the town and the town police station. The town gradually returned to normal, and the vegetable market that was temporarily turned into a trading market was still as lively as ever. But there were no police standing guard there, and government workers were there to maintain order, and the police were busy investigating the murders that occurred during the snowstorm. There are so many petty thieves who have been sent to the police station during this period, and our town police station is almost unable to close them. The villagers who went to the town were surrounded by a group of villagers, and they were very excited. Wenjung and Tuanchuan were a little far away, watching the students training and listening to the villagers' words. That group of hooligans all had the same idea. They could get food, drink, and a place to stay after being locked up in the police station for a few days. It was really wishful thinking, the villagers said disdainfully. No matter where they are, these hooligans who steal and do not follow the right path are always unpopular. What's wrong? How did the police arrange for them? They would not let them go after collecting a fine. Someone asked impatiently. How much can the fine be? When we went there, the police at the police station said that they would let all those who were arrested recently come out to work. That's right. What work do the police want them to do? What else can they do? I guess it's just clearing snow or something. You don't know that? It is also a helpless move to let these prisoners work. There is a shortage of manpower in the whole country now. There are also people who make trouble just to get into the police station. Let them work to wake up their brains. After 2 days of peace, another theft occurred in Sanlai village. As a result, no one noticed this time. 2 sacks of food were stolen from that family. Now the reserve food has been gradually transported to all parts of the country. But the consequences of this snowstorm are too serious, considering that there are fields in the countryside. The amount of food transported is very small. Even if the price is higher than usual, it is quickly sold out. The village chief specially held another meeting to ask everyone to pay attention to safety and take precautions. So the broken glass fork, which is rarely used in the countryside now, reappeared again, and long pieces of glass were inserted in every corner of the courtyard wall, which ordinary people could not easily climb over. Dogs that can guard the house, and at worst remind their owners, are also popular with many people. Many animals were frozen to death during this snowstorm. Domestic animals basically couldn't stand it, and the villagers were reluctant to feed domestic animals with grain. During the snowstorm, most of them were killed when the snow stopped. The dogs and cats they raised were capable pets. They and a few chickens and ducks were brought into the house during the snowstorm. Occasionally, a few ran out for unknown reasons and froze to death outside. But most of them survived. So some people thought about buying a dog back. If they couldn't buy one in the village, they could go to other villages to look. Wenjung didn't join in the fun. He had to Anchuan. Everyone was waiting for the snow to melt quickly so that they could return to normal life. But in the process of melting the snow, many things happened. Sanlai village is located on a relatively high terrain. Although it was built along the Sanlai River, the few families living on the river bank have moved away, which did not cause any bad impact. But the low-lying Xiahe village downstream is different. The further down the river flows, the more turbulent it becomes, and it is beyond human control. However, the police came early to persuade the families living close to the riverbank to move away, so there were no casualties either. However, the houses were severely washed away by the water, and some old houses collapsed. I heard that they are now temporarily living in the village committee of Shiaha village. The villagers only said a few words about the affairs of Shiaha village. Now that the ice and snow have melted, they have no intention of caring about any national affairs and are preparing to plant all the land. This time the snow fell so heavily, the temperature will drop to -10 degrees Celsius, and the wheat planted in the fields is frozen to death. In addition to the crops planted in the fields, all the flowers, plants and trees outdoors have been frozen to death. Now we are waiting to see whether these plants will sprout after the temperature warms up. If they don't sprout, they are really frozen to death. Wen Zheng could feel the difference now. After the blizzard, the energy in the environment became active. Or rather, violent. Usually, all living things are exchanging this kind of energy with the surrounding environment. In the past, the energy exchange between the two sides was peaceful. Now there is no peaceful energy in the environment. So the living things absorb violent energy, and the peaceful energy released will soon become violent. Wen Zheng didn't know what impact the violent energy would bring, so he could only wait and see what would happen next. The whole world was still in chaos. The whole country was still busy supporting the northern region, while the remote Sanlai village and the remote Kaoshan town began to resume normal life. The villagers were busy. They were unsure about the weather in the future, so they planned to plant less wheat seedlings and more potatoes and sweet potatoes, which were high-yield and resistant crops. In addition to farming, some people were preparing to raise livestock again. Large livestock such as pigs, sheep and cattle were not easy to buy, but there were still many chickens and ducks. Many villagers locked their chickens and ducks in the house during the snowstorm. Now that the snow has melted, they have started to lay eggs and brood. Wen Zheng is going to buy a few chicks and ducklings to raise. When they grow up, he can eat fresh meat without having to buy it from others. Besides, by raising a few small animals at home, Wen Zheng can always pay attention to their changes and see what effect those violent energies have on them. But before buying these things, Wen Zheng must first ask for the consent of another family member. If it were an ordinary child, he might welcome the arrival of these small animals more than Wen Zheng. After all, the fluffy chicks and ducklings are very cute. However, Tuanchuan was not an ordinary child. Wen Zheng was afraid that if he brought him home, Tuanchuan would mistake him for wanting to raise a second, third, or fourth child. That afternoon, Wen Zheng took out the freshly frozen rice pudding from the kitchen, poured the jam he bought last year on it, and put it in front of Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan was pecking happily, and Wen Zheng spoke, "Tuanchuan, these days you have either eaten frozen meat or dried meat or bacon. Do you want to eat fresh meat?" After seeing Tuanchuan nod, Wen Zheng continued, "Okay, then let's go buy 2 roosters today." Tuanchuan was happy, but Wen Zheng pretended to be sad and said, "It's a pity that there is not much money at home. We bought 2 chickens this time, but we can't buy them next time." In fact, Wen Zheng did have only a few thousand yuan left in his hand. But at this time, if he wanted to buy things, food and supplies were more popular than money. Tuanchuan didn't know about this, whether it was the years in the deserted island world or the months in the real world. Wen Zheng had never worried about money. Tuan only knew that he needed money to buy things. And he also remembered that Wen Zheng had said that he didn't have much money when he bought things before the new year. So he didn't doubt Wen Zheng's words at all. After circling around the table worriedly for 2 times, Tuan raised one of his paws and called to Wen Zheng twice. Wen Zheng understood what Tuan meant and was moved to hug Tuan. Tuan just said that it would be like being on a deserted island, and he could hunt to feed Wen Zheng. It really is a way to raise a child to prepare for old age. Wen Zheng was happy and did not forget the purpose of his words. He said to Tuan, "It will be a bit expensive to buy chickens and ducks raised by others, but we can buy some chickens and ducklings, which are cheap, and we can eat them when we raise them. Let's build a shed in the boiler room. When they grow up and it's not so cold, we can put them at the door and let them eat grass seeds and insects. It doesn't cost much food." Under Wen Zheng's persuasion, Tuanchuan finally nodded and agreed to this idea. Wen Zheng took Tuanchuan, who was going to go with him, out to buy chicks and ducklings. There were many people who came to buy chicks and ducklings. Wen Zheng first went to one of the chicks. There were several villagers who came to buy chicks, and were carefully selecting chicks. Suddenly, they saw that the chicks, which were originally very lively, suddenly stayed in place. No matter how they moved, they didn't move or make any sound. They looked like they were scared. The villagers were wondering when they heard Wen Jing's voice outside the door. "Auntie, I want to come and buy some chicks." The aunt who bought chicks hurriedly welcomed Wen Jing in and let him pick whatever he wanted. Tuanchuan was a little unhappy at first, but after seeing these chicks, he found that they only had yellow fluff, which was far inferior to his beautiful feathers. The little mermaid had beautiful scales on her tail. These chicks were not threatening at all. Even so, Tuanchuan continued to exude momentum, making these chicks timid and definitely not getting Wen Jing's attention, and definitely not qualified to be his brothers and sisters. Wen Jing looked at the frightened chicks and knew Tuanchuan's little thoughts. He didn't pick them at all. He just pointed at a few and put them in the wooden basket and went home. There was no bamboo forest in Sanlai village, so Wen Jing got a lot of willow branches to weave into wooden baskets. When Wen Jing left with Tuanchuan, the remaining chicks returned to normal and made small noises. The villagers who watched the whole process all had the same expression of surprise on their faces. "Did you notice it just now?" "I noticed it." When Wen Jing came in, the chicks were so scared. How powerful must Wen Jing be to scare the chicks like this? Maybe it wasn't Wen Jing. The bird he raised as a son is not an ordinary bird. I think it was the bird that scared them. It should be Wen Jing who is powerful. The big wolf dog in my house is fierce when it sees strangers, but it doesn't even dare to bark when it sees Wen Jing. Wen Jing brought the bird with him when he went to your house. That bird was raised by Wen Jing. In the end, Wen Jing is still powerful. The same situation happened to the family who sold the ducklings. And then the things that happened in these two families spread throughout Sanlai village at a very fast speed. During the time when he was trapped in the house due to the snowstorm, Tuan Tuan also grew a lot in size, twice as big as when he first came to Sanlai village. Moreover, Tuan Tuan had to start from scratch because of the failed evolution. Now he has digested a lot of energy in his body and can enter the microcosmic explosion mode for 1 minute. Even in Sanlai village, there is no occasion for him to use this trick. After the snowstorm, the villagers of Sanlai were a little surprised to see Tuan Tuan, who had grown up a lot, especially Tuan Tuan's colorful feathers. They had never seen such a bird before. Some people even took a few photos secretly, but they couldn't find it on the internet. In the past, they thought it was a rare bird, but now they found Tuan Tuan's uniqueness. However, Wen Jing was already very mysterious, so it didn't seem strange to raise a mysterious bird. Thinking of this, the villagers quickly accepted the fact that Tuan Tuan was not an ordinary bird. After the chicks and ducklings arrived home, Wen Jing used the remaining building materials to build a shed for them in the boiler room. After Tuanchuan grew up again, it seemed that all his abilities were stronger than before, especially his ability to communicate with birds. Tuanchuan chased Wen Jing away to make lunch. When Wen Jing looked again in the afternoon, all the birds stayed in the shed obediently. None of them ran around, and they lined up to eat obediently when they were fed. The chicks and ducklings adapted to their new life, and Tuanchuan also got used to the work of feeding livestock. The weather was warmer, and the traffic on the road returned to normal. Some people who did not return home during the Chinese New Year returned. These were all people who grew up in Sanlai village, with the memory of his original body staying in this village for more than 10 years, and the contact he had in these days. Wen Jing knew that as long as the patriarch of the Huang family, who was usually the village chief of Sanlai village, was a clear person, other villagers would generally not do anything out of the ordinary. And after practicing for so long, he and Tuanchuan are now quite strong, and there is nothing to be afraid of. On this day, several large trucks came on the road. Wen Jing stood on the balcony and saw soldiers holding guns in the car from a distance. The car drove all the way to the center of the village, and the loudspeaker shouted that this was the team sent by the state to collect grain. The village head and village cadres went to talk to these soldiers, and the rest of the villagers were talking among themselves. Wen Jing stood on the balcony and watched without going over. After a while, the village head notified in the village group. These are the teams from the state to collect grain, and the price of grain is twice that of previous years. Because of the drought in the north and floods in the south last year, not much grain was harvested. This year, there was a rare snowstorm at the beginning of the year. Now the city is basically relying on the grain stored in previous years. However, everyone knows that this snowstorm is unusual. Now the situation seems to be better, but who knows what will happen in the future. A lot of grain was sold during the autumn harvest. Now the stored grain is not particularly large. So the villagers hesitated for a long time, and each family sold 2 bags. Wenjing also sold 2 bags with the public. The team did not make things difficult for them. They loaded the grain and left. In fact, everyone felt that the snowstorm was over. When the newly sown seeds grow up and mature, the harvested grain will definitely not be less. And the grain price will not be so high at that time. So after the official team left, private teams came to purchase grain. The price was much higher than the official price, which was twice or even 3 times that of previous years. The price kept rising. Many villagers were tempted, but they did not make a private decision. Before selling the grain, they ran to ask the village chief. The village chief himself was unwilling. He always thought a lot after seeing it more. It was not that he was pessimistic. This kind of snowstorm, that was rare in a century, could be encountered. It was a few months before the grain matured. Who knew what would happen? Seeing that the village chief didn't say much, the villagers who wanted to sell hesitated. The grain dealers nearby shouted, "There will be no such shop after this village. There will definitely be no higher purchase price than ours. You are all from the countryside. When can you not have enough food? Save until you can eat the mature grains in the fields. It would be great to exchange the rest for money. Then you can buy whatever you want. Now everything has increased in price. This money looks high, but can't buy anything," someone said. And looking at the frequency of various natural disasters in recent years, the North is almost paralyzed. Prices cannot be reduced in a short time. It is better to exchange directly. This man's name is Huang Mingqing. He just came back recently. He was a classmate of the original body in elementary school and high school. He was born and raised in the village and rarely made it. So the villagers believed in him. His words made those who wanted to sell give up the idea of selling grain for money. But when the convoy really left, they felt regretful. The villagers scattered one by one. But Huang Mingqing walked towards Wenjing, who rarely came out to watch. "Wenjing, long time no see. You are very different now than before." The original body was a foreigner, and at that time, he had little contact with people of the same age in the village. Later, he was admitted to university and lost contact with the village. The only people he usually contacted were Uncle Huang's family. Wenjing looked at the top of Huang Mingqing's head, and his attitude was rarely better. He nodded and said, "Long time no see. This man and the original body are in the same boat. You were very thin in elementary and middle school, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you go to a mountain to learn skills these years?" Huang Mingqing had many questions about Wenjing, but he would not ask directly. At most, he would just make a joke. "Not on the mountain, but on the island," Wenjing said casually. "In the deserted island survival world. The military base where he studied was an island." Wenjing said it easily, and Huang Mingqing thought he was joking. And then said, "After the college entrance examination, I couldn't contact you. I didn't expect that it would be 10 years before we met again. Alas, time is unforgiving." Huang Mingqing shook his head and said, "At the graduation dinner of the whole class, except for you, it seems that only one girl didn't go. It seems that no one has contacted you for so many years. Just like you. If you just come to me to reminisce about the past, I will go back." Wenjing rarely said such nonsense. So he said directly. Huang Mingqing said straightforwardly, "I'm going to organize a convoy to exchange food for other supplies. You're good at fighting, so I hope you can come with us." "That's good. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Have you found a good person? If not, contact me when you find one." After Wenjing finished speaking, he hugged Tuanchuan and went home. Chapter 74. When Huang Mingqing came to visit again, Wenjing and Tuanchuan were eating pickled fish. Every year, several villages would release some fish fry into Sanli River. During the snowstorm, the river surface was frozen hard and could not be chiseled open. When the snow melted a little, the fish could be seen inside. Several nearby villages were scrambling to catch fish. Sanlai village was mainly adjacent to Xiahe village. In the end, the two villages divided the area and caught fish on their own. Wenjing participated in the fishing activities during those days and got a lot of fish to take home. This time, he used the fish from that time and the pickled cabbage stored before the new year to make it. As soon as Huang Mingqing arrived, he smelled the sour smell that made people drool. He forgot what he wanted to say and opened his mouth. "This pickled cabbage is really delicious. Are you here to buy supplies this time?" Wenjing got straight to the point. seeing Huang Mingqing's eyes struggling to move away from the pickled fish. He just pretended not to see it. This amount of food was just enough for him and Tuanchuan to eat. And because of his presence, Tuanchuan didn't dare to eat it openly. Huang Mingqing put the pickled fish on the menu and planned to let his family cook it when he got home. This way, his craving subsided a lot. He nodded and answered Wen Zhang's question, "Yes. I'm going to leave tomorrow morning. This time I just came to tell you in advance." Huang Mingqing found a big brother called Hage, who was engaged in transportation in the trading market in Miyu Town. This Hage was not only engaged in transportation, but also seized this opportunity to contact many familiar small merchants who were worried about being robbed, and started a reselling business to make a profit. Huang Mingqing came here to discuss the safety of the convoy that was purchasing supplies. He came to discuss with Wen Zhang. He has been back in the village for several days. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell whether Wen Zhang is just a show-off or has real talent. I heard from Brother Hei's men that there are many gangs that have robbed vehicles that buy supplies recently. We don't have enough police here, and several robberies have occurred, but we haven't figured it out yet. Huang Mingqing said that life is really getting harder and harder. Wen Zhang ate his meal slowly. After Huang Mingqing came back, he began to intervene in the affairs of the village. Huang Mingqing's sense is quite sharp. He ran back to the village as soon as the snow melted. From his actions, it can be seen that even if he returns to the village, he is not willing to be an ordinary villager, but hopes to have some power in his hands. In Sanlai village, a village that pays more attention to clans, the current village chief and clan leader are Huang Mingqing's uncles. So Huang Mingqing is also qualified to compete with the village chief's son Huang Mingchao for the next village chief. I just don't know how big his goal is. If such a small village is fighting for power, Wen Zhang feels that his life will not be as peaceful as expected. We'll go find some good fighters this time. You need to pick a few. Huang Mingqing continued. The villagers who worked in the farms all year round were indeed very strong. But it was not certain how they would perform if they really fought. We can also let them experience the cruel world. It is not the same as before. Wen Zhang completed Huang Mingqing's purpose. These young people will take the lead in the future. The teaching these days has given Wen Zhang a full understanding of most of the villagers, according to their abilities and personalities. He named 5 people. These 5 people are all around 20 years old. They are all adults. They are the best students taught by Wen Zhang because of their diligence and talent. 4 of them are boys and 1 is a girl. After hearing the names Wen Zhang said, Huang Mingqing had no objection. He said goodbye to Wen Zhang and went out to discuss with these people. Not long after Huang Mingqing left, Huang Mingchang also came over. He came to register the materials needed by the villagers and collect the money for purchasing materials from the villagers in advance. It was not all money. Each family had to collect a small bag of coarse grains first. At first, Huang Mingchang and those who had just returned to the village wanted to get a convoy to buy materials. Later, many villagers wanted to buy more things. Now the snow has melted and the fields have been planted. But a few days ago, everyone in the village could feel the ground shaking slightly under their feet. Later, they saw the news and knew that earthquakes had occurred in several provinces. This kind of chain disaster that seemed to have no gaps and had not ended before a new one had already appeared completely panicked the villagers. The prices in the town had not dropped for a long time, and the money in their hands was almost gone. Moreover, knowing that Wen Zhang was also going out to buy things, the villagers flocked to the village chief to buy another batch of materials. Huang Mingqing was busy getting a team together these days, but the villagers went to the village chief. And finally Huang Mingchang and Huang Mingqing cooperated to complete the task of purchasing supplies. The next morning, leaving Tuan at home, Wen Zhang drove his small truck to the rice field in advance according to the agreed time. The other vehicles had not arrived yet, but the people who were training in the morning had all arrived. Let's take a look at the training of these students of various ages. And Wen Zhang gave some pointers from time to time. Soon, everyone who was going to go had arrived, except for a few students selected by Wen Zhang. The rest were villagers with more flexible thinking, all strong middle-aged men. Wang Yan was one of the students selected by Wen Zhang. Although she was not very good at martial arts, her learning progress was relatively fast. She was the only girl and had the best talent for martial arts among them. However, Wen Zhang's martial arts were not suitable for her, so her strength was only average. The village chief brought a few people with shovels, hoes, brooms, and short steel pipes. He put 2 of these things in each car and told them, We don't have any weapons. Take these things. Don't fight hard if you encounter robbers. The most important thing is your safety. At this time, someone who Wenjung should call his sister-in-law rushed to the front and said loudly, "Village chief. What did you mean just now? It's still dangerous to go out this time. The police don't care. There are also robbers. In this world, there is no danger in doing anything. If you stay in the house honestly, there will be thieves coming in," the village chief said with a serious face. "That's different." After the sister-in-law finished speaking, she looked at Wenjung. "Wenjung, this time when we go to buy supplies, you men can go just. My Union is a girl. What if she encounters danger?" The sister-in-law's voice was very sharp, and she wanted to hold Wenjung's hands while speaking. But Wenjung avoided her. Before Wenjung spoke, his girl named Huang Yunyun immediately retorted, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Huang Yunyun was the only female student selected by Wenjung this time, and according to seniority, she was Wenning's niece. She was originally happy that she was selected by the teacher, but she didn't expect her mother to suddenly say this, and she was anxious and angry. "Sister-in-law, when I went to your house yesterday, didn't you agree to let Yunyun go?" Huang Mingqing also came over and said helplessly that if there was a quarrel, it would be his fault at work. "My Yunyun is a college student that I worked hard to train. It's okay for me to let Yunyun help you settle the accounts. But it's not okay to fight with those gangsters. If she gets hurt on the face, how can she get married in the future? I just said that she is a girl, and it's okay to dance square dance with us. And she shouldn't learn those fighting moves." What the sister-in-law said was completely what she thought. Even in modern times, the phenomenon of favoring boys over girls is still quite serious in some rural areas. Sanlai village is relatively good. There are several families who gave birth to girls as their first child, and did not give birth to boys. In Wending's memory, there is no example of deliberately killing girls. There are also those who treat girls badly for boys, but they dare not do it too obviously after being criticized by the village chief. But the sister-in-law's ideas are still quite common in the village. Many people around showed expressions of approval when the sister-in-law spoke. "Sister-in-law, I've watched them train these days. Yunyun is no worse than other boys," Huang Mingchang said. Huang Mingqing was unwilling to lag behind and also added, "Sister-in-law, there may not be robbers on the road. There are so many cars that people will be scared. Then can you guarantee the safety of my Yunyun? If she gets injured or disfigured or something happens, who can be responsible?" The eldest sister-in-law still insisted on her own ideas. Huang Yunyun was about to argue with her mother when she suddenly heard the teacher's voice. Wenjung spoke at this time, but his persuasion angle was different from others. "Sister-in-law, the world is in chaos now. Do you know how many people there are in our village? Apart from the elderly and children, how many people can serve as combat power? Women can't always stay in the village. They need to be combat ready when they encounter danger. When the village is in danger, everyone must go out to protect it. Chunlan, Yurmingjie has a bad back. And there are many elderly people and children in the family. If a thief breaks into the house, other villagers will not be able to rush over in time. It is better for Yunyun to catch the man than for you to risk your life," the village chief said. So many people said it together, and I don't know which sentence touched the sister-in-law. She repeatedly told the other people in the team to take good care of Yunyun, and then agreed to Huang Yunyun to join the team. The team was delayed for dozens of minutes before setting off. Huang Yunyun was full of guilt. Seeing that no one said anything, she secretly decided to perform well and prove that girls are no worse than boys. This time, they went to the trading market in Miyu town to buy supplies. When they went there, they took the main road and passed through Kaoshan town. The road was smooth, and they could see the traffic police on duty. When they arrived near the trading market, everyone could see vehicles coming and going. There was also a special passage, which used a police car with policemen holding guns sitting inside. These supplies seemed to be transported to other areas. Huang Mingqing seemed to have found out everything clearly. He drove in front and led the way, bypassing the trading market and entering a small alley. He got out of the car and talked to a store, and then saw several people coming out, all wearing clothes with Good Luck Logistics printed on them. The leader was a dark-skinned man who looked about 26 or 27 years old. He should be the black brother Huang Mingchang found. After talking to Huang Mingchang for a few words, a young man with a short flat head behind the black brother got into Huang Mingchang's car. Huang Mingchang's car started again, and the other cars followed behind. At the end of the alley, there was a large closed iron gate, and someone was watching inside. The flat-headed man stuck his head out of the window. The guard at the gate opened the door after seeing him. The convoy entered smoothly. Inside was a trading market full of goods. Following the lead car, they turned left and right, and soon arrived in front of a row of warehouses, surrounded by young people wearing clothes printed with "Good Luck Logistics." Everyone got off the car, and the flat-headed man introduced the types of things in these warehouses to them, and asked them to go to each warehouse to buy the necessary supplies. Everyone looked at each other. Those who were selected to join the convoy were not stupid. After all, they were on someone else's chassis. They would not show their worries, obviously. So they just walked to the first warehouse together. There were various daily necessities in it. Samples were placed outside the warehouse, and the prices were marked below. If we look at the quality of the samples, these prices are of course much more expensive than in previous years. But in this case, the prices are about the same as those on the market. Can we see the goods inside? When Zheng suddenly spoke up. Many villagers looked nervous, but the young people looked excited. They wanted to have a chance to test the results of their studies these days. The incident of catching a thief some time ago gave them enough confidence. The warehouse guard and the flat-headed man were not surprised by their request to see the goods, but they were very surprised by their reaction. Villagers like these would usually be nervous and timid when seeing them, but these young people were actually full of excitement. They were really fearless. You can open it, but if there are no quality problems after opening it, you must buy it back. The flat-headed man looked around at them. Judging from the market he had seen over the years, the one who was really in charge among this group of people should not be Huang Mingqing, but the bald man who just spoke. Baldwin Zheng did not speak. Huang Mingqiang took the initiative to look at the flat-headed man, of course. Then Huang Mingqiang walked over by himself, picked up a few cartons and brought them back, asking everyone to check the quality inside. There was no problem at all. The villagers were relieved and took the things down one by one according to the requirements on the list, while Huang Mingqing was settling accounts with the flat-headed man. When Zheng had already taken out a knife and opened the boxes one by one, and other students followed suit. The same was true for the next few warehouses. The team used money and food to buy a lot of daily supplies. But some villagers couldn't buy what they wanted. Not only here in Hage. It is almost impossible to buy kitchen knives that can be used as weapons on the market now, as well as various metal products and medicines. Everyone knows that things are getting chaotic now. So of course they have to prepare some things that can save their lives. Just as everyone was about to get on the bus and leave, the flat-headed man walked up to Wen Zheng, looked at him, and said in a strange tone, "You are opening the box in front of us openly. Do you look down on our brother He?" "That's what you said. I admire brother He very much," Wen Zheng said with a smile. After checking that there were no problems with so many products, Wen Zheng wanted to get to know this brother He. He was able to do business honestly in such a world, and he had such a large group of brothers who believed in him. This really made people feel good about him. "You have good vision." Looking at Wen Zheng's neither humble nor arrogant appearance, the flat-headed man tried to put his hand on Wen Zheng's shoulder. As soon as he put it on, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Just a second later, he fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" All of He's men were on alert. "No, I'm just joking with this brother." The flat-headed man hurriedly stopped him. He got up from the ground and exclaimed to Wen Zheng, "Brother, you are so good at fighting. It's a pity that Hage is busy today. Otherwise he would definitely want to see you. There will be opportunities in the future." Wen Zheng said, "What's your name?" "From Sanlai village." "Your name should be Huang or something." "My name is Wen Zheng." The convoy left Miyu town smoothly. Although they didn't deal with Hage today, they were so close that they would get to know each other sooner or later. The convoy drove back along the main road they came from, always paying attention to the surrounding environment. However, they saved a lot of time by buying supplies from Hage. It was still afternoon when the sun was high when they returned. They didn't encounter any robberies along the way and returned smoothly. The car was almost driving into the village, and there were no obstacles. The older people were relieved, but the younger ones were disappointed. The convoy came directly to the rice field, where the villagers were waiting, ready to take back the supplies they had purchased. The rice field was noisy, but Wen Zheng was not in a hurry. He stood at the outermost edge, listening to the villagers shouting. He wanted to go home to accompany to Anchuan. Suddenly, Wen Zheng's ears received some fragmented sounds. Wen Zheng looked over and saw that the grass around him was shaking slightly, and something was gradually approaching. "Everyone be careful. All gather together." holding weapons in your hands, and be on guard. Wen Zheng suddenly shouted. Everyone was startled, and some people started to make a fuss, looking around and asking what happened. Wen Zheng had already picked up a branch from the ground and walked to the outermost part. The villagers who had something in their hands held a shovel, hoe and broom tightly in their hands. Huang Yan was very smart and distributed the steel pipes he collected to the young people who followed Wen Zheng to practice martial arts. The village chief also reacted. Seeing Wen Zheng's posture, he knew that it was not good. He shouted with a loudspeaker. Everyone stopped shouting and gathered together according to Wen Zheng's words. But it was too late. The villagers saw such a scene for the first time. They didn't know what to do in confusion. And the animals that made noises couldn't wait to run out. Rats. There are so many rats. Many rats ran out of the surrounding grass. These rats were not afraid of people at all. Instead, they stared at them fiercely like crazy. Hurry. Hurry up. Surround the city quickly. The elderly and children should stay in the car. And run to the roof of the car. Huang Mingchang shouted first. Wen Zheng stood at the front of the crowd, staring at the rats closely. At a glance, there were more than 30 or 40 rats, all of which stayed in place. They seemed to be afraid of the energy he emitted, so they didn't rush over. The villagers behind him were panicked and at a loss. Wen Zheng closed his eyes and felt carefully. The rats released violent energy around them. Maybe this was the reason why they became like this. These rats couldn't hold back any longer. Several of them rushed over suddenly, and the others followed closely behind, as if they were crazy. But they would also disperse around Wen Zheng and rush to other villagers. Sensing the nearest rat, Wen Zheng moved 2 steps to the side, swung his long arms, and the branches in his hand hit the 2 rats accurately. Then he picked and lifted them, and the rats were thrown onto the stones on the ground in the distance. The force killed them on the spot. However, the rest of the rats had bypassed Wen Zheng and rushed to other villagers. Ah! A villager screamed. A rat bit off a piece of meat from his calf. He kicked his legs quickly to kick the rat away. But the rat climbed up his legs. Huang Yunyun stood by and grabbed the villager and told him not to move. He held the steel pipe in one hand and hit the rat hard from top to bottom. The rat was knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. At this time, Huang Yunyun hit the steel pipe again, and the rat's blood splattered on the spot. However, the villagers were already very panicked when they found that these rats were eating human flesh. Most of them were even more terrified. A few calm people protected them. These rats that ran out were bigger than an adult's hand. There were many of them, and their movements were very flexible. One after another, people were bitten and screamed. But even if the rats bit the wound, it would not be fatal in a short time, giving the villagers a chance to fight back. The villagers holding hoes, shovels, and brooms launched a counterattack. They couldn't hit the rats accurately, so they simply used wooden handles to let the iron heads in front sweep horizontally, especially the big brooms, which swept a large area. The farmers were strong and swept back and forth without stopping. After these days of training, Wen Zheng's students could not hit the fast-moving rats as accurately as Wen Zheng, but they beat down the rats that ran to the villagers one by one. Wen Zheng mainly attacked. Some villagers defended, and the students dealt with the rats that avoided Wen Zheng's attack and broke through the defense circle. There were not many rats. After everyone divided the work, these crazy rats were quickly dealt with by them. All the villagers looked at the dead rats on the ground, and the red blood on the ground was mixed with rat blood and human blood. Some people cried out in pain, some covered their wounds and sweated profusely, and no one had the strength to speak. The rats that suddenly became manic and even attacked people made everyone's good mood disappear. Wen Zheng looked at them one by one. Many people's faces were in pain and confused about the future, and many people's expressions became resolute. Everyone helped the injured to sit down in a clean place to rest. Lao Zong, you can select a few villagers to go back to your clinic to get some bandages. The rest of the people clean up the dead rats on the ground. The village chief arranged, and the old man showed stronger tenacity than most villagers. The confused villagers finally reacted after hearing the command. Lao Zong, the only doctor in the village, turned his eyes to Wen Zheng after listening. Who knows what they will encounter on the road? It is safer to find Wen Zheng with the highest martial arts value. At this time, the villagers' minds were clearer, and there were wailing, crying, and panic. Oh my God! You are not letting us live. Even rats eat people these days. We can't survive. If you are bitten by a dog, you need to get vaccinated. If you are bitten by a rat, do you also need to get vaccinated? Lao Zong. Lao Zong. Tell me if you have any vaccine for rat bites. What should we do in the future? Wen Zheng moved at this time, attracting everyone's attention. He pulled out 2 hemp ropes from the car, walked to the ground not far away, and tied up a rat. Is this rat not dead yet? Someone shouted. Yes. This was a rat that Wen Zheng deliberately knocked unconscious. I'll study it, and see if ordinary rat poison is useful for this crazy rat. Everyone remembered Wen Zheng's particularly effective rat repellent, and instantly felt hopeful. They couldn't help but put all their hopes on Wen Zheng. But at this time, someone said weakly, the rats are crazy. Will other animals also go crazy? Chapter 75. The remains of the rats were gathered together, and the villagers covered them with straw and branches. Someone took a lighter and lit the fire. All the villagers looked at the fire and smelled the unpleasant smell from the fire. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were stiff like sculptures. But no one dared to eat these rats. Rats have many germs, and most of them bite human flesh. So after burning the rat bodies, all the ashes were buried underground. Those who were bitten by rats treated their wounds urgently, disinfected and bandaged them. But they were troubled by the issue of vaccination. Rats are mammals and carry many germs. Generally, we have to worry about plague, hemorrhagic fever and rabies. But there are no vaccines for these in the small clinics in the village. If you want to get vaccinated, you still have to go to a big hospital. Before going, the village chief asked someone to make a phone call to ask. At this time, it is unknown how much the price of vaccines has increased, or whether they have to pay with food. While Lao Zhang was bandaging the wounds of the wounded, Huang Mingchang, who was in charge of making phone calls to inquire, called. Huang Mingchang, who was on the phone, was shocked and his expression became more serious. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he pressed the speaker button on the phone. Huang Mingchang called a hospital in Miyu Town. The nurse who answered the phone had a hoarse voice and a flat tone, sounding particularly tired. With the nurse's voice, there was silence on the rice field. Huang Mingchang couldn't believe it. After hanging up the phone at the hospital, he called the police station again. The police station in Kaoshan town was also very noisy, with many cries and howls. The police thought Huang Mingchang called to ask for help, and hurriedly replied that the town police station did not have enough people, so they could only temporarily record their information and let them try to deal with the animals that attack people by themselves. After Huang Mingchang explained his purpose, he finally got the police's explanation at a very fast speed. The villagers who heard these words were almost more uncomfortable, but the result was the same as they guessed. It turned out that it was not only Sanlai village where rats went crazy, but many places had animal attacks on people in the past 2 days. However, there were only a few sporadic cases in each place in the past 2 days, which did not attract much attention. Now they are busy with the issue of donating money to the earthquake area. Until today, animal attacks on people suddenly broke out, and the injured who were attacked by animals were sent to the hospital. Now the hospital is overcrowded. If you want to get vaccinated, the injured must go to the hospital in person. In a remote place like Sanlai village, it is really unknown how long it will take to line up. After hearing the news, the villagers reacted differently. Perhaps they had experienced too many things since the beginning of the year, so they didn't collapse too much. Some villagers' relatives were injured, and they were mainly worried about what to do with the injuries, and whether to go to the hospital. More people were worried about animals. Animals are indispensable in rural areas. In order to prevent thieves, many dogs have been raised in the village these days. Not to mention the wild animals on the back mountain. What if the dogs and cats at home go crazy? Someone spoke up. Most people didn't say anything. Everyone knew that even if they killed all the domestic animals, there were still various wild animals. They couldn't kill all the animals. The village chief coughed a few times. His voice was a little hoarse, and he said to the villagers, "It's not clear what the situation is now. These crazy rats seem to be many. But the rat plague here is not a matter of the last 3 to 5 years. There must be more rats around here. What does this mean? It means that not every animal is crazy. It's not crazy now, and there is no guarantee that it won't go crazy in the future." Someone muttered. The village chief glanced at this person. He had thought about this problem. But the most important thing now is to appease everyone's emotions, and not think about everything in a bad way. However, thinking of Wen Zheng's strangeness, the village chief looked at Wen Zheng, wanting to hear Wen Zheng say something definite. There is always a way out. Wenjung said lightly. Although he has not figured out the reason why these rats are crazy. And he can't predict what will happen next. He knows that according to each mission, there will always be a turning point. Birds are coming. A flock of birds is flying over there. Someone suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on the east. He called a flock. But in fact there were only a few birds. Obviously, he was too nervous. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy, holding their weapons and staring at the birds flying in the distance. Wenjung felt from a distance that the energy around these birds was still normal, and they should be just a few ordinary birds. Sure enough, after flying back, these birds flew around twice and returned to the tree. These birds are not crazy. Don't be too nervous. The village chief comforted again. Wenjung's words and these birds that did not attack people made everyone feel at ease. At least it showed that not all birds were crazy for the time being. After a few minutes of quiet contemplation, the village chief slowly said, what we need to do now is to arrange for these wounded, and also to check the condition of the animals at home. The problem facing these wounded is whether to go to the city hospital for vaccination. If they do, it is best to leave today. However, it is unknown how long it will take to go to the city, and how much money and food it will cost. The village chief asked the wounded and their families to get on the vehicles transporting supplies, and the rest of the uninjured people followed outside the vehicles, and those with strong combat effectiveness stood at the outside. They were going to go to each household together to check the situation. Everyone was walking carefully along the way. Nothing happened to the 5 families they went to first, and the houses were also very normal, and nothing was wrong. So they put the supplies purchased by these families into the houses. When approaching the gate of the 6th house, Wenjung felt something was wrong. Wenjung heard a heavy gasp, and when the convoy reached the distance that Wenjung felt was appropriate, Wenjung raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and the team stopped immediately, looking around with horror. The animals wandering around felt the movement and rushed over from the wall, and were killed by Wenjung with a hoe. This was a weasel, and now it was lying on the ground. The people standing in front saw the scene of the weasel rushing out just now. Its eyes were red. Its mouth was wide open, and there was a lot of blood on its face, which looked extremely scary. Later on the journey, no one saw crazy animals again. There were a few chickens raised outside around the houses where the weasels were found. The chicken coop made of nets and branches was pushed down, and the chickens died in a pool of blood. Judging from the wounds, they were bitten to death by the weasel. None of the domestic animals went crazy, and when they thought about the fact that the animals that attacked people were wild rats and weasels, the villagers felt relieved. After the inspection, of course, Wenjung did not bring it up, and everyone skipped Wenjung's house. After all the supplies were moved to each home, the issue of the injured had to be raised again. During the time they were inspecting the village, they had plenty of time to discuss with their families. Many of them were worried that these crazy rats had some special viruses. If they were bitten, they would also go crazy. When they were sitting on the road, they might hurt their relatives who were with them. They also had to worry about robbery on the road. Even if they went to the hospital smoothly, they didn't know how much money and food they would spend. In the end, these injured people chose not to go to the hospital. After they thought about it, they were very determined, and the village chief did not persuade them again. But they couldn't go home in this situation. After discussion, these people were locked up in the rooms of the village committee, with simple beds inside. They were prepared to stay inside and not go out until they were completely well. They would be given food, water and medicine every day. When making this decision, Wenjung also heard some young people say whether they would turn into zombies after being bitten by those rats. Wenjung didn't know what the consequences would be after being bitten by these rats, but he was sure that he would not turn into a zombie. Otherwise the mission of this world would not be called the end of famine. The village chief told everyone to keep the gates as safe as possible at night, and it was best not to go out at night, and not to go to Dongshan to the east of the village for the time being. Finally, everyone went back to their homes to rest. It was already dark at this time, and Wenjung accompanied Uncle Huang and the others back home. Uncle Huang and his family were a little worried. Apart from Wenjung, their home was the closest to Dongshan. However, despite their worries, they did not ask Wenjung for anything. Instead, after Wenjung left, the family started to renovate their house. The doors and windows were all tightly closed. Everyone lived on the 2nd floor. Finally, they were worried and used wooden tables and cabinets to block the doors and windows. After leaving Uncle Huang's house, Wenjing walked back home slowly. As soon as he opened the door, Tuan Tuan rushed to Wenjing and chirped happily, just like the children who welcomed their parents home. Wenjing touched Tuan Tuan's feathers and said, "You must be hungry. I'll cook right away." After being fed by Wenjing, Tuan Tuan can attack enemies or prey with his mouth and claws. But unless it is absolutely necessary, he will never eat raw food. The taste is not good at all. Wenjing's absence for a day is nothing to Tuan Tuan. He watched TV, played games, and ate snacks at home. He was extremely happy. "You ate so many snacks?" Wenjing just walked into the living room and opened the refrigerator. He saw that Tuanchuan had eaten a lot of dried meat and meat jerky. He smiled with relief. "Can your stomach still hold dinner?" "Of course it can." Tuanchuan called around Wenjing. He moved his body in the evening and digested all the snacks he had eaten. Wenjing took a handful of noodles from the refrigerator slowly, cut vegetables and stirred eggs with quick movements, and put the noodles in the boiled water. "I was a little tired tonight and didn't want to make any troublesome meals, so I made a simple leek and egg noodles, and listened to Tuanchuan talk about what happened this afternoon. When checking the situation of each family in the village, I encountered many birds, but none of them were crazy. However, many of the mice were crazy, and it stands to reason that these birds, which were also numerous, should not be an exception." Wenjing thought of Tuan Tuan at that time, and that was indeed the case. After arriving in Sanlai village, the villagers knew nothing about it, and under Wenjing's gaze, Tuan Tuan once again became the king of birds here. This time, there were also birds that suddenly went crazy, but because this was Tuan Tuan's territory, the first target of those crazy birds was Tuan Tuan. Of course, they were no match for Tuan Tuan, and they were all defeated by Tuan Tuan and rushed to Dongshan. Dongshan to the east of Sanlai is not particularly high, and the area is not very large. In addition to weasels, that is, pheasants and rabbits, there are still various birds. At least Tuan Tuan did not see the figure of the wild boar, the number one opponent on the deserted island. After Tuan Tuan drove the crazy birds to Dongshan, he noticed that there were still many crazy animals. So he turned into a small universe explosion mode, and circled around the boundary line of Dongshan and Sanlai village for several times, driving all the crazy animals up the mountain. They didn't dare to come down for a short time, so they flew back. The weasel that was solved by Wenjing was just a fish that slipped through the net. It might have stayed in the village for a long time. Tuan Tuan's feathers were more conspicuous, and he was afraid that the villagers would see it, so he didn't go to some places. After the evolution failed, he practiced again. Tuan Tuan didn't have such serious sequelae after the explosion. This time he did very well. Wenjing felt that simple noodles were not enough to reward Tuan Tuan. He took out the marinated shredded pork and a few ham sausages, added 2 poached eggs, and put them in 2 small bowls. Wenjing and Tuanchuan usually don't use bowls to eat. They use basins. After eating this meal of noodles, Wenjing helped Tuanchuan wash his whole body. In fact, Tuanchuan is a child who loves cleanliness. After flying around in the mountains and forests, he went to the bathroom to open the water valve to wash himself. Otherwise Wenjing would not let Tuanchuan come to the table to eat. Even Tuanchuan himself couldn't rub his feathers. Wenjing was still worried that he didn't wash them clean. So after dinner, he took Tuanchuan to the bathroom to wash him again. Tuanchuan's outer feathers are waterproof, but under those feathers are fine fluff. Put some shampoo on them and rub them a little to make a lot of foam. Wenjing had a lot of fun. Tuanchuan stood in the basin and was rubbed to sleep. He was still quite tired after the explosion of the little universe. So when Wenjing saw Tuanchuan, who was already asleep after washing, he smiled, took a hair dryer to blow Tuanchuan's feathers clean, and went upstairs to put Tuanchuan in the bird's nest bed specially made for him. Tuanchuan did a good job today. He has really grown up a lot. Wenjing had a kind smile on his face. He was happy and proud to see that the cub he raised had grown up a lot. Tuanchuan did a good job this time. He drove away those crazy animals instead of killing them, just to prevent some people from suspecting. Wenjing sat on the bed and looked at the bright moon outside the window. A full moon hung in the sky. But Wenjing was not thinking about romance. He might as well think about what to eat tomorrow. What he was thinking about now was what was going on with these crazy animals. Whether it was a mouse or a weasel, Wenjing noticed that they all emitted violent energy, which was different from normal creatures. That is, after the energy became violent, Some animals were gradually affected. And after such a long time, the consequences finally appeared. If this is the case, the affected animals should still appear. The most serious question is whether humans will be affected in the same way. When Zheng showed a bitter smile. The aliens actually caused the survival on the deserted island. It seems nothing strange to add a crazy factor to the world of famine. That night, I don't know how many people couldn't sleep at night. Whenever they heard any movement outside, they nervously held the hose and other weapons placed at the bedside and couldn't sleep all night. Some people finally fell asleep, and they dreamed of the mice who wanted to attack them and the weasels with blood on their mouths. They were awakened just after falling asleep. When they woke up the next morning, except for a few careless people, they all had big dark circles on their faces. From this day on, all the villagers stayed at home honestly unless they had to go out. Even if they went out, they would pay attention to wearing thick clothes and always hold weapons in their hands. At worst, they would have a long wooden stick. When they walked, they would look around and listen to all directions. They would be scared when there was any movement. As for Dongshan behind the village, the villagers now look at Dongshan as if they are looking at some kind of monster that eats people. Not to mention going up the mountain to chop wood. They dare not even look at it. Similarly, they saw on TV that animals went crazy and attacked humans all over the country. At present, the news has not given a clear definition of this situation, but only told everyone to be careful and guard against it, and that the army will come to deal with these crazy animals soon. When Zheng was not affected at all, and his life was particularly peaceful. It was just that these villagers studied more seriously. Unless they wanted to wait for death, they would have more chances of survival if they exercised more and escaped. During this period, in addition to teaching the villagers, when Zheng spent most of his free time studying the mad rat that was left behind on purpose. The mad rat was chained in the corner of the yard. It did not like to eat flesh and blood, but had a strong desire to attack, mainly attacking those active animals. The larger its body, the more people liked it. When Zheng also caught a few non-mad rats for experiments. After being bitten, the non-mad rats were always normal, and did not show any signs of going crazy. The injured villagers who were locked up in the neighborhood committee in the village were also in very good condition, and their wounds were about to heal. But when the non-mad rats ate the flesh and blood of the mad rats, they began to absorb the violent energy quickly, and died suddenly not long after. Even if when Zheng helped to appease the violent energy, and was able to survive temporarily, he would still die as soon as when Zheng left. This situation also indirectly shows that the disaster this time was mainly famine, in addition to various natural disasters. When Zheng suspected that the crops planted would not be harvested so smoothly, now there are problems with the animals, which is equivalent to a part of the food rations being reduced. Although wild animals have various viruses, when there is really no other way, such as on a deserted island in the last world, you really have to eat to save your life. Not a specialized scientist. When Zheng tried to use all the situations he could think of, but the results were not much, and they soon appeared in the news. After that, when Zheng mainly studied rat repellent that was also effective for crazy rats. Ordinary rats could still be prevented with the previous prescription, but it was useless for this kind of crazy rats. After many attempts, when Zheng gave up on improving the formula of rat repellent, as he was not a good researcher at all. After telling the villagers the bad news, they became more and more uneasy while disappointed. When Zheng stayed at home and lived a peaceful life, he could not show it too obviously. His greatest pleasure was to study what to eat today, to Anchuan. How about hot pot today? To Anchuan called twice, and when Zheng nodded and replied, okay, let's eat spicy pot this time. After the desert island survival world, when Zheng's cooking skills were fully exercised, after leaving the desert island without signal, he still learned the recipes of various new dishes on the internet. After all, after joining the wireless survival game, when Zheng had expected that he would cook more and more by himself. A pot of chicken bone soup was made with the chicken killed a few days ago, and the hot pot ingredients bought before the new year were used. There was no beef and mutton rolls, but it was not so easy to make them yourself. All kinds of meat, meatballs, and ingredients were poured into it. When Zheng and Tuan ate heartily, when they were almost finished, there was a knock on the door. When Zheng got up and opened the door, the people knocking on the door were Huang Mingchang and Huang Mingqing. Are you still eating? Huang Mingchang, who followed when Zheng into the living room, was a little embarrassed. People usually avoid mealtime when looking for someone. They should come later. Huang Mingqing also followed behind. He suddenly remembered that the last time he came to Wenjeng's house was when he was eating. He was too anxious at the time and didn't realize it. It's finished. You can sit down at will. Wenjeng himself didn't feel disturbed. Anyway, no matter who came to the door, he would still eat, and he would not deliberately be polite to let people sit down to eat. Tell me, what's the matter that made you two come together? Wenjeng poured 2 glasses of boiled water for the two and asked. Huang Mingqing has been actively participating in village activities these days. Most villagers can see the competitive relationship between him and Huang Mingqiang. It is definitely not a small matter for them to come together now. The situation in the whole world is not good now. Today, my dad received a message from above and came to talk to you. Huang Mingqiang spoke first. Unknowingly, Wenjeng has gained a lot of prestige in the whole Sanlai village. He can be said to be the teacher of most villagers. He is also a person of a different surname. So his status in Sanlai village is extremely special. Is it about coming here to clean up wild animals? Wenjeng looked at them and said his guess. Huang Mingqiang and Huang Mingqing nodded together. And then said, the army will come to clean up Dongshan. Our village is close to Dongshan. And they should come here in the next 2 days. The army will come here this time. Mainly to clean up the animals on Dongshan that are more lethal and more harmful to humans. Ordinary people can also deal with those small crazy animals. But the purpose of their coming here today was not to talk about this matter. What they needed to ask Wen Ning's opinion on was another matter, which was the notice issued above to encourage urban residents to return to the countryside. This move is obvious. That is, to encourage everyone to mainly develop agriculture. But the biggest problem for these people to come to the countryside is where the farmland for planting will come from, and where they will live. This matter is more likely to cause dissatisfaction among the villagers. Chapter 76. Just when the villagers were still worried about the crazy beasts, the Qingming festival was coming soon. It was already April. If it weren't for the various disasters since the new year, this would definitely be a season full of vitality. On this day, Wenjeng got up early in the morning and went out with Tuanchuan. Now that the climate has warmed up, various wild grasses have shown their tenacious vitality. It started to warm up as soon as April began, and the muddy land was quickly covered with green. The villagers were busy, and not many people noticed it. But when Zheng saw these plants that grew a little too fast, these plants that survived the snowstorm and withstood these violent energies were still affected like animals. When he found that something was wrong with the plants, when Zheng walked around the village to make sure that the energy released by those plants was peaceful, he took the chickens and ducks raised at home and tried it. The chickens and ducks did not show any symptoms of discomfort after eating. Even so, when Zheng told the villagers the news, having gone through a lot of things, the villagers felt uncomfortable for a while when they learned that plants might also be affected, but soon accepted the fact. The chickens and ducks raised at home are useful. The vegetables they need to eat are fed to the chickens and ducks the day before. If they are still alive and kicking the next day, they can be eaten with confidence. Some people have thought that the harm of these plants to the human body may take a long time to manifest. But who can care so much? The food people eat is also plants. If they don't eat these things, they will only starve to death. After the snowstorm during the Chinese New Year, the temperature has been rising very slowly. It was not until April that it felt like spring had arrived. Everyone took off their down jackets and cotton coats, and sweaters became daily clothes. When going out, they still wrapped themselves tightly to prevent themselves from getting hurt. Originally, they were still worried about the crazy animals. After the village chief informed them that the army would come to deal with the crazy animals, the villagers finally felt relieved. However, other problems occurred again. The power facilities could still be used normally, but the communication began to work sometimes, and sometimes not. The news said that the magnetic field had changed. Few villagers understood it, and were only worried about what impact it would have on their daily lives. In the end, the villagers found that the communication problem had an impact on their lives, but it would not endanger their safety. The most important thing was the crazy animals. In the expectation of many villagers, several military vehicles drove on the road this morning and gradually drove towards Dongshan, attracting the attention of many villagers. This was the arrival of the soldiers they had been looking forward to. The little policeman from the town police station took the army and greeted the village chief and ran directly to Dongshan. The village chief estimated the number of people based on the vehicles that came and called on the villagers to prepare quickly. These days, the villagers have seen and heard from the news that these respectable and lovely soldiers went to various hillsides and the wild to eliminate those powerful crazy animals. There were no powerful beasts in the Dongshan mountain behind their village. So the army arrived late. And many villagers saw the fatigue on the faces of these soldiers. They have been busy these days, either killing crazy beasts or on the way to kill crazy beasts. The village chief had already discussed with the villagers to entertain these soldiers well. And now the villagers are even more motivated. After the snowstorm, several families raised pigs at home. But it was too short for them to grow up. So the villagers used the food stored before the new year. Now the prices of various ingredients are rising. But none of the villagers are unhappy to serve the soldiers, who come to help them fight the crazy beasts. They all think that they should take this opportunity to have a good time and change the gloomy mood caused by various disasters during this period. So this time the whole village came to the open-air rice field to prepare this meal. The iron charcoal basins for roasting fire are surrounded by a large circle. And there are coal stoves next to them with iron pots on them. Regardless of gender, the villagers with good skills are ready to show their skills at this time. Having lived in the village for so long, the news that Wenjung has good skills has spread throughout the village. But no one will assign Wenjung the task of cooking. Wenjung is leading those students who have good learning results. Standing on the periphery of the fire circle, holding weapons in their hands, waiting for the arrival of those crazy rats. There are the most rats around Sanlai village. And rats have attacked villagers from time to time in the past few days. Now everyone is on guard. They are not afraid of them coming in such a lively occasion. Just waiting for them to come and become teacher Wenjung's teaching supplies. All the people selected by Wenjung held carbonized wooden forks in their hands. Now the price of weapons and food is similar. So it is difficult to buy so many weapons. In addition, the skin of mice is not hard enough to use iron products. So Wenjung mentioned the matter of making carbonized wooden forks. Within 2 days, Sanlai village made a large number of carbonized wooden forks. The handle of the wooden fork is very long, which can be used for long-range attack. And the top is 2 carbonized fork teeth. After grinding, the tip is extremely sharp, which is enough to deal with those crazy mice. The probability of animals going crazy is not that high. With the sound of gunfire from Dongshan, the aroma of food emanated, and the sporadic crazy mice that pounced on were successfully dealt with. At the beginning, many people were in a panic. They couldn't hold the rats that pounced on them. Fortunately, they relied on the people next to them and solved one together. Later, things got better. Wenjung nodded secretly. It was still the actual combat that could make everyone grow up quickly. This time, a company came to Sanlai village. There were no powerful beasts on Dongshan mountain. But it took a lot of time to find them. After searching the entire Dongshan mountain, the soldiers came down from the mountain. When they came to the busy rice field, the soldiers of this company were infected and their mood became better. During this period, they were running around in the mountains and forests around various villages. They saw the situation of many villages. Some of the whole villages had a sad and desperate atmosphere. Some saw them and came up to blame them for not finding some. Villages as positive and optimistic as Sanlai village are very rare. Especially this village organized villagers to deal with those crazy animals by themselves. And no one showed fear on their faces. As the saying goes, laymen watched the excitement. Experts watched the doorway. The platoon leader sitting in front saw the doorway. The posture of these villagers waving wooden forks did not seem to be waving randomly. The degree of raising their hands and the angle of forking were very good. Captain Zhang carefully observed and found that those who forked crazy rats would look at one person. This look might be to show off, but it was more like seeking recognition and praise. Captain Zhang did not expect that there would be such a person in this small mountain village. He immediately showed an excited smile. Old Fang, what do you think of that person? Instructor Fang also saw that the bald man was the core of the defense team formed by this village. He also saw what Captain Zhang meant and said with a smile, no matter what the world is, capable people will always come to the fore. Seeing the car coming, the villagers continued to work. The boiled soup could be taken off the fire, and the iron pot began to fry the dishes. The mixed aroma would make people salivate. After getting off the car, Captain Zhang refused the village chief's hospitality. They came out to kill the crazy beasts with their own dry food. But if you want to get out of the village, you must pass through the rice field. The village chief stood in the middle of the road to invite these soldiers to come down for dinner. And even the food was ready. After repeated invitations, they couldn't leave. All the soldiers got off the car to enjoy this rare good meal. The unappetizing crazy rat corpses were piled aside. and everyone sat on the seats arranged around the fire circle. The villagers usually couldn't bear to eat such good dishes. And the soldiers were the same. Now the situation in the country is not good. And their various military treatments have also declined a lot. Under the enthusiastic hospitality of the villagers, these soldiers were particularly happy to eat. And the village chief used tea instead of wine to thank them for their help. After finishing his tea, Captain Zhang couldn't help but say a few more words to the villagers of Sanlai village. You have all read the recent news. This kind of crazy animal cannot be eaten. Many animals will stop breathing soon after eating. The same is true for people who eat it. Speaking of this, Captain Zhang sighed. In the village he visited 2 days ago, someone cooked and ate a crazy animal. Nothing happened after eating it. But within a few hours, the whole person became stupid and died. Your situation here is better. Only the crazy weasels on the mountain are more difficult to deal with. Now that we have swept them, there will not be much danger in the short term. But it may not be the case in the future. You'd better build a protection around the village. Captain Zhang didn't say much. Logically, he shouldn't say these words. If there is anything wrong in the middle, some villagers are likely to blame the bad things on the person who gave the advice. However, after this meal, Captain Zhang found that the villagers of Sanlai village are indeed good, and it is rare for him to make suggestions. In fact, the village head and village cadres all have such ideas, but no one dares to get close to Dongshan recently, and they have not figured out how to protect themselves. After all, there is a lack of materials. If you are short of materials, dig trenches first. Don't dig too deep for the time being. The main thing is to dig wider, and then set up several traps at the bottom of the pit. Small animals and people can't defend, and large animals, like weasels, can't pass this line of defense. After the trenches are dug, build a wall along the trenches. But birds are more troublesome. Those crazy birds can fly, unless you put a net on the top. Captain Zhang casually made a few suggestions. These days, the task of clearing crazy animals has given them the most headaches. Not large animals, but those flying in the sky. Flexible birds. Thinking of these birds, even with a helmet on, Captain Zhang felt a little headache, and he could hear the sound of crazy birds pecking at his helmet. At this time, Instructor Fong next to him discovered a problem. The villagers in Sanlai village wore very tight clothes, which seemed to be used to prevent attacks from crazy beasts. But not many of them wore hats on their heads. Thinking of the crazy birds captured in Dongshan. Why do these villagers look like they have never been attacked by crazy birds? Instructor Fong couldn't help but give 2 instructions. Don't let the head protection clothing fall off. Otherwise it will be troublesome if you are scratched by birds. The village chief hurriedly thanked them for their reminder, but was a little surprised that their village had not been attacked by crazy birds in the past few days. Seeing someone next to him trying to speak, the village chief's heart tightened and changed the subject. Captain Zhang, you have seen the skills of these young people in our village. Can you give them some guidance? I think these young people in your village are all good. The strength and angle of using wooden forks are very reasonable. I have been to many villages, and your village is the one with the best mental and physical state I have seen. Captain Zhang did not hesitate to praise. The villagers were very happy after hearing this, and many people looked at Wen Zheng with gratitude in their eyes. When the meal was finished, the time was almost up, and the company needed to rush to other places to continue cleaning. Although it was only a meal, these soldiers felt warm because of the enthusiasm of the villagers. Sanlai village left a very good impression in their hearts, and this impression played a lot of role later. After all the soldiers got on the car and the car started, several bags were thrown out of the car, and then these military vehicles drove away before the villagers could react. Huang Mingchang arranged to open the bags and show them to all the villagers. These bags contained food and military canned food, which were the rations of these soldiers. After eating the hot meals warmly entertained by Sanlai village, they left food of equal value. Many villagers watched these vehicles leave, and everyone had a strong emotion. That is, love for the country. That is, respect for these soldiers. After the army left, the village chief held a meeting in the rice field. All the villagers agreed to dig a wide ditch. While the crazy weasels were dealt with by the army, they still had some free time, so they hurried to make good protection. Let's dig the pit now, and those who come back to live here later will get a great advantage for nothing, someone said. And what she said was also the idea of many villagers. Although they are all from the same village, they work hard and cannot let others take advantage for nothing. I have considered all these. The village committee will count the time of digging the ditch, the workload of each person, and the consumption of grain. Those who come back to live in the village later must hand over a certain amount of grain. And finally, it will be distributed to everyone according to their efforts. After the village chief finished speaking, everyone was satisfied. Before digging the ditch, Sanlai village had another important thing, which was the upcoming Qingming festival. In Sanlai village, which maintains the custom of burial, every Qingming festival, people go to worship their departed relatives, and the burial site is in a forest at the foot of Dongshan Mountain. Nowadays, prices are rising all over the country, and the prices of shops selling paper money and paper figurines have also increased. Even though many people don't want to break the old rules, people are almost dying now. So how can they afford to buy these things? When Zheng is planning to visit his grandparents during the Qingming festival, and then bring some wine and food that the two old people like to eat. Now he has to consider the issue of several relatives. He was not liked by his divorced parents since he was a child. When both parents formed a new family, his original body was thrown to his grandparents. Although the original body's father's hometown is also in this province. One is in the south and the other is in the north. So there is no chance to meet them in the future. They are mainly relatives on the mother's side. The original body's grandparents have 3 children in total. The oldest is Wending's aunt, who married far away in another province. The second is Wending's uncle, who currently settles down in the city. The youngest is Wending's mother. After the divorce, the mother went to work outside and almost cut off contact with her family. When Zheng doesn't even have her contact information. When the original body was a child, the aunt had already married far away. She only came back once every 2 or 3 years to stay at home for a few days. Her attitude towards the original body was not bad. The uncle's attitude towards Wenjing was not good. He was even dissatisfied with Wenjing's grandparents because he had to support Wenjing. However, when Wenjing was in junior high school, the uncle found a job in the city and came back once every few months. The original body grew up in Sanlai village. Although there were gossipers talking about it, no one bullied him. The reason why the original body was unwilling to return to this village was partly because of his life experience, and more because of the attitude of the uncle's family towards him. When Jing's uncle was named Wang Jiayan, he was admitted to the normal college in that era, but he did not become a teacher in the end. Instead, he entered the government department and got a stable job. Later, Wang Jiayan married the daughter of his leader and stayed in the city. In fact, he was a son-in-law. In the memory of the original body, the uncle Huang Jiayun had a son who was 1 year younger than him, named Huang Mingji. But he was not very wise. When he returned to Sanlai village with his uncle, this cousin always looked at the original body with disgust. And even when his grandparents did not notice, he secretly used words to attack the original body, so that the original body could not escape the impact of these attacks on him throughout his life. After graduating from college, the original body did not return to the village. Both old people passed away, and the uncle's family only came back on special days. So if nothing unexpected happens, Wenjing should see them on Qingming festival tomorrow. I wonder what his cousin who disliked him at the beginning has become now. However, on this day of Qingming festival, Wenjing did not wait for his uncle's family to come back for worship. When the right time came, the villagers had prepared the items for worship early and went up the mountain collectively. In recent days, many villagers who were outside relied on occasional useful communications to call back. Those who were far away were worried about encountering crazy animals on the road, so they would not come back. Even those who lived in the city rarely took such risks, including Wenjing's uncle's family. In fact, thinking about the attitude of his uncle towards his original body in the past, Wenjing could not have any good feelings for this family. If they returned to the village in the future, Wenjing would not treat them more intimately than Uncle Huang's family. After Qingming festival, all the villagers who now live in the village have been arranged for work, except for the children who have not yet done anything and the elderly who have no strength, whether men or women. The main strong laborers took various tools to dig and pile the soil beside the road. The elderly and the wounded prepared meals for them, and the children also did some work within their ability. After the snow melted some time ago, the temperature did not rise too much, and the ground was still moist. Whether it was a hoe or a shovel, it was easy to dig the ground, which reduced the effort for everyone. The first place to dig was of course the area closest to Dongshan. Wenjing's current residence was the closest to Dongshan. The villagers walked a few dozen meters forward from where Wenjing's house was and started digging. In fact, if you want to dig ditches, it is better to use machinery. But the current prices of various machines are very expensive. And it is said that many machines have been damaged by some animals after animals suddenly went crazy. There is no food, but there is no shortage of strength. After digging for an hour, the villagers will follow Wenjing's requirements to exercise for 10 minutes. This activity method looks like the square dance performed by the elderly. If people from other villages see it, they will think that these people in Sanlai village are crazy. The villagers were originally a little ashamed of such operations, but Wenjing's status in their minds has long been different. Following Wenjing's advice, working for a while and exercising for a while, I didn't feel so tired. And after working for several days, my body would not be too tired and sore. When the ditch near Dongshan was almost dug, the village chief found one night and notified all the villagers to attend a meeting. The content of this meeting was what Huang Mingchang and Huang Mingqing said when they found Wenjing last time, about the notice that urban residents would come to the countryside. So a lot of people will come to the outside villages. Just like the educated youth who went to the countryside back then. Some people frowned. The villagers knew each other well. Suddenly, so many strangers came. Who knows what kind of character they have? Whether they are good or bad. Then how should the land be divided? And the houses? Where will they live? If there is no place to live, they will be injured by wild animals if they are not careful. None of the villagers were satisfied. If there are more people, it means that the land will be divided. How can they agree to this? This matter has been decided by the higher-ups. Our opposition is useless. According to the news in the past 2 days, the magnetic field of our planet seems to have changed. The frequent natural disasters in recent years, as well as those crazy animals and mutated plants, are all affected by the magnetic field. The situation in the north can also be seen in the news. The ice has not melted yet. The south suffered from floods for several months last year, as well as earthquakes and tsunamis. Now there is less land that can be cultivated. Prices are getting higher and higher, and there are many unemployed people in the city. Although our country has a lot of food reserves, the consumption is also quite large. We can only let more people return to the countryside to grow food, the village chief said slowly. The village chief continued to add, everyone does not need to panic now. This matter has been decided. But where those who return to the countryside live is a big problem. So now we are counting the population and willingness to return to the countryside. And we will also check the population of each village, and divide the fields by the way. During this period, someone will come to build houses. That's good. Both land and houses are allocated. Some villagers were not satisfied. This was too unfair to them. The honest rural people. The village chief knocked on the table to quiet everyone down, and said, of course, we are not building houses for them for free. These people have to pay grain if they want to live there. The villagers stopped being dissatisfied and listened carefully to what the village chief said. The village chief looked at everyone and said, in addition to telling you this news, there is another thing I need to ask for your opinions. After the state-built houses are built, are you willing to exchange them with your current houses? Chapter 77. Sanlai village is a vast land with few people, so some villagers live in remote areas. At that time, the newly built houses may be interspersed between the old houses, and the villagers need to worry about the problem of these outsiders. Now there is a way. That is, the old villagers move to one area and divide the village into 2 new and old areas. This is an idea proposed to the village chief. The village chief believes that the probability of villagers agreeing is not high, but he still proposed it. If many villagers agree, he will propose this opinion to his superiors. This proposal is difficult for people. People who are used to living in their own houses will be reluctant to move suddenly. And who knows what the new houses built by the state will look like. Not many people are interested in the village chief's proposal. Seeing the hesitation of the villagers, the village chief did not say anything else, so that everyone can think about it when they are free. Those city residents will officially come to the countryside, and it is estimated that they will have to wait until their batch of wheat is harvested. After the meeting, Wenjing didn't care about this matter at all. The house he lives in now has been renovated with great effort. And of course, he will not move away. The last time Huang Mingchang and Huang Mingqing came to Wenjing's house, in addition to telling him the news, they also asked him if he minded someone living near his house. At least Huang Mingqing was very tempted. Huang Mingqing first proposed this idea, and asked the village chief and villagers to talk about this matter on the condition that he would no longer compete with Huang Mingchang. A few months later, outsiders came to live in the village, and they had to unite against the outsiders and avoid internal strife. Huang Mingqing is very sensitive to some things. He will not leave the village within a few years after returning this time. But the house he lives in is a big problem. In the past, many villagers in the village went out to work, and Huang Mingqing's parents were like this. They sold the old house at home and went out to make a living. Later, they bought a house with a loan outside. Only when Huang Mingqing got married, he married a girl from the next village in the old house in the village. This old house is better than the house left by Wenjing's grandmother. It took a lot of effort to clean it up, but it can only be barely lived in. Looking at the current prices, even if Huang Mingqing has a lot of hard currency that is specially exchanged, he will have to bleed a lot at this time, whether it is to renovate the old house or build a new house. Now the higher-ups have notified that they will send people to build houses in the countryside. Huang Mingqing certainly cannot miss this opportunity. If he can change houses, it is already the most cost-effective approach. This time, the village chief brought up this matter, and several villagers who were in the same situation as Huang Mingqing and returned after the snowstorm had the same idea. Wenjing didn't care what they thought. He was strong and didn't have to worry about who his neighbors were. But compared to outsiders, it was better to get along with the villagers for a long time. He had seen the village chief's behavior these days. When the army came last time, he even covered up the abnormality of the birds. It was too early to talk about changing houses now. The new houses had not been built yet. What those people planned had nothing to do with Wenjing. The biggest thing for the villagers at present was to build a protective circle and take care of the food planted in the fields. The villagers dug a wide ditch, made traps with various materials in the ditch, and then prepared to transplant the pepper trees planted in the village to the side of the ditch close to the village. There are not many stones on the East Mountain where Sanlai village is located. If you don't want to spend money and food to buy bricks and other materials to build houses, you can temporarily focus on natural barriers. During the snowstorm a few years ago, many plants were frozen. Now that spring is warm and flowers are blooming, some trees have completely lost hope and have not grown new leaves. All of them have been chopped down and stored as firewood by the villagers. Some survived the cold winter, but they also mutated and began to grow wildly after the temperature rose. And they were different from before. The pepper tree is a common tree in Sanlai village. It was originally planted in front of the door. It can be used as an ornamental plant and a seasoning. Now it can also serve as a barrier. Those pepper trees that survived the snowstorm have grown taller and bigger. And what is more frightening is the thorns on their branches. Normal pepper trees must be carefully picked when picking, and the thorns can easily cut your hands. Now the length of the thorns is more than twice the normal length, and they have become very hard. Transplanting the mutant prickly ash trees will be a natural barrier. It can keep animals out, but at least when the animals bump into the spikes, they will scream to remind the villagers, and the injuries will weaken their fighting power. After deciding to transplant the prickly ash trees, the villagers took the farm tools and started working again as soon as the ditches were dug. Carefully tie the branches of the prickly ash trees together with ropes, and start digging the soft soil from a distance. The roots of this tree are too deep. Some villagers complained while digging that the soil had been dug quite deep, but the roots of the prickly ash trees were still not dug out completely. The villagers next to them nodded. It feels more tiring than digging ditches. When transplanting trees, we should try not to hurt the root system of the plants, because this makes it more difficult for them. The days of peace have not lasted long. I have been farming in the village all my life and have never left our province. Now I stay in the village and dare not go out easily. The villagers who spoke are all over 50 years old. He had a really hard life when he was a child. He saw that life was getting better and better, but he returned to the past again. We didn't live in such a house at that time. The house was built with earth bricks, and the roof was made of thatch. We couldn't afford meat, and occasionally caught some fish and shrimp to eat. Now we live in a better place. But there are a lot more dangers. Vegetables are fine, but we have to save meat. During the time when the villagers were digging ditches, animals on the mountain mutated one after another, and animals raised at home also began to mutate. But the probability of domestic animals was a little lower. Because of the animal mutation, the villagers were careful. The strong dogs were tied up with iron chains. Now they are still bitten by dogs, and it is difficult to get rabies vaccines. Cats, which are very agile, were also tied up. Ordinary mice can be treated with rat repellent, Those crazy mice have no brains and run to other people's homes. They basically pounce on people walking on the road. The chicken and duck pens were changed from nets to wood. The lethality of these two animals is not strong enough. The villagers took measures, but it was still a bit uncomfortable when all the domestic animals mutated. The first to go crazy were dogs. You can hear the crazy barking of dogs and the sound of chains being pulled from a long distance, which is terrifying. The experience over such a long time has made the villagers grow up a lot. After taking precautions, they took hose to kill the mad dog, burned it, and buried it in the ground. That dog was a beginning. Soon after, many domestic animals in the village gradually changed. Cats and dogs were tied with chains. Although chickens and ducks were locked in wooden pens, they actually broke or flew out of the wooden railings after going crazy and attacked people. Last time, I was pecked hard by that chicken. If I hadn't worn thick clothes, my meat would have been pecked off. It still hurts a little now, a young man recalled, touching his right arm. We are still good here. The attack power of chickens and ducks is not strong. We can solve it with caution. Yesterday I saw someone's goose went crazy on TV. Even if I meet a normal goose, I will walk around it. Just think about how scary a crazy goose is. The person who said this was worried. Although communication problems occur from time to time, villagers who dare not go out after dark will still turn on the TV to pass the time. And occasionally they can still see the situation in other areas. Wenjung also saw a lot of situations outside. The main difficulties faced by rural and urban areas are different. Families living in rural areas have surplus food at home. The biggest problem they face is those animals that suddenly go crazy and attack humans. Residents in cities have fewer animals. They usually stay at home and take cars and other closed transportation when they go out. They are generally difficult to be attacked. There are also police patrolling every day to find crazy animals. Urban residents are facing food problems. The price of food in supermarkets is gradually rising. Each person is limited to buying food every day. There are very long queues outside supermarkets. The food situation is indeed not very good now. The weather in the east is still too cold to grow crops. And it has been drizzling in the south since April. There is not much rain. But it reminds people of last year's floods. Although there are a lot of grain reserves. When thinking about the problem of plant mutation, who knows what changes will happen in the next few years? The country is controlling the share of grain entering the market. The news channels are all reporting domestic news. But Wenjung still went to the internet by himself. The situation in most countries and regions is more serious. And the situation in some countries is very miserable. Wenjung felt tight in his heart when looking at those photos. Famine has already appeared there. While reading these news, Wenjung noticed that the situation of animal mutation seemed to be different from that in Sanlai village. But the data obtained was too little. And Wenjung had some doubts in his heart and could not analyze it. Even domestic animals will go crazy. In the future, the food rations will become less and less. And we can only rely on what is grown in the fields. The old man's eyes were full of deep worry. The crops in our fields are growing well. If we work hard to weed, we will definitely be able to eat enough. Eating less meat will not be a big deal, someone said with a smile. But the smile did not even reach his eyes. No one dared to think about the possibility that the crops would also have problems. But no one dared to spend their own food reserves. Some people would have terrible thoughts in their minds. There are so many weeds growing in the fields. I bend over every day. I think I will become a hunchback sooner or later. As if he was really worried about becoming a hunchback. He handed the hoe to the person who replaced him and walked aside to stretch his body. The vigorous growth of plants not only means that crops grow well, but also that weeds in the fields grow well. The snowstorm froze many plants to death. But the villagers thought that the weed seeds were not frozen to death. When spring comes and the temperature rises, if no one takes care of it, the weeds in the fields will change every day. Some people used herbicides at home. But unfortunately, they did not have much effect and were not as efficient as manual pulling. Now everyone has to clean up the weeds that emerge in the fields in every field, so as not to worry that they will affect the growth of crops, which are now almost as important as their lives. I dug out one here, someone shouted, and others hurried over to help move the tree onto the wooden cart. Wenjung heard the villagers talking lively, and from these noisy voices, he distinguished the rustling sound coming from the bushes. Huang Yan, be alert there. Wenjung still stood there without moving, but reminded them out loud. Alas, the people around Huang Yan had been fully trained and were no longer as flustered as before. The villagers who were working quieted down after Wen Zheng finished speaking. Everyone was trying to distinguish the movements around them. Wang Yan was closer to the place where the noise came from, so he was the first to determine the location and raised his hoe high in that direction. A moment later, a long dark brown snake crawled out of the bushes where the noise came from. Wang Yan's hoe immediately hit the target. There was only a crisp sound of iron products colliding. Wang Yan's hoe was hit by the shovel of another villager who took action. Both weapons deviated in direction, and only the snake was injured. Wang Yan and another villager were stunned. When everyone was about to attack again, the dark brown snake turned and ran away, disappearing in the bushes at a speed that no one could react to. More villagers were dumbfounded. Am I seeing this right? Wang Yan forgot his mistake and looked around to make sure it was not his hallucination. The snake really turned and ran away. Why is it so strange? Maybe it's because the snake just now was not crazy. It's just an ordinary animal, Wen Zheng said lightly. He saw clearly just now that the snake had no intention of attacking people. That can explain it. But the snake is so thick, and it ran away very quickly. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Everyone was discussing excitedly. The surprise just now was because the crazy animals encountered these days would attack humans even if they were injured. It was a bit strange that the snake just turned and ran away. But it was understandable when you think it's a normal animal. The snake had gone. But the matter was not over yet. Wen Zheng coughed twice, and many people around him began to dig trees seriously. Wang Yan and the villagers, who happened to attack at the same time just now, became a little nervous and smiled at Wen Zheng flatteringly. The training has been doubled in the past week, and everyone helps to supervise, Wen Zheng said in a flat tone, and the two of them looked depressed. Then Wen Zheng continued, we have accumulated a lot of experience these days. So far, no poisonous animals have been seen. I won't remind you if there is any movement next time. Everyone should be vigilant. The dark brown snake just now is a non-venomous snake called a black snake. I have seen several crazy snakes these days, but they are all non-venomous. Wen Zheng thought about it, and decided not to remind them from today. So many villagers can't rely on him to remind them. They need to train themselves to be alert to danger. When Wen Zheng said this, not only Wang Yan and the other two were upset, but many villagers also became nervous and paid more attention to their surroundings. One more thing. Don't hunt wild animals that are not crazy. Wen Zheng thought about it and added. The villagers all nodded, and no one even refuted. The men, women, old and young in the village acted together. When the pepper tree transplanting field almost surrounded the entire village, heavy rain began to fall in the south, and the area where Sanlai village was located also experienced light rain for several consecutive days. The rain was dripping. Even if you were wearing a raincoat and rain boots, you would be covered in water vapor when you came back from going out. The soles of your feet were covered with thick mud. It would take a lot of effort to clean them, even with waterproof feathers on his body. Tuanchuan was unwilling to go out in the rain. These days, Tuanchuan's body is getting bigger and bigger. It looks like it is not an ordinary bird. Its colorful feathers are particularly eye-catching. These days, many government workers came to count the population, farmland and homesteads. Because he was too conspicuous, Wen Zheng rarely let Tuanchuan go out. Every time he went out, he would go up the mountain for a few laps to drive away those crazy animals. After the company came over, the village chief mentioned this matter while chatting. Wen Zheng did not give any answer at the time. It was later that he asked Tuanchuan to let go of a few crazy sparrows, which was both a cover-up and a training for the villagers' reaction ability. Tuanchuan went out less often and stayed at home obediently most of the time. Wen Zheng felt that he spent too little time with Tuanchuan. Parents' company is still very important in the process of children's growth. It happened to be raining and was too annoying. In addition to cleaning the weeds in the farmland every day, Wen Zheng was finally able to stay at home properly. The movie is over. Wen Zheng was lying on the sofa, with the movie he had downloaded long ago playing on the computer in front of him. There were various snacks on the table, and a lot of them were eaten. Wen Zheng got off the sofa and stretched, touched Tuanchuan, who was sitting next to him, and said, Tuanchuan, I'm going to cook. You clean the table and the floor. After that, Wen Zheng walked slowly into the kitchen without any awareness that his previous task was to use child labor and abuse small animals. Tuanchuan, who stayed in the living room, stood on the sofa and looked around. Those melon seed shells were all put on the table by himself. Wen Zheng threw them into the desktop trash can accurately after eating them. The same was true for those candy wrappers. packaging bags, and chili peppers dropped from spicy meat. Tuan Tuan spread his wings and flew to the table, landing on the rag on the table. His two paws moved like a human walking, gathering the garbage on the table in one place. He moved his two little paws slowly, and after checking one side, Tuan Tuan grabbed the rag and flew up to shake it twice, then carefully searched for any dirty places on the table, and wiped it several times. When everything was gathered, Tuan Tuan flew to push the trash can on the ground to the side of the table, and then cleaned it all at once with a rag. Seeing that the table was clean and there was no swell on the ground, Tuan Tuan was satisfied and flew away with the rag. The dirty rag was thrown accurately into a special basin, and then it retreated under the faucet, and with a paw, the water splashed down, and then it grabbed the bag of detergent and flew into the air. Under Tuan Tuan's precise control, the right amount of detergent was poured into the basin. The long claws kept stepping on the rag being washed, and after washing it clean according to these steps, it was casually grabbed and hung on the rope. Tuan Tuan then returned to the sink and cleaned its two paws. At this time, Wenjeng had already prepared the meal and brought the plate to the table. Tuan Tuan flew in front of Wenjeng. He did not eat in a hurry, but proudly turned around the table to show his success. Today, Tuan Tuan is still the best housework expert. After receiving a series of sincere compliments from Wenjeng, Tuan Tuan returned to his seat with satisfaction and tasted today's food. There were two simple, large, and deep plates on the table, with many colors, which were particularly pleasing to the eye. Tuan Tuan likes this kind of brightly colored food the most and can't wait to taste it. Wenjeng has already started eating yellow eggs, red tomatoes and peppers, green vegetables, dark green sour beans, dark red shredded pork and white rice noodles, all mixed together. Two large pots of fried rice noodles were eaten up by Wenjeng and Tuan Tuan. Wenjeng carried two empty plates into the kitchen. The plates were relatively smooth, so this job couldn't be left to Tuan Tuan. While Wenjeng was busy, Tuan Tuan sneaked under the stairs of the house, lay down in a box and took a look. He left the room with some heartache, flew to the chicken shed built in the yard, took the chickens and ducks out of the house, and ate. Flying behind these chickens and ducks, Tuan Tuan carefully counted the property in the house, and found that the number he counted was different from what Wenjeng said 2 days ago. After counting several times, the number was different. Tuan Tuan looked around and still held his head high. He was just an ordinary child, and the problem of counting was a bit too difficult for him. Tuan Tuan's talent in aesthetics was far beyond Wenjeng's, but he was not very smart in mathematics. Wenjeng taught Tuan Tuan math problems in his spare time. He finally taught him a little in the deserted island world. But Tuan Tuan failed to evolve. Not only did his body return to his childhood, but the knowledge in the math book also went back. After Wenjeng's difficult reteaching, Tuan Tuan recalled how to count and the simplest addition and subtraction. But he still made mistakes. Tuan Tuan just saw that the cardboard box was filled with eggs. He counted them carefully 3 times, and finally confirmed that there were only a dozen left in it. Thinking back to every time Wenjeng took food out and exchanged eggs, Tuan Tuan felt sad that those food became other people's families. So Tuan Tuan set his sights on the chickens and ducks he raised. If these chickens were more motivated and laid eggs earlier, they wouldn't have to buy them from others. Since they had to grow up quickly, they had to eat hard. The chickens and ducks in the chicken coop were frightened by Tuan Tuan's bossy temperament, and they trembled and dared not disobey. They buried their heads and looked for small insects and grass seeds to eat. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, Wenjeng opened the window and shouted outside, "Tuan Tuan, come back." If he didn't shout, the chickens and ducks would be bloated. After driving all the chickens and ducks back and completing the grazing task, Tuan Tuan flew back proudly, not noticing the chickens and ducks that suddenly relaxed and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 78. It rained a lot during this period. At first, the villagers could stay at home peacefully, but it still rained every few days, and the rain was getting heavier every time it rained. From drizzle to heavy rain, and the village lost power again. Everyone was almost used to the power outage. The biggest problem now is that there is more and more water on the ground. The villagers who had never been troubled by waterlogging in previous years began to worry. In previous years, the area where Sanlai village is located did not have so much precipitation. The rain fell from the sky on the land and gathered in the depression. I heard that several villages nearby were flooded. The location of that town is not good. It happened to be a basin, and the water has flooded the house. However, now rural houses are basically more than 2 stories high, and one floor can still be lived in even if it is flooded. Wenjing's house is located on a high ground. The rain fell on his house, and soon flowed down along the terrain. The terrain of Sanlai village is getting lower and lower from east to west. Wenjing's house is the highest, so the families on the far west began to worry. Every time it rains heavily, the rainwater gathers around the families on the west side, and the front door turns into a shallow pool of water. There are also puddles of different sizes in the uneven yard. I didn't pay attention to it at ordinary times. During the snowstorm, the snow on the roof was cleared by the villagers before it melted. But the rainwater is not easy to clean. Those houses that have been lived in for a long time have encountered the problem of sleeping naked. There are many traces of water flow on the ceiling, and some places are covered with hair. It is hard to buy repair materials now. And if there is a problem in this place, the rest will also be worrying. Because of this rain, some people began to consider the village chief's proposal to change houses. But there is no rush for this matter. And the people who built the house have not come yet. Wheat is okay, but potatoes and corn are drought-resistant, but not very water-resistant crops. The villagers can only go out of their homes, wearing thick raincoats, holding hoes and shovels to dig drainage ditches. But there are also advantages to rainy days. When it rains, the air is stuffy, and those normal fish that have not mutated will emerge from the water first. Now the water flow of Sanli River is larger than before, and the speed is more fierce, and most of the fish are hiding in it. There are also those crazy fish in the water, let alone fishing in the afternoon. The fish hooks and fish baskets will be broken by crazy fish when they are put down. It's different when it rains. Without a fishing rod, you can hold a long branch in your hand. You can see the scales floating on the water from a distance. Carefully distinguish the actions of these fish, and you can attack normal fish. The villagers of Sanlai village have all been trained by Wenjing. Not to mention that they have harvested every time they make a move. They can always get a few fish after working for a few hours. The place where Wenjing fishes is blocked by a few trees. The villagers arranged around him are Uncle Huang's family. So he brought Tuanchuan out. You can't always let Tuanchuan stay at home and avoid people going out. However, Tuanchuan is now bigger than an adult rooster. So Wenjing exchanged something from the system store to cover up Tuanchuan's body. This time, Wenjing did not let Tuanchuan cover up his attack power. At this time, Tuanchuan with strong attack power is not the only. Wenjing didn't even need to do anything himself. Tuanchuan grabbed it with his claws. Not to mention ordinary fish. Even crazy fish had no chance to struggle. Seeing Tuanchuan's attack power, no one could help but be surprised. Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang exchanged glances secretly. Tuanchuan's sharp claws grabbed a fish. Huang Yan, who was watching, felt pain in his body. He was scared but couldn't help but peek at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan liked to be noticed by others very much. He deliberately circled in the sky for a few times, making loud and pleasant calls, and then grabbed fish with his sharp claws, showing his graceful figure, pleasant voice, and powerful attack power. Tuanchuan is really amazing. You are Dad's pride. A fish was thrown into the bucket at his feet. Wenjing applauded enthusiastically. Huang Yan was still in shock and clapped with Wenjing in a daze. Huang Yan's eyes were full of envy. When could he have such an amazing bird? He didn't need Tuanchuan to be as amazing as him. He could be almost as amazing as the big rooster in Wenjing's house. After the power outage, the light in the house depended on candles or firelight. And because of the rain, it was dim during the day and it got dark very early. The fishing activity lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and everyone went home with the fish they caught. Wenjing took the fish and went home with Tuanchuan. When they were still some distance away from the door, Wenjing heard the arrogant sound of clucking. Tuanchuan flew around Wenjing and didn't remember to go back. He crowed on the spot, and the sound at home suddenly disappeared. When Wenjing and Tuanchuan walked into the house, a big rooster in the chicken coop next to them ran to the railing with small steps and crowed a few times to please Wenjing and Tuanchuan. This chicken first bullied ordinary chickens and ducks, and then competed with him for Wenjing's attention. Tuanchuan angrily scratched the big rooster, and the big rooster immediately shrank into the corner in pain. Several beautiful tail feathers slowly fell to the ground and were wet by the rain. Tuanchuan, let's go back to eat. Wenxia smiled at this scene, and he never mentioned this big rooster to arouse Tuanchuan's deeper hatred. Wenjing was originally thinking that if all creatures could not withstand those violent energies, how would humans survive? He believed that those creatures that had not gone crazy for the time being had a stronger tolerance for violent energy. Some of them eventually died. But there would always be creatures that were fully adapted. This big rooster was a creature that adapted to violent energy. I originally thought that it was Tuanchuan's coercion that caused this big rooster to grow up quickly. But later, the size of this rooster was much larger than the little friends who had hatched with him. Usually when Wenjung and Tuan Tuan were at home, this big rooster did not dare to move because of Tuan Tuan's power. However, one time when Wenjung and Tuan Tuan were not at home, they found that this big rooster actually attacked other chickens and ducks when they came back. Tuan Tuan was really furious at that time. You, a rooster that can't even lay eggs, dared to attack those hens that can provide eggs for a long time in the future. This rooster can't be kept. It was not until the big rooster was dying that Wenjung asked Tuan Tuan to stop. Otherwise the rooster would become their meal on the same day. After taking the big rooster out to find the village chief, many people knew that the rooster in Wenjung's family had mutated. But it didn't go crazy. Many people focused on their own domestic animals. After hearing Wenjung say that the chicken could not be killed for the time being, Tuanchuan saw the rooster cowering in a corner in fear and gave up on it. The rain was annoying. Wenjung occasionally fiddled with the radio and could hear news from the central region. But he could not receive any news from the south. Not receiving any news was bad news. They were flooded like this here. So wouldn't the southern region be even worse? There were several solar batteries at home that were fully charged when the sun was shining. Wenjung and Tuanchuan could usually snuggle up on the sofa to watch TV and movies. The heavy rain lasted for several days. And every night when he fell asleep, he could hear the sound of rain hitting the roof. Wenjung woke up from the bed that day, and the window outside was much brighter than the previous few days. He looked up and saw that the plants planted on the roof had vines hanging down, covering half of the window. However, even so, it could be seen that it was not raining outside. The rain stopped, and the villagers were only happy. At this time, they didn't know that they would never see rain again in the next few months. Oh my God! How did this seedling become like this? Someone outside shouted. Wenjung recognized it as Aunt San's voice, frowned, took out a spray and sprayed it on Tuan Tuan twice. Tuan Tuan's body shrank a lot in an instant, much bigger than when he first came to Sanlai village, and looked about the same size as a parrot, which was within the acceptable range of normal people. Wenjung and Tuan Tuan went out together, and through the woods, they could see a few people standing by the field. The weather was clear, and the soil was still moist, and there were crystal dew on the seedlings. Wenjung, who practiced the cultivation method, had exceptionally good eyesight. If he focused his attention, he could see the holes bitten out of the seedlings. Auntie Sang got up early to weed the field. As soon as she walked to the edge of the field, she saw that the wheat seedlings planted in the field had been bitten into holes by something. What on earth did this? Huang Yan rubbed his hair hard, trying to make himself clearer. Uncle Huang raised his hand to his ear, and after he touched it, he remembered that the last cigarette at home was smoked yesterday, and there was no cigarette stuck in his ear. He sighed, turned his head to look at Wenjung, who had already walked over, and shouted, "Let's go to the village chief to see how to solve it." Walking on the road, a group of people can see that the crops planted in the fields, not only wheat seedlings, but also potato seedlings and corn seedlings, have traces of being eaten, which is very heartbreaking. On the road, many villagers were in a hurry, with panic on their faces, and soon gathered together. Everyone has seen it. The field is now infested with insects, the village chief said in a hoarse voice. It's really a disaster. I just went to the fields to take a look. Everyone has been farming for many years, so they should be able to tell what it is. Cough, cough. Insects. The village chief tried to cheer himself up, but he couldn't help coughing twice. Village chief? Are you okay? Many villagers asked with concern. It's okay. I just have a cold, and I've taken medicine. The village chief waved his hand. The most important thing now is to get rid of insects. This trace is that slugs have eaten the seedlings. It has rained a lot recently, and the soil is full of water, which is the best time for slugs to grow up. An old man said in a deep voice. Wenjung lived in the village when he was a child, and he also knew about this kind of pest. Slugs are also called slugs, and they look like snails without shells. Slugs prefer dark and humid environments, cannot stand strong light, and prefer to move at night. This animal cannot harm humans, and can even be eaten, but it is very harmful to crops. It was not difficult to deal with this thing before. Just use wood ash. But now? Some people sighed, worrying that this animal has mutated. The soil is wet now, and it is useless to sprinkle wood ash directly. This is why everyone came to find the village chief. Once the slug is dehydrated, it will be finished. So sprinkle wood ash on the ground. When this thing crawls out of the ground at night and walks on the wood ash, it will soon be dehydrated and die. It will take several days for the ground to dry. Looking at the current situation, all these seedlings will be eaten up. There are not only slugs in the ground. I dug the soil and found many tunnels dug by locusts. Another old man, with a cane in his hand, said. He has a lot of experience and has seen a lot. Other villagers were anxious when they saw the gnawed leaves. He carefully observed the situation in the fields. Various traces showed that more than one kind of pest was causing trouble. When the old man spoke, many people felt dizzy. If this continued, let alone harvesting, these crops would not grow with these insects. Don't panic. How did farmers catch insects and eliminate pests before there were no pesticides? They caught them manually. Seeing someone with a sad face and about to shout, the village chief quickly scolded. Slugs and locusts like to come out at night. Let's sleep well during the day and come out at night to catch insects and weed. Huang Mingchang spoke at this time. There is no electricity yet, and we can't see it at night because it's too dark. The person who spoke was a young woman who had just married last year, holding her husband tightly with both hands. The village chief thought she was too nervous to ask this stupid question, and his tone was not harsh. If you have a flashlight at home, you can use it. If you don't have a flashlight, we can use torches. Be sure to pay attention to safety when using them. The young woman stopped talking, and the others also had no objections. They first cleared the weeds in the field, went to bed in the afternoon, and reversed their work and rest schedules. When Zheng carried Tuanchuan back, and when the villagers were thinking about the pests, no one paid attention to them. When there were no other villagers around, Huang Yan said to Wenzheng, Brother Wenzheng, I have a few manual generators at home, the kind that are hand-cranked. I will send you one later. Wenzheng was stunned. He had never thought of hand-cranked generators when he was preparing the supplies. However, he had batteries and rechargeable flashlights at home. So he rejected Huang Yan's kindness. I have flashlights at home. You should arrange to use this light yourself. Huang Yan regretted that he could not help Wenzheng, and went back with his family, and explained to his parents what a hand-cranked generator was. Wenzheng was thinking about a problem. After entering the house, he stared at the big rooster in the chicken coop, then lowered his head and said to Tuanchuan, How about we let the big rooster do the hard work? Tuanchuan became excited and stood up in Wenzheng's arms. After hearing Wenzheng explain his plan, Tuanchuan flew over the chicken coop with great interest, stayed on the wall, and began to train the big rooster. Tuanchuan was busy all day and was so angry that she didn't even want to eat. Seeing that if this continued, Tuanchuan would explode. Wenzheng hurriedly called out, and Tuanchuan flew back. Wenzheng knew that Tuanchuan was very angry without looking at her. He didn't dare to laugh, but just asked Tuanchuan how his work was going. Tuanchuan was angry, and when he heard Wendeng's question, the whole bird was furious. He walked back and forth on the windowsill, making a series of angry sounds. In Wendeng's eyes, Tuanchuan had become a roommate in college. That roommate once went to tutor a junior high school student and came back in the same state. The chirping sound made by Tuanchuan and the roommate's words overlapped across time and space and species. Such an easy question. How come he just can't understand it? I'm so mad. I'm so mad. He didn't listen carefully on purpose. I don't want to teach anymore. But I've already promised my dad / I've already talked to someone. Forget it. I don't want to teach anymore after teaching this student. Wenzheng tried to hold back his smile, lest Tuanchuan would vent his anger on him, and just watched Tuanchuan walk back and forth countless times. And then he went from a manic state to a state of resignation, straightening his expression. Wenzheng looked at Tuanchuan. We're going out to catch insects tonight. Let's have something fresh for dinner. As soon as Wenzheng finished speaking, Tuanchuan showed an excited expression, flew in front of Wenzheng, and stared at Wenzheng with curious eyes. We've eaten it before, but we haven't eaten it for a long time. Guess it first. Wenzheng went down to the cellar and found a jar from the various earthenware jars he had bought. Tuan followed Wenzheng curiously, watching his movements while thinking hard, not realizing that his attention had been completely diverted. Wenzheng walked into the kitchen with the jar in his arms, unsealed the lid, and used chopsticks to pick out the contents. What he picked out was the bright red pickled cabbage, which was purchased by Wenjung years ago. It was made from cabbage and preserved mustard greens. There are many kinds of raw materials for preserved mustard greens, and the cabbage is relatively tender. Wenjung soaked the preserved mustard greens in warm water and began to mix the flour with warm water. Tuan Tuan was no longer willing to watch obediently by the side. He took the initiative to yell at Wenjung and asked Wenjung to assign him a task. He was completely a child who wanted to perform in front of his parents. Watch the fire in the boiler and make it more vigorous. Wenjung thought about it and gave Tuan Tuan a somewhat difficult task. Gas is expensive now. People in the village now use stoves for cooking. When it is not used during the day, put a hard-to-burn dry firewood in it and put a kettle on it. Tuan Tuan flew to the boiler room. When he passed the yard, he ignored the chicken coop without looking around. During the break, the teacher didn't want to see the students who knew nothing at all. After entering the boiler room, you just need to open the boiler mouth, put some dry firewood in it, and then use your wings to gently fan a few winds, and the fire will burn. After the dough was left to rise by the boiler for a while, Wenjung began to prepare the meat filling, and made 2 versions of lean meat and fat meat, and then added the charred pickled mustard greens into the meat filling. When I was in college, there were 2 pickled mustard greens meat pie shops on campus, and Wenjung often went to buy from an old couple. With his appetite, he usually eats 2 servings and chooses 2 flavors. Tuanchuan watched Wenjung's actions and suddenly remembered that he had eaten this kind of food before. So he called out to Wenjung twice to confirm. Yes, it's pickled mustard greens and meat pie. Tuanchuan, do you want to eat it? Wenjung said with a smile. I want to eat it. Tuanchuan nodded frantically, and the feathers on his head danced with the wind as he moved. He pinched off a few small pieces of dough and gave them to Tuanchuan to play with freely. Wenjung's hands were very powerful. After wrapping the fillings in the dough, he kneaded them into dough cakes of different shapes and thicknesses and put them in the boiler to roast. The heat in the boiler was enough, and after a few minutes, you could smell the wee aroma of the baked dough cakes. It felt almost done. So Wenjung took out the golden brown dough cakes and put the raw dough cakes in. There were 2 round thick dough cakes and 2 long thin dough cakes, each placed between Wenjung and Tuanchuan. The excited Tuan Tuan first pecked at the long pancake. The pancake was burnt and crispy. Tuan Tuan could hear a crisp sound when he pecked at it, and a lot of crumbs fell on the table. The filling inside the pancake was sweet, with pickled mustard greens and minced fat meat, which tasted particularly sweet. Then the long round thick pancake, which was relatively soft. Tuan Tuan tasted the filling inside with 1 bite. Pickled mustard greens, minced lean meat, and chili powder. The taste was fresh, salty, fragrant and spicy. After tasting both, Tuan Tuan happily tasted the 2 flavors of pancakes back and forth, buried his head, and his tail feathers stood up. Tuan Tuan is indeed the happiest bird in the world. After cooking and eating, it was dark outside after dinner. The sky looked clear in the morning, but it rained again in the afternoon, so we could only catch insects manually. The air was humid after the rain, and it happened to be night, so the pests that harmed crops quietly poked their heads out of the ground. The villagers, who couldn't even sleep well during the day, were worried about the pests and came out of their homes with lighting tools in their hands. Wenjung took 2 flashlights and saw that the other villagers were holding a variety of flashlights, hand-cranked rechargeable lamps, and lanterns with candles inside. I don't know when they were made. Everyone was responsible for their own fields. Wenjung's field was not small, but his family actually belonged to him and to Tuanchuan. Squatting on the ridge of the field, Wenjung waited quietly, and soon he could feel the movement from the ground. The mole cricket is also called the mole cricket. The adult is phototactic. If the light is turned on at night, they will rush out of the field impatiently. When he went out, Wenjung brought 2 deep buckets with him, which were useful for both mole crickets and slugs. This time, the mole crickets were lured out by the light, and they came out from the ground and the bushes in groups. This was a scene that people with trypophobia could not bear to watch. Wenjung wore gloves in his hands, and he grabbed a handful of mole crickets and threw them all into the bucket. Tuan Tuan had already flown to the ground to deal with the slugs that were not phototactic. Put a bucket in it. Grab them with your sharp claws and throw them into the bucket. And clean up one area before cleaning the next one. The common name of slugs is slugs. In fact, they are edible like snails. But you can imagine what they look like by looking at the common name. This creature secretes a kind of mucus, And Tuan, who loves cleanliness, doesn't really want to catch these little things. He wants to find those bird brothers to help. But when Zheng has his own plan. Now Tuan is determined to teach the stupid student Big Rooster again. Tomorrow. I must teach him tomorrow. Chapter 79. When Zheng had almost caught all the light-seeking mole crickets, he covered the wooden barrel with a lid and put 2 stones on it to prevent them from running out. Then when Zheng went into the field to help Tuan, he not only caught slugs, but also cleaned up the visible eggs in the field. After working all night, when there was no movement in the field, when Zheng called Tuan to go home together, Tuan happily called when Zheng twice and went home to wash his paws. It was dawn, and the villagers bent over to look for insects and their backs ached. The pain in their bodies was not as heavy as their hearts. Although they caught a lot of insects today, there were too many fields and they didn't catch them in time. After one night, a lot of them were eaten. And there was no telling how many larvae had not come out of the ground. They could not peck them all, because of frequent disasters. After the snowstorm, the village planted crops on all the farmland. Nowadays, we can't take care of it, so we can only give up some of it. But we can't bear to give up any piece of land we see, because it will be food when it matures. These crickets and slugs can be fed to chickens, or eaten by ourselves, so the harvest is still quite a lot. Some people think optimistically, and can't think about crops anymore. Speaking of which, the chickens in my family that haven't gone crazy are getting bigger and bigger. The biggest one is the Big Rooster in Wenjing's house. It's so big that it doesn't look like a chicken. If I wasn't worried that the chickens and ducks would peck at the crops, I would have driven them to the fields long ago. I haven't seen these 2 insects so rampant in previous years. Do you think there will be a locust plague in the future? PSSD. What are you talking about? We will definitely be able to harvest this batch of grain. The villagers took the captured insects home and fed some of them to chickens and ducks. Seeing the chickens and ducks pecking at the food happily, they felt even more heartbroken. It would be great if they didn't peck at the crops. The rest of the villagers kept them for themselves. Compared with the 2 insects, the cicada is the most explainable. Many villagers have eaten it. They roast it over a fire until it is charred, and then sprinkle some salt or other seasonings. It tastes very good. The slug is not edible from its appearance to the mucus on its body. That is, the old people ate it when they were extremely hungry when they were young. A few young people are more familiar with this insect. It is like a snail without a shell. The method and taste are similar. After tasting it after it is really done, more people accept that it can be eaten. After eating, the villagers went to bed to catch up on sleep. Wenjing and Tuan are not ordinary people or birds. After eating, they teach the Big Rooster in high spirits. Wenjing assisted Tuan and used food to lure the not-so-smart rooster, thinking that he would have to catch insects again at night. Tuan became much more patient. When it got dark again, Uncle Huang and his family went to the fields early, and then saw Wenjing and Tuan walking in front, followed by flocks of chickens and ducks. Wenjing, what are you preparing for? Uncle Huang was surprised. Uncle, you are not mistaken. I am preparing to let these chickens and ducks catch insects for me. Wenjing said that this was the purpose of his training the rooster. Nonsense! How long have you not farmed? These chickens and ducks will eat crops. If you haven't caught all the insects by then, these crops will be eaten by chickens and ducks. Uncle Huang's tone was a little serious. When raising chickens and ducks, they have to be fenced in because they are worried that they will harm crops. A few years ago, Xiahe village called the police because chickens and ducks went to other people's farmland to harm crops. This year, the chickens and ducks are growing fast. Those who haven't gone crazy have become fierce. Their beaks feel much sharper than before. They used to peck at leaves, but now they can probably peck through the stems. Wenjing hasn't farmed for too long, and he didn't even think of this. Uncle, I know what's going on. Let me try first. Wenjing smiled helplessly and brought the chickens and ducks to the edge of the field. Huang Sanchu's family stood by and watched. Huang Yan was full of confidence in the teacher. They saw Wenjing bend down and said to the obviously mutated rooster, "Take your little brothers in. They can only eat insects, not crops. And they can't step on the crops. Otherwise, I will pluck all your feathers." While Wenjing was speaking, Tuan looked at him fiercely, making the Big Rooster step back 2 steps, and then raised his head and crowed loudly. Who let the chickens out? The villagers in the distance looked left and right after hearing it. After the big rooster crowed, it turned around and gave a few words to the little brother behind it. Huang Sanchu's family was stunned. They saw that under the leadership of the big rooster, the chickens and ducks were extremely obedient and dispersed into the farmland, carefully sitting between the crops, lowering their heads and pecking hard. And it was a bug. After watching for a long time, Wenjing finally nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the crops were not damaged. He turned to Uncle Huang and said, "Uncle, let out all the chickens and ducks at home and give it a try." Oh! Uncle Huang was stunned. But Huang Yan reacted quickly and ran home with his parents. In fact, it would be faster to let the birds come over to catch insects. But this strange scene would attract too much attention and expose to Anchuan. So it would be safer to let the big rooster come out. These chickens and ducks have been hungry for a day, and they eat insects one by one. Wenjing continued to use the flashlight to attract the light-seeking mole crickets and catch them himself. The slugs should be left to the chickens and ducks. The chickens in the field were eating happily. Wenjing heard the chickens and ducks calling from afar. He knew without looking that Uncle Huang's family had brought out the chickens and ducks raised at home. During this period, many domestic animals went crazy, and some of them attacked their own kind and humans after going crazy. Only 30% of the chickens and ducks raised in the village after the beginning of the year were left. The chickens and ducks that survived grew much faster, and most of them became more ferocious. Uncle Huang's family was anxious to take the chickens to the edge of the field, so all the chickens and ducks howled desperately. The noise attracted many villagers. When they saw Uncle Huang holding chickens and ducks, they followed behind and asked what was going on. Without Uncle Huang's answer, the chickens and ducks had already come around Wenjing. The well-taught big rooster crowed again, and the new chickens and ducks quieted down. The big rooster flapped its wings twice, flew several meters to Uncle Huang's house, and called a few times. These became the new brothers and worked obediently in the field. What's going on? Is the chicken of Wenjing the king of chickens? Mom, what kind of turtle is a chicken turtle? The village chief also rushed over in a hurry. When he came over, he first saw Tanchuan next to Wenjing, and then looked at the big rooster, confirming that the big rooster had the ability to command the chickens and ducks. And listening to Wenbing's words, the villagers brought out the chickens and ducks raised in their homes. Some people tried to put the chickens and ducks in the fields without going to Wenjing. And then the chickens and ducks ran wildly in the fields. They did eat insects, but they still ate crops. And they ran around and knocked down many crop seedlings. This is really distressing. And all of them were packed to Wenjing to obey the command of the big rooster. Under the leadership of the big rooster, the chickens and ducks swept a field, and then went to the next field. The villagers were responsible for other farmlands, and the workload suddenly decreased, and they no longer had to worry about the crops they could not take care of. Catching insects at night. It was gloomy during the day, with occasional drizzle, and the wet soil could not dry in a short time. The adult insects either entered the stomachs of chickens and ducks, or were eaten by people. And many of the larvae buried in the soil were also dug out and eaten by chickens and ducks. In just 2 days, the number of adult insects that appeared every night decreased a lot, and the villagers smiled more, looking at the big rooster with particularly enthusiastic eyes. However, early in the morning of this day, the village chief of Xiaohe village came with a few old people. They first found the village chief of Sanlai village and prepared to kneel down without saying a word. Fortunately, there were many villagers who were prepared and trained by Wenjing, and they immediately helped him up. Did the people of Sanlai village really learn kung fu? The village chief of Xiaohe village sighed in his mind. Village chief Wang, why did you bring several elderly people here? It's dangerous now, and your legs and feet are not good, so you should rest in the village, the village chief said with a smile. And it's impossible to rely on age and kneeling to make demands. The people of Xiaohe village were still thick-skinned, pretending not to understand what the village chief meant, and continued to sigh with bitter faces and frowns. One of the oldest people, looking at the old man in his 80s, spoke first. Village chief Wang, we have no other way. Our village has not had a good life since the beginning of the year. Many people have left, and now there are only a few old men left. The old man's voice was trembling. The old man next to him continued, life is hard enough. And then there is an insect pest. These days, we see that the crops are eaten by insects, and we really wish they would eat our old bones. Grandpa, you are serious. An old man in the family is like a treasure. I hope that the old people are healthy, and can give us young people who have not seen the world more guidance. Huang Mingchong answered first, which shows that he must have been taught well by the village chief during the rainy days. Village chief Huang sighed and brought the topic back, saying, "We hope that the old people can give us guidance for a long time. But because of the insect plague, the whole village has a bad diet and sleep. At night, we have to bend over to catch insects in the fields. And we can't catch them by manpower." The people in Sanlai village have the same feelings when they said this. They were in the same state before there was no army of chickens and ducks. Then another old man explained the purpose of his visit. Village chief Huang, "I am dazzled. I just saw the chickens and ducks eating insects obediently in the fields without harming the crops. It was like a dream." "Uncle, you are not dreaming. The chickens they raise really don't harm the crops." Village chief Huang, "I don't know how you raise chickens like this. Please help our village." Village chief Huang was about to kneel down again, but was supported in time, and his face was full of pleading. The several old people who came over all had pleading expressions. Many villagers in Sanlai felt a little uncomfortable, but they couldn't tell anyone about the Chicken King. They all heard what Zheng and the village chief said. The village chief was not so easy to fool. He just said to village chief Huang, "Our village relies on villagers to dig by hand. The livestock we raise now are not obedient. How can we let chickens and ducks out to harm crops? We just saw." Village chief Huang immediately refuted. But when they looked into the field again, there were no chickens and ducks. They had been taken away by Tuanchuan. No matter what he said afterwards, the village chief refused to admit the chicken and duck incident. Instead, he asked the people from Xiahe village why they came here. At this moment, they hesitated and finally said that they came here to see the situation in Sanlai village. They were busy catching insects at night, and didn't make up for their sleep during the day. They came to our village and said they were here to see the situation. But they knelt down as soon as they met. If Xiahe village really came to seek help, he would discuss it with Wenjeng. But he did it directly. He really needs to think carefully before helping. When the people from Xiahe village left unwillingly, the villagers surrounded the village chief. Someone couldn't wait to ask, "Village chief, why don't you help Xiahe village?" The village chief glanced at the person who was talking. This girl came from Xiahe village and married to their village. She must be thinking about her parents' home. The village chief did not speak. Huang Mingchong stood up and pointed out the doubts he had seen from the people of Xiahe village. In fact, the villagers were not stupid. Most of them felt something was wrong. Huang Yan took the initiative to bring it up. Everything they said and did when they came here seemed to be well prepared. They knew that our village had chickens and ducks to help. Then how did they know? This question hovered in the hearts of the villagers. Thinking back to these days was just a memory. Although the rain stopped in the past 2 days, the circuit and communication were not restored. If you want to tell this matter, you still have to contact outsiders in person. When you are busy killing insects, you will tell people from other villages that this person is most likely to come to the village from other villages, and is related to Xiahe village. This narrows the scope a lot. Many people looked at the young wife who had just spoken. The young wife took 2 steps back and began to tighten her hands nervously. The villagers retracted their gazes, and the young wife's husband's face sank, ready to go back and ask carefully. After 2 dry coughs, the village chief said, "In fact, if you want to help other villages, you can directly propose it. Get the consent of Wenjeng and the villagers, and then discuss a suitable method, instead of asking people to come to our door and force us to give it to them. Now that the people of Xiahe village know about it, other villages may also know about it. Wenjeng, you still need to tell us your thoughts on this matter." The village chief sighed. Wenjeng knew that there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The rooster can be said nicely. If Tuan Tuan did this, it would be even more troublesome. I have no objection. If the village agrees, the big rooster can be lent out. But it can't be borrowed for nothing. The village chief nodded. He understood what Wenjeng meant. But he still needed to discuss this matter. Other villagers were not so willing. What if the Rooster King went to other villages and was harmed by other wild animals? What if someone deliberately stole the Rooster King? Do you really want to lend it out? It must be lent. If not, they will wait for the people of Xiahe village to bring other villages with them. Moreover, the chickens and ducks have eaten all the larvae in the fields, and there are fewer insects coming out at night, so the villagers can handle it. The problem now is how to borrow it. If you lend it out, you must ensure that the big rooster is obedient. Does this mean that Wenjeng should go with him? In addition, There is also the risk of other people who may harm the big rooster. He needs to have several people around him. And he needs to choose carefully. Wen Zheng likes to stay at home. What's the good of going to other villages? He immediately disagreed with the village chief's statement. These days, he and Tuanchuan are still teaching the big rooster. Even if he doesn't follow, there will be no problem. He just needs to choose a few people who believe in it. Under the villagers' inquiries, Wen Zheng pointed to several young students headed by Huang Yan. These students were strong and powerful. And the key was that they often came to be trained by him. And the big rooster knew them. Let everyone go back to rest first. The village chief took the village committee and the elderly in the village to carefully discuss how to ensure that the big roosters in their village can be safe outside, and how to negotiate with those villages after they come to the door, so as not to be excessive and to gain some benefits. These days, every night is busy, and the daytime is when everyone sleeps. Basically, at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, most people fall asleep. After the big rooster returned home, it was treated as a treasure by the villagers, and was not taken seriously by Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan. It still lived in the chicken coop built in the yard. The villagers mentioned it several times. And Wen Zheng built a chicken coop for it alone, and absolutely did not allow it to enter the house. But the big rooster did not like to stay in his single room. He liked to live with other chickens, showing off his status while continuing to teach his younger brothers. All the villagers were waiting for people from other villages to come to the door again. But no one came that day. Many villagers had many questions until the evening of the second day after Xiaohe village came. The big rooster led the chicken and duck army into the fields. Although the chicken and duck army came from all the villagers, the big rooster was raised by Wen Zheng. So he would first work on the fields under Wen Zheng's name. Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan were also busy in the fields. When they were busy catching, they heard someone running quickly over here. Looking up, they saw that it was a child from the village chief's branch, who should be in high school. There are so many animals going crazy now. The school has been postponing the start of the semester. Everyone knows that the start of the semester is far away. When he got closer, the boy started shouting, "Teacher! Something happened to the teacher." What happened? What happened? Uncle Huang, who was not far away, asked anxiously. Huang Yan also stood up. Did someone from Xiaohe village come over? Uncle, don't ask in a hurry. Let him talk slowly. Wen Zheng saw the boy's anxious look, and it must be that he was not as simple as someone from another village. Last time, Captain Zhang and his people came over, and they are at the village committee, the boy said anxiously. Why did they come over? Uncle Huang was nervous when he heard about the army. They don't want to take the Chicken King away and confiscate it. The boy's eyes have been on the big rooster in the field, and he said worriedly, they seem to be here just for the Chicken King. I originally thought that the people of Xiaohe village would tell other villages about the big rooster, but I didn't expect these people to notify the army. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Wen Zheng's calmness was particularly prominent at this time. The boy secretly thought in his heart that he would also be like his teacher in the future, not changing his face even when the sky was falling. In fact, it is easy to change Wen Zheng's face. Things related to Tuan Tuan often make Wen Zheng change his face. This time, Wen Zheng thought about it, and decided to let Tuan Tuan go home and wait for him. From a long distance, you can see the villagers surrounding there, and the military trucks that are blocked by the villagers, and can be seen vaguely. The villagers were all anxious. With the help of the big rooster this time, they could solve the problem of insects. What if there is another insect disaster in the future? It's okay to lend the big rooster to other villages, but if it is taken away by the army, it may not come back. The young boy who took Wen Zheng over was still chattering. They must come to take the king chicken away. What if they dissect the king chicken? It was all done by those people in Xiaohe village. Wen Zheng smiled and patted the young boy's hair. Last time, the army came to help us clean up the crazy beasts. Everyone was welcoming them to come again next time. Why? It's not so long now that they are not happy. This is different. The young boy squeezed out a sentence with a red face. What's different? We must believe in the country and the soldiers who protect us. After traveling through so many worlds, no matter which world, the country has tried its best to protect the safety of the people. Wen Zheng believes in them and will try his best to help sometimes. Wen Zheng and the young boy walked in front. Huang Yan walked beside him holding a big rooster, and the chickens and ducks followed behind him, looking aggressive. After walking in, Wen Zheng saw that there were only Captain Zhang and Instructor Fang in the crowd. They were talking to the village chief and others. When they noticed Wen Zheng and others coming, they immediately looked over, seeing the chickens and ducks following behind them obediently. Their eyes burst into surprise. The village chief first told Wen Zheng about the current situation. After the crazy beast appeared, many places became chaotic, and some people deliberately used crazy beasts to harm people. After the company led by Captain Zhang cleared the crazy beasts around, they stayed in Kaoshan Town and took over Kaoshan Town. After that, it started to rain, and all the power and communications had problems. Sanlai Village, which was a little distance away from Kaoshan Town, lost the news from the outside. In the days before the insect plague, the army noticed this problem. They wanted to eliminate these insects to protect the crops, but the rain kept falling, which affected the effect of the insecticide. Moreover, the insects might have changed. Even if the living insects were caught indoors, the insecticide would not be very effective. Then, they could only catch them manually. Moreover, the two pests that broke out in Kaoshan Town liked to come out at night and hide in the soil during the day. Everyone was upside down day and night. Today, someone ran to the military station and found a relative in this team and told him a piece of news. The soldiers who received this news were half believing and half doubting, but still reported the news to the higher-ups. Captain Zhang and Instructor Fawn came over to see what was going on. At the tense moment of the villagers, Captain Zhang said, "We want to temporarily requisition this Chicken King. As a military chicken promoted by exception, he will enjoy the best treatment." Chapter 80. It's too early to say that. Since you're all here, Captain Zhang, Instructor Fang, you can take a look at the situation first. Hearing Captain Zhang say this, the village chief was not in a hurry and spoke slowly. "I'm really a little anxious seeing these chickens and ducks are so obedient. I should take a look first." Captain Zhang slapped his head and said embarrassedly, "Don't worry. We won't forcibly requisition this Chicken King. We will first obtain everyone's consent, and we will compensate everyone during the requisition process." As soon as these words came out, many villagers felt relieved. The village chief waved his hand to let the villagers, who were watching around, leave. "Go back to your own fields to catch insects first. You're all crowded here. Don't you want the crops?" The villagers dispersed obediently. Anyway, the village chief would not let them suffer. At this time, the village chief introduced Wen Zheng, the owner of the Big Rooster, to Captain Zhang and Instructor Fang. Thinking back to the last time they came, Captain Zhang and his team remembered their impression of Wen Zheng at that time. At that time, they felt that Wen Zheng was not a simple person. They didn't expect that he would raise the king chicken this time. Without much greeting, Captain Zhang and Commander Fang were a little impatient. Wen Zheng took the chickens and ducks into the fields again. "It's true. These chickens and ducks don't hurt the crops." Instructor Fang was excited. Village Chief Huang, "Mr. Wen, can we try it again?" Captain Zhang suppressed his excitement and made a small request. Wen Zheng and his team had no objection. So they saw the two return to the vicinity of the vehicle and took out 10 chickens and ducks in iron cages. After taking them off the car, Captain Zhang opened the cages, and the chickens and ducks all ran out of the cages excitedly, shouting and praising freedom, trying to go to the fields that were like a table full of delicious food. In the excited eyes of the two guests from outside, and in the proud expressions of the people in Sanlai Village, the Big Rooster showed the demeanor of the Chicken King, and a few crows made the chickens stay on the ground. Among them, the most ferocious rooster was unwilling to listen to the Big Rooster, and tried to take a step forward tentatively. And then the Big Rooster flew directly, pecking the rooster who dared to challenge, and fled desperately, with a terrified scream in his mouth. The Big Rooster trained by teacher Tuan Tuan is not a rooster that can be challenged by this kind of rooster that relies entirely on itself. The battle ended in less than a minute. The new chickens and ducks obeyed the Big Rooster's instructions and successfully integrated into the army of chickens and ducks. That night, the rooster and his soldiers continued to fight on the front line of eliminating insects, while the village chief and Wen Zheng discussed the details of the requisition with Captain Zhang. Because the chickens and ducks had eaten all the larvae hidden in the fields these days, fewer and fewer adult insects crawled out every day. Now the villagers can take care of all the fields with their own manpower. So the rooster can be taken away now. As the owner of the rooster, Wen Zheng was mainly paid for the requisition of the rooster. The rooster was here to deal with Wen Zheng's fields first, and then the villagers' fields. It would also give the village some compensation, because they wanted to borrow these chickens and ducks as well. The final result of the discussion was that the government would provide all the construction materials and send people to build a wall outside Sanlai village, which was for the village. As for Wenjung, Captain Zhang originally wanted to give Wenjung food, but Wenjung didn't want it. Instead, he listed several kinds of supplies and asked them to deliver them another day, and obtained the legal qualification to raise Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan's gorgeous feathers look like they are not ordinary animals. Now they are not completely messed up. There will be many times to deal with this team in the future. In order to reduce trouble, it is better to expose Tuan Tuan first. After one night, the villagers of Sanlai who learned about the army's rewards were quite satisfied, and they selected 2 villagers to accompany the Chicken King and the Chicken and Duck Army and left Sanlai village in a military truck. The Chicken King was originally highly evolved, and was taught by Wenjung and Tuan Tuan for several days. Those chickens and ducks are not smart enough. When the big rooster is not doing anything during the day, it is time to ruin the crops. According to Captain Zhang, after they go back, they will try their best to gather all the chickens and ducks to form a real army, and take these chickens and ducks to clear the fields in Kaohsiung town as soon as possible. People are not as good as chickens these days. The Chicken King has even been incorporated into the army. A young man couldn't help but sigh. You are the Chicken King. How can you be the same as an ordinary chicken? If you have the ability to make these chickens and ducks obedient, you will be included in the army. No ability. No ability. I'd better go back to sleep. You can't go back yet. As soon as the village chief spoke, everyone stopped. There is one more thing I haven't said. About who leaked the Chicken King's information. The original village chief thought that the man just accidentally leaked the information that their village had to deal with insect plagues. But the army came to find the Chicken King, obviously revealing a lot of people. And it is more likely that he deliberately notified. Village head. A villager stood up with a red face. He was in his 20s, holding his wife, who married into the village from Xiaohe last year, and now dared not raise her head. My Lanlan was worried about my elderly parents-in-law. So she met them in Sanlai, and said a few words to them. She accidentally leaked a few words. Village head, Wenjung, and fellow villagers. This is the fault of my new daughter-in-law. And I, as an elder, did not teach her well. The mother-in-law who spoke had a serious face. And the apology she said was indeed sincere. There is not much food in my family. After the family apologized and proposed remedial measures, the village did not pursue the matter any further. However, the village chief made the most severe remark at the end. If you have any ideas, you can bring them up and discuss with the whole village. If anyone else comes out to reveal the village's affairs, even if it is Huang, even if it is my new son, they will leave the village. This matter came to an end. The chickens and ducks left Sanlai village, and within 2 days, the construction team came with various machines and materials. They came not only to build a wall for Sanlai village, but also to build new houses after the wall was built, and wait until the city residents returned to the countryside in autumn, in order to complete the work as soon as possible. The construction workers brought their own rations. That is, they had to live in the village temporarily, and they would pay food as compensation. The food for the construction workers was equivalent to that provided by the state. Many villagers wanted that little food, so they let these construction workers live in their own homes. The village was a little more chaotic than usual. The villagers caught insects at night, while the construction workers had to work during the day. The work and rest schedule was reversed, so someone had to stay at home to watch at night. When Jing's teaching was almost complete, and the villagers were training consciously, so they would wait until the workers worked during the day to practice. Even so, the villagers' skills in dealing with mutant animals amazed the construction workers again and again. Whenever the construction workers had a meal, the villagers would ask them about the situation outside, and the construction workers would ask why Sanlai village was so powerful. After the last incident of revealing the big rooster to Xiaohe village, the people of Sanlai village learned to control their mouths and let their families control their mouths. In the end, the construction workers from outside still didn't get the real news, but only saw that the people of Sanlai village were very skilled. The people of Sanlai village have learned a lot of news from the outside world. The communication function cannot be restored in a short time. They now know that most of the factories outside are controlled by the state. People have to queue up to buy food in the city, and the types and quantities are limited. There are troops stationed in the rural areas of the central region. The heavy rain some time ago was caused by the typhoon. Those residents near the sea who did not have time to evacuate suffered heavy losses. Some island countries have faced volcanic eruptions and typhoon tsunamis one after another, and it is estimated that they are almost destroyed. The rain has stopped in Kaohsiung town, but the rain in the south has not stopped. There are even some dead and crazy animals soaked in the water, polluting the water source. Many people are moving to the central region under the protection of the army. Originally, many urban residents were not prepared to move to the countryside. When they were no longer willing, the southern residents came over. A construction worker said, "Don't you want to live in the village? We believe in the country, and the country will arrange it for us." The weather became clearer and clearer, and the soil in the fields was dried up. Without the humid environment, the insects decreased day by day, and the villagers finally had some free time. Without chickens and ducks, Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan had one less job to clean the chicken and duck pens at home, and their daily lives were particularly good. Sometimes, when the villagers would not come to find him, Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan climbed over the wall and ran to the top of Dongshan. The plants on Dongshan grew very well and were particularly dense. It felt like they would grow into a primeval forest. Villagers would occasionally go to the foot of Dongshan and cut some branches back as firewood. Tuan Tuan often went to Dongshan to warn the animals in the mountain. This time, Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan went up the mountain together, and no animal dared to attack. Compared with the animals raised in the village, the animals on the mountain have changed more and are more likely to go crazy. The plants have also changed a lot, looking fierce and aggressive, giving people a sense of oppression. Wen Zheng dug a lot of wild medicinal herbs on Dongshan Mountain. The changes in the medicinal herbs on Dongshan Mountain are different from those he planted outside the yard. By the way, he caught a few animals and tried the effect. I haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. The meat stored at home has been consumed a lot. Wen Zheng made a pot of spicy rabbit with the newly caught wild rabbit. The fragrance drifted outside the wall with the wind, and then something slid back and forth outside. Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan pretended not to hear anything and ate up a whole pot of rice with the rabbit meat. After washing the dishes, the fragrance gradually disappeared, but the sliding sound outside the door had not stopped, and even slid to the door. The rhythmic knocking sound of the door rang out. Wen Zheng touched his chin, turned around and said to Tuan Tuan, who was cleaning in the living room, "Tuan Tuan, this one seems to be smarter than the rooster." Tuan Tuan agreed and shouted, "Then let's see what it wants to do," Wen Zheng suggested. Tuan Tuan tilted his head and thought about it. This dark guy was not even as good as the rooster, so it didn't matter if he let it in. Flying out of the living room, Tuan Tuan opened the door with his claws. The one knocking on the door outside was a black snake, knocking on the door regularly with its head, and its tail was wrapped with 2 dead mice. After seeing Tuan Tuan open the door, it slid back and lowered its head to indicate whether it was floating or sinking. It seems good to have a smart and obedient little brother who won't steal its limelight, Tuan Tuan thought as he let the snake in. Wen Zheng had just tidied up the kitchen and walked into the living room when he saw a big snake at the door of the living room. This snake has obviously mutated in a good direction. It is obviously a black snake commonly seen in the countryside, but now it is thicker than an adult's arm and very long, reaching the level of a python. 2 days ago, this snake appeared near Wen Zheng's house. The surrounding animals all knew that this was Tuan Tuan's territory. Those animals wanted to walk around here. Suddenly a snake came over, which aroused the interest of Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan. This snake settled down around Wen Zheng's house. It did not destroy Wen Zheng's wall, but lived in a pile of firewood, listening to the movement. This snake is very quiet. It usually catches some mice. So far, no villagers have been attacked by such a big snake. Occasionally, when Wen Zheng is cooking, he can hear this snake sliding back and forth outside. Wen Zheng was very curious about what he wanted to do today, and then he saw the rats brought by the snake. "Do you want me to help you deal with these rats?" Wen Zheng narrowed his eyes and scanned the snake. It should not be so bold as to think of itself as a cook. Although the snake was smart, it still could not understand human language. It just felt the danger, pushed the rat in front of Wen Zheng, and then turned around and slid away quickly. "Isn't this paying for my accommodation?" Wen Zheng had to face this development with a smile. This situation was really beyond his expectations. In the end, Wen Zheng and Tuan Tuan both accepted that there was a unique resident outside. Sometimes Tuan Tuan would compete with the black snake, and Tuan Tuan would occasionally feed it a few times. The black snake was more like a pet fed by Tuan Tuan. When Zheng was a little curious. When the big rooster came back, he found that its position at home was completely replaced by this snake. And it was even more favored by Tuan Tuan than it. Would there be a fight between a chicken and a snake? Nearly a month had passed in the blink of an eye. And the name of the Rooster King had been known throughout Kaoshan town. And even spread to other areas. The wall was built in just a few days. After the construction team built the wall, they began to build new houses. According to the statistics at that time, in addition to the open space in the village, several forests were cleared, relying on the identity of the owner of the rooster. Several new houses would be built near Wen Zheng's house. These construction teams specially sent to build houses are very fast, with very little rest time, and they work most of the day. It is said that the faster they finish, the more rewards they will get. Although the speed of building the new house was fast, the villagers saw that there was no cutting corners. The earthquake-proof materials used and the facilities for heat and cold protection were almost the same as those of the house renovated by Wen Zheng, except that the area was a little smaller than that built by the villagers themselves. Some villagers also asked the construction team if they could ask them to renovate the house. As a result, the materials that the construction team could use were all accurately calculated and approved. If they wanted to renovate, they had to report and get approval. And then, they would spend grain to buy them. For an old house like Huang Mingqing's, renovating it completely was equivalent to building a new one. And his idea of exchanging the old house for a new one emerged again. There were also a few families who had a lot of open space around them when they lived there, thinking about being surrounded by outsiders in the future. They also wanted to change houses. They regretted not mentioning this matter to the army currently in charge of management earlier. And now they are looking forward to the return of the Chicken King. Because of the construction of the house, and the construction workers who moved in, the village has been bustling recently. But some people have noticed that it has not rained since the last rain stopped. The crops in the fields are growing very well, much taller than in previous years. The wheat has already headed successfully, and people all over the country are looking forward to the harvest of these crops. The temperature has risen a lot in the past half month, and everyone has quickly changed from sweaters to thin coats. However, every household in the village has a well, and the water of Sanli River is still flowing normally. Usually, well water is used to irrigate the earth and the sky. Although they have noticed the situation of rain, many people still hold a fluke mentality, thinking that it will rain in summer. It was noisy outside that day, and someone was running wildly in the village, informing everyone that the Rooster King had returned. After the fence was built, a large iron gate was installed on the main road leading to the outside of Sanlai village, and the car was driving in through the iron gate. When Zheng held Tuan Tuan and went to see, the big rooster that came back to the village was wearing a big red flower. He sat in the co-pilot seat, holding his head high and looking very proud. Huang Yan, who went out with the big rooster, and another good young man Huang Yiming, both became much calmer. Now one of them took the big rooster down, and the other talked to the villagers. It was Instructor Fong who sent the big rooster back. He opened the trunk and asked the villagers to take all their chickens and ducks home. After a few words with the village chief, he got in the car and left. When Zheng saw this scene from a long distance, so he didn't go over to join in the fun, but held Tuan Tuan back home. Huang Yan would definitely send the big rooster back later. After returning home, when Zheng listened carefully to the noise, the big black one seemed to be not in his nest. He didn't know where it had gone. He might have to wait a little longer to see the fight between the chicken and the snake. Not long after, Huang Yan came to Wen Ding's house with the big rooster in his arms, followed by the others. What does this mean? After Wen Zheng opened the door, in addition to the chickens and ducks he raised, each of the villagers who came over had at least one live chicken in their hands. He asked in confusion, with so many chickens, are the others sent to me to eat? Of course not, the village chief said with his eyes wide open. Huang Yan, who was next to him, quickly explained, those chickens and ducks are yours, and the rest of the chickens are sent here to accompany the Chicken King. When the chicks are hatched, maybe some of them can lead the chickens and ducks like the Chicken King and get on the list. When Zheng struggled to understand what Huang Yan meant, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly twice, he looked at the big rooster with an indescribable look, carefully scanning every chicken in front of the gate, except for the big rooster. They were all hens. There were various varieties, different colors, clean appearance, bright feathers, and beautiful body lines. This was clearly a group of concubines selected for the Big Rooster. The Big Rooster was clearly the winner of his chicken life, and he would enjoy a happy life in the future. I remember this chicken didn't seem to be from our village? Wen Zheng raised his eyebrows and pointed at one of the black chickens with all black feathers. Some of them were selected by the army from the hens in the whole town. These are all chickens that have undergone certain mutations, and our chicken king clearly showed a good impression of them, Huang Yiming said seriously. Although I heard that the Big Rooster led the chicken and duck army to clean up pests everywhere these days. Many people regarded the Big Rooster as a hero. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. With so many chickens at home, cleaning the chicken coop is a problem. Wen Zheng firmly disagreed. You can arrange a concubine for the Big Rooster, but you can't keep it in my house. You can take the Big Rooster with you and arrange a place to keep it. The villagers agreed to Wen Zheng's words without asking. The villagers who stayed in the village did not pay as much attention to the Big Rooster as Huang Yan and Huang Yiming who went out. But the Big Rooster did help them solve the pests and must be taken care of. The chickens and ducks that were left behind grew up again. The villagers took the Big Rooster and other hens away. Wen Zheng looked at their backs and shouted, Huang Yan, Huang Yiming, come over tomorrow. The two people walking in front were frightened by Wen Zheng's words and staggered and almost fell. Wen Zheng was about to go back, and then the grass next to him moved, and the black snake came back with a bulging belly. Although I didn't see the fight between the chicken and the snake, I saw the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards of the Big Rooster, which was also a fun to watch. After returning, Wen Zheng looked at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, who was raised by Wen Zheng, was no longer an ordinary bird. He evolved by absorbing the energy stones of the feather tribe in the deserted island world, and his lifespan and growth period were also extended. So far, Tuanchuan has not thought about finding a daughter-in-law for Wen Zheng. As for the current treatment of the Big Rooster, he only has one feeling, that it is really good that the Big Rooster does not come back. In the end, the courtyard of the village committee became the harem of the Big Rooster. According to the villagers, who were responsible for raising the Big Rooster, the Big Rooster would crow in the direction of Wen Zheng's house in the first few days, which was still thinking about the owner who raised it before. In the next few days, it stopped crowing and began to be happy. In the first few days, after the Big Rooster came back, the villagers' attention was still on it. But after a few days, everyone's attention was on the residents coming from the south. The people in Sanlai village heard about the flood in the south. A few days ago, when the Big Rooster was sent back, Captain Zhang did not come, and Instructor Fong hurried back because they had to deal with the refugees. It was heard that many southern residents came here. Some of them came to escape. Some brought a lot of goods, and some might settle down here.